This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 409. Jusajiming spun nimbly with his legs, stomping his heels against the ground, and passed over the three ferocious heads, arriving at the side of the Cerberus. Hiss! A slender black afterimage suddenly flew out from behind the Cerberus. It was a venomous snake with sharp fangs. Snake? Jusajiming was forced to stop his charge and swung his cross-spear scythe. Bang! The air lit up. The black crescent blade collided with the venomous snake's fangs, sending dazzling sparks flying and sending the serpent flying. At this moment, Jusajiming finally saw clearly that the thing blocking him wasn't a venomous snake, but the Cerberus's tail. Venomous fangs. It's basically a live snake's tail. It looks like a bite might be poisonous, Jusajiming thought unhappily. This momentary obstruction caused the Cerberus to pounce again, interrupting Jusajiming's attempt to attack Tangjung, the magic caster. So annoying, you annoying thing. Jusajiming's brows furrowed, his gaze as cold as a knife. Don't take the fortress. This defensive martial art requires careful judgment of the opponent's attack trajectory and the timing of defense, requiring a high level of combat experience from the user. However, a creature as massive as the Cerberus before him didn't require much observation, and its attack methods were not particularly skillful. Another silent collision. Jusajiming, holding a cross-spear scythe taller than herself, blocked the massive, ferocious Cerberus. From a distance, it looked like a weak child, withstanding the onslaught of a ferocious beast. His cold, heterochromatic eyes swept across the scene. He zeroed in on two spots on the Cerberus that might be considered weak points. The neck, the heart. Jusajiming possessed an assassin class called Executioner, which increased critical damage and, in certain circumstances, could even inflict a fatal blow. But after just one observation, Jusajiming gave up, the thought of attacking its weak point arising in his mind. The Cerberus had three heads, making an attack on the neck easily detected or blocked. Furthermore, the heart was located in the opponent's lower abdomen, requiring an angled attack as well. With a bang, the Cerberus swung its forelimbs, striking down hard. A surge of force struck. So heavy. Jusajiming felt a jolt in the palms of his hands, gripping the cross spear and scythe. He had to leap back to mitigate the impact. At the same time, he swung his weapon ruthlessly. Super slash, double aerial slash. First, he strengthened his slashing power, then unleashed two swift, soaring slashes. With the previous series of martial arts enhancements, the power of this attack was significantly greater. Puff! Puff! The Cerberus's tough fur exploded, splattering blood, leaving two arm-length wounds on its body. But compared to the Cerberus's massive size, these injuries were clearly not serious, they were barely minor. Roar! 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 The Cerberus's three ferocious heads roared furiously, charging forward again. Bang! Bang! The sound of fierce collisions echoed. Wounds continued to appear on the Cerberus's body. With a fierce attack that completely abandoned defense, it completely held Jusajiming back, even achieving a certain degree of suppression. Behind, seeing the Cerberus's silhouette obscuring Jusajiming's view, Tangjung gave a barely perceptible shake of his head. Class build is awful. The next moment, magic resistance breakthrough, Vermilion Nova. Tangjung intoned indifferently. He wasn't about to sit back and watch. Now that some information had been revealed, he would use the power of a magical caster to completely crush Jusajiming. Preferably with complete and overwhelming force, otherwise, with Jusajiming's personality, he wouldn't yield easily. Boom! A crimson flame lotus flew out, releasing a rich radiance and heat, instantly enveloping the entangled Cerberus and Jusajiming. Ah! A scream of pain resounded through the air. Puff! A flaming figure flew out, emerging from a vast ball of flames, landing on the distant ground, tumbling and tumbling, emitting a continuous, piercing scream. Magic resistance supercharged, pain dulled. Jusajiming felt as if millions of hungry poisonous ants were constantly burrowing into his body through his pores. The scorching flames transformed into boiling magma, burning his skin, and indescribable pain tingled his nerves. His limbs spasmed uncontrollably. Jusajiming couldn't even hold the cross-spear sickle in his hand, nearly dropping it. The only reason he didn't fall was because the skin on his palm had turned to flesh and blood glue, clinging to the cross-spear sickle's handle. Pain dulling activated. The burning pain Jusajiming felt was instantly reduced. Consciousness returned from the agony. An arm, cracked and charred by the flames, reached out, quickly supporting itself on the ground, and climbed to its feet. It hurts so much. Jusajiming screamed in agony, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. She forced herself to focus and unleashed the most powerful healing spell she possessed. Heal severe injuries. A holy light enveloped her entire body. However, this level of healing had only a minimal effect on the injuries she had sustained. Even the monsters were attacking. Jusajiming braced herself against the ground with her weapon, feeling the searing pain throughout her body and a sense of incomprehensible fear. The previous attack had even included the opponent's summoned monsters. Boom! The heavy sound of running came from afar. Jusajiming quickly raised her charred face, revealing a pair of blurry, heterochromatic eyes, and barely made out the figure charging towards her. The three-headed dog of hell, truly. Unharmed. Still alive? Tang Jing's cheerful voice chimed in from behind, perfectly timed. This is 9th tier fire magic. Theoretically, it's the strongest fire magic of all tiers. As expected of Miss Juesi, it's a shame she wasn't killed. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, Cerberus is immune to fire damage. The introduction echoed at this moment. It was undoubtedly a gesture of contempt and triumph. Ah, I'm going to kill you. The rage welling out from Jusajiming's heart even suppressed the pain, and her blurred vision cleared. Spartan undead. He activated the magic within his cross-spear scythe. A black magic circle emerged from the ground. 5 undead Spartans quickly emerged from the magic circle, blocking Jusajiming's path. This undead strength was equivalent to that of a 5th-tier heavily armored skeleton warrior, and a wave of burning pain washed over her body. Jusajiming lost all focus, her exquisite attire vanishing, leaving her half-naked and charred. 9th-tier magic? Jusajiming couldn't tell if it was real or fake, but she was convinced. The power of the magic just now was beyond her comprehension. To be struck by magic of that magnitude again. Jusajiming's pupils constricted rapidly, and a chill rose within her. Even if she survived, she would be completely incapacitated. In the blink of an eye, she was trapped in a desperate situation. This was a terrifying opponent she had never faced before. Mistake. A serious mistake. If she had known Tang Zheng possessed such strength, she would have undoubtedly been fully armed. If she had worn the armor of the 6 gods, an attack like that would never have left her so severely injured. A loud bang. The 3-headed Cerberus charged forward, knocking a Spartan undead flying in midair, shattering into a mass of bone fragments. A 5th-tier undead possessing the power of the heroic domain couldn't even withstand a single blow. Jusajiming wasn't concerned at the moment. He let the remaining 4 Spartan undead continue to hold the foreground. Heal serious injuries. Jusajiming stared intently at Tang Zheng in the distance as he continued to cast healing spells. A flash of holy light. Jusajiming's limbs, which had been cramped, finally stopped trembling, and he regained control of his body. The ground shook. Jusajiming, his face twisted, stomped the ground and passed over the 3-headed Cerberus that had been briefly held back by the Spartan undead. Rushing forward. The young man he wished he could chop into pulp. Pain. Indescribable burning pain. With every step Jusajiming took, his feet felt like they were stepping on sharp steel needles, and his severely burned skin felt like it was being sliced by countless sharp blades wherever it touched the air. There was still a chance. There was still a chance. Jusajiming's heterochromatic eyes flickered with uncontrollable rage and madness. In the blink of an eye, he saw the dark, miserable figure charging towards him again. A hint of surprise flashed across Tang Jing's eyes. His current magic attack value was over 900 points, and with the added bonus of passive elemental magic, the damage he dealt was so high that Jusajiming hadn't lost consciousness. Good willpower, Miss Juesi. But you should lie down, it might reduce the pain. Tang Zheng suggested calmly, but the next moment, without hesitation, he chanted again, Magic Resistance Breakthrough Vermilion Nova. Another enormous crimson lotus flame instantly appeared above Jusajiming's head, and suddenly descended. The flames enveloped the sky. Jusajiming's vision was once again a piercing crimson. The air scorched, and her already severely burned skin seemed to be instantly reduced to ash. Inquisitor, your countermeasures against high-level magic have indeed failed. Jusajiming's pupils widened, their irises constricted, bloodshot. We can only use our trump card. Heroic spirit. Instantly, a burst of white light converged above Jusajiming's head, forming another pure white Jusajiming, blocking the front. Boom! A terrifying blaze instantly ignited the heroic spirit Juesi. A scorching heat surged. Juesi Jueming breathed in the hot air, his features becoming even more sinister, yet a smile of excitement flickered in his pupils. Blocked. This was her ultimate weapon. The heroic warrior created through her special class, while lacking in overall strength compared to her original form, possessed its own immense power. The purpose of unleashing this ultimate weapon was not only to ward off Tang Jing's high-level magical attacks, but also to create an opportunity for a decisive kill. Whoa! The flames vanished like a phantom. Juesi, the heroic spirit, reappeared expressionless, his body unaffected save for some burn marks. Bang! Dust began to rise. Juesi, the heroic spirit, displayed immense agility, and swiftly rushed towards Tang Jing, far exceeding Juesi Jueming's current speed. Looking at the nimble figure of the summoned heroic warrior, Jusajiming felt a surge of envy. As a heroic warrior incapable of feeling pain, it was natural that injuries wouldn't affect their functions like their original form. You're the first person to push me to this point, Tang. Jusajiming clenched his cross spear scythe and roared through his breaths. Even though I wish I could chop you into pulp myself, I won't give you a single chance now. Magic casters are extremely weak in close combat. Even if they were of the same level, Jusajiming was confident they could easily defeat the caster's frail frame. But the previous battle had made Jusajiming clearly realize that Tang Jing possessed advanced magic that she was completely unfamiliar with, even if he had an advantage in close combat. Without knowing the opponent's magic or hidden cards, rushing close is fraught with danger, especially since Tang Jing possesses a magical enhancement method that allows him to cast spells without chanting, which further weakens the odds in close combat. So, goodbye. The goal of all life is death. Instantly, a cold smile appeared on Jusajiming's face, and he activated his innate ability, causing the air behind him to warp. Behind Jusajiming, a massive golden clock marked 12 o'clock appeared. She possesses 2 trump cards. One is the heroic spirit created through her profession, possessing the same power as her true form, a highly versatile trump card. The other, through her innate ability, awakens the ultimate power of the wielder within her weapon. The golden clock before her was the wielder of the death god Kilshana, a weapon that delivers absolute death that the opponent cannot resist. It was an unstoppable killing move, unbreakable to this day. Swish! Jusajiming raised his cross spear scythe, pointed the tip at Tang Jing, and unleashed the magic within. Death, unclean impact shield. At the same instant, a black and red elliptical wave of air, centered around Tang Jing, instantly spread outward. Tick! 12 seconds. The hands of the golden clock behind Jusajiming chimed in unison, starting the countdown. Huh? Jusajiming glanced at Tang Jing in surprise, his brows furrowed slightly. It was the same magic he had unleashed earlier. Jusajiming's effects should have protected him from instant death, but such a method was meaningless against the power of his ultimate weapon. Jusajiming was surprised, not by the magic itself, but by Tang Jing's reaction speed. A mere magic caster. How could he have so precisely grasped the moment to resist the instant death spell? His expression was twisted unnaturally by the pain raging throughout his body, and his heart was filled with an incomprehensible heaviness. Chapter 410. If the first time she blocked death was a matter of caution and coincidence, then the second time, when she unleashed death, the opponent simultaneously unleashed a countering magic. Such reflexes are truly terrifying. Is it a natural ability? Jusajiming internally concluded this, but didn't dwell on it, as it was pointless. Swish. Hee, it's useless. I don't know what kind of magic you used. Jusajiming retreated with the ticking of the clock, regaining distance, her voice a crescendo of excitement. But the shadow of death has already enveloped you. This killer move takes 12 seconds to take effect. As for what would happen if she were killed during this time, Jusajiming herself didn't know. So, she chose to focus on defense, waiting for the 12 seconds. At this moment, Tang Jing looked at Jusajiming, carrying the golden clock in the distance. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes, and he felt relieved. The ultimate move, Death's End, has finally been used. So that's how it is. First activate Death End, then use it with an instant death skill, or both can be performed simultaneously. Tang Jing knew the information about Death End, but there was always uncertainty between fiction and anime and reality. Now that he had personally experienced it, he finally understood Death End's power. The only thing he feared about absolute death was this trump card. The impure impact shield could only be used twice a day. Fortunately, absolute death itself did not possess any instant death skills. The magic death activated was a spell built into the cross spear scythe, a magic item that could only be used twice every 8 hours. Therefore, Tang Jing only needed to guard against these 2 attacks. This was the advantage of intelligence. Xiaotir died at the hands of the Bone King because she had no information about Death's End, forcing the impure impact shield's countermeasures to be unleashed prematurely. The reason a special class's ace skills are called ace skills, besides their powerful initial kill, is their extremely strong deterrent effect. If they remain unused, then even opponents with intelligence will have to retain countermeasures. Whoosh, Zizi, the heroic spirit, charged forward like a delicate white puppet, wielding a white replica of the cross spear and scythe. 9th tier magic, Arctic Claw. Tang Zheng chanted quickly, thinking to himself, using the heroic spirit to buy time, I use both of my trump cards. It seems I truly cornered Juesi Jueming. Tang Zheng's lips curled slightly. Juesi Jueming's strength was actually quite formidable. However, due to a lack of intelligence and a complacent personality, Juesi Jueming initially failed to exert his full strength, leading to a rapid collapse. Icy air gathered. A massive, sharp claw, composed entirely of ice, blasted forward, spreading a faint white mist in its path. The tips of the icy claws pierced the air, emitting a sharp, rapid hum. Juesi, the heroic spirit, possessed a certain degree of combat awareness and quickly dodged, but the polar claws, as if tracking, also shifted their trajectory midair. Boom! The white cross spear scythe swung heavily, colliding with the icy claws with a resounding roar. A surge of icy energy exploded. A thick layer of solid ice coated the surface of heroic spirit Juesi's body, and he froze in place. Crack! Crack! Tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the ice. No chance. 9th tier magic, Vermilion Nova. Tang Zheng sneered and chanted again. Wow! A blazing, lotus-shaped flame instantly ignited heroic spirit Juesi, transforming it into a fireball emitting intense heat. A brief burst of flame, the intense flame dissipated like an illusion, and heroic spirit Juesi, along with it, vanished into a white speck of light. It took 3 single attribute, highest tier magic hits to be destroyed? Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes. Inwardly, he calculated the passive elemental magic buffs, and the damage Juesi had sustained, roughly estimating Juesi Jueming's HP. Tick-tock. 3 seconds. After Tang Zheng finished dealing with the heroic spirit, he glanced at Juesi in the distance. The golden clock behind him was about to complete a revolution. The 3-headed dog of hell was in pursuit. Once again, Juesi Jueming summoned a Spartan undead to stop him. 5th level Spartan undead. Also guided by Sharon, the magic within this magic item allowed the summoning of up to 5 at a time, and up to 30 within 24 hours. Undead of this caliber were nothing to a player in the other world before him. This magic item alone could create 5 heroic realm level undead in a single stroke. Heroic warriors perished so quickly, Juesi Jueming's breathing quickened, and he gripped his cross spear scythe even tighter, blood dripping from his palm. Tick-tick. 2 seconds, his shoulders relaxed, and the burning pain throughout his body became more pronounced. Juesi Jueming understood what was happening. With victory assured, his tense mind relaxed, reducing the mental suppression of the pain. Ha ha, what a shame I can't hear your screams. It's over, bastard. Juesi Jueming laughed uncontrollably, announcing his final victory. In fact, there was something strange about the sight of 2 killer weapons. Anyone witnessing it for the first time should have been surprised. However, Juesi Jueming stared intently at Tang Zheng, yet he saw no sign of surprise, nervousness, or confusion on his face. Roar! 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 An angry roar came from behind him on the left. It was the voice of that ugly 3-headed hellhound, charging towards him, apparently having already dealt with the newly summoned Spartan undead. TSK, disgusting monster. Juesi Jueming licked the stinging corner of his mouth, not bothering to warn against the 3-headed hound of hell. As long as the caster died, the summoned monster would disappear with him. There was no need to worry. Tick. 1 second. The hands of the golden clock returned to the original time, stopping at 12 seconds. It's over. Juesi Jueming slightly stuck out his pink tongue, a twisted, hideous smile on his slightly charred cheeks. But the next moment, his expression froze. How could this be? Why am I not dead? Why? Juesi Jueming was like a stuck machine, his entire body frozen in an instant by a situation beyond his comprehension. A flash of inspiration exploded in her mind. She knew. The other party knew this move. Juesi Jueming wasn't stupid, he was clever. However incredible it seemed, this was the only possibility. Bang! While Juesi Jueming was stunned, the 3-headed hellhound rushed in front of him and knocked the cross spear and scythe away with one blow. Ah! Juesi Jueming screamed in pain. The left and right heads of the 3-headed hellhound bit into Juesi Jueming's arms, lifting him straight off the ground. Roar! The ferocious head in the middle opened its drooling maw and bit into Juesi Jueming's head. Life-threatening situation. Bang! Get out! Juesi Jueming finally reacted, roaring and raising his left leg. With a kick, he forced the open mouth of the 3-headed hellhound's middle head back shut. Roar! Ah! The three-headed hellhound tore at Jusajiming's arms, thrashing wildly in midair. Clouds of blood-red mist bloomed in the air. However, even with the Cerberus's teeth, which could easily shatter solid metal, it was unable to completely sever Juesi Jueming's arm. It's me who should call the shots, Miss Juesi. It seems you have no means of resistance left. How disappointing. Tang Zheng approached slowly from a distance, chanting calmly, 9th tier magic, Arctic Claw. Boom! This spell not only inflicts the same damage as the Ice Crown, but also inflicts lacerations. Crack! Crack! The Arctic Claw's attack landed on the Cerberus's head, dispersing the icy, deep white mist with a crackling sound. The three-headed hellhound took most of the attack, and combined with its previous injuries, it completely dissipated. Bang! Jusajiming plummeted from the air, slamming heavily onto the ground. Both of his arms had vanished, leaving only the broken wounds, a trace of frost emanating from them. Cough! Cough! Jusajiming's chest heaved violently, and he coughed uncontrollably, coughing up liquid that trickled down the corners of his mouth and onto the ground. His beautiful eyes, each of a different color, dimmed slightly. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. I won't die. I won't die. Jusajiming struggled to maintain consciousness, his mind beginning to blur, and he screamed frantically inwardly. Am I going to die? To die in a place like this? Defeat, undoubted defeat. The theocracy could resurrect him. But, without him, could it withstand this mysterious and terrifying being? A true artifact. A true artifact. A divine light shone from not far away. Jusajiming's hazy consciousness regained a shimmer of clarity. With difficulty, he turned his head and gazed toward the location of the holy light. That was it. 5th tier magic, resurrection of the dead. Tang Zheng walked over to the four elements, now reduced to corpses, and cast a spell, pondering to himself, without the detection of astrology 1,000 miles, the deaths of the four elements should have remained undiscovered. Tang Zheng stared at the corpse, now breathing again, while glancing out of the corner of his eye at Jusajiming's position. The Cerberus had absorbed most of the Arctic Claw's attacks. Jusajiming still had a breath left, and wouldn't die anytime soon. Now, time to get down to business. Ah! The moment the four elements regained consciousness, they suddenly sat up from the ground, gasping for air, sweat pouring down their foreheads. Isn't he dead? He remembered that he was already dead, instantly killed by Captain Tang. His vision cleared again. The four elements sensed their weakened state, and a flicker of realization crossed the gloomy middle-aged man's face, realizing he had been resurrected. But the next moment, the four elements noticed the grass beneath their feet, still in the hilly terrain. They hadn't been resurrected in the church. They looked up suddenly. Tang Zheng's figure came into view. The four elements' pupils constricted, and they had no time to process what was happening. They instinctively tried to get up from the ground and quickly get away from their opponent. As their arms supported themselves on the ground, and their bodies tilted, they saw what was behind Tang Zheng. The four elements froze in place, their lips trembling, their faces filled with uncontrollable fear, and their entire bodies trembled uncontrollably. Master Juesi Jueming. The four elements felt as if they were having a nightmare. The most powerful being in the theocracy, humanity's strongest trump card, Master Juesi Jueming, the guardian angel. How could it be? How could it be? Body charred black, arms missing, lying on the ground, life or death unknown. Ugh! The four elements jerked their heads around, vomiting uncontrollably. They felt their stomachs cramping, as if they were about to vomit out everything they had eaten in their entire lives. An indescribable fear welled up from the depths of their souls. Escape! A single thought rapidly multiplied in their minds. The four elements' faces paled, devoid of any color, their chaotic thoughts confined only to the thought of escape. Teleport. The four elements' bodies swayed, remaining frozen in place. The magic had failed. This. The four elements opened their mouths, stiffly raising their heads to meet Tang Zheng's calm gaze. Tang Zheng's expression was impassive, and he turned and walked towards Juesi Jueming. Plop! The four elements collapsed helplessly to the ground. These powerful men of the hero realm, members of the strongest unit, the Dark Scripture, collapsed like flesh with its spine removed. Who? The four elements panted rapidly, their hearts pounding. They knew that in the eyes of Tang Zheng, who could defeat Lord Juesi Jueming, they were like insects, just like how humans wouldn't care about the ants at their feet. Tram! The distinct sound of footsteps reached Juesi Jueming's ears. She had no idea why this man wanted to resurrect the four elements. The remaining consciousness was incapable of deep thought. The only thought left was whether she was going to die. I know the resurrection magic the theocracy possesses, and it can bring you back to life. It was that detestable man's voice. As you can see, I also possess resurrection magic. Most of your body is right here before me. I can kill you, and then resurrect you. You be weak? Don't worry about my mana depletion, I still have plenty. So, I kill you and resurrect you again. Until you're completely dead, forever extinguished from this world. Demon, these were the demon's whispers. The four elements buried their heads deep in the ground, not daring to look up, their entire body shaking uncontrollably. Jusajiming's body twitched involuntarily. This was too much. She didn't want to lose, and she didn't want to die even more. With her remaining consciousness, Jusajiming suddenly and sincerely understood what true defeat was. It wasn't being struck down by an enemy attack, but being forced to face irreversible despair. She had desperately wanted to experience the feeling of defeat, but now, like a moth to a flame, she realized that the defeat she had hoped for was all a lie. Miss Juesi, do you want to die or live? Tang Zheng's cold voice suddenly softened. Live. Juesi Jueming summoned all her strength, uttering a single word of shame and hope from her cracked lips. Chapter 411. Buzz, buzz, great healing. Rays of holy light enveloped Juesi Jueming, its gentle energy like a hot spring, cleansing the severe injuries on his body. The charred, cracked skin gradually closed. The burns from the fire magic and the frostbite from the ice magic were quickly healed, and his skin once again turned snow white. The two severed arms grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Healing magic is truly unscientific. Tang Zheng tore through the great healing scrolls one by one, watching Juesi Jueming being rapidly healed, and exclaimed in admiration. Last time, when I conquered Two Worlds Mandala, I prepared 100 great healing scrolls, but I didn't use them all. Now, there were over 80 left. No matter how many times I saw it, the exaggerated, regenerative effects of healing magic always made Tang Zheng feel unreal. The healing effect not only healed the injuries, but even Juesi Jueming's previously singed hair was restored to its original state. It could only be attributed to the magic of magic. The holy light dissipated. Jusajiming opened his black and white eyes, a hint of awe, and a sickly glint in the corners of his clear eyes. He nimbly flipped to his feet. Whoa! La! His newly grown black and white hair, free from the restraints of hairpins and headbands, cascaded down his smooth, white back. A long, thin, white strand of hair stood out, cascading to the ground like a tail. His clothes had long been burned and destroyed in the previous attack. Jusajiming stood naked before Tang Zheng, his pointed, elf-like ears, which he had carefully concealed, now peeked out from between his hair. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrows. Jusajiming didn't seem to mind her nakedness, or perhaps lacked the usual female sense of shame. Instead, she took the initiative to wave her slender arms, even jumping twice on the spot. Noticing the lack of movement flat, Tang Zheng's eyes briefly faltered before regaining composure. Jusajiming stretched slightly, realizing his strength had returned. With half-closed eyes, he asked, "Do you like big ones?" "It seems all men have that tendency." Tang Zheng said calmly, "Shut up." The air fell silent. Not far away, he heard a conversation coming from the front. The four elements pressed their foreheads deeply into the grass, their middle-aged faces pale with fear. He wished he were deaf. What was about to happen next was probably beyond imagination. The strongest warrior, Lord Jusajiming, had been defeated. Now that he had been healed, this could very well lead to Lord Jusajiming's defection, the fall of the Celian theocracy, and a series of crises. Absolute fear, the bitterness of powerlessness. The four elements pressed their foreheads against the ground even harder, like ostriches buried in the sand, afraid to even lift their heads even if a blade of grass pierced their eyes. Swoosh! Tang Zheng pulled out a loose priest's robe and, expressionlessly, tossed it to Jusajiming across from him. He reached out and grabbed it. Jusajiming grasped the robe, swung it casually, and obediently pulled it over himself. As he swung it to cover his face, his heterochromatic eyes revealed clear anxiety and uneasiness. The weapon wasn't in his hand. At such close range, even without a weapon, he could still launch a surprise attack instantly. But the other party, who had no scruples about staying so close to her, must have some sort of defense. If she couldn't kill him instantly, then what would happen? Jusajiming's pupils trembled. She feared that, as he had said, he would kill her and then resurrect her until she could no longer be revived. The white priest's robe fell. Jusajiming's face became expressionless again, and he casually threw the robe on himself. Due to his short stature, the hem completely dragged on the ground. Quickly, Jusajiming noticed Tang Zheng staring at her ears. She hated having her ears seen, but in the face of the situation before her, no matter how much she resented it, she had to swallow it. So you have elven blood? Tang Zheng stared at the pointed ears, as if he were learning it for the first time. None of this really mattered, did it? Jusajiming, feeling annoyed, wanted to speak, but the words finally morphed into, "What exactly do you want to do?" In her mind, the weak deserve to be trampled upon at will by the strong. No matter what unexpected actions the other side takes, Jusajiming is unsurprised. But now, you have no patience at all. Tang Zheng withdrew his gaze, resting it on Jusajiming's delicate face. In this world where the strong survive, you're not the only godman to have reached your level. Jusajiming's eyes widened slightly, a flash of understanding passing through his mind. As expected, the young man before him was also a godman. The Celian theocracy plays a key role in my plan. As one of its gods, if a conflict arises, you likely become an obstacle to my plan. Tang Zheng's eyes were cold, as if he were discussing something as simple as eating and drinking. So, you're on my execution list. Jusajiming's shoulders suddenly tensed. He recalled the crushing defeat just now. It was clearly a skirmish. The entire process had been completely dominated by the enemy. This incredible situation was explained at this moment. The enemy had prepared in advance. Her intelligence had been leaked. Jusajiming immediately believed Tang Zheng's words, and the thought of a traitor within the church began to cross her mind. I'm still alive. That means your plans have changed. Jusajiming's lips arched dramatically, revealing sharp teeth. Indeed. Tang Zheng nodded. You're stronger than expected, which proves your greater value. Another point, you have human blood. Although you also have elven blood, being of the same human race guarantees a tendency to choose in dire situations. So, I changed my mind. Hearing these words, Jusajiming's face flashed with surprise. These brief words revealed astonishing and briefly incomprehensible information. The Celian theocracy. Jusajiming felt her thoughts were a bit confused, but she was certain of one thing. The young man before her held no hostility for the time being. She also needed to confirm one thing first. Where does this fit into your plan? The four elements subconsciously paused, crouching on the ground like ostriches, their ears unconsciously pricked up. Tang Zheng raised a finger, looking at Jusajiming with a penetrating gaze. Mask. Mask? Ah. A sigh of relief. Jusajiming's beautiful eyes flickered, and she spoke casually in her dress. As long as the theocracy isn't destroyed, that's enough. After all, I still like it very much. I can cooperate with your plan unconditionally, but... Your plan? Huh? The four elements cautiously exhaled, their frozen faces awash with relief at having survived. Tang Zheng met Jusajiming's gaze, seemingly curious but actually wary. I know you're unwilling to accept defeat, but even if you were fully armed, wearing the legacy of the six gods, and even carrying a true divine weapon, the result would still be the same. Tang Zheng leaned forward, gazing coldly at Jusajiming. Jusajiming instinctively glanced away, avoiding Tang Zheng's gaze. A surge of fear rose within her, but she forced herself to remain calm. She even knew about the true divine weapon. On second thought, even if she were fully armed, victory seemed uncertain. She had already used both of her trump cards. With your strength, you're indeed qualified to know. Tang Zheng's original plan was to forcibly consolidate the forces, but his recent experiences had made him realize that doing so would only leak more information. I have a companion who possesses the ability to foresee the future. The other party had a companion. Foreseeing the future? Juesi Jueming and the two people at the Four Elements were stunned, shock welling up in their hearts. In the future, there will be a catastrophe that will sweep the entire world. A rebellion of demonic gods? Juesi Jueming asked instinctively. It will be even worse than that. Our plan is to prepare for this catastrophe, even in the event of an unstoppable situation, to ensure that the flame of humanity is not extinguished. Tang Zheng's expression was serious, filled with a sense of mission. The plan he was implementing was the same as what he had previously said to the Dark Dragon King, using future disaster as the goal. That way, it wouldn't seem awkward or suspicious. He wasn't lying or deceiving. For a force to have cohesion, it must have a banner to raise, and it's best to stand on the side of justice. The companion Tang Zheng was referring to was the trumpet transformed into a golden dragon. As for who the prophet was, it didn't matter. Even creating such a person alone wouldn't be a problem. In this world, the power of individuals of all races has certain limits. Only one special being can transcend racial boundaries and enter the realm of the transcendent. Tang Zheng's voice softened, revealing the secrets of this world. It's the Godman who, as your theocracy calls him, has awakened the power of the six great gods' bloodline. Then have you ever considered where the 6 great gods the theocracy believes in came from? Juesi Jueming's breathing became rapid, and bloodshot streaks appeared in the whites of his eyes, as if he was desperately suppressing some excitement. The 6 great gods of 600 years ago, the 8 desire kings of 500 years ago, and the demon god rebellion, and the emergence of the 13 heroes 200 years ago, as recorded by various nations. As far as I know, every 100 years, a god descends from the outside world upon this continent. This is the aftershock of the 100 years. Tang Zheng paused, his tone becoming even more erratic. Calculating the time, it's almost here. Our plan, after all. Jusajiming licked the corner of his mouth with his tender pink tongue, letting out a nervous, excited chuckle. He spoke first, God Slayer. Before being defeated by Tang Zheng, Jusajiming had imagined the prospect of battling deities, like the 6 great gods. The upbringing and ethos of the church naturally made Jusajiming respect the 6 great gods, but this didn't stop him from wanting to challenge them, even though he knew he would lose. Even if it was just a pipe dream. Jusajiming felt a trembling excitement. God-killing? Tang Zheng swallowed the word resistance on his lips, and gave Jusajiming a strange look. This woman. Her mindset is truly extraordinary. Growing up in the church's environment, she could actually conceive of the concept of God-killing. I don't know whether to praise her or not. The 4 elements shuddered in fear. He was already despairing, and he felt more and more that he might not be able to return alive. Very good. Tang Zheng smiled gently at Juesi Jueming, who stood before him, draped in a loose white robe, her long black and white hair flowing in the wind. Her innocent girlish image was shattered by a perverse smile. It seems we at least share a common resolve, Miss Juesi. Let me introduce myself again, Tang, codename Crown. This wasn't something Tang Zheng came up with on the spur of the moment. It had been contemplated and constructed since his encounter with the Everdark Dragon King. It wasn't just to counter the great underground tomb of Nazarick, but also to deal with the dragons of this world, the remaining player forces, and even the mysterious entities lurking in the shadows. Looking into the light brown eyes, calm and recognizable. A fellow godman. And yet more powerful than her. A strange emotion welled up within Juesi Jueming, as if a sail drifting on the sea had suddenly found a home. Anteline Healan Fouché, codenamed Juesi Jueming. Jusajiming raised a finger, tapped it on his lower lip, and asked in a long, expectant tone, "So, what's the name of our organization?" Buzz, the consciousness in the minds of the 4 elements suddenly exploded. Lord Jusajiming has switched sides. Crown. Crown? Just like the codename of the captain of the 3 divine beings in your Celian Theocracy's Dark Scripture unit, one of whom is also called the Dark Scripture. I see. But you even know that. How terrifying. A crown can be an object, or it can represent the king of a country, or even a person, a family, or a spirit. I am the crown, you are the crown, or we can both be called crowns. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, and he smiled softly. In fact, there was another layer of meaning. Jusajiming blinked, clearly confused. So what's my codename in the crown? 7th Victory, Tang Zheng replied after a moment's hesitation. The name of his organization is actually a reference to the Kabbalah Tree of Life, whose 10 Sephirot are also known as the 10 Circles: crown, wisdom, understanding, compassion, severity, beauty, victory, glory, foundation, and kingdom. Victory, beyond its superficial meaning, also represents a naked woman, a perfect counterpart to Juesi Jueming's appearance. The crown is the top of the 10 circles. It echoes the kingdom at the bottom, and is also the nickname Tang Zheng gave to the Golden Dragon King's clone. 7th? Crown has so many deities, and why am I ranked 7th? Juesi Jueming narrowed her eyes in surprise, though she was quite pleased with the title Victory. But he was somewhat dissatisfied with being ranked 7th. Actually, including you, there are only 3 of us now, and 1 more is still under investigation. Besides, ranking doesn't represent strength. Tang Zheng explained, his tone brimming with urgency. Okay. Jusajiming lowered his finger from his lips, and looked towards the 4 elements not far away. He said coldly, "Do you want to get rid of this scumbag?" The 4 elements' bodies softened, their faces drained of blood. No need. The Black Scripture is considered the elite of humanity, and possesses equal value. Tang Zheng turned, looked at the 4 elements calmly, and said, "I think you should keep this secret. After returning to the Scripture Core, you can contact Jifeng Zopa." What had seemed a fatal situation was reversed in an instant. He finally knew the traitor who had leaked the Theocracy's intelligence, but now... The 4 elements swiftly twisted their hips, aiming their heads at the position of Tang Zheng and Jusajiming. "Yes, my lords, the 2 crowns. The four elements surrendered without hesitation, shouting in a fawning reverence. Tang Jing withdrew his gaze. He didn't care about the four elements, his keeping them was actually a test and a countermeasure. Next, there's something I need you to facilitate. Tang Jing looked at Juesi Jueming and said, What? It's been 2 months since the sacred plan began. The theocracy should have some high-level angels in its possession. A hint of anticipation glimmered in Tang Jing's eyes. With you as the leader, I need the theocracy to launch a unified war against the Elven Empire of the Ivas Shao Great Forest. You will fight the Elven King. He's the next member of our organization to be recruited. The Elven King? Juesi Jueming's voice suddenly rose slightly. Tang Jing feigned ignorance of the relationship between the Elf King and Jusijuming. What's wrong? Nothing. Hate flickered in Jusijuming's eyes, then faded. If he refuses to cooperate, I kill him, alright? Of course, assuming you can win. Tang Jing smiled. Also, before unifying the elves, I need you to sort out the legacy of the 6 gods. I secretly travel to the theocracy in a few days. I hope he won't die so easily. Jusijuming chuckled, picked up the fallen cross spear and scythe, and dodged behind the 4 elements. Let's go, you useless creatures. Return to the theocracy. Tang Jing had already lifted the judgment blockade. With the teleportation activated, Jusijuming and the 4 elements vanished together. Chapter 412. Upper Fire Moon, July 22nd, Khan Village. The weather had turned scorching, but here, near the Great Tubu Forest, the temperature was much more comfortable. Rustle. The distant, dense jungle canopy swayed gently like green waves, bringing a unique coolness of earth and leaves from the depths of the jungle. Inli casually rolled up her sleeves, a long sword inlaid with blue and white gems tucked at her waist, a wooden bucket in each hand, as she walked towards the village square. On the village path, from time to time, voices of greeting rang out. The ants who used to love joking with her were now indescribably cautious and distant towards her. Perhaps even a little afraid. Inli didn't like this feeling and sighed imperceptibly. In the center of the village square, the once weed-covered, muddy ground had been cleared, now covered with a solid surface of gravel. A wooden stake, buried in the earth, stood upright in the ground, atop which sat a strange-looking magic item. Inri placed a wooden bucket beneath it, and reached out to flip the switch. A stream of clear water immediately flowed from the opening of the strange magic item, pouring into the wooden bucket below. How convenient. Inri's eyes lit up. In the past, getting water was a hassle, requiring one to get up early, and go to the well or the distant river. Now, simply using this magic item, one can obtain fresh, clear water, and the water temperature remains constant regardless of the season. This magic item, called the spring water tap, can dispense a fixed amount of water daily. It is said to have been invented by a sage from a certain country. This wasn't uncommon in big cities. Even in the capital, large versions of these magical items were used as a water source. Magical items were extremely expensive. Inri was wealthy now, so she could certainly afford one, but this magical item wasn't hers, nor was it purchased by the impoverished village. Drip. Phew. The wooden barrel quickly filled with water, threatening to overflow. Inri quickly tightened the tap to prevent waste, easily lifting the heavy wooden barrel and setting it aside. Just as she was about to place another one on top, she heard, "Hey, is that Inri? I heard you appeared in Irantal yesterday, and you already returned to the village today." A hearty, heroic laugh echoed from the jungle ahead. Inri paused, her chestnut blonde hair rising as she looked across. It was a woman of impressive stature, far more muscular than even the sturdy men. Once you met someone, you probably won't forget them. Besides this person, there were several heavily armed companions following behind. Everyone from Blue Rose. Inli quickly put down the barrel and straightened her back. Her previously calm eyes hardened, a hint of toughness and heroism taking on a new air. "Ah!" Tia stared at Inli, then suddenly raised her hand to her chest, a look of intense passion. "How could you have become like this? You become so much more charming. I used to be so delicate and cute, but I'm much more handsome now. Remember me, Inli?" Facing Tia, who looked so passionate, Inli unconsciously took a step back. Of course she remembered them. To be more precise, every single person from Blue Rose had left a deep impression on her. "Shut up, Tia!" Lokyu stopped her. "Don't cause trouble to others." As he spoke, the Blue Rose group had already arrived before Inri. They all looked at Inri before them, comparing her to their memories of the time in the royal capital. In less than a year, the once simple, timid, and subconsciously ignored girl had completely transformed, becoming two completely different people. Rumor has it, Inri before them had personally slain the legendary undead soul devourer. This had caused a sensation, but most people were surprised by the destruction of the soul devourer itself. For those like Blue Rose, who actually knew or had seen Inri, it was even more incredible, as unbelievable as if an ordinary person were to kill a dragon. The Holy Kingdom's national treasure. Evil Eye stood to one side, her crimson eyes peering through the slit in her mask at the holy sword hanging from Inri's waist. She narrowed her eyes and said, "The rumors about the pure sword, Didarcia, one of the 4 holy swords, appear to be true. A few days ago, after returning from the kingdom of Imberia and separating from the Dragon King, she returned to Blue Rose. In those short 2 months, Evil Eye had witnessed the horror hidden within this world. A terrorist organization like the Abyss was destroyed without a trace of resistance by the true Dragon King. Every member of that inner circle was a terrifying undead even more powerful than she, and the other true Dragon King who had destroyed the kingdom of Imberia and transformed everyone into undead was probably on par with the true Dragon King she had met. In the face of that being. Forget revenge, she didn't even have the strength to confront it head-on. The legacy of the abyssal body contains magical knowledge that enhances vampire power, and the Dragon King has also mentioned methods to enhance that power. Evil Eye knew full well that only by becoming stronger could she avenge her father, mother, and everyone else. According to the Dragon King's instructions, if I could evolve my vampire class, combined with his methods, I could effectively increase my strength. Evil Eye thought silently. Locus and the others from Blue Rose had long noticed the sword of purity hanging from Inri's waist. They were all intelligent people. Naturally, they could hear the other meaning behind Evil Eye's words. The legendary magical items, like the 4 holy swords, were so precious and symbolic that they could spark war on a national scale. As the wielder of one of the 4 great magic swords, Locus understood this even more clearly. Simply based on the feat of destroying the soul devourer. Even if the Holy Kingdom wanted to express its gratitude, it couldn't possibly offer a national treasure like the 4 holy swords. Gazef, a talent highly valued by His Majesty, was merely granted the right to use a few national treasures, not a grant. These are 2 completely different concepts. What secrets lie between free will, the Holy Kingdom, and the Celian theocracy? Locus's emerald eyes flickered. Could it be related to free will's presence in the Abelian Hills? I heard from the village chief that thanks to the members of the Blue Rose, they eliminated the invading monsters, and no one in the village was harmed. And this spring faucet, such a precious magical item, is placed in the village for everyone to use. Inli crossed her arms over her chest, bent down, and bowed solemnly, saying, "Thank you so much. It's just a small matter, Inli. Don't be so reserved." Tia flashed to Inli's side and said with a smile, "Khan Village is the closest village to the top forest. We've been staying here all this time, and we're sorry to have caused trouble for the people in your village." Locus smiled and waved his hand. That's not the case. It was because of Captain Locus that the village was spared the casualties caused by the monster unrest in the forest. Inli stood up and thanked him again, then her face grew more serious. "I'm wondering if you could tell me what exactly happened. I haven't received any more accurate information from the Adventurers Guild." Inli was no longer the clueless village girl she once was. After a series of events, she had a vague sense of understanding. The monster unrest in the top forest might not be as simple as it appears. Only after entering the kingdom did she realize that the Blue Rose, like their free will counterparts, had become adamantine-class adventurer teams. For adventurers of this caliber to remain in the top forest for so long, something serious must have occurred that couldn't be easily resolved. Locus's expression grew more serious, and he exchanged a glance with Gagarin and the others. "Excuse me." Locus's emerald eyes fixed on Inri, and he asked expectantly, "Before I explain, I'd like to know if Leader Tang and the other members of your free will team have returned to the kingdom together?" "No, not really." Inri hesitated briefly, then shook her head. "The captain and Miss Tsuya are still in the Apollon Hills. This return to the village was my own decision." "Is that so?" Locus frowned, his bright golden curls waving slightly in front of his forehead. "The information is still under investigation." Locus's right hand gently touched the hilt of his demonic sword, his emerald eyes scanning Inri's clear sword before he spoke. "To be precise, we haven't fully investigated the matter yet. Therefore, even with my free will adamantite status, I can't get definitive information from the Adventurers Guild." Gagarin explained. "Okay, Devil Leader." Gagarin's mouth widened, revealing his snow-white teeth. He then swung his hand at the sturdy arm approaching from behind. Bang! A lifeless red-eyed owl monster was thrown to the ground. Inri was puzzled. The cause of the monster rebellion is the evil secret society, Chironon, who killed the 3 great rulers of the top forest, triggering a disaster. Kigrin smiled brightly at Inri and said cheerfully, "As for why Chiron did this, we currently lack sufficient information to analyze." At this point, Kigrin's smile faded, and his tone became serious, and this is only the apparent cause of the monster rebellion. Without the control of the 3 great rulers, even if the monsters in the top forest lose their control and chaos ensues, it won't last long. It's simply a matter of selecting a stronger monster as the new ruler. In reality, the current rebellion is more like a loss of control. Inri looked puzzled, a bit bewildered. Out of control? Kigrin nodded heavily. Look here. Tia drew the dagger from her waist and stabbed it into the belly of the silent red-eyed owl lying on the ground, slicing it open. The next moment, Inri's pupils dilated slightly, a look of surprise in her eyes. Inside the belly of the red-eyed owl monster, all its internal organs had long since vanished, revealing a mass of plant-like roots. Indeed, Kigrin saw Inri's astonishment, but was unsurprised. This is the real reason for the constant unrest among the monsters in the forest. I'm sure you've seen it too. Lakyu said seriously, the situation is very complicated. All the mad monsters in the forest are in this exact state. Rather than a monster unrest, it's more like a disaster caused by these roots devouring the monster's internal organs and controlling them. Now, the Adventurers Guild mobilized a large number of adventurers to construct a defense perimeter around Top Forest in preparation for this sudden incident. Inri quickly realized the danger, her eyes immediately falling on the spring faucet, her expression slightly changing. Water source? Don't be so nervous, Inri. German saw Inri's gaze and guessed what she was thinking, although we haven't yet fully investigated the exact cause of the roots appearing within these uncontrolled monsters. But based on our current investigation, the water source is fine. As an adventurer, you always have to consider a variety of unforeseen circumstances, which is why you purchased this magical item. Inri breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the explanation, a flicker of realization in her eyes. She had heard this from her mother before. Everyone in the village thought the adventurers disliked drinking the village well water, but now it seemed clearly not the case. Inri, I wonder if you can contact Captain Tang as soon as possible. Lakyu spoke again. She explained so much, naturally wanting to contact Captain Tang of free will. The current strange situation in the top forest requires an investigation deep into the forest. It would be much safer if our 2 teams of adamantite rank adventurers could work together. Inri shifted slightly at this, then a hint of apology crossed her face. Captain, you're currently unable to escape. Inri explained, then quickly added, but I can help. And Miss Crush can join us. Crush? Lakyus was slightly puzzled. Why didn't she remember this person from free will? Could she be a new member? Swish, click. Suddenly, a soft sound, like cracking drywood, echoed. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on the red-eyed owl monster, its abdomen exposed. The seemingly dead roots suddenly sprang to life, slithering through the owl's abdomen like snakes. The monster's fur was rapidly absorbed and digested by the roots, and a bright red flower instantly blossomed within its abdomen. Invisible pollen drifted from the bright red flower. Retreat! Lakyu shouted immediately. Whoosh! 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 Everyone quickly moved away from their positions, warily gazing at the blossoming red flower. This is new. We haven't noticed this kind of anomaly before, Gagran said quickly, his face devoid of any nervousness, as he observed the astonishing scene. Chapter 413. The red-eyed owl shriveled rapidly. The bright, fist-sized crimson flower, growing ever more vibrant, blossomed fully upon the monster's corpse. From a purely visual perspective, the flower was truly beautiful. If it could be sold to the royal capital, it would surely attract the attention of many noble ladies. Gulp! Gagran stared at the large crimson flower, a thought inexplicably flashing through his mind. His throat moved, and he swallowed, as if he wanted to devour the vibrant crimson flower immediately. The next moment, the tornado crown atop his head emanated a faint blue light. Gagran, startled, his eyes fixed. He took another step back, quickly glancing at his companions and warning, "There's something wrong with this flower." At this moment, Lakyus, Tina, and Tia Blue Rose all changed their expressions. Each of them possessed magical items that granted mental resistance, and the instant they were affected by the vibrant crimson flower, their defenses were activated. What happened? Evil Eye looked at Lakyus in confusion, clearly noticing something unusual about the others. As undead, they naturally possess complete resistance to mental attacks, so they weren't affected at all. Inri! Lakyus's bright emerald eyes didn't respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at Inri to the side. Seeing that she was also unaffected, He felt relieved. Is it the effect of clear sword? Captain Locke's, this bright red flower? Henry placed her right hand on the hilt of her sword, her eyes etched with worry. Well, I think we found the reason why the red-eyed owl is like this. Locke's opened his lips solemnly, exhaling through his pink teeth. This isn't good news. Meanwhile, within the kingdom, Gazef led the warrior captains. Lenneth led the Blood Rose Legion. They also set out from the royal capital, heading for the border town of Urantal. They were targeting the kingdom's long-decadent nobles, content with their hedonistic lifestyle. This time, they didn't wait for the Empire to launch harassment, but struck first. This wasn't due to chivalry or improvisational courage, but rather the result of a conflicting interest between the various parties. Gazef represented the pro-royal faction, while Lenneth represented the noble faction, Bahar's Empire. Imperial capital, Urantal. White light filtered through the glass window decorations, illuminating the red carpet. On either side, the priceless green, black, and gold curtains swayed gently in the breeze. This was one of the inner chambers of the Imperial Palace. The man known as the Blood Emperor rested his chin on one arm, gently pressing his weary temple with the other. The blue gemstone pendant on his earlobe swayed slightly, with the movement of his head, revealing slender purple eyes beneath a head of slightly curly golden hair. The handsome beauty of the seventh emperor, reminiscent of ancient Greece, was unmistakably evident, giving off an invisible sense of oppression. Recent domestic affairs had been nothing to worry about. With his prestige, everything was proceeding according to plan. But in this world, unforeseen events always occur. Linus Lockbowls. Blood Emperor Jerkov muttered the name softly, his purple eyes gleaming with an icy coldness. Everything else can be forgiven, but this mad woman must be put to death. The appearance of this mad woman poured a bucket of cold water, the very name of shame, on the flames of his growing prestige. Destroying one's own family and in-laws through marriage was insane, but Blood Emperor Jerkov didn't find it difficult to accept. What truly infuriated him was that this woman had abandoned everything and defected from the Bahar's empire, fleeing to the kingdom of Riestai's. The repercussions of this incident were extremely severe, especially among those he had suppressed, who used it to criticize his policies. Linking Linus's defection to his policies. Humph. Blood Emperor Jerkov snorted. He didn't care about the actions of these corrupt nobles. He even hoped for more of them. The blood of this group would be enough to wash away all the noise. What he cared about was this humiliation. In this world, the bravery of an individual can surpass the might of hundreds of soldiers. The departure of a formidable figure like Renas is a loss to a nation, potentially even causing a decline in its overall military strength. The other parties joining the kingdom of Riestai's has only strengthened it. This increase and decrease is an immeasurable loss. Ding! Ding! A gentle knock on the door. Come in. The cold expression on Blood Emperor Jerkov vanished in an instant, replaced by a confident smile and demeanor. He looked bright and approachable, like a gentle and cheerful young man. Nobles are skilled at acting, especially as emperors. It's a necessary skill. The door opened. The first to enter was a sturdy warrior in heavy armor. He was none other than Fudonazami Anek, one of the four knights. He specialized in fighting with a two-handed shield, and his defensive style earned him the title of the toughest knight. Following him was a figure not quite as muscular as he was lean, with a pair of eyes so aggressive they immediately reminded anyone of a wolf. Welcome. Blood Emperor Jerkov's smile grew even more welcoming. The rotten wolf Kulef Palantinen. He was the seventh martial king, previously defeated by Gorkin. However, after Gorkin's departure, Osk had invited him back to the imperial arena. He had become even more powerful than before, capable of defeating one of the four knights. It was speculated that he had reached the heroic realm. In the inner chamber, hearty laughter soon rang out, indicating that the conversation was going smoothly. About half an hour later, unmovable Nizami and the rotten wolf Kulef respectfully exited the inner chamber. A click. The valve closed. The gentle smile on Blood Emperor Jerkov's face vanished, becoming calm, a glint of brilliance in his eyes. This arrangement should be sufficient. Blood Emperor Jerkov's voice carried an undisguised chill. Linus Lockburs. Wash all away with your blood. According to strategy, the Empire would launch attacks to disrupt the kingdom's production during the kingdom's autumn harvest each year. The war between the kingdom and the Empire should have ended in mutual hostility, as in previous years. But this time was clearly different. Renas, highly valued by the kingdom, and Gazef, the final champion of the imperial trial, each formed their own legion. According to intelligence gathered by spies from the kingdom, these two legions were clearly preparing for the war around this year's autumn harvest. Blood Emperor Jerkov naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, And he also understood that this disruption campaign would be different from previous ones. The current situation between the Empire and the Kingdom wouldn't lead to a large-scale conflict, but this small-scale group fighting would be more intense than ever before, and there was one more thing. As far as he knew, Renas had taken refuge with the Kingdom's third princess, Lana, a pesky woman he couldn't help but take seriously. Ding! Ding! Blood Emperor Jerknev tapped his fingers lightly on the table. He put this matter aside for now. The necessary arrangements had been made. Next, he only needed to make minor adjustments. This wasn't the only thing giving him a headache. Free will. The name of this adventurer team popped into Blood Emperor Jerknev's mind, his gaze fixed on the information spread out on the table. The information we gathered is still too limited to make an accurate assessment. Blood Emperor Jerknev frowned. This adventurer team was completely different from the adventurers he knew, especially their leader, Tang, known as the Genius Alchemist. He felt a sense of danger. Thinking of the bounty he had personally issued and then withdrawn, Blood Emperor Jerknev's cheeks flushed and paled. He sighed helplessly, muttering to himself, "We're still a little too hasty." The bounty had already come into direct conflict with this group of adamantium rank adventurers. Treat others as you would yourself. He didn't expect them to be magnanimous, but at least so far, Freewill had indeed shown no signs of retaliation. And precisely because of this, Blood Emperor Jerknev paid close attention to them, and therefore indirectly perceived the anomalies revealed in the Aborian Hills incident. Unfortunately, neither the Holy Kingdom nor the Scion Theocracy had high-ranking spies, and the intelligence they could obtain was limited. Furthermore, the distance between them made it difficult to transmit information, resulting in minimal information so far. But there was one thing. Aborian Hills. Blood Emperor Jerknev glanced at the map displayed to the side, his eyes flashing with greed and sharp brilliance. Based on the current intelligence analysis, the demi-human forces in the Aborian Hills region had suffered a severe blow, leaving the vast resources of the entire region completely exposed. If they could gain access to the resources of the hilly region, the boost to their national strength would be astonishing. Unfortunately, the Bahar's empire is too far away. The nearby kingdom of Riestais, the Holy Kingdom, and the Celian Theocracy are the most likely to reap a share of the spoils. But the current situation is a bit confusing for him. The kingdom's corrupt and foolish nobles are one thing, but the Holy Kingdom and the Celian Theocracy's complete lack of action is a bit strange. And then, there's the free will adventurer team currently stationed in the hilly region. In short, this unusual phenomenon must indicate some crucial information he's unaware of. Blood Emperor Jerknev held a delicate pen and placed a heavy red border around the contents of the free will document. He lowered his gaze. There was another document marked with a red border. Chironon. This was a sinister secret society, the culprit behind the Hill incident. Regarding this mysterious organization, Blood Emperor Jerknev was rather ambiguous. As long as it didn't provoke the Empire, he didn't care what these people did. But the old man had set his sights on this organization. He knew that within the deepest tower, the old man was imprisoned, a legendary undead Death Knight, captured years ago. The old man had always wanted to control this legendary undead. Blood Emperor Jerknev naturally gave his full support. If successful, it would be a great help to the Empire. But the current results were not ideal. The Hill incident had revealed to the old man that Chironon could not only control Death Knights, but also possess the means to create the legendary undead Soul Eater. These were the three most pressing issues for the Blood Emperor Jerknev, each of which had far-reaching implications. Elsewhere, in a small alley on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Waste. It's all your fault for wasting so much of the family's money. Don't say that. You're such a master of magic, you should be able to earn more. Sister. Wow. Wow. The sounds of quarreling and children crying emanated from a house. The residents walking in the alley wore a look of indifference, clearly accustomed to this. Most of those living in places like this were poor, and no one cared to meddle in other people's affairs. It's been tough. Brian leaned against the wall near the door of the house, pulling the brim of his hat to hide his exposed blue hair. His slovenly appearance and the faint smell of alcohol made him inconspicuous in such a place. People even avoided him, not wanting to offend the drunkard, who could get drunk even during the day. There was a hint of helplessness in his complaints. It was as if he was complaining about himself as it was about the girl being scolded in the room. Originally, he was assigned to the kingdom to spread the news about Chironon, but the leader suddenly changed his mission. So he ran to the Empire. Bang. The door slammed shut, as if venting some kind of dissatisfaction. A pale, thin girl with a very straight face and short, shoulder-length hair, looking only about 15, walked out. The girl had a distinguished demeanor. She held an iron rod about her own height, engraved with patterns that looked like words or symbols, clearly a magic caster. The girl, distraught, left the room, clutching the iron magic wand tightly in her hand, and walked into the alley with a dazed look. She looked like a lost pet. Arsh. Suddenly, a flat voice rang out from behind. Arsh paused, instinctively turning to look in the direction of the voice. A middle-aged man, dressed in slovenly clothes, leaned against the wall. "Who are you?" Arsh was certain he didn't know the man, and a hint of wariness crossed his eyes, perhaps suggesting he was a troublemaker. "It seems you are." Brian smiled faintly, slowly looking up. "You have no idea how much effort it took to find you." Chapter 414. Looking at the wary girl before him, "I've been staying at your Imperial Magic Academy for 3 days. Brian raised his finger and stroked the bristly beard on his chin, looking distressed. "Who knew you already dropped out? Has he been targeted?" Arsh immediately clenched his iron staff, his hands full of alertness. Brian certainly didn't look like a good guy at this moment. "I will pay back the money my father owes." Arsh's eyes were bitter, and she spoke in a delicate yet firm voice. "I hope you won't disturb my family." She knew her father, to maintain his noble status, resorted to borrowing money to satisfy his vanity and continue his once aristocratic lifestyle. "Huh?" Brian tilted his head, a hint of sneer on his lazy face. "You misunderstood. I'm not a debt collector. I came here to invite you to join the organization. I originally wanted to invite another guy named Rotten Wolf. Unfortunately, he's already been recruited by your Blood Emperor, so I can only invite you as a backup." A flood of information flooded into his ears. A hint of panic crossed Arsh's face. The blue-haired young man before him wasn't from the Empire, and the phrase invitation to join the organization was added to the mix. A strong sense of unease washed over him. Arsh immediately raised her foot, moving to retreat, preparing to chant a spell. Whoosh! A flash of cold light flashed through the air. The sharp, snow-white tip of the sword silently reached Alex's throat. Gurgle. Cold sweat broke out on Alex's forehead, and her throat moved slightly unconsciously. She didn't even see the other party's attack. "The chanting is too slow." Brian's tone remained languid, his grip on the hilt casual. He whispered calmly, "At this close, I can easily kill you, downtrodden noblewoman." Tap. Footsteps sounded at the alley entrance. Swish. Brian's arm moved back, the snow-white blade gleaming as the longsword slid back into the scabbard at his waist. Arsh peeked into her small mouth, breathing in the fresh air. She felt as if she had been pulled from the water, her short blonde hair drenched at the back and sides. Several women carrying baskets emerged from the alley entrance. They glanced at Brian and Arsh, but without saying much, whispering to each other as they passed by. Silence returned to the alley. Arsh clutched her iron staff tightly, her head lowered, her shoulders trembling slightly, like a helpless girl under oppression. A normally ripe apple is red, but according to our leader, there's a variety with green skin. Brian leaned against the wall, smiling meaningfully. "It looks quite green, but it's actually already ripe." Arsh raised her head nervously, meeting those calm eyes. She understood what they were saying. As he spoke, Brian reached for the magic belt at his waist and pulled out a bottle of warm potion. The clear liquid shone in his eyes. "Drink it." Brian's eyelids drooped, and his voice grew cold. This was the potion that had nearly driven him astray, even to the point of breaking his will. With power coming so easily, all his efforts would be meaningless, even a joke. "No, this potion that increases strength has a bottleneck. Only the heroic realm can be reached through personal effort. It is the most powerful testament to one's strength and willpower." After a period of trance Brian, had already entered the realm known as the heroic realm. Clang! The iron staff fell to the ground. Arsh drank the unknown potion. Facing a powerful being who could take her life at any moment, she had no other choice. This. Arsh opened her trembling pink lips, feeling the ever-increasing magic power within her body. Her voice faltered, unable to form a complete sentence. "Welcome to a brand new world." Brian, looking at the stunned Arsh, uttered a seductive murmur from the abyss. "A downtrodden noble lady." The Scion Theocracy. The capital. Located at the deepest point of the city, beneath a hexagonal formation of 6 churches, beneath a seemingly ordinary area. Here lies a massive structure, completely buried underground. Some older church members call it a guild, a unique underground structure. The name comes from Lord Dark God Cershana, who gave it to the other 5 deities in honor of him. It represents a friendship beyond mortal comprehension. It is said that it was excavated and constructed by countless undead beings under the control of Lord Dark God Cershana. In a long, ancient underground corridor, The reflection of Juesi Jueming silently followed the ground. This is probably the origin of these places. Jusajiming half closed his eyes, and uttered a sweet, soft voice. He introduced them softly. He seemed to be mumbling to himself, however. The shadow's surface moved imperceptibly. Yes, Tang Zheng had slipped into Jusajiming's dark shadow, completely vanishing. This was a skill from his physical armor, Dark Immersion Wings. It allows one to completely blend into the darkness, entering a state of incomprehensibility. Tang Zheng believed its effect was similar to the magical effect of total incomprehensibility. Of course, this was to conceal a warrior's abilities. Tang Zheng first activated his physical armor, then used ninjutsu, concealment to enter invisibility, and then activated his physical armor skills. 2 days passed. After sending off the entangled remedios, Tang Zheng quietly awaited the reaction of Jusajiming and the 4 elements upon their return to the theocracy. Jusajiming, not fully armed, carried the true divine artifact and the black scripture and entered the hilly area. This result satisfied Tang Zheng quite a bit. It was enough to show that Juesi Jueming had already acknowledged his complete defeat. Ability list: innate ability. Player overall level. 74 experience slots. January 11th, 18 million skill points. 123. 2 days passed, and after gaining 3 million experience points, he leveled up by 1. He then cleared the mid-level class commander, so he remained at level 74. A guild? They actually gave it a name like that. Tang Zheng was initially taken aback when he heard the word guild. He assumed that some of the 6 gods had survived. Then it became clear that this secret underground structure, nestled deep within the Celian theocracy, was simply named the guild. However, not many within the theocracy used this name. Most of the higher-ups preferred to call it the sanctuary. This was because the equipment of the 5 pillar gods was stored there. As for the other dark god, Cershana, his legacy likely fell into the hands of the 8 Desire Kings following his death. So, the information that the 6 great gods came from a single guild can be confirmed. Tang Zheng, cloaked in the shadows, pondered and analyzed the information revealed by Juesi Jueming. Also, before this underground structure called the guild was built, the 6 great gods guild base must have already encountered problems. The dark god Cershana built this place and, incidentally, gave it this name, likely for commemorative purposes. How exactly did the guild base of the 6 great gods fall? I wonder if there's any record of it within the Celian theocracy. This thought occurred to Tang Zheng. The guild base was undoubtedly destroyed, but it was impossible to determine the specific circumstances, as this represented varying degrees of danger. As far as Tang Zheng knew, there were 2 ways to destroy a guild: a direct assault and the destruction of its weapons. Both of these could be lumped together. There was another possibility, relatively rare in the game, but not uncommon in other worlds: guild bankruptcy. The guild base system in Yggdrasil required a constant expenditure of gold coins to cover base operating expenses. Depending on the size and configuration of the guild base, gold coins were required for self-sufficiency in food, trap activation costs, mercenary monster expenses, and so on. If income failed to cover expenses, the guild would go bankrupt. Chapter 415. Jusajiming, clad in black stockings, stepped forward with her slender, tight, round legs. Bent at the knees, the black stockings rippled, revealing a slight gap, revealing a hint of white. A soft click. As her boots stomped on the marble floor, the sound echoed softly along the corridor. Ah! Unexpectedly cautious. Jusajiming's eyes curved with a smile, and she thought to herself, this isn't what I expected. She had originally thought that this time, the other party would come to the Celian theocracy and directly control the entire country through force. Even if that wasn't the case. The ultimate goal was simply to seize the legacy of the 6 gods, but this infiltration method disproved her previous assumption. She was defeated. The entire theocracy no longer had the power to resist. The only remaining means, perhaps only the true divine artifact, overwhelming beauty, remained, but from the previous conversation, the other party clearly knew this information. Over the past 2 days, Juesi Jueming had carefully considered the matter, and concluded that even with full armor, and the combined might of the entire nation, the chances of victory were still dreadfully low. He came to this conclusion. First, the enemy's intelligence was limited, leaving numerous uncertainties. Second, she had already exhausted all her means in the previous battle, while the enemy hadn't used their full strength. As the nation's strongest force, to surrender the city without hesitation would be humiliating to ordinary people. The 4 elements probably couldn't understand this sudden change of superiority. However, Juesi Jueming believed it was the right choice, and a form of protection for the church. This young man possessed the power to destroy the entire theocracy, yet faced with a group of weak humans, he remained cautious, unwilling to expose himself. From this, it could be inferred that the talk of future disaster wasn't false. All of this was simply a reassuring, positive statement about surrendering reality. Ha! Jusajiming gazed at the corridor ahead, a sickly glint in his heterochromatic eyes. It was a recognition of a powerful kin. It was like a ferocious beast in the forest being conquered by a stronger beast, or like encountering a companion on a lonely journey. Joy, satisfaction. It's almost there. Jusajiming's delicate lips parted, whispering softly. The sound was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Tang Zheng's gaze shifted upward, peering through the shadows toward the end of the corridor, gradually illuminated by the magic lamp of perpetual light. There lay a heavy magic door. Fine magical lines formed on the door's surface, intertwining pale blue, shimmering runes like roots. This was the sacred area where the weapons of the 5 pillars of the gods were stored, and it was also where Juesi Jueming, one of the guardians, normally stood guard. That's right, Juesi Jueming wasn't the only guardian worthy of entering here and guarding the 6 great gods' legacy. Not even Captain Shiren had the credentials, but there was one person. No! More accurately, they should be called immortals, also guarding here. I'm back, Divine Envoy. Juesi Jueming's gaze fell to the end of the corridor, a hint of nervousness in his eyes. It was a bit like sneaking home with a friend, afraid of being discovered by family. Tang Zheng's gaze narrowed slightly, his vision piercing the dark shadows as he fixed his gaze on the red figure. A hint of curiosity welled up in his heart. It wasn't something he could take seriously. Divine Envoy wasn't just a title, but the former first follower of the Dark God Cershana. After the Dark God Cershana fought the 8 Desire Kings and never returned, this first follower assumed the title of Divine Envoy and remained within the building known as the Guild. The other party's existence was equally top secret within the theocracy, much like the existence of Juesi Jueming. This information was relayed by Juesi Jueming. Divine Envoy. Tang Zheng watched the gradually clearing red figure, thinking to himself, I hope your means of investigation are limited, otherwise a pointless battle is inevitable. According to Juesi Jueming, she was the strongest within the Celian theocracy, followed by the Divine Captain, then the Divine Envoy before him, and the third Divine. Little Juesi. The red figure let out a hoarse hum, then gracefully raised its head, looking at Jusajiming approaching. You've been acting a bit strangely lately. Oh. Well, I've been staying in one place for so long, I'm always craving some movement. Jusajiming shrugged and replied with a grin. As the two conversed, Tang Zheng had already clearly seen the red figure's appearance. It was a petite cat, wrapped in red fabric, resembling a red mummified cat. The negative energy permeating its body clearly indicated that it was an undead being, but unlike the crimson or hollow eyes of a normal undead being, the red mummified cat's eyes were 2 completely black, dark gemstones, occasionally gleaming with a magical luster. It's a special magic gem embedded in it. Cat? NPC. The moment Tang Zheng saw the other party's unique appearance, this thought flashed through his mind. The cat's mummified form clearly wasn't an undead created through normal means, at least, Tang Zheng had never seen such a type. In Yggdrasil's guild system, each player-created guild receives a certain number of data points. Each of the game's 9 world maps has only one top-tier guild stronghold. Even the powerful Great Underground Tomb of Nazarick isn't even considered a top-tier guild. The top-tier guilds receive 3,000 data points, allowing members to create NPCs based on their preferences. In the game, NPCs' roles are limited. They can't freely leave the guild like in the other world. The so-called points are more like a face-shaping game. Even in the Great Underground Tomb, not all NPCs are level 100. Instead, they are freely shaped and created based on the preferences of the 41+ members. This is the normal way to earn guild points. For a guild like the 6 Great Gods, a guild base built by 6 players would be considered a normal type, and the data points earned would naturally be even fewer. An NPC left behind by the Dark God Cershana. No wonder they weren't taken with them to the battlefield. Tang Zheng carefully sensed the red mummy cat's aura, and calculated its level to be between 45 and 50. With such combat power, it wouldn't have any impact on a battle against the 8 Desire Kings, a player of the same level, so there was no need to bring it along. A brief exchange. The red mummy cat gracefully lowered its head again, its head wrapped in red cloth, gently rubbing a ring on its foreleg. An elusive sadness shone in its black sapphire eyes. The corridor returned to silence. Jusajiming knew the Divine Envoy's character well, and when he saw that he hadn't noticed Tang Zheng's presence, he breathed a sigh of relief. She wasn't worried about the powerful Tang Zheng, but about the Divine Envoy. In a sense, The divine envoy was her teacher, having personally taught her combat for a long time. I'm going in. Jusajiming raised her arm and waved, approaching the heavy magic door. With a clang, the door swung open. A bright light shone from within, stretching Jusajiming's figure. The red mummy cat didn't respond, simply lying quietly beside the door, a faint negative energy and a desolate aura enveloping her. It seemed to blend in with the dark corner. It wasn't much of a talker to begin with. Even though Jusajiming frequently greeted them, they would only briefly respond once in 1,000 times. Silent Guardian. The word inexplicably flashed through Tang Jing's mind. His sharp eyes noticed a red round bead ring on the red cat's front paw. Inside the translucent red bead was a cat's paw shape. A magic ring? Tang Jing could sense that this cat NPC valued the ring greatly. Unfortunately, he knew very little about the various items in Yggdrasil, so he couldn't make a judgment on the value of this magic ring. Jusajiming entered the temple housing the legacy of the 6 gods, and his shadow followed him in. Buzz. Boom. The heavy magic door closed again. The corridor, lit by perpetual magic lamps, lost the presence of life. Lights extinguished one by one, and the corridor returned to darkness. At this moment, inside the temple, a large magic lamp hung from the ceiling, emitting a gentle, bright white light, illuminating the entire hall without a single blind spot. Wow! The shadow beneath Jusajiming's feet flickered slightly, and then a black figure flew out from the shadows and stood within the hall. I am the only one who will enter here, and no one will notice. Jusajiming looked at Tang Jing, who had appeared beside him, and chuckled cheerfully. He raised his hands and stretched lazily. Even divine messengers rarely enter here on their own initiative. Tang Jing didn't care what Jusajiming said at this moment. His pupils dilated slightly as he stared ahead. 6 platforms carved with statues of gods were arranged in a line, each illuminated by a bright magic lamp. On the first 5 platforms, magical equipment emanating subtle energy fluctuations was laid out, and various colors of light emanated from them, even overwhelming the white lights overhead. The number of equipment on each platform varied, but each piece of magical equipment gave Tang Jing a sense of astonishment. As for the last platform, it was completely empty. These are the equipment of the 5 pillar gods. Each piece transcends comprehension and holds immense power. Jueming crossed his arms over his chest, leaning forward slightly, and looked at Tang Jing expectantly, like a small animal waiting to be praised. Impressive, isn't it? Even someone with Jueming's personality felt a sense of profound pride at being able to personally guard this place and protect the legacy of the 6 gods. Was this considered letting a wolf in the house? Jusajiming glanced to the side, seeing Tang Jing, who didn't show the expected shock, feeling slightly disappointed. Tang Jing stared at the dazzling radiance emanating from the numerous powerful magic items before him, his eyes dazed for a moment, and sighed, "It's quite dazzling." Whoosh! Jusajiming dove in and arrived at the empty platform of the dark god Cershana. With a gentle push of his legs, Jusajiming nimbly leaped up and sat on the edge of the platform, inserting the Guide of Sharon, which he carried on his shoulder, into the central weapon slot. "Anything you want to know, feel free to ask." Jusajiming extended his arm, resting his elbow on his knee to support his chin, and smiled at Tang Jing. "If even I don't know, there's probably no one in the Celian Church who can explain it to you. However, in exchange, I want to know how you avoided the absolute death brought about by my ultimate weapon." A white magic light shone overhead. The light illuminating Jueming below did not reveal the so-called death light of women in previous lives. Her long black and white hair shone with a shimmering sheen, like a 2-colored halo, lending Jueming a unique allure of both holiness and madness. "Yes, victory." Tang Jing regained his composure, and smiled gently at Jueming. As he walked toward the first of the 6 platforms he spoke, "First, I'd like to know the names of the 6 great gods." As soon as these words were spoken, Jueming's smiling expression faltered, his face stiffening unnaturally, as if he were thinking of something unspeakable. In the religious beliefs of the theocracy, believers are forbidden from addressing the 6 gods' divine names. According to religious rules, this is considered blasphemy against the great gods. Therefore, in reality, in the entire religious nation, the number of people who know the 6 gods' full divine names can be counted on one hand. However, Jueming knew that the truth was not like that. The prohibition on spreading the 6 gods' divine names was not due to blasphemy, but because of the names themselves. Tang Jing reached the first platform of the wind god, reached out, and gently touched the striking silver full-body armor, and spoke calmly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" "Okay." The Lord God of Darkness's name is Shana, and the Lord God of Light's name is Allah Alafu. Juasi Jueming's delicate lips parted at this point, and he tilted his head slightly, his voice inexplicably lowering. The Lord God of Wind's name is Brilliant Angel Cat. Meow. The Lord God of Earth's name is Crick Stealing Fish. Meow. The Lord God of Fire's name is Full Ash Meow Sensing. The Lord God of Water's name is Meow Dun Dun Meow Wan. Juasi Jueming's voice faded. However, for Tang Zheng, who possessed the Dragon Transcendent class and specialized perception abilities, he could clearly hear even the quietest voice. Tang Neng's face showed a strange look. It wasn't a big deal if players chose names that were a bit childish, but naming like this. The 6 Great Gods. Do they like cats that much? The first 2 names are pretty normal, but the ones after that. Anyway, it's no wonder the Celian theocracy hid the names of the 6 Great Gods. Also, based on this naming style, are the 2 normal names, Dark God and Light God, the players' real names, or have they been altered by the Celian theocracy? Chapter 416. Juasi Jueming sat on the edge of the dais, where the Dark God statue stood. Noticing the subtle changes in Tang Jing's face, his slender legs stopped swaying, and he spoke in a drawn-out voice, "These are the names of the great gods. Even so, we must show respect. The word meow, which sounds cute, is a special language used by the great gods. In reality, it may be quite majestic, carrying a profound meaning." Juasi Jueming's tone was filled with honorifics, a loud warning that only served to conceal its presence. At this moment, Tang Jing's attention was completely focused on the pure white, gold-embellished paladin armor before him. A golden cross star pattern adorned the center of the majestic silver-white plate armor, and the edges of the armor were inlaid with silver runes, gleaming with the sheen of mithril. On either side of the back, 3 unique modules, each the length of an arm, protruded, apparently capable of releasing wings of light, imbuing the armor with the power of flight. A complete set of armor, encompassing breastplate, shoulder armor, arm armor, leg armor, and helmet, emanated a shimmering white halo, standing at the center of the sphere. Majestic, holy. Item appraisal. Tang Zheng chanted softly, casting a spell on the paladin's full body armor. He glanced at the class displayed on the attribute panel just as he touched the armor. Use your words. Perhaps your Lord Dark God's name is Miao Shana. Tang Zheng responded calmly, checking the information. Lord Crown. Juasi Jueming's heterochromatic black and white pupils widened, and his voice became sweet and menacing. You are also a godman. How can you so arbitrarily alter the name of a great god? Tang Zheng shrugged. According to the rules of the century aftershocks I mentioned earlier, I'm not necessarily a deity who has awakened the power of the 6 great gods. Here, his voice paused. Tang Zheng turned, a faint smile on his gentle, calm face. Strengths like yours and mine are, to ordinary people, no different from so-called gods. Your respect for the 6 great gods isn't as unwavering as you claim, otherwise you wouldn't have personally brought me here. After all, you can't even rule your own era. Juasi Jueming's personality is actually quite complex. As a child, he was brutally trained by his mother, and demeaned as a bastard. In this extremely repressive and human supremacist atmosphere of the theocracy, he possessed a sense of superiority brought on by his superior strength. Perhaps, he developed a coexistence of superiority and inferiority, despising the weak while also harboring a certain admiration for the strong. To put it in modern terms, it's a bit like Stockholm Syndrome. How cold and blunt. Juasi Jueming swung his legs, the menace vanishing from his delicate features. His sweet voice deepened. So, storing these powerful items left behind by the 6 great gods here is a waste. Tang Zheng turned again, his gaze fixed on the golden-patterned paladin armor before him, his expression serious and solemn. It's indeed a divine weapon. The information revealed by the item appraisal wasn't as detailed as that from a higher-level item appraisal, but the general information was still correct. Tang Neng's eyes lit up. This was the first time he's seen artifact-level magic weaponry. Juasi Jueming didn't have a tank class. In the original novel, only a level 88 Juasi Jueming could hold his own against Mare's Lesser Disaster, the strongest magic output in the Great Tomb. All because of this set of paladin armor. Item appraisal. Item appraisal. The platform on the legacy statue, where the Wind God's brilliant angel cat, Meow, was stored, contained more than just this set of paladin armor. There was also a great sword with a golden hilt, and a large kite shield with golden lace. The inspection revealed that these 2 weapons were of a lower level, both legendary magic items. There were also several accessories, ranging in level from relic to legendary. Tang Zheng's gaze fell on the accessories, and he spotted a ring identical to the one worn by the red mummy cat. He took it in his hand. The ruby on the top of the ring shone faintly, and the cat's paw print inside was remarkably clear, looking rather endearing. Item appraisal. Item, guild ring, invalid, level, question mark. Restriction, question mark. Effect, question mark. Description, question mark. So it's a guild item. No wonder that red mummy cat values the ring on its paw so much. Tang Zheng sensed the displayed information, and a flash of understanding crossed his mind. This further confirms the conclusion that the Six Great Gods Guild has vanished. Without the guild ring naturally lost its effect. Suppressing his thoughts, Tang Zheng touched each magic item. Nearly 1/3 of them triggered a class prompt. Click, moving his feet. Tang Zheng's expression remained unchanged as he walked towards the weapon storage area of the second water god, Miao Dun Dun, Miao Wan. He continued to examine the items one by one. Time passed slowly, and the remaining items from the six gods' legacy remained. He also touched them one by one. Under Juesi Jueming's surprised and puzzled gaze, Tang Zheng arrived at a location that was empty. Or to be more precise, only one Karen's guide remained. He looked at the smooth circular platform and Juesi Jueming, who sat on the edge, his legs drooping, staring at him. Is this the only magical item left from the legacy of the dark god Cershana? Tang Zheng asked. That's right. Juesi Jueming licked his lips. It is speculated that the item from Lord Dark God Cershana has fallen into the hands of the 8 Desire Kings. Hearing this, Tang Zheng nodded, thinking to himself, there should be one more. The first 5 players' legacies all contained guild rings, and the Dark God's guild ring was clearly in the possession of the red mummy cat. Even so, the remaining legacies are still incredibly valuable, enough to properly equip 5 level 100 players. Tang Zheng tilted his head, glancing at the array of items radiating a variety of colors, and sighed softly. He had basically figured it out now. 1. Wind God, Brilliant Angel Cat Meow, Paladin Class Specialization. Artifact Level Radiant Dawn Light, Special Class Gods Chosen Knight 2. Fire God, Phrases Meow Sense, Physical Damage, Forging Build. 0 Artifact Level Items, No Special Class. 3. Water God, Miao Dun Dun Miao Wan, Spellcaster Class Specialization. 0 Artifact Level Items, Special Class Tidebringer 4. Earth God Crick Stealing Fish Meow, Ranger Assassin Build. Artifact Level Item Thunder Fong, No Special Class. 5. Light God Era Erafu, Faith Priest Specialization. Artifact Level Items, No Special Class. 6. Dark Gods Shana, Necromancer Specialization. Artifact Level Items, Special Class Eclipse. Tang Zheng's mind flashed through this information. Among the legacies of the 6 gods, there were only 2 artifact level items. Not even a complete set. It might seem a bit shabby, but it's actually normal. The loot system in Yggdrasil is also different from that of normal games. Dungeons typically drop various materials and data crystals, while special bosses only rarely drop artifacts. In other words, aside from official events, obtaining artifact level items is extremely limited, and players must craft them themselves. Not only does this require inlaying multiple ultra-rare data crystals, but it also requires a vast amount of rare metals. This means that even at level 100, many players still lack an artifact level item. As for special classes, there are only 3. Tang Zheng was a little disappointed, but that was also to be expected. Special classes in the game require extremely stringent conditions to obtain, unlike Tang Zheng's relatively easy acquisitions. God's Chosen Knight, Tidebringer, and Eclipse. Of these 3 special classes possessed by the 6 great gods, Tang Zheng was actually able to choose and employ only 2. Maybe because of his frequent use of his innate abilities and Death's End, Tang Zheng first encountered the magical item, Karen's Guidance. The induction reminder for Eclipse appeared. What a shame. As a living being, Tang Zheng had a natural conflict with the undead class Eclipse, making it impossible for him to induct himself. It seems the 6 great gods are indeed just an ordinary player guild in the game. Tang Zheng shook his head imperceptibly, then chuckled to himself. Compared to his own poverty, the inheritance before him was more than enough to boost his own strength. He now possessed the equipment of 5 level 100 players, thinking of 2 special classes. Tang Zheng suppressed the urge to induct himself. He was indeed in no rush. Cursedly, his class build differed from that of ordinary players. Each class had a specific role to play. Genius was the foundation of the entire class build. The 3 dragon classes were connected to the origin magic system. Cursed Knight x Valkyrie were linked. Crazy Mage x Magic Transcendent were key. These classes combined were already level 60. The remaining 4 classes. The magic swordsman is involved in potion and scroll crafting. The ninja shadow clone acts as an additional warrior. After much thought, the only classes that can be replaced are the Lord of the Holy and the Lord of the Corrupted. Tang Jung also intends to activate special classes for these 2 classes. This means that none of these classes can be replaced at the moment. Taking on these classes first is unnecessary, and will only increase the experience requirement for the next level. The equipment of the 5 pillars is all here. There's also a portion of the legacy in the hands of the Black Scripture, but you probably won't be interested in it. Juesi Jueming leaned forward slightly, grinning, then paused in his swaying calf. As a guardian, I allow you to use these items as you please. Let's leave these items here for now. Tang Jing retracted his gaze and spoke softly. He didn't need any equipment at the moment. He could come here anytime he needed it. Ah. Juesi Jueming's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Tang Jing. With so many powerful items, no one could resist the temptation. It was beyond the realm of temptation. Crown. Jusajiming was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into a chuckle, tilting his head slightly, his eyes gleaming. Haha, what an incomprehensible mindset. Is this the confidence possessed by a powerful being like you? Very attractive. Jusajiming licked his lips, staring at Tang Jing, then suddenly spoke seriously. Now, can you tell me how you evaded the ultimate move, Absolute Death? Tang Jing replied, of course. You're the one using the ultimate move, yet you don't have an accurate understanding of its strength. That's because before now, there was absolutely no one who could resist. Jusajiming raised his chin and snorted. There are probably 3 ways to evade it. 3? Jusajiming's expression changed. The first is to possess a precious resurrection item, allowing you to instantly revive after being killed. The second is to use rebirth-type magic. Similar to the first method, you'd be instantly revived after death, but your own stamina will be severely depleted, likely leaving you in a weakened state. The third is what I did earlier. The moment you activate a skill, I use my evasive ability to negate the instant death effect, preventing your ultimate move from actually being activated. Tang Jing briefly gathered his words, then spoke calmly. The third method, to put it simply, is Kongda. Yes, you should understand. The air grew quiet. Jusajiming's expression shifted, a mixture of gloom and indignation. The ultimate weapon, which he had thought was impenetrable, actually possessed such a clear defense. A resurrection item? Jusajiming had never heard of such a thing, but the name gave her a clear idea of what it was. Its preciousness was beyond imagination and comprehension. The other 2 methods. This gave her a clearer understanding of her ultimate weapon. TSK, Kongda, what a precise word. Jusajiming's mouth twitched, and his bright, heterochromatic eyes, as he gazed at Tang Jing, were filled with an even stronger passion. At least now she understood that her complete defeat wasn't just due to a disparity in strength, but also in intelligence. I'm so unwilling to accept this. Jusajiming muttered unhappily, his body suddenly leaning back, his arms resting on the round platform behind him, his short legs wrapped in black socks swaying wildly. I'm a warrior. Trouble. Do you know the 13 heroes? I heard rumors about them when I was a kid and thought they were formidable, so I wanted to see them in person. I asked the then high priest. I didn't expect him to agree to my request. But they're just slightly stronger humans, just like ordinary scum. A staccato, slightly contemptuous voice echoed. It was hard to grasp the main point. Well, you're stronger than the 13 heroes. Victory. Tang Jing shoved his hands in the pockets of his priest's robe. Chapter 417. Intermission. The Grand Council. This country, located in the northwest of the kingdom, is surrounded by mountains and home to numerous demi-human races. Due to institutional differences, relations with the slain theocracy to the south are extremely strained, and they harbor mutual dislike. The fading light of dusk shone between the mountains. The cities nestled within the flat mountain ranges were still bustling with noise and activity. Most demi-human races possess night vision, and darkness poses no threat to them. Only weaker races, like humans, rarely venture out at night. Central capital. Mitria. This is the center of the country, situated on a peninsula plain in the north, near the sea. Mitria means center among the various races, and also abode of the gods. Because several permanent counselors reside here, this city is comparatively quiet. In the empty hall, only the sound of long breathing echoed softly between the stone pillars and walls. Suddenly, Platinum Dragon King Kangelik's white scion awoke from a light sleep, regaining consciousness. His eyelids fluttered open. It was as if a bright light suddenly flashed through the darkness. No matter how dark the surroundings were, It seemed as bright as daylight to his dragon eyes. His amber eyes narrowed slightly. His breathing paused for a moment. The Platinum Dragon King's silver-white body lay quietly on the ground, shrouded in a shimmering white light, brimming with an aura of elegance and power. An emotion called surprise surfaced in his eyes. A consciousness was connecting with him, joking him from his light slumber. Dragon message. A low-level primordial magic that allows one to communicate with another, even across vast distances, simply by calling their name in one's mind. This primordial magic once didn't exist. Among the filthy tier magic, there's a magical method called message, which transmits intelligence over long distances. So, a true Dragon King, following the principles of this tier magic, developed the primordial magic known as Dragon Message. This even caused a sensation. No true Dragon King objected. They were not a pedantic race. Even if one deeply loathed the filthy power, they had to admit that tier magic contained many powerful and convenient magical methods. Alas, only a few could be developed using primordial magic. The thought flashed through the Platinum Dragon King's mind, but he didn't immediately connect with it. Instead, he sank into a state of contemplation and suspicion. Who was trying to contact him? Because of the source of this magic, while the true Dragon Kings didn't mind using it, they would only use it when absolutely necessary. Besides, items crafted using primordial magic can also be configured with dragon messages. After a brief silence, the Platinum Dragon King's consciousness stirred, connecting to the incoming message. His previous thoughts were primarily concerned with the possibility that the unknown true Dragon King's message would pose a danger to him. In an instant, it was as if spiritual fluctuations from a distant land had established a connection with him. Son of the Dragon Emperor. A slightly cold, yet commanding, and oppressive voice echoed within his consciousness. This voice, the Platinum Dragon King's amber pupils widened slightly, and the massive, expressionless dragon head, lying on the ground, lifted its head. Everlasting Darkness Dragon King Honey Neil Kurdrodo, comparing his memories with the voice, the name of the true Dragon King who had contacted him automatically emerged. Unexpected, the Platinum Dragon King remained silent, as if waiting for an explanation. He had assumed it was a true Dragon King from the reclusive faction who had contacted him, but he had never expected it to be a true Dragon King from the radical faction. It wasn't much of a surprise. There was a certain sense of shock, which indirectly indicated the seriousness of the matter. I heard you established an experimental nation in the northwest corner of the continent, where many inferior humanoids reside. The Everlasting Darkness Dragon King asked directly, without any intention of being polite. In fact, the relationship between the two sides was indeed not good. The remaining true Dragon Kings were currently divided into three factions. There were the Radicals, led by the Sixth Dragon Alliance, the Moderates, led by the son of the Dragon Emperor, and several other reclusives who sought transcendence. The Dark Dragon King, without waiting for the Platinum Dragon King's response, continued, "Do those inferior humans possess a special racial gift called innate powers?" "Long time no see, honey." The Platinum Dragon King's voice was surprisingly gentle, unlike the commanding tone common among dragons. "Innate powers. Such gifts do exist. They're not particularly remarkable, but rather common among humans. Given your personality, asking me such a question, it seems something has happened. Why are you taking this so seriously? Have you come into contact with someone with innate powers?" The Platinum Dragon King suddenly thought of many things and expressed his doubts. Besides the northwest corner of the continent, where humans were plentiful, he remembered that the human population in other regions was extremely small. In particular, some countries in the central continent were completely devoid of any human beings. Char. The Everdark Dragon King's voice was stiff, and even though he recognized the other party's friendly attitude, it remained cold. However, he had no intention of concealing the information. He briefly recounted his previous encounter with Tang Zheng, emphasizing the innate ability of prophecy. The Everdark Dragon King had waited until now to contact the Platinum Dragon King, not because he didn't value the previous information. But there were many things he needed to address first. For example, the original base needed to be abandoned and replaced, and the precious Gram, which had suffered severe damage, needed to be repaired. He didn't have the ability to repair the Gram, so he could only contact the Dust Star Dragon King of the Sixth Dragon Alliance. To this end, he had to give up several precious magical items in exchange. Besides, serious intelligence like the prophecy and the extinction of the dragon race also required discussion within the Sixth Dragon Alliance. The tentative conclusions were: 1. First, determine the accuracy of the upper limit of the innate superpower talent. 2. Further confirm the identity of the unknown red dragon, the descendant who wielded high-intensity foul power. 3. If only one of the above two options could be confirmed, the prophecy of the extinction of the dragon race warranted extreme vigilance and necessary precautions. Besides these 3 points requiring prompt decision-making, they also derived additional information. The unknown red dragon was unaware of the true Dragon King's power, especially the inferior human with the innate ability of prophecy. Was there too much subjective judgment on the part of a weakling? After careful analysis, they unanimously concluded that the unknown red dragon had clearly fled somewhere with the prophetic human. If this could be used to infer the origin of the prophecy, could the initial location of the prophecy be determined? The Everdark Dragon King pondered numerous scenarios and reflections as he quietly awaited the Platinum Dragon King's response. At this moment, the black hole in the center of the Platinum Dragon King's pupils slightly widened, and a startling sense of oppression emanated from him. Is the force polluting the world about to take action again? Neither side responded. Even if the possibility was remote, given the timeline, the aftershocks of the century were imminent, which was why the Sixth Dragon Alliance was taking it so seriously. The Platinum Dragon King ignored the Everdark Dragon King's silence, his gaze inevitably falling on a sword stuck in the corner. The sword's shape didn't seem suited for slashing, yet its blade was incredibly sharp, a level impossible to forge with modern magic. The upper limit of innate abilities is impossible to determine, and their potential also varies. However, there is the possibility of possessing a prophecy. The Platinum Dragon King pondered for a moment and offered an ambiguous answer. I understand. The oppressive voice of the Everdark Dragon King echoed. This answer was sufficient. The spiritual connection calmed down again, but remained unbroken. I was a little curious before. Why would you, the son of the Dragon Emperor, have fled to this remote corner of the continent? After hundreds of years, I finally figured it out. Back then, the 8 Desire Kings were incredibly rampant, carrying out massacres against all races. Only the weaker race, humans, did they show considerable care. With their personalities, why would they care about insect-like humans? The voice of the Everdark Dragon King gradually grew deeper and deeper. From my observations, these descending preyas or empathy tend to appear in densely populated areas where their own species is highly compatible. You say, are the 8 Desire Kings caring for those inferior human insects out of pity for the weak, or some kind of invisible fear? Hee. Are there even more powerful preyas or empathy in their world that subconsciously led them to act this way? And you, son of the Dragon Emperor, are you also waiting for an opportunity to implement what you call a steady coalition strategy? A series of emotionless voices echoed through the mental connection. The Platinum Dragon King showed no emotion, his eyes flickering with an indescribable wisdom. Humph. The Everdark Dragon King, receiving no response, snorted coldly, his tentative words failing to produce the desired effect. Click. The mental connection was severed. The Platinum Dragon King closed his eyes again, his breath no longer drawn out. Dragon Signal. Activate Primordial Magic. Unable to connect. Swish. The Platinum Dragon King's eyes snapped open, and he activated Primordial Magic again. Dragon Signal. Oelstek. This was the name of the Frost Dragon King who dwelled in the Angelicia Mountains. In the northwest corner of this continent, the Platinum Dragon King, as the only true Dragon King, naturally knows the number of all dragons. Aside from the 5 ordinary Dragon Kings of the Review Nation, the remaining dragons reside in the Angelicia Mountains. The message was quickly connected. After a brief inquiry, the Platinum Dragon King disconnected, his eyes gradually becoming terrifying. The ancient fire dragon couldn't be contacted. During the message connection process, it wasn't that the other party refused to accept, but that it couldn't be found. There are only 2 possibilities for this situation. One is that the other party is dead, the other is that the connection has been severed. The unknown red dragon honey mentioned could be just that. Surprise and confusion rose in the Platinum Dragon King's heart. He didn't doubt that the ancient fire dragon was dead, because the Frost Dragon King was still alive. If anyone could kill the ancient fire dragon, they could naturally kill the Frost Dragon King as well. Also, although the Everdark Dragon King didn't provide specific details, the Platinum Dragon King could infer that the unknown red dragon must have some special evasive tactics that had prevented the Everdark Dragon King from finding it. This evasive method would naturally also isolate dragon information. But, does an ancient fire dragon possess such power? He certainly didn't pay much attention to these ordinary dragon brethren, and of course, it might not be them. First, in either case, an investigation was necessary. After a moment's reflection, the Platinum Dragon King began arranging for his men to investigate the Angelicia Mountains. 3 years before the new calendar. August 2nd. 12 days passed in a flash. After returning to the hilly area, Tang Zheng resumed his research on the legacy of the body of the abyss. The push to attack the Elf Kingdom has begun. However, even though Juesi Jueming personally advocated for it, and the six head priests shared the idea, making a decision is one thing, actually launching a subjugation war involves many aspects. It can't be launched immediately in a dozen days, or even a month. Tang Zheng is currently experimenting with plans to upgrade Evil Eye and Juesi Jueming's levels and career changes. We won't proceed until everything is foolproof, especially Juesi Jueming. While Tang Zheng was examining the 5 pillars heritage in the Celian theocracy, he was actually using these equipment to determine the next plan for Juesi Jueming's career change. Ability chart: innate abilities. Player combined level, 75 experience gauges, 6.82 million/12.13 million skill points, 126. Passive. Tang Deng's mind flickered, and he summoned the stat panel to take a look at the stats. 12 days passed, and a total of 18 million experience points were earned. Compared to the easy multiple level gains before, now only one level could be gained. He shook his head. He sighed inwardly at the increasing demand for experience points. Tang Zheng lowered his gaze, and saw a bottle of clear, translucent red potion in his hand. Yes, it was the little red bottle from Yggdrasil. The legacy of the 6 gods naturally contained more than just equipment, it also included consumables like these, and Tang Zheng had specifically taken a few bottles. After hundreds of years of research, the Celian theocracy had actually developed the blood of the gods, but the resources consumed were completely disproportionate, leading to the discontinuation of research. Tang Zheng's purpose in obtaining the little red bottle was to give it to Infiria, so that he could further research based on the theocracy's foundation. Don't forget, Tang Zheng possessed the dragon blood potion, which could forcibly increase the levels of Infiria's alchemist and pharmacist. And then, there's the other party's natural ability. Based on the time Inli left, even if her journey was slow, she should have returned to Khan village. Tang Zheng simply contacted Inli to confirm her situation, and unexpectedly received unexpected information. Chapter 418. Demon Tree? After Tang Zheng, using his information skills, learned from Inli about the recent changes in the Tobu forest, he couldn't help but be somewhat stunned. There's no accurate information yet, but something could cause the monsters in the Tobu forest to continue their rampage, even causing abnormal root systems to develop within them. Tang Zheng thought about it, and concluded that, aside from the demon tree, no other monster in the Tobu forest could have such a significant impact. How could that be? Tang Zheng stood in the valley, inside a makeshift wooden shed filled with various magical materials, gazing towards the Tobu forest with a slight frown. I remember the seal on the demon tree loosening shortly after the great tomb descended. Isn't that still 2 years away? Did something happen, or was my presence causing any problems? Tang Zheng fell into deep thought, somewhat unable to make a definitive judgment. At least it's certain that the demon tree hasn't fully revived yet. Otherwise, given its level, all creatures around the Tobu forest wouldn't have a chance of survival. Tang Zheng planned to observe further through Enli. The demonic tree's strength is already among the strongest in the other world, but it poses no threat to Tang Zheng at this point, even in the event of an unexpected situation. With the world-class item 2 Worlds Mandala, the demonic tree can be easily dealt with. The Celian theocracy's black scripture was established specifically to counter the demonic tree. Astrology Chinli frequently monitors the demonic tree's resurgence, so he can take countermeasures. Once the black scripture takes action, it should be a good opportunity. Tang Zheng thought, a smile playing on his face. Captain Godman was his candidate for the next member of the crown. He had previously been secretly considering something within the theocracy, so he hadn't taken action. This time, perhaps he could use the demonic tree incident to subdue Captain Godman. Tang Zheng remembered Captain Godman's level as being around level 70, but the fact that he was being dominated by Juesi Jueming suggested his class build was rather chaotic. The theocracy's third Godman was the previous high priest. Tang Zheng judged his level to be between level 40 and 50, indicating he was already very old and had limited talent. The leader of Chironon was secretly connected to him, and both parties were seeking the body of the abyss. Their true purpose was not difficult to deduce. Alas, with the body of the abyss destroyed, the other party had no chance of achieving their goal. Irantal. As a border city, and the forefront of the Imperial War, this time of year was always bustling. And now, the excitement was far greater than ever before, though many people disliked this excitement. Adventurers Guild. Recently, numerous renowned adventurers from various cities across the country have flocked to the guild, causing it to be overcrowded. The anomaly in the top forest cannot be concealed, but ordinary adventurers are no longer entitled to know the details. They're here. Ah. Oh. What a privilege to meet so many powerful adventurers. So happy. Don't you care what happened? It's none of our business. Excited and boisterous voices echoed from the lobby on the first floor of the Adventurers Guild. The throng of people looked out of the Adventurers Guild, seeing several teams of adventurers approaching from a distance. Is that Blue Rose? Yes, an all-female group of steel-class adventurers. Blonde hair. As expected of a woman called the Light of Life, I feel I'm about to fall. Get out of the way, you idiot. You're crushing me. Hey, is that tall, strong one really a woman? Strange, why is there another person? Discussions rang out from all directions. Peter, the captain of the Black Sword, and 3 of his teammates pushed through the crowd ahead, all looking towards the Blue Rose at the front. I'm so envious. This is the fate of an adventurer. Captain Peter's face flushed, his gaze blazing. Don't overthink it. We only just been promoted to silver rank adventurers. They say the minimum number of adventurers recruited is gold rank. Team member Luckrut relaxed his shoulders, his brown eyes fixed on the beautiful figure. Ha ha. Further team member Dane chuckled heartily. Then we need to work even harder. Speaking of which, our team's name seems to be inspired by the 4 great demonic swords, right? I didn't expect to see you today. As soon as these words were spoken, a look of dejection crossed Captain Peter's face. It was probably the feeling of having a dream shattered before it could even be realized. A frail figure in the team looked at the girl accompanying Song Chiangwei and said, "You're so impressive despite your young age." Huh? Who's that girl? The other adventurers nearby asked curiously. Soul Destroyer Inri. Wielder of the Pure Sword, one of the 4 holy swords. A gasp echoed through the air. Adventurers Guild, 4th floor. The rooms on this floor house various documents and important intelligence. Now operational, they essentially represent the handling of important matters for the guild and all of Oriental. Push open the door. Lockhughes and Henry entered the room first, followed by the rest of the adventurers. Due to the large number of adventurers and limited space in the conference room, those entering were representatives of their respective adventurer teams. Even so, there were still more than a dozen people. Everyone's attention immediately focused on the 3 figures already waiting in the conference room. The Adventurers Guild President. Einzak, the Magicians Guild President. Laxel, the Mayor of Oriental. Panasol. With a click, the conference room door closed as the last person entered, completely isolating the noisy atmosphere outside. A long table sat in the center of the narrow conference room. After Henry and the others took their seats, the space and atmosphere suddenly became oppressive. Thank you all for your assistance at this critical moment. I'm deeply grateful. Puff. Panasol's portly figure shifted slightly. As he expressed his gratitude, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a pure white handkerchief. At the end of his words, he let out a pig-like breathing sound, seemingly due to a stuffy nose. At this strange sound, everyone remained calm, their emotions unwavering. Even though this mayor looked like the incompetent nobleman most people imagined, he was truly the most powerful person in the city. Any strangeness or disrespect will cause unforeseen trouble. Henry sat upright, her hands resting on her knees, gently pinching her thumbs, reminding herself that she now represented her entire free will. Long time no see, Puff Lockhughes. Parnasaur tilted his head, his fat neck shifting as he spoke. The last time I saw you in the capital, you weren't this big. Puff. Thank you for your assistance during this time, Sir Parnasaur. Lockhughes' emerald green eyes shone brightly, his gaze devoid of any dislike for the mayor's chubby appearance. I heard my father praise your talents many times. Oriental is so prosperous thanks to your contributions, and as an adventurer, this is my duty. This exchange drew the attention of many adventurers present. It was then that they remembered that Lockhughes was not only an adamantine-level adventurer, but also a rare noble in the kingdom. Ha ha ha. Pooh ha ha. Panasol laughed heartily at the sincere praise. It's an honor to be recognized by your father. Einzak watched the 2 continue to reminisce, a hint of helplessness on his lips. He raised his palm to his mouth and said, ahem. My apologies, Mayor. I think it's not too late to reminisce later. Pooh, a pleasant chat will help ease the atmosphere. Headaches and troubles will always be there. They won't disappear just because of impatience or... Pooh. Panasol raised his handkerchief, wiped the sweat from his forehead again, and spoke softly. Einzak, however, could sense the irony and gave a wry laugh. My understanding of this matter may be somewhat incomplete. Could you please explain it in detail, Guildmaster? Panasol's eyes narrowed slightly. From Einzak's tone and expression, he could probably sense his urgency. This swift and serious approach to the situation immediately improved the adventurer's impression of Panasol. It's like this. Einzak immediately explained the intelligence he had gathered during this period, handing it to everyone present. The air pressure visibly thickened. Can it parasitize monsters? Control out-of-control monsters, driving them berserk? If a large-scale parasite spreads, it could cause a catastrophic outcome. I suspect it's a plant-type monster. The meeting fell silent. Worse than expected? Puff. All these things are happening at once. The sweat on Panasol's forehead thickened, and he had to wipe it with his handkerchief again. His face grimaced. Anyway, how much budget is needed here, and can it be handled quickly? He felt a bit exhausted. Captains Gazef and Renas of the kingdom were currently stationed on the outskirts of Urantal. According to intelligence, Imperial forces have also shown signs of activity, and war between the two sides could break out at any moment. The cost of these 2,000 elite troops, along with their horses, weapons, and supplies, was already a headache for him. Now, this kind of thing has happened again in the top forest. It is obvious that Guild Master Einzak can no longer rely on the Adventurers Guild alone to handle it, which is why today's meeting is held. Excuse me for being blunt, Einzak said sternly. This isn't just a matter of budget. So? Panasol put down his handkerchief, wiping his sweat. Can you explain in more detail? He didn't know much about adventurers, but the people present were all professionals, so they should be able to explain it clearly. Based on the information we have, I'm making a guess. This is an unknown plant-type monster, with an adventurer level strength of at least 90. Einzak's words made the adventurers' faces drop. A flicker of confusion crossed Panasol's eyes. He still couldn't accurately grasp the assessment of this strength. To fight a monster like this, you typically need a team of Adamantium-class adventurers. An Orichalcum-class adventurer below that level is roughly equivalent to over 1,000 soldiers. This is because 2,000 soldiers once surrounded and attacked an Orichalcum-class adventurer team, and they managed to escape safely despite suffering 1,000 casualties. Einzak had to adopt a more clear understanding and explain, and 5 Orichalcum-class adventurer teams might not be a match for a single Adamantium-class team. Panasol opened his mouth, but nothing came out. Well, I have a question. How did you come to this conclusion about the strength of this unknown plant-type monster? The captain of an Orichalcum-class team named Sirius asked. Lockhews, that's right. The Great Top Forest originally had 3 dominant rulers, whose average adventurer strength was around level 90. Plant-type monsters like these had never appeared before, not even in rumors. Now that the 3 rulers have been annihilated by the members of Chironon, this plant-type monster has suddenly appeared. Therefore, its strength is estimated to be on the same level as the 3 rulers. Lockhews patiently explained. Indeed. Einzak immediately agreed, even looking a little angry. The evil cult Chironon, which annihilated the 3 rulers, likely knew long ago that a plant-type monster of the same caliber lurked in the top forest. Without the suppression of the 3 rulers, it was released, allowing this mysterious plant-type monster to become unbridled. This is naked revenge against the kingdom. Bang! Einzak slammed his hand on the table, gasping for air. As soon as the word revenge was uttered, the eyes of the many adventurers present turned to Inri, who had remained silent. Freewill had thwarted Chironon's plot in the Ablian Hills. Even the leader was rumored to be dead. Such a huge loss. It's perfectly natural for a cult like Chironon to retaliate. After all, Freewill is their kingdom's adventurer team. These damn bastards. Inri pursed her lips in anger, gritted her teeth, and whispered angrily. In her heart, she kept expressing her anger towards the evil organization Chironon to Tang Zheng. That's right, Tang Zheng was also attending this meeting. It was just that they were secretly communicating through information, allowing Inri to relay the meeting's content in real time. Tang Zheng had originally wanted to be the first to obtain information about the demonic tree, but he didn't expect the Adventurers Guild to blame Chironon for this. Ablian Hills. Tang Dang's expression was a little strange. He had originally blamed Chironon for the deaths of the 3 rulers. He simply didn't want anyone to investigate the Goblin Breeding Project, but he hadn't expected the Adventurers Guild to connect it to that. It sounds like the Adventurers Guild is completely unaware of the demonic tree. Tang Zheng's face flashed with surprise. Even if the Adventurers Guild didn't know, couldn't Evil Eye know either? Think carefully. It does seem possible. The demonic tree was sealed deep within the top forest over 300 years ago, forcing the Dark Elves, who originally inhabited the forest, to leave and migrate to what is now the Ivashaw Forest. Aside from the Celian cult, human kingdoms, empires, and other nations were generally established 200 years ago. That was during the time of the 13 heroes. The demonic tree last partially awakened 200 years ago, when it was sealed again by the 13 heroes. At that time, Evil Eye was only in her 50s. She might not have been involved in this matter, so it's normal that she didn't know. Chapter 419. Midfire Moon. August 7th, Con Village. Now, as the village closest to the top Great Forest, it has temporarily become the Adventurers Guild's base for the unknown plant monster subjugation campaign. Con Village is a small village of only 25 households. To prevent the unexpected risks of monster unrest, Henry had everyone temporarily relocate to Irantil for shelter, originally planning to pay for the move herself. In less than a year following the captain, she had saved over 2,000 gold coins. And then, there were the other treasures she had collected in the hilly areas. This was an amount of gold she could not have accumulated in the village. No, the entire village could not have accumulated in hundreds of years. However, Captain Lockhughes of the Blue Rose had directly used the subjugation budget to relocate the villagers of Con Village. The more spacious village chief's room. The Blue Roses, Henry, and the captains of 12 other adventurer teams were gathered in the room. The props provided by the Magicians Guild have finally arrived. German's sharp gaze swept across the crowd, his square face revealing the expression of someone finally ready to show off their skills. We wasted quite a bit of time. 5 days had passed since the last Adventurers Guild meeting. The adventurers present understood the principle of speed is of the essence in war. The reason for the delay was the problem with the magic props. The unknown plant monster possessed mental control. If this problem wasn't resolved, the expedition team would suffer a fatal blow. Magic props capable of resisting mental influence were not only expensive, but also extremely rare. Even a steel-class adventurer team might not have all of them. Not to mention the other adventurers. The Blue Rose was a clear exception. None of the members had simple items, so they naturally had no shortage of mental resistance items. Captains. Lockhughes, fully armed, a blue rose-shaped magic item hairpin pinned to his smooth blonde hair, looked serious. After 5 days of preparation, the Adventurers Guild and the Magicians Guild have gathered a number of magic items, but we still can't equip everyone. However, we have enough mental resistance potions. So, captains, please distribute the magic items to key personnel. The last meeting was attended by the Magicians Guild's president, Laxel, so they needed to borrow items from the Magicians Guild. That's right. Borrow, not buy. Magic items are prohibitively expensive. Even with the support of the Adventurers Guild and the mayor, funding is insufficient. I understand. Don't worry. It's an honor for us to have Lord Lejos in command. A series of chuckles echoed. A faint smile crossed Lejos' tense face. Adventurers have different personalities, and this was her first time commanding such a large team of adventurers. She was worried about various troublesome issues, but it seemed they hadn't arisen. Henry, do you have any other questions? Lejos turned and gently asked Henry. Free Will and their team were both adamantine-level adventurers, so even if their captain hadn't appeared, Henry, in her position, needed to inquire specifically. Not really. Henry straightened her spine and waved her hand. Lejos nodded gently. What a shame. I was hoping to meet Captain Tang. He's a genius alchemist. The regeneration potion is a top-tier one, its healing effects surpassing those of second-tier healing magic. Yes, if Captain Tang were involved, everyone's safety would be elevated to a higher level. A quiet discussion murmured among the captains. Compared to Tang Zheng's actual strength, the people present were most concerned about the title of Genius Alchemist. From this point of view, Tang Zheng's strategy was successful. The identity of Adventurer Tang made people care more about the alchemist's title than his actual strength. Captain. Henry also felt a pity. She felt a little uneasy without the captain. During the meeting, she had secretly contacted the captain and asked about this very question. The captain did want to help. It was just that Miss Cui was tied up, and the distance between the hilly area and the top forest was great. Even if the captain set out immediately, he wouldn't be able to make it in such a short time. The captains of the adventurer teams took their magic items and potions and left. Sir Lockhughes, thank you. Henry suddenly stood up and bowed slightly to Lockhughes. Huh? What are you talking about? Lockhughes' eyes widened, his clear emerald green eyes staring at Henry in confusion. Kegrin suddenly snorted, "You've slain legendary undead creatures, like the Soul Devourer, and your deeds are constantly being told in the tavern." Kegrin let out a ferocious grin, leaning forward and sizing up the short Henry. "Just the resettlement fee, that little money, and any magic item I just gave you, is enough to resettle your entire village." Lockhughes finally understood, and said in a relaxed tone, "The Adventurers Guild paid for it. Since it's available, why not use it? Garen is just like that." There's no hostility, Henry. Devil Leader. I just want her to truly understand that her current status is different from before. Small favors aren't worth the word thank you. Garen crossed his sturdy arms over his chest and spoke in a stern voice. After all, they were all adamantite rank adventurers. Henry understood a little more and said to Garen, I understand. Thank you, Sir Garen. I told you, don't use thank you so casually. Garen's ferocious expression returned. Faced with this outward ferocity, Henry smiled brightly. Saint Garen may look a little scary, but he's actually a gentle person at heart. Tina narrowed her eyes slightly, looking Henry up and down. Oh, so, did you really destroy the Soul Devourer single-handedly? Sorry, it's a bit awkward to ask, but the next enemy we're dealing with might be tough. Knowing your companion's strengths will help you formulate better strategies. In reality, this was a form of gathering intelligence. Yes. Henry's expression grew serious, and she replied earnestly, but she didn't say another word. The time she spent following the captain had taught Henry the importance of intelligence. She was now a qualified adventurer. The air was slightly still. Tina, feeling a little unwilling, tried to pry for information again. Tina! Lockheed suddenly spoke, his gaze stern. Tina shrugged lightly, feeling helpless. No lie, Evil Eye stared at Henry for a rare moment. And she must have a class with special attacks against the undead. As an undead, she's naturally sensitive to this aspect. Lockheed and the others were surprised. Henry shared a look of surprise, thinking to herself, how impressive. 10:21 a.m. Blue Rose, Henry, and a group of other adventurers, a team of 60, began entering the Top Forest. At the same time, deep in the northern part of the Top Forest, what should have been a sea of dense green trees had become a barren wasteland, a veritable forest crack. No! Forest crack is a misnomer. Large trees, tens of meters tall, had withered trunks, their lush green leaves long gone. Branches were so fragile they snapped at the slightest breeze. This place looked like a dead zone. However, two normal trees, one large and one small, stood in this dry forest. The smaller one was only 11 or 12 meters tall, looking no different from an ordinary tree. The larger one, however, reached a staggering 20 meters. Compared to the normal tree, this one boasted a lush yet tangled canopy of green leaves. Bright red flowers dotted the leaves. On the thick trunk, a hollow shaped like a hideous mouth swirled from its slender, tooth-like roots. The root area was even more terrifying, with dense, root-like tentacles wriggling above and below the ground like an octopus. This tree looks like a monster. The crown of the small, ordinary tree trembled occasionally, as if in fear of the strange tree next to it. As if sensing something, the leaves of the ordinary tree suddenly rustled. The next moment, a naked figure resembling a human woman, with brown skin and long, leafy green hair, emerged from the ordinary tree. Her name was Peonies, a tree elf whose true form was the nearby tree. The parasitic monster has been slain, Master Demon Tree, Peonies reported cautiously to the terrifying tree man beside her. As an alien species, and moreover a tree elf, she possessed a lifespan far longer than that of an elf, though her exact age was only vaguely known. Probably over 300 years old, perhaps even more. Age held no real significance for an elf. Her long lifespan allowed her to learn about some of the ancient legends passed down through generations. For example, regarding the twisted treeman's tale. Well, now's not the time to think about that, the thought flashed through Peony's mind. She didn't want to stay here at all, but her original form couldn't move. Even as a tree spirit, she couldn't stray too far from her original form. As a result, she watched helplessly, as this once beautiful place transformed into the barren wasteland it is today. She even nearly died. The culprit behind all this was, of course, the terrifying demonic tree that descended 300 years ago. During her most recent awakening, she witnessed the 13 heroes defeat the demonic tree, which hadn't yet fully awakened, and heard the heroes agree to defeat it next time. Heroes, where are you? Pisney cried out inwardly, filled with fear for the future. The demonic tree began to awaken again, the nutrients in the earth, and the vitality of the surrounding trees rapidly transforming into nutrients for the demonic tree. Peonies could clearly hear the cries of all the plants. The heroes hadn't appeared. The only reason she survived was because she had taken refuge with the demonic tree, but there was actually an element of luck involved. As a fellow plant-based monster, she possessed a certain resistance, and most importantly, wow, wow! The terrifying treeman opened its terrifying root-like maw, emitting a strange, chaotic sound. It wasn't a complete language, however, Pisnus could understand it. The terrifying treeman's message was probably to eliminate the invaders, and continue to provide nutrients to the demonic tree. crammed wisdom. Pisnes thought to herself. The terrifying treeman before her wasn't the demonic tree. The real demonic tree hadn't fully awakened yet. It was merely a seed released by the demonic tree, transformed into a monster. There was no clear mind, more like the monsters of the original forest, driven only by survival instinct. Peonies survived by relying on her own wisdom, demonstrating her value and accelerating the demonic tree's recovery. Yes, Master Treeman. After hearing the chaotic voice, Peonies lowered her head and responded respectfully, her heart growing even more dejected. She was now a villain. Even though she deeply hated doing so, she didn't even have the energy to pretend to be compliant. This terrifying treeman could still release its unique seeds. Within her body lay a parasitic seed. If she failed to carry out its command, the terrifying treeman would surely drain her life and then kill her. This monster, devoid of true intelligence. Just like those barking goblins, there's no point in trying to reason with them. A despairing thought welled up in Peonies' heart. Whether the demonic tree truly revived or the heroes sealed it away once more, her fate would be dire. Bad guys, all bad guys. Peonies raised her hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, feeling aggrieved and on the verge of tears. Whoosh! With a faint flicker of green light, Peonies' body became ethereal and merged back into her body. Whirl! With a faint flicker of green light, Peonies' body became ethereal and merged back into her body. While the parasitic seed within her controlled her life, it also possessed other abilities. For example, through the seed, Peonies could control most of the monsters in the forest that had been parasitized by the seeds released by the terrifying treeman. This ability reminded Peonies of the information she heard from the 13 heroes, who had passed by her, about the legendary undead Death Knight. It was said that these undead could control the living by killing them, a feature somewhat similar to the terrifying treeman's ability. A pure plant-based Death Knight, Arborean Hills, deep in the valley. Tangjin set down his research materials and let out a soft breath. Clementine and the four elements information corroborate. Tangjin took a sip of warm water from his water bag, toying with a frogman egg with his fingers. He pondered for a moment. This means the theocracy has learned of the demonic tree's imminent revival. However, the dark scripture didn't act immediately. Was it waiting for something? Chapter 420. The actions of the Celian theocracy require further attention. Tangjin pondered internally, for there was another matter worthy of his attention. The Platinum Dragon King of the Council. Information about the demonic tree is unknown to ordinary people, but the Platinum Dragon King and the Celian theocracy possess relevant information. In the original future, after detecting the demonic tree's resurrection, the Black Scripture immediately set out to subdue it, unexpectedly encountering Shaltir. This led to Shaltir's betrayal, and the battle with the Bone King. And in this, there was no explicit mention of the Platinum Dragon King, but the Platinum Dragon King knew of the encounter between the Black Scripture and the vampire Shaltir. The Platinum Dragon King might also take action. Tangjin's eyes flickered, and he came to this conclusion. A tribute panel. Calling up the class information for the original chanter in the attributes. What exactly is the bloodline activation? Golden Law class skill. Tangjin researched the information about the skill again, but still found nothing. It's been a while since I acquired this class. The skill descriptions for the other classes are very clear, but the original chanter class skills are a bit confusing. Bloodline activation isn't difficult to understand. What is Golden Law? Is it related to the golden prefix of the Golden Dragon King's title? Tangjin fell into deep thought. As far as he knew, the original true Dragon King prefix of the Ruined Palace Dragon King wasn't Xiaoguan, but something else. It was only after he transformed into the undead that the prefix was changed. According to the novel, it was an abandoned name, having lost its meaning. Platinum in the Platinum Dragon King, Everdarkness in the Everdarkness Dragon King. Do these titles represent some kind of tangible power? Tangjin raised his palm, grasped at the air, and pulled out a bright yellow gold coin from his item box, turning it over between his fingers. The true Dragon King still has many secrets. Midfire Moon. August 10th. After 3 days of trekking deeper, Song Qiangwei and her elite group of adventurers had reached the depths of the top forest. Roar! Roar! Ah, roar! Nearly 100 monsters of various kinds, their eyes bloodshot, their senses of fear and pain gone wild, attacked frantically from all directions. Defense against evil. Magic arrow. Lower level mental defense. Strong acid arrow. Fireball. Thunderball. Fortress. Lower level agility increase. Super power up. A dense chorus of magic chants, and the roar of martial arts activations echoed throughout the jungle. German's sturdy arm swung the hammer in his hand. Die. A muffled bang. The leaping demon wolf was crushed to pieces by the black hammer shadow. No blood flowed, only its shattered roots turned to dust in midair. "Everyone, get out of the way!" A delicate cry echoed. Lockhugh's legs flew across the ground, and he suddenly leaped into the air. He swung the magic sword forward, the blade rapidly expanding in midair. Dark Blade Super Crossbow Level Shockwave. The name of this skill, full of childishness, flashed with a dark energy like the night sky on the magic sword. Boom! The dense swarm of monsters ahead was struck by the shockwave of dark energy, followed by a massive explosion. In an instant, the trees and monsters ahead were annihilated by the exploding dark energy, reduced to ash. The pressure on everyone present was instantly relieved. However, upon death, these destroyed monsters released a large amount of pale yellow powdery pollen from their bodies, which drifted continuously into the air. This formed a pale yellow haze, which, as the air flowed, was inhaled into the noses of the adventurers present or even stained their bodies. Waves of irritating anger surged from within, a desire to destroy everything around them. Even with items and potions that resisted mental attacks, some adventurers were still gradually affected by the constant effects. "Henry!" Lockhugh's dropped from the air, his feet landing on the rotten leaves. He turned his head, his long golden hair flowing. "Leave it to me." Enli clenched her hands around the clear sword, one of the 4 holy swords, and pointed it toward the sky. Amplification enhancement, baptism of purity. The clear sword's snow-white blade was enveloped in a layer of white light, then transformed into a soft, visible glow that soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, enshrouded by the white light, the dust that filled the air quickly melted away. In just 2 breaths, the haze of powder had vanished completely. The anger and excitement within all the adventurers present quickly subsided as the white light enveloped them. "Not bad, Enli." Tia appeared beside the corpse of a high-level tiger, the blood-stained dagger in her hand radiating a cold light. She smiled at Enli. "I'm glad everyone's all right." Enli put down the clear sword, glanced around, and spoke with a worried look. "If anyone still feels any mental effects, feel free to come to me." Purifying baptism is a power of the sword of purification, capable of dispelling and increasing one's own resistance, but it doesn't inherently have an area of effect. However, amplification enhancement is the hero devotee class skill, allowing Enri to enhance her skills by either area or intensity, although it can only be used 3 times per day. As expected of Miss Enri. "Thank you, Miss Enri." Miss Lockhugh's, Miss Enri are both amazing. Joyful cheers echoed from the adventurers. Evil Eye raised her head and gazed upwards, a hint of solemnity on her face behind her white mask. Before entering the Top Great Forest, she had tried to contact the Dragon King to inquire about any information regarding the unknown plant monster in the Top Great Forest, but received no response. Now's not the time to relax. This is already the 3rd wave of monster attacks. Our movements are completely under their control. This monster is clearly a very cunning one. Evil Eye, facing the crowd's cheers, calmly warned, "One is bright, the other is dark. Plant-type monsters are good at hiding. If we can't find them quickly, we might be completely held back." As soon as these words were spoken, the cheerful mood vanished, and everyone's expressions grew solemn. Evil Eye's biggest concern wasn't this. If this unknown plant monster was as powerful as the former forest ruler, her strength would be enough to handle it, but whether it was controlling monsters on a large scale or causing chaos throughout the top forest, this level of performance far surpassed the former forest ruler. Lockhugh's emerald eyes met Evil Eye's, as if they had simultaneously confirmed a certain conclusion. The monsters attacking them were merely ordinary, on the front lines of the Katsa Plains. Lenneth and Gazef exuded a murderous aura. The 2 elite legions behind them, weapons tightly grasped, each with a tense expression. The smell of blood hung in the air. Hundreds of Imperial soldiers lay dead on the surrounding ground, their blood staining the area crimson. This was clearly a resounding victory. However, faced with this victory, Lenneth and the others didn't smile a single bit. Rumble, rumble. The sounds of galloping horses and the clatter of armor from the gathering masses echoed from all around. Sentiments of soldiers, clad in blue base armor with silver outer armor, surged forward from the perimeter of the plains. They completely surrounded 1 or 2 of the kingdom's elite troops. Miscalculated, Renas and Gazef thought the same thing simultaneously. The Imperials actually used hundreds of elite soldiers as bait. Gazef's expression tightened. He clutched the national treasure known as the Razor Blade, a glint of venom in his eyes. The scouts had already scouted. How could our whereabouts be completely exposed? Renas's eyes were cold. She slowly exhaled, raised her chin, and gazed skyward, a flicker of helplessness crossing her face. It was as if she had anticipated this outcome. Royal Air Guard. Renas forced each word out of her throat, staring intently at the sky, even though she could see nothing. What? Gazef was stunned. That's one of the Imperial Guards, a rare air force in the entire Empire. Renas lowered her head again, realizing that her observation was pointless at this point, but she didn't stop explaining. Simply put, it's a unit that specializes in riding tamed hybrid monster hippogriffs. Every member of this unit wears valuable, invisible items. Hee. Renas sneered at this. That Blood Emperor is truly generous. Gazef opened his mouth, then paused. He had probably figured out what was going on. The flying scouts, capable of cloaking in midair, had been defeated from the start. He could also faintly hear a hint of complaint in Renas's tone. After all, unlike the Empire, the kingdom didn't prioritize magic, let alone equip its troops with magic casters. It's a headache. Gazef patted his head with a rough hand and let out a distressed laugh. Any suggestions? This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, and among everyone present, no one knew the Empire better than Renas. Strong attack, Renas calmly suggested. Ha ha ha. Gazef laughed heartily at this. Just what I'm thinking. The laughter echoed in the air, reaching the ears of the soldiers behind him, instantly dissipating the tense atmosphere. Boom! The Imperial army pressed forward from all directions. After closing in a certain distance, everyone suddenly stopped. The front army split apart, and 4 figures, each with an aura far superior to that of an ordinary person, slowly emerged from the rear. Renas, long time no see. Among the 4, a handsome man wearing seemingly standard black armor, and with short blonde hair greeted with a broad smile. Chapter 421. The two sides were still several hundred meters apart. The short-haired blonde man's voice reached the ears of the besieged kingdom. Using magic items? Or some kind of magic? Gazef's eyes grew sharp and stern. The 4 figures stood in stark contrast to the surrounding soldiers. The difference wasn't just in appearance or attire, but even more so in their aura. It was like a tiger among a pack of cats. Even the sheer number of cats couldn't mask the tiger's imposing presence and grandeur. Are these the 4 knights of the Empire? Gazef's heart trembled, his mind racing. He guessed something. Miss Renas? Renas didn't respond, but stared intently at the 4 Imperial knights, completely ignoring Gazef's question. Gazef's expression was a touch awkward, and he wiped his nose. They worked together, and while there was a certain competitive relationship, Gazef still wanted to build a closer relationship with Miss Renas. But her reaction was always cold. Congratulations, Renas, your facial injuries have fully healed. We last met at a banquet. The short-haired man sighed, his voice devoid of hostility. You know, His Majesty is a great emperor. He doesn't care about the impact of the extermination of the nobles, because His Majesty will only exterminate more nobles. The kingdom of Riestais is corrupt, and will eventually come to an end. Your guilt is not serious. With your abilities, if you return to the Empire, you will surely receive a heavy reward. His Majesty has personally promised this. Renas Lockbowls. This reasonable and emotional speech caused a brief commotion among the kingdom's troops. Hey, hey! Our kingdom is doing fine, Gazef said, his face grimacing. Such provocations will have no effect on us. Without the aid of magical props, Gazef's shouts could only be heard by the kingdom's soldiers behind him. They had no effect on the Empire's troops across the way. However, Gazef's original intention was to appease the soldiers behind him. He glanced at Renas beside him, but a tension welled up inside him. Renas's long, fluffy golden hair was tied at her waist, tightly tied with a black ribbon, a gift from Tangsheng for New Year's Day of prayer. Heh. Renas's lips curled up in a cold laugh. It was unclear whether this laugh was mocking the Empire, the kingdom, or both, for she had never been loyal to the kingdom. From left to right, the one named Lightning is a swordsman, his title derived from the sword he wields. Fudo is said to excel at a striking and charging style of combat, possessing exceptionally strong defensive capabilities. Renas turned her fair face, her voice pausing. The speaker is Nimble, whose title is unknown. He possesses both the warrior and faith-based magic classes, and his methods are varied, so beware. He wasn't among the 4 knights before I left. The other one, whom I haven't met, is also one of the new 4 knights. Renas glanced at Gazef, who was listening intently, her lips parted. As a reminder, the selection of the Empire's 4 knights doesn't consider status, character, or loyalty, but only strength. Well, I don't think you lose to them with your strength. I'm honored to be praised by Miss Renas. Gazef paused briefly, then raised the razor blade with one hand, his eyes serious. It looks like it's going to be a fierce battle. Rena's pupils gradually turned cold. She raised her fingers and gently touched the pendant hanging around her neck. It was a fiery red mane pendant, as thick as a finger, bound tightly with hemp rope. The style was quite rugged, and it was a bit conspicuous on Rena's body. Magic item, Mane of Fiery Thorns. This sacred weapon of the Lionman tribe is a tool for both offense and defense. It was of little use to Tang Zheng, so it was given to Renas. Buzz! A flash of red light suddenly appeared on the pendant. Blazing sunlight beam. A crimson beam shot out from the pendant, covering a distance of several hundred meters in 2 breaths, shooting towards the 4 knights. Wherever the high-temperature beam passed, the air burned, emitting a scorching smell. Get out of the way! A furious roar echoed from one of the 4 knights. Though the magical attack was sudden, and even incredibly fast, the distance between the 2 sides was several hundred meters, enough for the 4 knights to react. The 4 figures simultaneously left their positions. The crimson beam landed among the soldiers behind them, easily piercing the bodies of more than a dozen. An explosion of flames followed. Ah! Ah! Painful screams rang out. Over 30 soldiers were killed instantly, and over 50 suffered varying degrees of burns. This was the attack power of 5th-tier fire magic. If the distance hadn't been so great, the casualties would have been even greater. Dodged? Rena's beautiful eyes flickered, unsurprised by the result. This item could unleash both defensive and offensive magic at the 5th level, so using it right away was a shame. She continued to do so, most importantly to dispel the defensive feelings that had arisen in Gazef and his soldiers, fueled by Nimble's deceptive words. The kingdom's soldiers watched with astonishment, then erupted in cheers of excitement, their fear of being surrounded by the enemy rapidly dissipating. The power of 5th level magic astonished everyone present. This woman. I'm going to kill her! The Rot Wolf's eyes glowed an unnatural shade of red, his expression twisted as he growled with murderous intent. The other 3 knights each wore a sullen, cold expression, their hearts tinged with a lingering fear. With the power of that spell, if they were struck, they would be gravely injured, if not killed. Lord Lightning, and I will hold Gazef back. Spurt said calmly. Lords Rot Wolf and Fudo will deal with that woman, Renas. His Majesty's orders are clear. Kill Renas, no matter the cost. Heheha? The werewolf's thin body bent slightly, his shoulders trembling slightly. A battleground? This is much more exciting than the arena. Don't underestimate that woman. Fudo's face was serious. Her attack methods are unusual. Once injured, ordinary healing magic and potions will be of no use. Besides, this woman possesses the ability to destroy low-level items, so be careful during battle. Rot Wolf narrowed his eyes. A hint of seriousness etched into his originally confident expression. Just as the 4 knights were about to strike. Wait a moment. A gentle yet commanding voice rang out from behind. A horse clad in armor, carrying a man in light armor, had a gentle face, the kind of handsome figure with noble blood flowing through his veins. He was a young general, no more than 30 years old. General Ray? Jiefeng frowned. This man was one of the Empire's 8 generals, and the youngest. His ability to hold the rank of general at such a young age spoke volumes of his talent and the Blood Emperor's regard for him. He was also an ambitious individual. However, the 4 knights were directly commanded by the Blood Emperor, and were not part of the military. General Ray, standing before him, had no authority to command them. Everyone, reckless action on the battlefield is fatal. This is not a personal duel between warriors. General Ray spoke softly, but his words were a bit harsh. His Majesty has deployed the Royal Air Guard and sent you 4 knights to the battlefield, not just to eliminate a single Imperial traitor. Looking away, General Ray looked at the completely surrounded elite troops of the kingdom, his eyes flashing with hidden heat. He said solemnly and seriously, we must completely destroy the kingdom's hope of rising. Archers, prepare. Clatter. From all directions, Imperial soldiers raised their bows, nocked arrows, and drew their strings. The humming sound of the air vibrating echoed throughout the battlefield. Shoot! Swoosh! Swoosh! The sky filled with arrows transformed into a cold rain, enveloping the heavens. Defensive formation. Shields. Renas and Gazef's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately issued orders. They could easily withstand such an attack, but it posed a serious threat to the soldiers. The 4 knights didn't charge. Renas had a bad feeling. Her original plan was to provoke the 4 knights and engage them directly with her and Gazef's strength. Killing just one of them would deal a severe blow to the Empire. The battlefield isn't a one-man battle. Even with the strength of a hero, they could easily slaughter thousands of soldiers, but it would inevitably take a heavy toll on their physical strength. Renas and Gazef were both top-tier warriors. If such a person were determined to escape, even the army wouldn't be able to stop them. But now both were commanders of their legions. Unless their legions were completely annihilated, abandoning them and fleeing would leave them completely wiped out in the kingdom. The smell of blood is truly wonderful. General Ray laughed sinisterly from his horse. But no one noticed that at the edge of the battlefield, animals as adept at hiding as rats emerged from the ground. Then, they died silently. From the corpses of these animals or monsters, vibrant red flowers burst forth, their buds stained with blood, poised to bloom. The red petals swayed, a barely detectable trace of light yellow pollen permeated the air. Midfire Moon, August 12th. The adventurer group, led by Blue Rose and Henry, finally reached the northern depths of the Great Top Forest. Nearly 10% of the troops were casualties. Meanwhile, the troops led by Renas and Gazef were completely entangled with the Empire. Over the course of 2 days, the Empire's losses exceeded 3,000 men, while the kingdom's losses were only around 100. A clear 30:1 disparity, but the kingdom's morale was already severely low. The Empire employed a strategy of encirclement, waiting for the enemy to tire themselves out, even employing a surround 3, leave 1 tactic. This constantly forced the kingdom's troops out of the range of the border fortress Irantal, thus cutting off their supply lines. Even with the strength of Renas and Gazef, who almost crushed over 3,000 men, their impact on the battle was ultimately limited. This wasn't a difference in tactics or strength, it was the degree of importance the kingdom and empire attached to each other. The kingdom clearly still viewed the empire's harassment from the same perspective as before. Deep in the northern part of the top forest, a desolate, barren land of trees. 2 lush trees stood in the center of the area. "They're coming!" The tree elf Peonies was terrified. The human adventurer's strength was too formidable. All the obstructing monsters along the way only served to slow their progress. "What should I do? What should I do?" The terrifying tree men are no match for those humans. The tree elf Peonies hid in her main form, trembling with despair. "I already stopped the monsters in the forest from harassing the humans. Why are humans still coming in?" Initially, the chaotic monsters were controlled by the terrifying tree men, but after she took over, they stopped doing so. "If only the demon tree Sama revives, even partially, I can survive." The tree elf Peonies thought, her heart seemingly made up. On the battlefield of the Raz Plains, the blooming red flowers grew increasingly vibrant. At this moment, the adventurer team had completely entered this desolate area. What the hell is going on here? Are all the trees dead? Many adventurers stared in astonishment at the unusual sight before them. "So, we reached the enemy's lair." Gagran walked to a dead tree and casually smashed it with his fist. With a crack, the seemingly sturdy tree snapped. Whoosh! A red figure flew from the sky, creating a piercing sound. Enemy spotted. 3 kilometers ahead, there are 2 unusually normal trees. They must be the unknown plant-type monster. Evil Eye hovered in midair, her magically enhanced voice reaching the ears of the adventurers below. "I thought they hide, but they're completely exposed to us." An adventurer in the crowd muttered in confusion. "Everyone!" Lockhuse's eyes fixed, he wiped the dust from his face, and said to the crowd, "Take a 10-minute break, and then completely destroy these 2 monsters." "Oh! Oh!" The adventurers, their fatigue swept away, shouted excitedly. Boom! 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 However, the excitement didn't last long before some of the dead trees ahead suddenly shook violently. The next moment, some of the dead trees seemed to come alive, their roots like human legs rising from the ground, transforming into ferocious-looking tree men. Chapter 422. Boom! Crystal shots. Fist-sized, sharp crystals shot down from the sky, piercing the air, and slamming into the newly awakened treants below. One treant had barely stepped out of the ground when it was shattered by these crystal shrapnel. Bang! Crack! The broken dark brown wood chips flew everywhere, and it fell to the ground with a dull thud. Not very strong. Evil Eye looked down at the treants destroyed by her magic, and made a mental assessment. Everyone. These treants are increasing in number. The 2 green leaf treants in the center are probably the controllers. I take care of them first. A high-pitched voice echoed from the sky, reaching the ears of the adventurers below. Hovering in midair, Evil Eye could clearly see the vast number of dead trees gradually transforming into these strange treants. Based on her previous adventurer experience and analysis of the intelligence at hand, Evil Eye determined that these strange treants were probably protecting the 2 green leaf treants at the deepest point. Gagran raised his long hammer in a defensive stance, shouting to Evil Eye overhead, "Be careful, little one." "Then, I leave that side to you." Locus, knowing Evil Eye's strength, nodded in response. This wasn't a reckless move. This subjugation of the unknown plant monster naturally included a possibility of failure. Given Evil Eye's strength, conducting a preliminary test was part of the plan. Whoosh, Evil Eye nodded gently, adjusted her form, and flew towards the location of the two leafy tree men. The wind howled beside her. Crimson eyes peered through the slits in their masks, and as they drew closer, they gradually took in the two leafy tree men. One large, one small, they couldn't resemble the same species. The smaller treeman looked like a normal tree, while the larger one had an extremely thick trunk, giving it the sinister appearance of a monster. Evil Eye searched her memories, but found no information about similar plant-type monsters. But that was to be expected. Plant-type monsters were rare. The ones a normal adventurer might encounter were the fungus men of the plant type. These monsters were considered spore-type monsters within the plant type, not very powerful, but extremely adept at hiding. Or rather, most plant-type monsters were adept at hiding. Why would they turn this area of the forest into a barren wasteland? Evil Eye wondered as she quickly approached. Given the hidden nature of these plant-type monsters in the forest, finding them was quite difficult. The adventurous ninja expedition team they had formed was prepared for a lengthy search. Who could have imagined that they would find their targets so easily? After all, the presence of two healthy trees in this barren landscape was the most significant anomaly. It wasn't hard to guess. The land and dense forests were completely barren, a sign that all their energy and vitality had been drained. Evil Eye's crimson figure streaked across the sky, appearing above the two deciduous tree men, her gaze fixed. To be able to drain such a vast amount of energy is beyond the capabilities of an ordinary monster. Just in case, let's use our air superiority to launch a test attack. A surge of magical power surged through Evil Eye. She raised her palms, aiming them at the two leafy tree men below, and chanted, Magic Resistance Breakthrough, Dragon Thunder. Fire magic attacks are most effective against plant-type monsters, but Evil Eye's fire magic is relatively limited and low-level. She simply chose Dragon Thunder. Thunder magic, which also deals increased damage to plant-type monsters, can also deal even greater damage. Crack! A surge of blue lightning erupted from Evil Eye's arms, transforming into twisting electric snakes that blasted towards the two tree men below. Sensing the danger from above, the tree elf, Peonies, trembled in fear. She was just an ordinary tree elf, skilled only in charms. If you get hit, you die. The dryad, Peonies, hoped the terrifying tree men beside her had a way to defend themselves. Root defense. Roar! The terrifying tree man had long noticed the enemy hovering overhead. He opened his bloody maw at the center of his trunk and let out a roar like a demonic beast. Puff! Puff! Several thick roots emerged from the dirt beneath his feet, rapidly growing and spreading, crisscrossing to form a grid-like defense. Boom! The roar of dragon thunder struck the root defense. The first impact area was instantly charred, but the blue arc of electricity quickly moved underground along the numerous roots, neutralizing it. Blocked? Evil Eye frowned slightly, realizing she might have chosen the wrong magic attack. Speedy tree species. The next moment, the red flowers blooming above the terrifying tree man's head shrank together, and then, like compressed springs, they ejected bullet-like seeds from their cores, shooting into the air. Crystal barrier. Evil Eye chanted rapidly forming a translucent crystal shield in front of her. Dang! 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 Intensive clashes echoed across the crystal shield, leaving streaks of white destruction. About the strength of 4th tier magic. After a brief exploration, Evil Eye gained a relatively clear understanding of the terrifying treeman. However, with only this level of power, how could it possibly drain the energy of this area? Even its fellow treeman probably couldn't do it. Could it be that seemingly ordinary treeman who was the strongest? Out of the corner of her eye, Evil Eye glanced at the tree elf, Peonies, with a hint of increased vigilance and alertness. Fireball! Whoosh! Evil Eye chanted again, unleashing a fireball at the terrifying treeman below. This time, she chose low-level fire magic. After the initial attacks, it was determined that lightning magic wasn't very effective, and her most proficient earth-based magic wasn't a good offensive tool either. Plant-based monsters are more or less resistant to earth magic. A crimson fireball descended in a stream of light, root defense. The horror treeman still employed his previous defensive tactics, but this time, they were noticeably less effective against fire magic. Bang! The fireball exploded in the roots, quickly burning a large hole. The blasting flames drifted over the horror treeman's head, igniting several leaves. Roar! Whoa roar! The horror treeman let out a chaotic cry, and its roots emerged from the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust that extinguished the burning leaves above. Speedy tree seed? Another barrage of seed attacks flew in. Evil Eye, taking advantage of the air, easily dodged the barrage of fireballs, unleashing a continuous barrage of fireballs. Fireballs streaked across the sky, exploding as they fell. Although the horror treeman, unlike ordinary plant-type monsters, could freely move along the ground using its roots, it lacked flight and normal anti-air capabilities. Next, it was a completely one-sided bombardment. After enduring dozens of consecutive fireball attacks, the green leaves above the horror treeman's head had long since been completely burned away, and its body, charred black as charcoal, collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Easier than I thought. There's just one more. Kill them all and it's over. Evil Eye, still a little confused, began to chant as she pondered, fire. Huh? Suddenly, Evil Eye noticed a naked green elf emerging from the treeman's trunk. It fell to its knees, begging for mercy. Tree elf? Evil Eye muttered uncertainly to herself. The other elf looked remarkably similar to the tree elves she had heard of. This isn't a monster. It's a relatively rare alien species, one of the rare ones that doesn't harbor hostility towards most creatures. As Evil Eye began to chant, numerous questions surfaced again. Why was the tree elf entangled with that plant-based monster? Why was the terrifying tree man called a monster? Because during the previous battle, she discovered that the terrifying tree man lacked the intelligence and language of normal species. It was more like a pure monster. Perhaps it's disguised. This thought surfaced in Evil Eye's mind. She had been able to easily defeat the terrifying tree man, because she had taken advantage of the air. Huh? The next moment, Evil Eye noticed something was amiss with the tree elf. After a brief moment of thought, she shifted and flew downward. The red figure landed. The tree elf, Peonies, collapsed limply to the ground, twitching involuntarily, her body gradually becoming ethereal. What's going on? Evil Eye observed the tree elf's abnormal appearance. A genderless voice, unidentifiable from behind her white mask, emanated. Demon. Tree. The tree elf, Peonies' consciousness beginning to fade, managed to utter 2 words with her remaining strength. She had been harboring the seed of the terrifying tree man. She had thought she would be free after his death, but with his demise, the seed had begun to madly absorb her life force. Demon tree? Evil Eye's heart trembled upon hearing the words, and she wanted to ask more. What is that? The tree elf, Peonies, began to lose consciousness, unable to hold on any longer. His body transformed into a green light, and merged back into the trunk of his original body. As Evil Eye watched, the lush green leaves of this seemingly normal tree gradually withered. This situation was not difficult to deduce. Evil Eye realized that the culprit behind all this was probably the demon tree the tree elf had mentioned. And to gain more information, the only way was to find a way from this tree elf. Healing magic should work. Fly! Evil Eye chanted quickly, preparing to return to the expedition team and bring back the adventurers who could use healing magic. Actually, there was a better way. Bring the tree elves to the adventurers, but Evil Eye knew that tree elves, as aliens, couldn't move normally. They required special faith-based magic to transplant, otherwise they would harm the enemy. Whoosh, Evil Eye soared into the sky, speeding up, a vague sense of foreboding building within her. Unexpectedly, having flown only a short distance, Evil Eye spotted the approaching expeditionary force from afar, much to her surprise. The flight paused, and the force quickly descended. The two sides soon reunited. Evil Eye then understood how the adventurers had arrived so quickly. It turned out that the numerous tree people who had been blocking the way had, for some unknown reason, suddenly perished. Exchanging information, the adventurers were astonished that Evil Eye had single-handedly defeated the unknown plant-type monster. They also realized that the sudden deaths of the tree people were related to Evil Eye's destruction of that terrifying tree person. While analyzing the intelligence, the adventurers quickly arrived at the location of the tree elf, Peonies. The desolate, gray earth lay dormant. The lone green tree stood out, but even more striking was its visibly withered state. Little one, is this the alien species you were talking about? German's square, thick-framed face was filled with curiosity, as he and the other adventurers examined the tree. It's quite ordinary, Tina and Tia observed, commenting. This is just her true form. Evil Eye explained briefly to her companions' puzzled gazes. The adventurers discussed. Locus, who wielded healing magic, and several other priest adventurers approached the tree spirit's main body. Heal minor injuries. Heal major injuries. A soft, holy white light enveloped it. The withering of the tree spirit Peonies' body began to slow. Success? A cry of surprise rang out from the crowd. What is the magic tree? We have to ask this tree spirit later. Henry, Gagarin, and the others stood together, speaking softly. Humph, our previous analysis was wrong, Tina warned, fiddling with her dagger. I found quite a few monster corpses near where the intercepting tree men originally took root. Yeah, that's right. Tia nodded. No wonder there haven't been any powerful monsters in the entire forest. They've probably all become nutrients for those tree men. Keegren's sharp gaze was turned. Combined with Little Bit's intelligence, we can basically make a conclusion. Those tree men are probably fragments of the one Little Bit eliminated. Here we go. Gagran lowered his voice. Previously, we speculated that the unknown plant monster controlled magical beasts through its seeds, combined with its psychic abilities, to cause chaos. Now we discovered that's not the case at all. The plant monster's ultimate goal is to give birth to tree men. Ordinary magical beasts, and wild beasts can't give birth to tree men, only powerful magical beasts can. Tia added, so, once the original body dies, the tree men will die as well. But now, based on Little Bit's information, that plant monster might not be its true original body? Inri listened quietly to the other's analysis, thinking to herself, how impressive. As expected of the Blue Rose people. Chapter 423. In terms of analyzing various clues, Inli felt she couldn't compare to the Blue Rose people before her. You've been an adventurer for so short a time. Inli pricked up her ears, listening to the various analyses, and secretly encouraged herself, there's still so much to learn. Keegren, Tina, and Tia didn't shy away from Inli, perhaps considering her a junior. Their words were more or less filled with the implication of imparting knowledge, that Captain Tang wasn't a qualified captain. At least when it came to adventurers, Tina and Tia exchanged a glance, nodded in tacit agreement, and reached this conclusion. What are you two thinking? Keegren's gruff voice echoed, his thoughts delicate. The other party is different from us. Their path to growth is very unique. Humph. Got it. Tia and Tina, arms folded across their chests, spoke separately. Indeed, Free Will's rise to its current level has been remarkable. A remarkable feat. Such astonishing progress has inevitably sparked curiosity, and led many adventurers to investigate free will. The more they investigated, the more they discovered. Free Will's level increase is not mysterious at all, but rather remarkably clear and simple, even possessing a legendary quality for ordinary adventurers. The opponent had leaped directly from the lowest iron rank to gold rank, leveraging the effects of an alchemical potion and receiving a recommendation from the Empire's Adventurers Guild. Then came the well-known Hill incident, which instantly propelled this adventurer team to become the kingdom's second group of steel rank adventurers. From iron rank to steel rank, the Free Will had barely completed any adventurer missions, making them the least adventurer-like of the adventurer teams. Many people suspected that team leader Tang had formed the adventurer team solely to capitalize on the convenience of adventurers. This was further supported by clues like his obsession with alchemy and the meager number of team members, one of whom was a demi-human. What? Suddenly, an adventurer's exclamation echoed from the front, and everyone looked over. That was the location where the tree spirit was being treated. Under the treatment of the adventurers, led by Locus, the tree spirit's withering condition had been significantly curbed. This situation did not last long. The tree spirit's body began to grow thicker, and its originally smooth brown bark began to turn dark brown. The appearance of an ordinary tree was undergoing a devastating transformation. What is this? The priest adventurer took a step back in fear. This did not look non-threatening. The other priest adventurers paused their healing spells, exchanged glances, and gazed warily at the gradually mutating tree spirit's true form. Everyone retreat. Locus was remarkably calm. His emerald eyes flashed as he immediately ordered the supporting priest adventurers to retreat. Magic casters, stand guard. The rest of the warrior adventurers, surround this tree. A clear voice pierced the air. All the adventurers reacted and immediately adjusted their defenses. Evil Eye swiftly stepped forward. Awestruck by the diminutive, childlike figure, the other adventurers made way. This was a solo kill, a magic caster at the level of forest ruler, truly worthy of being a member of the Blue Rose. Is this the same terrifying tree man from before? Evil Eye's crimson eyes peered through her mask, examining the mutated tree spirit's true form. She had clearly established in the previous battle that the terrifying tree man and the tree spirit had no connection at all, so why had this change occurred? It stopped. Locus noticed something and suddenly spoke. Evil Eye's eyes narrowed. As the healing magic ceased, the tree spirit's mutation also ceased, and it began to wither once more. The captain of the Orichalcum adventurers, Hornblade, approached, observing with a serious expression, "It's similar to the monster parasite we saw earlier." According to the information Miss Evil Eye provided, this tree spirit is an alien species, clearly also parasitized. The adventurer leaders of the Longsword Hand spoke in unison. A few brief words, simply stating that the chances of obtaining information from this tree spirit were now slim. The only option left is to destroy them. Evil Eye, feeling a little regretful, but her judgment unaffected, addressed Locuse. Aho! It was the cry of a monster. In this desolate, dry land, there was only one monster. Many adventurers' eyes fell on Inri. She was accompanied by a powerful demon dog named Kuro. What's wrong, Kuro? Faced with the attention, Inri's face etched with apology, she soothed Kuro beside her, perplexed. Bang! Bang! Auror! The slick black fur on the demon dog's head stood up, as it frizzled, and it restlessly slapped the ground with its forelimbs. This movement startled everyone. Monsters possess a superior sense of smell and perception compared to ordinary humans, especially powerful monsters, whose perception even surpasses that of rogues. Swish! Tina and Tia instantly dropped to the ground, one ear pressed against the ground to listen. As they moved, the other rogue adventurers in the other team's faces changed slightly, and they followed suit. There's movement underground. Tia quickly looked up and shouted. A vibrating humming sound gradually rose from deep underground, as if some massive object were protruding from the ground below. At the same moment, Tang Dang's voice echoed in Enli's mind. Henry! I just received intelligence from the Celian Theocracy. The situation on your side is unusual. Take all adventurers and evacuate immediately. The familiar, urgent voice made Enri's heart suddenly tense. She didn't know what had happened, or even what intelligence the captain had received from the Celian Theocracy, but she had absolute trust in Tang Zheng. Everyone run! Enri raised her neck, her face flushed red as she shouted. The captain always remained calm and composed no matter what. The only time he had shown any anxiety was during the hill incident. This time, the captain's tone was serious. Perhaps the situation before them was as serious as the previous hill incident. The adventurers present were stunned, staring at Enri, whose expression had suddenly changed, unsure why she was so nervous. Some eyes instinctively turned to Locuse. He was the leader of the entire adventurer expedition. Enri, Locuse remained perfectly calm, his tone gentle yet serious, asking, "What did you discover?" Enri opened her mouth, unable to answer. The fact that she could communicate with the captain over long distances was crucial information that needed to be concealed. Boom! There was no time to explain. The earth surged violently and irregularly like waves on the sea, heaving and undulating, and a dense network of cracks began to appear. In some places, large areas collapsed, transforming into an all-consuming abyss. A shocking scene. It instantly captured everyone's attention, and the intense tremor quickly spread from deep underground to the surface. Thankfully, the adventurers present were no weaklings. Faced with the shaking ground and the opening cracks, they quickly moved away. Rumble, a towering black shadow, as thick as a tower, burst forth from the crevice of the collapsed ground, rapidly spreading toward the sky. Like a spear poised to pierce the heavens. All the adventurers present stared in disbelief and shock, gazing in terror at the towering black figure. What the hell was this thing? It was a massive creature, twisting and coiling like a python, as thick as a battering ram. Its skin was clung to a bluish-brown stratum corneum, a cracked structure. Its entire body was smeared with mud, making it impossible to fully discern its features. This bluish-brown creature was incredibly massive. If its twisted, coiled body were stretched straight, it would have stood at least 100 meters tall. Boom! The massive figure seemed to have found its target, swiftly striking down at the group of adventurers below. A rapid crackling sound and roar. Even before it even landed, a terrifying air pressure had already been generated, weighing heavily on everyone. Many adventurers stood there in a daze, their faces pale, and filled with despair. The force of such a massive body swinging forward was impossible to avoid or resist, and it seemed the only way was to wait for death. Everyone, flee! Locuse's clear eyes were bloodshot, and her voice, laced with magic, startled the fear-stricken crowd. Swish! Hands clenched the magic sword. She wanted to buy everyone time to escape. Gugu leader. Evil Eye let out a distinctive hum, her expression behind the mask unusually solemn. Now's not the time to show off. I hold the line. Captain Devil. Little One. Kigrin, Tina, and the Tia people shouted, rushing forward together. Even though they knew their strength was utterly inadequate to stop the terrifying, massive monster before them, they wouldn't abandon their companions. Go! Go! Instantly, Locuse and Evil Eye shouted simultaneously, not even turning back. Magic resistance breakthrough. Maximum enhancement sand domain. Super boosted power dark blade super crossbow level shockwave. A shockwave of dark energy erupted from the enlarged demonic sword, blasting the massive monster crashing down from the sky. Boom! Boom! A massive explosion ripped through the creature's skin, scattering the clung to earth and revealing a clearer, bluish-brown hue. Lockhuse's grip on the magic sword trembled. His full-strength strike hadn't even scratched the opponent's skin. What kind of monster was this? Splash! Yellow quicksand appeared where the giant monster had broken through the ground, forming a quicksand-like bond, attempting to trap it. But its effect was minimal. I can't stop it. Evil Eye immediately realized that the terrifying monster before them was no match for them. Perhaps only the Dragon King could withstand it. Let's go! Evil Eye immediately placed a hand on Lockhuse's shoulder and shouted to the others nearby. Garen. Tina. Henry! She intended to use teleportation magic to leave. This felt a bit unfair to the other adventurers, but there was no other way. The monster before them was no match for them. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying creature could hide in the top forest? No! Lockhuse said resolutely, taking a step forward to break free from Evil Eye's grasp. As the initiator of the expedition, she couldn't afford to escape alone while the rest of the adventurers perished. Are you planning to use your innate ability? Evil Eye realized something. She knew this would happen given Lockhuse's personality. However, using Lockhuse's innate ability would be costly, and the ultimate outcome might not be entirely effective. Boom! A terrifying, massive black shadow loomed. Henry leaped forward, suddenly leaping past Evil Eye and Lockhuse. This caused both of them to pause. Leave it to me! Henry, clutching the sword in both hands, ran swiftly, her chestnut blonde ponytail swirling in the air. A stream of pure righteous energy, a translucent glow, emanated from her body. Everyone, Song Qiangwei, and the other adventurers were all stunned. They sensed a resoluteness from Henry they had never experienced before. Heroic moment, Henry whispered. Instantly, a dense mass of white light, like fireflies, filled everyone's field of vision. This energy converged upon Henry's body at an astonishing speed. Buzz, Henry, enveloped in white light, suddenly leaped from the ground, her speed far exceeding her previous performance. Like a streak of white light, she soared into the sky. This was not magical flight, but a charge of pure force. Henry swung the clear sword in both hands, her tiny form colliding with the 100-meter-tall behemoth. Boom! A rumble like muffled thunder exploded in the sky, and a terrifying shockwave spread from Henry and the massive monster, forming a visible gust of air that swept all around. Blocked. Blocked. I did? Unbelievable. Everyone stared at the scene in stunned silence. Even the adventurers, who had just been about to flee, subconsciously stopped where they were. At this moment, everyone suddenly understood why the Holy Kingdom had given Henry the Sword of Purity, one of the 4 holy swords. A Blind Hills. Clairvoyance. Tang Zheng sat on a wooden chair in the laboratory, using detection magic to observe the events unfolding in the top forest. The demonic tree has revived. No, only partially. Oh, it blocked it. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up, and he smiled as expected. It's truly a special class skill. Heroic moment allows Henry to gain the stats of the ally or enemy with the highest physical attack on the battlefield. Naturally, the highest stats in the top forest belong to the demonic tree. This was why Tang Zheng wasn't worried about Henry being in danger. After all, the demonic tree was only partially revived. Chapter 424. Tang Zheng's eyes glowed with blue magic. Using his clairvoyance to detect the attack, he saw Henry successfully block the attack of one of the demonic tree's roots. He was certain. That's right, that massive, python-like black thing, hundreds of meters long, was the demonic tree's root, or, to be more precise, just a portion of it. From his clairvoyance's perspective, Tang Zheng could see more clearly that the root was only the front end. According to his memory, its true length should be over 300 meters. And the demonic tree had 6 such roots. This was a truly impressive monster. The slain theocracy called it the Dragon King of Destruction, and to those from another world, that was no exaggeration. A mere section of the demonic tree root, with Henry's explosive power resisting it, allows Song Qiangwei and her group of adventurers to safely evacuate. Tang Zheng chanted again in a low voice, clairvoyance. The perspective shifted. This time, the viewpoint was the border between the Empire and the kingdom on the Cat's Plains. At a glance, the two countries were engaged in a chaotic battle, the air thick with wisps of pale yellow powder, like a haze. Scalding blood continuously spilled onto the ground. Beneath the soft, dark brown soil, a dense network of roots, like strands of silk, spread, rapidly absorbing the blood that fell to the ground. Even from the bodies of the soldiers from both countries, who had fallen to the ground, Roots like mycelium sprouted from beneath them, connecting them to the corpses. However, both the kingdom and empire forces ignored this unusual situation. Many soldiers, with bloodshot eyes, clashed in fierce battle. The entire battlefield transformed into a meat grinder of endless, relentless battle. It's the negative state of rage. Tang Jing's face darkened as he watched the scene transmitted by the magic. It's so far away in the depths of the top forest, yet it can still affect this place. This doesn't seem like a temporary arrangement. Based on the information transmitted by Enri and his own analysis, the magic tree currently displays 3 main special abilities. 1. Releases pollen with the negative effects of charm and rage. 2. Spreads parasitic seeds over a large area. 3. Depending on the strength of the host the seeds parasitize, they can give rise to 3 types of terrifying tree men, ordinary tree men, and red flowers. This reminded Tang Zheng of the Death Knight, who similarly transformed living beings into servant zombies and ordinary dead zombies. Based on this information, he deduced that the number of terrifying tree men the magic tree could generate must be limited. In addition, as the mother, the magic tree can use the roots of its offspring to absorb the energy of dead creatures from a distance. That terrifying treeman doesn't have that kind of intelligence. Tang Zheng recalled the terrifying treeman's demonic behavior he had observed, frowning slightly. Was it that tree spirit's doing? He stared at the images continuously transmitted from the clairvoyance. Amidst the widespread chaos, only a few figures remained unaffected, Gazef and Renas on the kingdom side, and the 4 knights on the empire side. The few who remained conscious at this moment were trying to stop the soldiers from engaging in a fratricidal attack on each other. Faced with the soldiers caught in a frenzy, verbal warnings were ineffective. Brute force was the only option. Tang Zheng paused briefly before activating his skill, Information. Sir! The lizardman Kuruksu's soft, respectful response echoed in his mind. At the same moment, the Celian theocracy, the capital of the gods, was within a temple. The clean marble floor reflected the figures of over a dozen people. Each figure exuded a powerful aura. Their equipment varied, not plain and simple, but rather entertaining, yet with an inexplicable sense of harmony throughout. Each person stood still, some calm, some indifferent, some silent. Any one of these, in the outside world, could easily rival a team of adamantite-grade adventurers. This was also the theocracy's most secretive and powerful force. The Dark Scripture. Suddenly, a young girl, dressed in a JK outfit resembling a high school uniform, raised a slender finger, adjusted her half-rimmed glasses, and suddenly, with a serious expression, said, "The demonic tree has resurrected." As soon as these words were spoken, the air fell silent for a moment. Everyone present had a different expression, all looking at the single, dark-haired young man sitting on the ground in the center. He wore a light armor composed of black, white, and blue leather and metal, and wielded a very worn spear. As expected of you, astrology 1,000 miles. Although it's a few years earlier than originally predicted, being able to predict the resurrection time around this time means the wait wasn't in vain. The young man looked up, his long black hair flowing down his shoulders. Anticipation welled in his eyes, as he glanced at the 2 figures in the crowd. For elements, infinite magical power, he seemed to sense the captain's gaze. Infinite magic, a disheveled female magician wearing a large black hat, tilted her head lazily. A decadent, lazy aura emanated from her entire being. Infinite magic, Captain Shirin said softly. Considering what was about to happen, it would be most appropriate for the other party to consume the magic power. Yes. Infinite magic's long, slightly curly, sky-blue hair trembled, and a hint of distress flashed through her drooping eyes. She uttered a weak, feeble voice. Teleport. Swish, infinite magic vanished from the spot. The air returned to calm, and everyone waited in silence. Astrology Chinli folded one arm across her chest, the other hand hanging naturally, holding a magical item called a pink bag. Her peculiar, slightly embarrassing attire was quite out of place in the relatively traditional environment of the theocracy. But there was nothing she could do. This attire is one of the legacies left behind by the great 6 great gods, and it's a powerful magical item. The resurrection of the demonic tree has caused quite a stir. The Adventurers Guild in the kingdom has already intervened. Resolving this matter quietly will likely be impossible. Astrology Chinli had also been keeping an eye on the situation in the top forest. Thinking of the scene he had just witnessed through magic, a solemn look flashed across his eyes. He thought to himself, that girl must be Enri with free will. It's incredible. No wonder she could destroy the legendary undead soul devourer. But she hasn't displayed that kind of power before. Is it a special explosive method? In the time between thinking and analyzing the information, he paused. A surge of magical energy emerged. Everyone's eyes turned to the location where the magical fluctuation had emerged. The infinite magical energy that had just departed returned, bringing with it a figure before them. This was an extremely old woman, her face covered in wrinkles, making it difficult to determine her exact age. The most striking thing was that the old woman was wearing a long, golden, and white dress of a very strange style. According to information passed down by the gods, this was a type of clothing called a cheongsam. Mostly worn by women in their 20s and 30s, it was not suitable for older people. It gave off a sense of debauchery. This thought crossed the minds of several members present, but was quickly suppressed. Everyone knew that this was no ordinary garment, but a genuine artifact left behind by the 6 great gods. Lord Carey, the captain of the gods, who had been sitting on the ground, stood up, one hand gripping a worn spear, and spoke with a hint of respect. "Excuse me for waiting." Carey narrowed his smiling eyes slightly, and nodded to the crowd present. "From now on, I will be escorted by you all." Swish! The atmosphere became solemn. "Let's go!" Captain Sharon said. Elsewhere, on the outskirts of the battlefield on the Cat's Plains, a figure wrapped in straw approached the perimeter of the battlefield where the kingdom and empire clashed. A white, scaly tail emerged from the straw behind it. This figure was clearly not human. The lizardman Kuruxa moved his legs. From afar, he could hear the fierce shouts of the humans. The smell of blood in the air grew thicker as he approached the battlefield. Unconsciously, the lizardman Crush recalled the catastrophe that had befallen her tribe. Countless lizardman corpses had stained the lake crimson, and only a pure white figure stood upon the battlefield, as if cut off from the crimson world. Huh? Lizardman Crush exhaled, clearing her mind of the chaotic memories and regaining consciousness. She and Inri returned together, making a special trip to the great wetlands to visit the surviving lizardmen from afar. They were all living well now. That was enough. In the memories of her tribe, she was, after all, a dead lizardman. It was best for her to remain hidden from their eyes. Crack! Snap! Lizardman Crush stepped on something hard. Looking down, she discovered a fragment of armor, stained red with blood. Whether it's lizardmen or humans, there will always be conflict. A certain confusion and doubt flickered in the lizardman Kuruxu's clear red eyes. She raised her head again, approaching the increasingly clear battlefield. Humans clearly have no shortage of food, so why are they still killing each other? This was something she couldn't comprehend at the moment. In the past, the main reason for the lizardmen's hostility was food. Now, with a smaller population, food is more plentiful. The 5 major lizardmen tribes have even merged into one. The lizardman Kuruxa thought again of the hilly region. Now, under the rule of His Excellency Tang, all races can live together in peace. Is it an external threat? The lizardman Kuruxa muttered softly to herself, as if she had discovered some dangerous answer. Tada, stop! The battlefield was already within sight, and the roars of humans fighting filled the air. The pale yellow powder lingering in the air caused the lizardman Kuruxu's emotions to fluctuate slightly, but having been prepared, the effect was not noticeable, reducing the frequency of breathing. The lizardman Kuruxu raised both hands to the sky, his entire body radiating a shimmering pale blue light. 4th-tier magic. Cloud operation. The next moment, the previously clear sky darkened at a visible speed, and a vast expanse of dark clouds began to gather over the battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh. Dilly dilly dilly. Gusts of wind, accompanied by a patter of rain, poured down. The lizardman Kuruxa turned and departed again, his figure wrapped in straw, gradually disappearing into the rain. Cloud operation wouldn't last long, but it would certainly clear the airborne pollen within its range. On the battlefield. Bang! Bang! Renas, cold as ice, clapped her hands hard, knocking out the soldier who rushed towards her. What the hell is going on? All the soldiers had lost their minds, even attacking their own men. At first, Renas thought it was the Empire's doing, but then she discovered that the Empire had also been in chaos. This clearly involved an unknown third party. Miss Renas. Gaze have suddenly shouted from a distance. The other side was also dealing with the chaotic soldiers, knocking them out one by one. This was the only way to prevent suicide and massacre. Whoosh! A barely perceptible sound of piercing the air echoed from a blind spot. Renas's expression changed instantly. She stepped back with her left foot, her head tilted back, her back bent, like a drawn bow. The Rot Wolf silently appeared before Renas, his fierce kick slashing across the spot just above his head. One strike missed, continuous kicks. The Rot Wolf twisted in midair, a ferocious, bloodthirsty look on his face. He turned and slashed down with his left leg from above. Die! You traitor! Humph! Renas snorted coldly, using the black spear in her hand to support herself on the ground. Speed up the water. Her speed suddenly increased. Dodging the flurry of attacks, she thrust her spear back, fiercely lunging at the robbed wolf. Fortress! The robbed wolf wielded two short-bladed weapons, crossing them before him. Dang! A crisp crackling sound echoed. The robbed wolf felt the force from the spear tips, his lips curling up. He had already determined that Renas's strength was inferior to his own. Crack! The robbed wolf quickly turned its head, the dagger in its hand shattering, the bloody blade flying past its ear, causing its eye to twitch. The shouts of soldiers echoed from all directions. Renas dodged the chaotic attacks of the surrounding soldiers, while keeping a close eye on the swiftly moving robbed wolf not far away, and the predatory, immovable figure on the other side. Tick, tick! Is it raining? Renas's eyes lit up as she watched the raindrops tumbling down onto her spears. She had already sensed that the reason everyone was in a frenzied state was due to a powdery substance in the air. The rain would clear the air of this substance. The sudden onset of the rain brought a sense of relief to all those awake. The thought, finally, I can let loose, rose in their hearts. Whoosh! Whoosh! The robbed wolf, motionless yet moving, charged towards Renas from both sides. On the other side, Gazef was targeted by the other two of the four knights. Chapter 425. Bang! A black spear pierced the rain, colliding with a thick, black shield half the height of a man. A crack. Black cursed energy spread across the shield's surface, rapidly spreading from the spear's tip and cracking like shattered glass falling from its surface. Huh? Renas's grip on the spear paused, her blue eyes flashing. Ha ha ha. Unmoved, his rough eyebrows raised as he laughed. To counter your tool-destroying methods, I coated the shield with several layers of metal membrane. It's a significant weight increase, though. Unmoved panted heavily, his voice tinged with pride, his eyes filled with solemnity. They had thought, 2 against 1, that with the power of the rotten wolf having entered the heroic realm, it would be easy to defeat Renas, the imperial traitor. Who would have thought this woman's strength was completely different from the intelligence they had received? Crack! Another crisp sound. This time, the power of the cursed knight emanated from the black spear in Renas's hand. The ability not only destroyed the opponent's items, but also affected his own. Now! Fudo's eyes widened, and he roared furiously. Power up, flesh up, shield charge. Veins bulged in his arms. His thick neck tensed, as he raised 2 half-human-height shields to his chest. Bang! The ground shook beneath his feet. Fudo transformed into a black bull, charging towards Renas. At the same moment, the nimble figure of the rotten wolf vanished into a shadow. Accelerate the flow, strike hard, whirlwind kick. Attack from both sides. 2 figures instantly reached Renas, their cold murderous intent surging. Dark wave! Renas cried. Swish! Black cursed energy rapidly spread, centered around her. Moving in rotten wolf, the attackers immediately sensed this dark energy. Before they could react, their bodies suddenly froze in place. Whoa! Renas's eyes icy as she grasped the cracked black spear with her backhand. With a powerful thrust, she hurled it towards Renas's head. Move, move! Renas's expression was horrified. He tried to dodge, but his entire body had lost control, making any movement impossible. Bang! A stream of black light, mingled with cursed energy, first shattered the magic helmet. Immediately afterwards, Renas's head exploded in midair like a bursting watermelon. As she swung the spear, Renas turned, looked at the rot wolf, and activated the magic item pendant on her chest, Flame Beam. Swish! A blazing beam of light unleashed from the pendant on the fiery thorn temple, transforming into a straight, laser-like beam. Dodge! The rot wolf's eyes bulged, and under the aura of death, his stiff body tilted to the left. Blood spurted. The rot wolf's right arm flew out, engulfed in flames in midair and exploded. I want you dead. The rot wolf's face contorted, and the moment he realized his body had regained consciousness, he vanished from the spot in a mere shadow. Not good. Renas's pupil shrank. The rot wolf was already before her. Heavy whirlwind kick. He launched a powerful kick. Instantly, a pale red barrier erupted from the pendant on the fiery thorn temple, forming a protective shield that blocked the rot wolf's full-strength attack. Whoosh! Die! Renas pulled out a foldable black spear from her magic belt and pierced the rot wolf's body. Plop! Red blood, mixed with rainwater, dripped down the spear shaft from Renas's palm as she looked at the rot wolf, her eyes filled with resentment. I won, Renas gasped, her eyes filled with admiration. This was a powerful figure in the hero realm, superior to her in sheer strength, but a winner is a winner, and there's only one consequence for a loser. Renas's tense nerves relaxed, and she suddenly felt an inexplicable surge of power within her, breaking through the vague bottleneck at that moment, on the other side. Who? Gazef's mouth was bleeding, his chest heaving as he gripped the razor blade. At his feet, likely, lay Guang and Jifeng Lei. The 4 knights of the Empire were completely destroyed, mid-fire moon. August 15th, intermission. Night fell. The entire fortress city of Oriental was engulfed in a cheerful atmosphere. For years, the kingdom had always been at a disadvantage in clashes with the Empire. Every autumn, the Empire's malicious harassment even prevented the border villages from harvesting their crops. No one had anticipated such a significant victory this time. Even Mayor Panasol sat stunned in his mansion for half an hour upon receiving the news. This was a major event unprecedented in the entire kingdom of Riestais in recent decades. The 4 renowned knights of the Bahar's empire had been completely annihilated, and over 1,000 imperial soldiers had been captured. If it weren't for the warrior Captain Legion, the Scarlet Rose Legion would have suffered heavy losses as well, and the number of captured soldiers would have been even greater. But these are just minor matters. I must report this matter in detail to His Majesty the King. Mayor Panasol happily paced the room. And the captured soldiers? We can ask the Empire for bail. Puff, ha! Panasol laughed uncontrollably. This time, he could definitely make up for all the losses in one fell swoop. Ding! Ding! A gentle knock on the door sounded. Come in. Panasol suppressed his excitement, returned to the meeting room, and said with a smile. Normally, he didn't like being disturbed at this time of day, but today, he was happy enough to make an exception. The door was cautiously opened. A middle-aged, blonde, and elegantly dressed butler entered. What's the matter? Sir, the envoy from the Scion Theocracy has arrived, the butler said respectfully, head bowed. The Theocracy? Panasol's plump cheeks trembled, and he narrowed his eyes. At this moment, as the entire city reveled in the resounding victory, a beleaguered group of adventurers silently entered Oriental. These adventurers were the subjugation team. They had to enter the city stealthily under cover of darkness. When they had previously subjugated the unknown plant-type monster, too many people knew about it. If word of their failure spread, it would inevitably cause chaos. So, to avoid conspicuous attention, the Blue Rose group returned to the city under cover of darkness. Golden Glittering Pavilion. A historic, first-class luxury inn, usually catering to nobles and wealthy merchants, the subjugation adventurer team was currently staying there. A clean, spacious room. Perpetual light from the ceiling lamp illuminated the entire room. Evil Eye sat on the sofa, silent. Gagran, bandaged on her chest and left arm, sat carelessly on the red sofa on the other side, though her face looked grim. Tina and Tia, uninjured, leaned against the wall on either side. Is she okay? Tia asked, glancing at Henry, who lay soundly asleep on the sofa, her voice tinged with worry. Oh, I didn't expect you still care. Gagran smiled teasingly. Don't worry, she's just unconscious from exhaustion. That kind of explosive power. Wow, it was terrifying. The effects of such exhaustion are normal. Even so, Gagran felt a shudder at the thought of Henry's terrifying unleashing power, and his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. If it weren't for Henry, the entire expedition team would probably have fewer than a handful of people left alive. Little one, can you estimate the level of that monster? Gagran turned and asked seriously. Around 200 at the lowest. Evil Eye paused, then spoke slowly with a rare solemnity. Perhaps only a race as powerful as the Dragon King could withstand it. At this point, Evil Eye couldn't help but glance at the unconscious Henry. That outburst was definitely not normal. It didn't seem like a power a human could wield. The others instinctively glanced at Henry again. Silence returned to the air. Tia and the others wanted to say impossible, but only after they had truly witnessed that incomprehensible being did they realize Evil Eye was telling the truth. How terrifying! Gagran grinned, sputtering a few words after a long pause. Asshole! Tia crossed her arms, her fingers pinching her arms. Why would a monster like that exist in the top forest? I never heard of it before. If that monster leaves top forest, the entire kingdom will be in danger of destruction. A suppressed voice of fear slowly echoed through the room. That creature is simply not something humans can contend with. Not just the kingdom, other nations are also at risk of destruction. Even if we summon the Adamantium-class adventurers from all nations, we wouldn't be able to defeat it, Tina said in a low voice. No. We can't fight it. The red pupils behind Evil Eye's mask flickered, and she silently thought, we can fight it with the power of the Dragon King. That monster is indeed powerful, but it's nowhere near as powerful as the Black True Dragon King I once saw. What a pity. She had been activating the magic seals on her body for a while, but had received no response from the Dragon King. She wondered what the Dragon King was busy with. I hope the devil leader has some success. Kivrin sighed softly. After they returned, Lockhughes went to find the mayor and the Adventurers Guild president to report their intelligence. Late at night, 10:21. Footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. Kivrin and the others, completely awake, immediately looked toward the door. As it opened, Lockhughes walked in, a look of fatigue and confusion on his face. How's it going, devil leader? Kivrin straightened his back and looked at Lockhughes expectantly. What measures has the Adventurers Guild taken? Don't do anything, Lockhughes said. Huh? Everyone was puzzled. Tomorrow, the Adventurers Guild will announce to the outside world that we defeated the monsters in the top forest. A sneer flickered across Lockhughes' emerald eyes, and he shrugged. Anyway, it means it's been resolved. We publicize it along with the good news of victory in the Kingdom Empire War. They're crazy. Gagarin abruptly stood up from the sofa, his eyes wide. Huh? Tina's face was filled with disbelief. That's a monster that could destroy a nation. Even the most foolish wouldn't make such a decision. Evil Eye raised her head awkwardly at the word destroy a nation, and spoke in a neutral voice. Have you found a solution? That was the key point. Panasol and Einzak weren't fools, and certainly not the kind to turn a blind eye to danger. Yes. Lockhughes nodded. The Celian theocracy has already intervened. To prevent unnecessary chaos and trouble, they're announcing their victory. The Adventurers Guild Master and the city mayor have also agreed to the theocracy's plan. All I know is that the theocracy should have intelligence on the monster, and a way to deal with it. Lockhughes' slender arms drooped at his sides, a look of dejection and resignation. The legacy of the 6 gods? Evil Eye pondered. Damn it! Tina curled her lips in displeasure. I always feel underestimated by the theocracy. Exactly. Tia nodded vigorously in agreement. It sounds like they're helping, but it's more like looking down from a higher position. Devil Captain, cheer up, Gagarin soothed. I'm still feeling a bit unwilling. Lockhughes raised his head again, clenching his fists and encouraging himself. August 16th. Morning, 4:11. The night was as dark as ink. On the top floor of the Golden Shining Pavilion Hotel, a group of 13 people, wrapped in black robes, quietly left the hotel. Clementine, walking at the back, suddenly paused and turned her head to look at a room in the hotel behind her. Hee. Clementine licked her tongue and grinned. Are they some adventurers? That kind of gaze would be easily noticeable to anyone with keen perception. She simply turned her head deliberately. The rest of the dark scripture paid no attention. Clementine turned her head again, and happened to meet the gaze of the 4 elementals, also walking behind her. Then, they looked away. It's getting more and more interesting. Clementine's eyes curved like the moon, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Behind the glass window of a hotel room, Lockhughes and Evil Eye stood in the dark room, silently watching the group disappear into the darkness through the window. Terrible. Lockhughes' clear emerald eyes narrowed slightly, and his pink lips parted as he commented in astonishment. Even through the darkness, Lockhughes could still sense that the air around this mysterious group seemed to be distorted by an invisible force as they moved. As an adamantite rank adventurer, she had fought off many powerful monsters and demi-humans over the years, but her excellent intuition made her realize that all the opponents she had encountered before were no match for that group. A group of powerful individuals of this level could never belong to a weak organization. The theocracy, Lockhughes muttered to himself. Oh! Humph. What are you two looking at? Kivrin, Tia, and Tia's voices rang out. Chapter 426. Under the night. A crescent moon was obscured by thin clouds, its sparse moonlight casting a deep shadow before dawn. The dark scripture, like ghosts in the darkness, silently left the area of Erental. The entire process. The soldiers stationed at the city gate were unaware, only yawning slightly, feeling slightly sleepy. After completely leaving the border city of the kingdom, the group led by Captain Camito suddenly changed their aura. Speed up. Captain Camito's deep red eyes narrowed, and he spoke softly without turning his head. The dark scripture was the theocracy's secret force. If it weren't for the resurrection of the demonic tree, which had already attracted the attention of the Adventurers Guild, they wouldn't have appeared within the kingdom of Erental, but would have headed directly to their destination in the top forest. Speed. The gloomy face of a middle-aged man from one of the 4 elements emerged from beneath his black hood. He began chanting first, and a faint blue light appeared beneath everyone's feet. He then chanted again, "Flowing wind." Invisible air currents were stirred, forming a whirlwind of flowing air, gently supporting everyone's bodies and reducing their weight. "Ha, speed up." Infinite Magic, still half asleep, sloppily lifted his wrinkled sleeves. Drowsily, yet without slowing down, he chanted continuously, "Advanced agility increase." Layers of magical light once again emanated from the bodies of those present. The next moment, whoosh, everyone's feet moved, and a vortex of air erupted from the ground. They instantly vanished, transforming into black arrows, speeding towards the top forest. Within the dark scripture, there are 2 magic casters who have entered the heroic realm and have also mastered teleportation magic. Using teleportation magic seems much more convenient. However, teleportation requires the caster to have been to the destination before in order to teleport directly there. Without a precise location, they can only move in a general direction. With so many people present, even if 2 people mastered teleportation magic, teleporting everyone to their destination at once would still consume a significant amount of mana. Even by carriage, the journey from Urantil to the top forest would take the better part of a day, but Captain Camito and his group, aided by magic, reached the forest's border in less than 20 minutes. Lord Carey. Captain Camito stepped on the rotten leaves, his sharp gaze scanning the inky forest ahead. He turned and asked, "Do you need a short rest?" "Wow." Elder Carey forced a smile across his wrinkled face, a bead of sweat escaping the cracks in his forehead. He shook his head slightly. "You may be old, but you're not at the point where you need to rest after such a short walk. The Destruction Dragon King has just revived. To prevent further unrest and unnecessary repercussions, the sooner the better." She had once entered the hero realm, but with age and waning physical strength, her strength was no longer what it once was. She was a little tired, but the impact wasn't significant. Besides, there was no need for an old woman like her to fight. Old Man Carey's rough old hands gently stroked the real artifact in the shape of a Cheongsam with mysterious golden stripes, and a trace of deep worry flashed in the depths of his eyes. The existence of the God-Man is the theocracy's ultimate power to protect humanity. Inheriting the bloodlines of the 6 gods and returning to their ancestral form, the God-Man has transcended the realm of power. Therefore, the theocracy has sealed all information regarding the God-Man, fearing that any leak could lead to a catastrophe, potentially escalating into a conflict with the remaining true Dragon Kings. Furthermore, the theocracy could be affected and destroyed, and humanity would suffer a catastrophic disaster. The premature resurrection of the Dragon King of Destruction has already caused an impact. It might be fine if it's only spread within the kingdom, but what if it reaches the Council Nation? Old Carey's heart tightened, silently thinking, this mission to capture the Dragon King of Destruction with the true divine artifact. I hope I'm just overthinking it. In short, the sooner we deal with the Dragon King of Destruction, the lower the risk. Seeing that Lord Carey was unharmed, Captain Carey chuckled, nodded, and waved his arm, ready to set off again. "Captain," the 4 elements hesitated briefly, then spoke nervously. Captain Shinran was visibly surprised, his red eyes flickering in the darkness as he looked at the 4 elements. He didn't ask, simply staring at them in silence. The rest of the group had varying degrees of surprise on their faces, and many were equally perplexed, wondering why the 4 elements, their usually taciturn companion, would speak at this moment. "Oh my!" Clementine reached out from under her robe, gently fiddling with a button with one finger, staring at the 4 elements with curious curiosity. Is the master making any moves? Why am I unaware of this? Faced with these stares, the 4 elements' foreheads were covered in sweat. Captain Shinran's gaze, in particular, gave them a chilling feeling. However, the thought of even Lord Juesi Jueming falling at the hands of that man instantly relieved the pressure within him. "It's like this, Captain." The 4 elements bowed respectfully, their heads slightly lowered to conceal the panic in their eyes. The intelligence provided by Astrology Chinli and the kingdom's expeditionary forces indicates that the Destruction Dragon King has not fully recovered. The Destruction Dragon King's true combat power and capabilities are even more uncertain. I personally think it's necessary to leave a member on the periphery as a backup or precautionary measure. As soon as these words were spoken, Astrology Chinli raised her fingers and pressed against her eye sockets. She thought this was a good idea, glancing at the captain's position from the corner of her eye. However, the captain still had the final say on this matter. "Go according to the original plan." Captain Shinran spoke coldly, a hint of disdain flashing across his face. He had no interest in making frivolous arrangements. The Destruction Dragon King was a formidable opponent, worthy of a challenge. Furthermore, With the presence of a true divine artifact, failure was impossible. Additional arrangements. A gentle, elderly voice suddenly interrupted Captain Cameo. A cautious approach. Lord Carey? Captain Cameo. What do you think, Dark Scripture? Elder Cameo asked softly, smiling. In that case, then leave one member on the perimeter. Captain Cameo frowned, slightly annoyed, and said, the 4 elements. Even if he thought it was insignificant, Captain Cameo still made the most reasonable arrangement. The most mobile members of the entire Dark Scripture were only 3. The 4 elements, infinite magic power, heaven and earth. The first 2 master teleportation magic, while the latter is a pure assassin. However, if an unexpected situation arises, the 2 who master teleportation magic have more ways to deal with it. Infinite magic power? Given this lazy companion's personality, if no one else is around, he'd definitely choose to take a lazy approach. Of the 3, only the 4 elements are the most suitable. Whoosh, whoosh, Captain Shinran and his group vanished into the forest, leaving only the 4 elements guarding the outskirts of the top forest. Until their figures completely vanished from perception. Huh, thank goodness there's nothing wrong. The 4 elements' tense nerves relaxed, a wry smile crossing their gloomy middle-aged faces as they exhaled deeply. Why would the Lord make such an arrangement? The 4 elements muttered silently to themselves, somewhat baffled. In the forest, the crisp sound of dead branches rubbing against leaves was lost amidst the occasional chirping of insects, and the roars of wild beasts. Flutter. A sparrow-sized bird, completely blending into the night, glided between the trees, stopping every few steps. A herald bird, a monster summoned by a Tier 2 magical beast. It possessed no demonic aura, and like an ordinary bird, it was extremely fragile, yet it could synchronize its vision with the caster. A Borean hills. Deep within, stars twinkled. Tang Jing felt the cool breeze in the valley, eyes slightly closed, leaning back on a makeshift wooden chair, observing quietly. The herald bird wasn't summoned by him, but by his shadow clone, who wasn't even by his side. Instead, he had deliberately teleported to the human border. The herald bird first transmitted its vision to its shadow clone, which then related to Tang Jing, forming a completely independent, single-line connection. While long-range detection magic like clairvoyance is useful, it can be easily affected or even detected by counter-detection magic. This method is much safer. Tang Jing wasn't wary of the theocracy. The Black Scripture alone posed no threat to him. If he chose, he could single-handedly defeat this top-tier covert force. Tang Jing was concerned about whether the Demon Tree's premature revival had attracted the attention of the Platinum Dragon King from the Council of State. Given the Platinum Dragon King's personality, after noticing the theocracy deploying the Black Scripture, he would likely observe them from the shadows, as in the original novel. The Platinum Dragon King likely didn't know much about the divine being. With the Demon Tree's revival, this was clearly a good opportunity to observe the divine being and other intelligence. Tang Jing didn't believe the Platinum Dragon King wouldn't want to acquire the 6 great gods' legacy, the world-class item, the most beautiful woman in the world, and so on. However, perhaps this was due to some kind of agreement with the theocracy, the dark god Cershana, or perhaps limited intelligence, preventing the Platinum Dragon King from acting rashly. Hope my luck isn't too bad, Tang Jing muttered to himself as he observed. Morning. 5:21. A glimmer of white appeared on the eastern horizon. Captain Shinran and his companions had arrived at the forest crack, a wasteland deep in the northern reaches of the top forest. Amidst this ground, littered with dead trees and ruins, lay a dense mass of huge pits. These were the remnants of the battle Inri, and her companions had fought against the demonic tree's attack. Each of these scars is at least 100 meters long. A burly man covered in white hair, codenamed humanity's strongest man, wielded a massive black axe taller than himself. He gazed at the battle scars with a fiery gaze. To be able to withstand such force is truly remarkable. This is probably beyond remarkable. This compliment was clearly meant for Inri. Astrology Chinli had already informed everyone present of everything that had transpired here. The rest of the members, observing the remaining battle scars, fell silent or lost in thought, clearly immersing themselves in this battle, engaging in deductions. The kingdom is so decayed, yet it faces one change after another. Elder Carey sighed, his hands clasped behind his back, his upper body hunched. Anyone with a discerning eye could see this. The rise of the Bahar's empire was inevitable, yet the kingdom now boasted 3 teams of almighty steel-class adventurers, who had even achieved a resounding victory in this engagement. This kind of outcome. This isn't what the theocracy wants. Old Carey shook his head. Those troublesome things should be the headaches for those elder priests. The important thing now is the matter at hand. Astrology Chinli. Old Carey said. Yes, Master Carry. Life detection high intensity. Astrology Chinley's half-rimmed glasses shone a faint pink as he quickly locked onto a spot ahead. There, the Destruction Dragon King hasn't fully revived, so its active time hasn't been long. There are signs of life there. Swish. Swish. The crowd quickly dispersed, surrounding old Carry and protecting him in the center, their eyes fixed on the area ahead. Destroy the Dragon King? Then let me see your true strength. Captain Sharon twisted his neck with his feet and raised the somewhat worn spear in his hand. His red eyes gleamed with fiery excitement. Just attack that location, right? Yes, Captain, John Xing Chinley replied respectfully. He clutched the pink handbag magic item tightly in his right hand and spoke cautiously. The magic item in your hand can cause devastating damage to magical seals. It should be able to destroy the Dragon King's seal. Well, as for the specific effectiveness, I can't say. Is that so? Captain Sharon smiled indifferently. His eyes sharpened. He raised his right arm, grasped the spear with his backhand, and simultaneously, a ray of light emanated from the ring on his left finger. Magic destruction. Full force attack. The light from the magic ring enveloped the entire spear, and then the worn spear transformed into a dark red stream of light, flying towards the location John Xing Chinley had just designated. Everyone present instantly went on alert, waiting for the Dragon King of Destruction to be forcibly resurrected. But the next moment, a silver-white spear suddenly flew from a distance, colliding with the spear Captain Shinran had just launched. Bang! A loud noise echoed through the air. Both spears were simultaneously repelled by the recoil. The silver-white spear returned in the direction it had come from, while the worn spear fell to the ground, its shaft shaking and humming. The sudden change stunned everyone. Chapter 427. A worn spear plunged into the ground, its sharp blade, coated in a magical sheen, piercing the rock with ease like butter, leaving behind only a trembling spear shaft. Alert. Silently, everyone in the dark temple prepared for battle, their gaze fixed on the silver-white figure slowly descending from the sky. An unexpected situation. Captain Shinran and his men had anticipated various contingencies during the preparation phase, but they had never imagined an outsider would intervene. No, that's not the most important thing. That attack was blocked just now, wasn't it? A young man in green clothes and a small hat drew his rapier and whispered in astonishment. This man was the second in command, codenamed Time Turbulence. No one responded at this moment. Even the breeze seemed to be affected, pausing, and a solemn silence permeated the air. The entire scene unfolded before their eyes. No one thought it was an illusion, only tense figures standing on guard. The captain's power was beyond their reach. He had even declared that he alone was the Black Scripture. This wasn't just arrogance, it was the truth. Even if the captain's attack wasn't full force, it wasn't something anyone could withstand. Enemy or... Captain Camito narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the figure descending from above. Silver armor, this sheen, it can't be ordinary silver platinum? Or some other unique metal? Captain Shinran made an internal assessment, surprised that the enemy had actually withstood the attack that had just been launched towards the demonic tree, yet also somewhat dissatisfied. What was going on with Astrology 1000 Miles? Is it because I hadn't noticed it beforehand? Did the enemy have some sort of anti-detection method? From the eastern horizon, a blindingly bright sun shone. Whether by design or sheer coincidence, the platinum armor followed the rising sun and landed about 100 meters in front of the group. The heavy armor didn't cause the expected muffled thud upon landing. Instead, it landed with remarkable ease. Sparkling. The sunlight shone on the back of the platinum armor, causing the dust-free, exquisitely polished platinum to reflect a dazzling luster. This would have a certain impact on one's vision. However, everyone present was not an ordinary person, so they could clearly see this unexpected intruder. The entire body of bright white armor, even at key points like joints, was encased in a more finely divided, easily movable platinum structure. For weapons hovered around him. A spear, a knife, a hammer, and a great sword of the same color. The platinum spear that had collided earlier had returned to the opponent's position, and continued to circling him along with the other three weapons. Each weapon was far too large for a normal human, its shape appearing more aesthetically pleasing than practical. Aborian Hills. Platinum armor? Tang Zheng jerked his back off the chair, using the shared vision of the herald bird to express a solemn expression. What's going on? Why would the Platinum Dragon King do this? Intense doubt surged within him, causing Tang Zheng's expression to change continuously. This is unscientific. The Platinum Dragon King's secretive surveillance of the Theocracy's actions was to be expected, but Tang Zheng hadn't expected him to directly control the platinum armor and appear before the Theocracy. What was the point of this? He was clearly hiding in the shadows, able to observe and gather intelligence on the theocracy, yet now he appeared directly before them. Given the Platinum Dragon King's personality, he shouldn't have done that. Seizing the theocracy's world-class items? That shouldn't be the case. The Platinum Dragon King doesn't have much information about the theocracy's gods and men. Tang Zheng frowned deeply, pondering various possibilities. He had assumed the theocracy's efforts to capture the demon tree would be uneventful. In the future, the capture of the demon tree was only due to an unexpected encounter with Shao Tsir, leading to failure. Now the demon tree has revived prematurely, and yet the platinum armor is blocking it. What a mystery. What's the reason this time? At this moment, deep in the northern part of the top forest, while the Black Scripture observed the platinum armor, Charles also used the platinum armor to observe the Black Scripture group, especially the captain of the Godman in front. Godman, as expected, this foul aura is repulsive no matter the circumstances. Charles sized him up. According to the intelligence gathered by his spies, it seemed there was more than one Godman in the church. In his memory, he recalled an old friend among the undead, possessing a heart unlike that which hated the living. Even from the perspective of the dragon race, he was a unique being. Who are you? A cold voice came from the other side, interrupting Charles's recollection. Captain Shinran's eyes were cold yet eager. In his knowledge, there was only one person stronger than him. Even if the man opposite him wasn't as strong as him, he was still stronger than the members of the Holy Code. Logically, the church should have information on the strongest individuals in the surrounding nations, but there were no records of this person. Here is sealed the demon god, who once descended upon this world and destroyed the earth. Your actions just now are destroying the seal. The platinum armor didn't seem to want to introduce itself, but instead issued a warning. It was the voice of a middle-aged man, Old Carrie, protected in the center by a group of Holy Code members, stared at the suddenly appearing unknown powerful being with his aged, cloudy eyes. It only blocked the attack just now, and showed no hostility. Elder Carrie hunched his upper body, a look of surprise on his face. Who is that opponent? How could they know information about the Dragon King of Destruction? This is beyond the reach of the nations of today. Indeed, Captain Shinran didn't deny it. He first raised his arm, and opened his palm towards the spot where the battered spear had fallen. Whoosh, the battered spear, stuck in the ground, flew out of the ground on its own, returning to Captain Shinran's hand at breakneck speed. Such an action. Can you recall weapons on your own? Is it magic or a skill? Charles thought to himself. I deliberately didn't pick it up just now to trick the enemy into ignoring me, allowing me to land an unexpected blow. A hint of regret flashed across Captain Shinran's eyes. He casually danced the battered spear in a flash, swinging his arm and pointing the tip at the ground. From the moment on, the opponent showed no hostility. Even if Captain Shinran wanted to challenge him, he wouldn't do so under such circumstances. Do you know about the Dragon King of Destruction? Captain Shinran's heart stirred, and he tried to extract further information. Dragon King of Destruction? Is that what your theocracy calls it? I prefer to call it the demonic tree. The man in platinum armor shook his head gently, saying calmly, Wait! Old Carrie's eyes widened, wrinkles forming at the corners of his eyes. He spoke in shock. You are Silver, one of the 13 heroes. The man's attire, and the knowledge that he was the Dragon King of Destruction, reminded Old Carrie of a member of the 13. How could he still be alive after over 200 years? That's right, many of the 13 heroes were subhumans, and the Silver before him had a rather mysterious background. It's very likely that he wasn't human, but some long-lived subhuman. Old Carrie's exclamation shocked everyone present. After all, to most people, the 13 heroes were just legends, or even just heroic biographies. In an instant, the tense atmosphere in the air dissipated considerably. Have you been recognized? Platinum Armor's voice was calm, slightly embarrassed. It happened many years ago. I recently heard about unusual developments in the top forest, so I rushed here. Okay, let's get back to the point. The power of the demonic tree, or what you call the Dragon King of Destruction, is far greater than you imagine. Even the heroes of the past couldn't destroy it, and had to resort to sealing it. Platinum Armor warned, his words hinting at the church's inability to resolve the situation. At this, Captain Kamito raised an eyebrow and curled his lips nonchalantly. Just because you heroes can't destroy it doesn't mean we can't. Since the Dragon King of Destruction has revived, rather than attempting to seal it, it's best to completely destroy it. Captain Kamito's voice rang out proudly. Despite his air of arrogance, Captain Kamito never revealed his plan to capture the demonic tree, not destroy it. Such a dangerous outcome, the CLR companions and other heroes put their all into creating. The platinum armor took a step forward, issuing a resolute warning. I will not allow you to do such a mad thing without permission. Whoa, whoa, for silver weapons began to swirl around the platinum armor. Captain Kamito also took a step forward, staring at the platinum armor without a second's hesitation. Tension clashed in the air. Wait a moment. Old Man Carey intervened. We have no intention of clashing with you, formerly one of the 13 heroes. But we are confident we can resolve the demonic tree. The silver armor turned his helmet, seemingly observing the members of the Black Scripture, pondering and considering. A brief silence followed. Okay. Platinum armor yielded, nodding helplessly. I can assist you. Instantly. Everyone on the Theocracy's side frowned. Their actions and plans had been kept secret to begin with, and now, having unexpectedly encountered the former 13 heroes, they had no intention of intervening. Platinum armor stood still. The Black Ceremony group also remained motionless. For a moment, the two sides reached a stalemate again. Okay. It seems that everyone in the Theocracy doesn't welcome me. Platinum armor, as if just now noticing the current atmosphere, gave a wry smile in his middle-aged voice. I can leave, but I have something to ask. Go ahead, Elder Carey said calmly, stopping Captain Shinrin from speaking. Do you know anything about this? Platinum armor asked casually, the ancient fire dragon that dwells deep in the Angelisha Mountains. I'm a friend of his. I visited him a while ago, but couldn't find him. Instantly, Captain Shinrin and several other members of the Holy Scripture changed their expression slightly. This reminded them of their fallen comrade, the one-man division, whose last location was deep in the Angelisha Mountains. For this reason, the church even sent the water-bright Holy Scripture to search for them, but they were attacked by a fire dragon and nearly annihilated. This matter was blocked and restricted within the church, but everyone in the dark Holy Scripture was aware of it. As Platinum Armor inquired, he carefully observed the expressions of the church's members. With the dragon race's perceptive abilities, even the slightest change in facial expression couldn't escape the Dragon King's gaze. The Theocracy. As expected, deep within the Council of Nations, the Platinum Dragon King manipulated his platinum armor, his amber eyes suddenly turning icy cold. After conversing with the Everdark Dragon King, he contacted the other Dragon Kings in the northwest corner of the continent, and discovered that only the ancient fire dragon had vanished. So, the Platinum Dragon King secretly dispatched a reconnaissance force from the Council of Nations to investigate the ancient fire dragon's abode. Not only did they find no trace of the ancient fire dragon, and even the treasure within its cave had vanished, they unexpectedly discovered fragments of clothing associated with the Theocracy. Thanks to a member of the reconnaissance team with the rank of advanced detective, they were able to piece together a few clues. This led the Platinum Dragon King to suspect that the disappearance of the ancient fire dragon was likely related to the Celian Theocracy. At the very least, some kind of conflict must have occurred between the two sides. Could it be that person with the gifted psychic ability known as precognition? If such a person exists, a conflict between the Theocracy and the ancient fire dragon seems certain. The Platinum Dragon King gradually connected the vague clues in his mind. Some speculations remained unresolved, but capturing the Theocracy members alive and interrogating them would solve the problem. A sudden blue glow shone in the Platinum Armor's eyes, and the Platinum Spear, swirling from his chest, suddenly launched. At the same time, Captain! Time Turbulence shouted in fear. Whoosh, the Platinum Spear pierced the air, making a sharp, piercing sound. With the Platinum Armor deliberately closing the distance between them, the weapon instantly appeared before Captain Kamito. Don't let the fortress fall. Captain Sure remained vigilant, but upon seeing the enemy attack, his eyes lit up with excitement. He raised his spear and swung it. This troublesome problem is solved. Their operation was top secret. To prevent any leaks, eliminating this unexpected intruder was the simplest solution. However, considering the enemy's identity as one of the 13 heroes, killing him would jeopardize their status. Now that he had taken the initiative, it was perfect. Chapter 428. The radiance of the martial arts Never Falls Fortress emanated from the worn spear, colliding with the Platinum Spear. Silently, the Platinum Spear's powerful blow was neutralized. Captain Shinrin curled his lips, pulled his arm back, and stomped his left foot firmly onto the ground, preparing to charge towards the Platinum Armor. The brief exchange of blows allowed Captain Shinrin to analyze the Platinum Armor's abilities. Although dressed as a warrior, he was likely a weapon-wielding type. This could be determined from the two long-range attacks, suggesting a significant advantage in close combat. 13 heroes? Huh, Captain Shinrin sneered inwardly. He had seen plenty of self-righteous old-timers, all of whom deserved to be consigned to the trash heap. However, just as Captain Shinran was about to charge, the blocked platinum spear, now so close, launched a second attack. A flash of silvery light. Bang! The platinum spear instantly pierced Captain Kamito's armor on his left shoulder. It was a quick reaction, otherwise the blow would have hit his heart. Sparks flew, and the dull thud of metal clashing echoed. Ah! Captain Kamito cried out in pain, his body being thrown back, a trickle of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. How could this be possible? Such shock not only filled Captain Kamito's heart, but also the faces of the entire Black Scripture community. Clearly, why? Captain Kamito stared in disbelief at the wounded area. The shoulder armor had clearly blocked the blow. This was the protective gear left behind by the 6 great gods. There was no damage, but he himself was injured. It's the power of that spear. Captain Shinran could clearly feel the injury on his left arm. His red pupils constricted, and his surprise turned to solemnity, misjudgment. The platinum spear was blocked by the armor, but it still caused damage. It must be one of those weapons that can inflict internal damage. Whoosh! The platinum spear flew again, like a stream of silver light. Captain Shinran quickly swung his worn spear to block it, and immediately felt the heavy force, which made his heart sink again. The opponent's strength was definitely not weaker than his. What's going on? Is one of the 13 heroes so strong? World-severing barrier. A blue light emanated from the eyepiece of the platinum armor's helmet, unleashing primordial magic. Boom! A shockwave that slightly deformed the atmosphere. Centered around the platinum armor, a translucent spherical shield rapidly expanded, enveloping everyone present. The range of its coverage appeared to be several kilometers. Char manipulated his platinum armor, his amber pupils expressionless. This time, clashing with the Celian theocracy wasn't a wise move. But the intelligence conveyed by the Everdark Dragon King deserved serious attention. It needed to investigate the theocracy's personnel to uncover the truth behind the ancient fire dragon's disappearance, as well as the theocracy's knowledge of the humans possessing the innate ability of precognition. So, the Platinum Dragon King intended to annihilate this secret theocracy unit. If they were all dead, no one would know what had happened. No, the divine being who inherited the tainted bloodline needed to be captured alive. He should possess a wealth of useful information. Aborian Hills. The herald bird couldn't get too close, but its excellent vision still gave Tang Zheng a clear view of the scene. The only regret was that Tang Zheng couldn't hear the conversation between Platinum Armor and Captain Shinran and the others. But this question was not difficult for Tang Zheng. He had 2 undercover agents within the Black Scripture, one of the 4 elements, stationed outside the top Great Forest, and the other, Clementine, currently at the center of the battlefield. Tang Zheng had his shadow clone send a message to Clementine, having her silently relay Platinum Armor's conversation to him. Ancient Fire Dragon? To think they investigate this matter. Suspecting the theocracy, yes. Compared to the traces I left behind, the theocracy's traces are significantly greater. Tang Zheng's face was filled with surprise. He hadn't expected the Platinum Dragon King to suddenly investigate the ancient fire dragon he had slain. What he hadn't expected was that the Platinum Dragon King actually suspected the theocracy. Why the sudden investigation? Tang Zheng lost himself in thought, his eyes flashing with solemnity. It's the Everdark Dragon King. These true Dragon Kings actually have a way to communicate remotely. Tang Zheng felt like he had discovered a new world. This was crucial information, completely unknown to him. The world separation barrier is broken. Tang Zheng suddenly snapped out of his thoughts, and saw the Platinum Dragon King activate the origin magic barrier. He immediately sensed the pure malice directed at the theocracy. The Platinum Dragon King intended to annihilate the theocracy. The world-class item Alluring Beauty must not fall into the hands of the Platinum Dragon King. The members of the theocracy are also a significant force. Especially Captain Shinran. If the Platinum Dragon King captures him alive, the Celian theocracy will be like a woman stripped of her veil, naked before him, with no secrets left. Should we take action? The thought flashed through Tang Zheng's mind. After all, it was just a suit of platinum armor, not the Platinum Dragon King. Information. 4 elements. Top forest, outskirts. The 4 elements gazed in astonishment at the depths of the forest. They could sense the massive, invisible barrier pulsating. What happened? Such a range and power. Shouldn't be the methods of the Holy Code members, the demonic tree? The gloomy middle-aged man of the 4 elements' face tightened, a strange feeling of fear rising within him. Luckily, he was on the outskirts of the forest, outside the barrier's reach. Suddenly, "Sir!" The 4 elements shuddered, their expressions quickly becoming respectful. "Ah, yes, I understand, sir." As the voice in his mind faded, The four elements' expressions were incomparably solemn. They took a deep breath and whispered teleport. Swish, the air stirred, and the figure vanished. Deep in the forest. Seeing the godlike captain being overpowered by the former 13 heroes, everyone's expression changed drastically. Fear, shock, and disbelief filled the air, many wondering if they were dreaming. The captain is a godlike. A soft cry echoed, echoing the inner voice of everyone in the black scripture. Carrie's aged hands clenched violently, his cloudy eyes now filled with shock and anger. Infinite magic, try teleporting. Old Carrie whipped his head around, his voice hoarse and low. Ah. Yes. The languid look on Infinite Magic's pretty face vanished, his eyes fixed on the battle ahead, as he chanted teleport. No, it failed. Infinite Magic's back tensed, a look of horror on her face, her delicate voice trembling. She had never encountered such a situation before, unknown magic, but the enemy was clearly a warrior-type opponent. Infinite Magic's lips trembled at the situation beyond her comprehension, and she nearly fell off the movable magic ball beneath her hips. As expected, Old Carrie's face darkened, his clenched hands trembling. He seemed to have expected this outcome. The former 13 heroes, Silver, suddenly appeared to ask a Dragon King if he was still a friend. This platinum armor-like decoration. The Council State? Has he been staying in the Council State for 200 years? Or is he originally from the Council State? Yes, the Council State was established after the chaos between the 13 heroes and the demon gods. Could he be a demi-human counselor from the Council State, other than the Dragon King? Old Carrie's thoughts were a little confused, and he quickly suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Now was not the time to dwell on them. A rough hand touched the golden Cheongsam on his chest. If he could control him, not only could he obtain a wealth of intelligence on the Council State, but he might also be able to plant a completely trustworthy, high-level spy within the Council State. But even a true divine weapon needs to control the Dragon King of Destruction. An indescribable choice emerged in Elder Carrie's mind. After a brief moment of reflection, he immediately gave the command, assist. Instantly, the divine leader, clad in magical chains and wearing yellow magic armor, and the towering, muscular figure, giant shield 10,000 arms, holding two massive shields, appeared on either side of Elder Carrie. The two simultaneously flanked Elder Carrie. The three retreated together, making room for the others. Their priority was to protect Master Carrie. I intervene. John Xingqianli paled. She had just launched several magical detections, but to no avail. The platinum armor possessed anti-detection features. Phantom! A pink light emanated from John Xingqianli. The next moment, two identical phantom figures appeared on either side of Captain Carrie's body. This ability is incapable of combat when used alone, but it can be used to assist teammates, combined with her anti-detection items and abilities. Even if they were enemies, as long as they didn't fight, it was impossible to tell who was real and who was fake. At the same moment, a blonde woman, dressed in a white priest's dress, hands clasped before her chest, her entire being radiating a holy light, stepped forward. She was a remarkably beautiful woman, her aura as holy as that of a living saint. This person was the fourth-rank Holy Mantra. Supreme Creator. Eternal Light, Eternal Night. Your love is like the morning star. Holy Mantra closed her eyes, raised her swan neck, and clasped her hands before her chest, chanting softly. The melodious sound echoed in the air. Even though the target of the spell wasn't her comrades, a chilling feeling crept through the hearts of the surrounding Holy Mantra members. Holy Mantra wasn't the strongest member, but she was the most terrifying. The opponent's innate ability, combined with her own, could create a wide-ranging impact, easily and silently taking the lives of everyone in an entire city. The moment the two women activated their abilities, a figure dressed as a ninja among the members flashed a cold glint in his eyes. Tenjo. Tenjo. Tenjo clasped his legs together, and the figure in red tights instantly vanished from the spot. Ninjutsu. Concealment. His nickname was Tenjo, and his innate ability also bore the same name. Facing an opponent like Platinum Armor, no one dared to hold back. Ha! How terrifying! Time Turbulence feigned fear, but a fiery excitement flared in his eyes. He pushed off the ground and rushed forward. A green afterimage flitted across the ground, appearing behind Captain Kamito. He sensed the figure behind him. Captain Kamito didn't look back, but instead pressed his leg slightly downward. Captain! Time Turbulence gripped a rapier in his left hand, his right quickly pressing against Captain Kamito's back. A faint glint flickered in his eyes. Innate power, Time Fault. At this moment, the Platinum Armor controlled the Platinum Spear. Seeing Captain Kamito's dodging form suddenly split into three, his attack suddenly paused. Not because of the split, the dragon race's perception far surpasses ordinary human imagination. Even if these illusions were disguised in a similar way, the naked eye couldn't distinguish the real from the fake. But the foul aura was still as conspicuous as a light in the darkness. Murderous intent. Two streams of pure murderous intent surged simultaneously from above and below. Innate supernatural power. Tenzhang Tenchi. This ability creates a killing intent that appears to descend from the sky and to strike from the ground, respectively, upon the enemy. These two killing intents are completely real, but the attacker's presence is only revealed the moment the attack impacts. This means the opponent must choose the real attack to defend against, choosing between the two seemingly real ones. Whoosh, whoosh, the platinum armor remained perfectly still, seemingly oblivious to the attack. The katana and great sword, swirling around his chest, slashed simultaneously upward and downward. Dang! A crisp clash echoed above the platinum armor. Tenzhang Tenchi appeared above, his dagger clashing with the katana. At the same moment, Captain Kamito and Time Turbulence, as if teleporting, appeared out of thin air before the platinum armor. Teleport? Rapid movement? Clearly neither. The moment Captain Shuren appeared, the battered spear in his hand, coated in a layer of earth-brown energy, shot out like a dragon, striking the platinum armor's chest. Boom! There was no time to charge or activate a skill. It was as if the attack had already landed. Even the weapon swirling around the platinum armor had no time to block it. Innate ability, time fault, creating a brief gap in time, skipping a stage, and directly impacting the target. Boom! With a tremendous roar, the platinum armor was sent flying, along with a weapon attached to it, about 100 meters away, crashing to the ground with a resounding roar. A cloud of dust began to rise. Got it! Captain Shuren smiled brilliantly. Chapter 429. The joy of defeating the formidable platinum-armored foe had barely subsided when a platinum hammer flew out from the smoke and dust at breakneck speed. Whoosh! Faster and more powerful than before. Tianxia, at the forefront, saw his pupils shrink sharply, and he only had time to turn and block his chest with the magic dagger in his hand. Bang! Tianxia, one of the few humans to have reached the abnormal realm, was pierced through the chest by the platinum hammer, transforming into a cloud of blood that exploded before everyone's sight. The platinum hammer continued to fly towards Captain Shinren with undiminished force. Duran! Captain Shinren's voice trembled slightly. With his sharp vision, he could even clearly see the blood-red flesh clung to the platinum hammer and flew towards him. He roared, "Fortress of no return." He raised his battered spear to his chest, and the platinum hammer collided. The activation of his martial arts neutralized the terrifying force of the incoming platinum hammer, but Captain Shuren still felt a peculiar force radiating from his arm. Puff! His feet scraped against the ground rapidly. The next moment, Captain Shuren was sent flying, slamming into the distance. The young man standing nearby, his eyes glazed over, and then he heard a terrifying sound of air piercing through the air. After knocking Captain Shuren back, the platinum hammer, seemingly unable to move forward due to distance limitations, charged directly at the Time Turbulence. It was like being wielded by a top-tier warrior, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks. Swift steps. Time Turbulence's face flushed crimson, and he dodged with all his might, but the platinum hammer was too fast. Ah! Power rising, power super rising. The young man in green, his eyes bulging, desperately swung his rapier. The slender blade instantly launched 13 consecutive strikes, each tip precisely piercing the same spot in midair. Such a stunning technique, even the strongest in the hero realm of the same level could not completely evade, but the moment the rapier and platinum hammer made contact. Crack, bone shattered. The rapier soared into the air, and the arm holding it, along with half of Time Turbulence's body, was reduced to a pulp and scattered in the air. Hide. Spurred by the threat of death, Time Turbulence exerted all his might, but barely dodged half a body length. The remaining half of his head, skin and flesh attached, rolled to the ground. His eyes dimmed, and he lost his voice. Bright red blood splattered all over the ground, still steaming in the air. In a flash, 2 members of the Holy Scripture were killed on the spot, and the captain of the Godman was even knocked flying. The excitement that had just been building suddenly shifted from a scorching summer to a freezing winter. A deep-seated fear and chill washed over them. Everyone felt as if they were being electrocuted. Ugh, he can't. Holy Singer's saint-like appearance distorted at that moment. She fell uncontrollably to the ground, trembling and retching. Can't affect. The spirit is completely resistant. A beautiful voice spoke with a force that was forced out of her. Golden hair fell. Holy Singer's clear blue eyes were filled with fear, and sweat streamed down her face uncontrollably. Bang! An invisible wave of air transformed into a whirlwind, forming out of thin air at the location of the platinum armor, blowing away the massive amount of smoke and dust. Platinum armor appeared before everyone, arms folded across his chest, legs together, hovering quietly in midair in this relatively straight posture. The power of that attack was good, even excellent. For most creatures in this world, that's true. Platinum armor's dark blue gaze fixed upon the black scripture and assessed their combined attack, even if it wasn't full strength, you guys, with the goal of quickly defeating the opponent and further addressing the demonic tree, shouldn't have considered engaging in a grueling battle. So, that's basically your high-intensity tactics. With such strength, there's no need to be overly cautious in the ensuing battle. Yes, you all die here. If you have any last words, could you please say them in advance? Platinum armor spoke calmly, then offered a rather humanitarian reminder. The brief probing had revealed to the Platinum Dragon King that, as he had suspected, the only person worth watching was the divine being. Not that particular attack method. Innate powers. Char pondered for a moment, realizing he had underestimated the awakened powers of a weak species, like humans. Or rather, powerful innate powers are rare, leading to a serious oversight of intelligence regarding them. Be on guard. The strongest of humanity raised his massive axe, and roared with all his might. At this moment, everyone had realized the strength of the platinum armor. It was something even the Godman captain could not withstand. Perhaps only Lord Juesi Jueming could withstand it. 13 heroes. Could there be such a powerful monster? He's definitely not human. The weaker members of the Holy Code, like Astrology Chinli, stiffly moved to the rear. There's no way they can win. Despair filled the air. It seems this is the only way. Elder Carrie's eyes grew colder as she stepped forward, intending to use the true divine artifact. The matter of the demonic tree would have to wait. The two men blocking the way, Giant Shield 10,000 Arms, and Divine Leader Binding Chain, noticed Lord Carrie's movements and stepped aside with solemn expressions. Give Lord Carrie room to maneuver, but something unexpected happened. While everyone was absorbed in the previous battle, Clementine had unknowingly moved to the back of the group. Whoosh! Clementine's playful expression had long since vanished. Sweat streamed down her forehead, and her strong, round legs pushed off the ground. In an instant, she was beside Lord Carrie. You quick! Lord Carrie tilted his head, staring in bewilderment at the incoming knife. A powerful blow first struck the aorta on the side of Lord Carrie's neck. Lord Carrie's vision went dark, his body tilting uncontrollably to the side, stumbling and trying to fall. This old fellow is quite resilient. Seeing that Lord Carrie hadn't fainted, and a trace of cold sweat had formed on his forehead, Clementine had to strike him again. Knocked him unconscious completely, then with both hands, pulled him onto her back. Swift wind acceleration. Swift wind break. Power increase. Superpower increase. Natural ability. Super speed movement. Clementine didn't dare to pause. Carrying Lord Carrie on her back, she activated her rarely used natural ability, her legs charging out like compressed springs. The entire process took place in the blink of an eye. With such deliberate planning, none of the members of the Dark Scripture present were able to react to what had happened. What is Jifeng Zopa doing? Giant Shield 10,000 Arms asked in astonishment. Running away. Platinum Armor noticed the figure swiftly disappearing into the forest. His voice remained calm, as if unfazed by the escape, a wise move. But what a pity. Bang! The platinum hammer, suspended in midair, smashed down on the strongest human at the forefront. With just two powerful collisions. Besides Tianshang, another deviant in the team was once again reduced to a pile of pulp. Platinum Armor shifted his body, flying forward in a strange, tilted position, continuing to control the platinum hammer's attack. Ah! 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 Wailing screams echoed through the forest wherever he passed. The rich smell of blood filled the air. The ground was littered with limbs, blood, and shredded flesh. It was now difficult to find even a single, fully assembled body. This most secretive and powerful force of the theocracy could easily destroy a nation's strength, annihilating it without resistance. Rustle. A loud noise echoed from the distant jungle. Asshole. Captain Shin, pale-faced, rushed out of the forest, brandishing his battered spear and roaring at Platinum Armor. I'm going to kill you. Oh, I thought you escaped. Facing the charging Captain Shin, Platinum Armor said calmly, even if you can't escape, then so be it. Boom, accompanied by a roar, the Platinum Armor and Captain Kamito engaged once again. On the other side. Who Clementine's feet stomped on the rotten leaves and mud, feeling as if she were stepping into a quagmire. Her breath quickened as she ran at full speed. The hot air from her nose and mouth blended with the cool morning breeze from the forest, forming a light white mist that obscured her vision. Innate abilities combined with martial arts. While her speed increased dramatically in an instant, it also inflicted severe physical strain. But Clementine had no choice but to do it. Miss Carey on her back was clearly an old woman. She weighed even more than she did. Clementine grumbled inwardly, as if trying to use this emotion to ease her inner fear and tension. However, the loud noise from behind her grew fainter. Those guys can't stand up to that 13th hero. It's the captain. Clementine knew full well that the only one capable of standing up to the platinum armor was the captain. Her ears perked up, listening to the clash of battles from behind. The sound faded. The captain was completely defeated. Clementine's already terrified and tense nerves, after forming an inner judgment, her body trembled uncontrollably. Master Carey nearly fell from her back. A chill ran up her tailbone and into her head. Clementine sped up again, desperately fleeing toward the perimeter, her mind constantly calling out, "Master! Master! Help! That's too noisy." A calm voice echoed through Clementine's mind. "Keep running. Whether you can survive depends on your luck." Clementine's pale lips parted slightly. Then she gritted her teeth, carrying Master Carey on her back and running desperately forward. In reality, she wanted to abandon Master Carey immediately and escape alone. However, according to the man, if she left Master Carey behind, she would surely die. Damn it! Damn it! Clementine cursed inwardly, her eyes bloodshot as she ran. The branches and leaves of the jungle repeatedly scraped against Clementine's body, leaving scars even on her formidable physique. Clementine didn't dare slow down even a bit. The will to survive constantly strained her strength, transforming it into the driving force of her escape. Just when Clementine had only one thought in her mind, to charge forward. There was a muffled bang. Clementine's entire body was pressed against the air ahead, her nose broken, and the delicate skin of her face crushed. Her body was severely damaged. Clementine fell to the ground, coughing up blood. Her consciousness was hazy, and she stared at the empty space ahead in shock. There was clearly nothing there. It felt as if she had just hit an incredibly solid wall. Ah, what? The shattering pain in her face and body quickly brought Clementine back to consciousness. She instinctively raised her arms and reached forward. The air rippled. A transparent wall? What the hell was that? Clementine was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with despair and fear. It must be that 13th hero's doing, whoosh, whoosh, in midair. A sound pierced the air. Clementine froze, turning with difficulty to find the platinum-armored one catching up. "Any last words, ma'am?" The silver-armored one looked down at Clementine, covered in blood and fractured in numerous places, and asked in a friendly tone. Clementine's eyes trembled as she stared at the platinum-armored one, holding a figure in her left hand. It was Captain Camito, but at this moment, the usually proud and calm captain of the Black Scripture was beyond description, a state beyond mere misery. Both his legs and arms were completely twisted and broken. It looked as if they had been violently twisted apart. There was a noticeable dent in his chest, revealing an unknown number of broken ribs. The skin on the right side of his face had completely vanished, revealing the bleak whiteness of his bones. Red blood gushed from Captain Camillo's mouth like a stream of water, forming a crimson thread that fell in midair. Clementine opened her mouth, trying to speak, but her throat seemed to be gripped by an invisible force, preventing her from uttering a single word. "Then there will be no last words." The platinum armor nodded, manipulating the platinum hammer that hovered before him. Just as he was about to dispatch the human, suddenly, the platinum armor stopped moving, its dark blue eyes fixed behind Clementine. It was none other than Lord Carey, the one who had just fallen from Clementine's body. At this moment, Char, who was hiding behind and manipulating the platinum armor, suddenly widened his eyes and stared forward. The human had unexpectedly appeared outside the world-severing barrier. "It's a world-class item. The theocracy truly possesses such a thing." Whoosh! The platinum armor flew out swiftly, dashing towards the unconscious Elder Carey, while Clementine completely ignored him. Compared to a world-class item, a mere human wasn't worth the bother. Swish! The air rippled. Two figures appeared simultaneously before Master Carey. One was none other than the Four Elements, and the other... Ah! How unsightly! The black and white-haired girl, clutching a cross-spear scythe, sneered in a deliberately drawn-out voice, "A bunch of trash, crushed like bugs." Clementine, slumped to the ground, heard that familiar, yet unpleasant voice, and breath returned to her choking throat. Master. Juacy. Clementine muttered, her mind a blur. Chapter 430. Rustle. The platinum armor, flying straight ahead, paused in midair, stirring the surging airwaves that shook the dense foliage ahead, creating a rustling sound. Ah! A weak, painful groan echoed. The platinum armor suddenly paused, causing the captain, held in its right hand, to be swung violently, suffering secondary damage and waking from his coma. The painful groan was like a boulder dropped into a lake. Clementine and the four elements paused, their shoulders trembling with fear. Feeling the stagnant atmosphere in the air, they unconsciously lowered their heads. This was not a battle they could possibly engage in, even if it was just the aftermath. These so-called heroes and powerful beings, in the eyes of ordinary people, were just like the ordinary people they had once ignored, easily killed by the aftermath. A foul aura. Another divine being from the theocracy. The platinum armor stared at Jusajiming, sensing the repulsive aura of his bloodline, but made no rash moves. Out of the corner of its eye, it noticed the trembling magic caster standing behind Jusajiming, who had probably guessed what was going on. A double measure by the theocracy. On the surface, the team was led by a male divine being, while secretly, there was also this female divine being, a precautionary measure. The Platinum Dragon King's thoughts expanded, guessing this possibility, and mentally assessed the Celian theocracy as cautious and cunning. Based on this result, it could be inferred that this female divine being's strength was undoubtedly greater than that of the male. Actually, there was no need for such inference. Jusajiming's slightly neurotic smile was reflected in the platinum armor's deep blue eyes, and a hint of caution grew in his heart. Upon witnessing her unscathed defeat of the male godman, the female godman showed no surprise or fear. This was enough to prove that female godmen were superior to male godmen. You're quite capable, having beaten that brat so badly. Juacy Jueming chuckled, seemingly unconcerned with his companion's injuries. Instead, his lips arched in an exaggerated arc, revealing sharp canine teeth. The levitating weapons and armor are impressive too. They must be powerful magical items. Can you tell me where you came from? The platinum armor remained silent, making no move to reply, but internally, he was rapidly compiling the information. The theocracy's godmen are at least plural. The intelligence sent back by the spies only confirmed the number of 3. The actual number might be slightly higher. Also, the information confirming the existence of world-class items suggests that even with repeated speculation, the number would not exceed 2. The Platinum Dragon King's eyes flickered, believing that his cold approach to the theocracy over the past century had been the right one. Given the combat power currently displayed, a rash attack on the theocracy would inevitably result in enormous losses. Therefore, taking this opportunity to annihilate them all at once would be the most advantageous option. World Severance Barrier. The platinum armor unleashed its origin magic once again without hesitation. A shockwave powerful enough to deform the atmosphere rapidly spread, once again forming a vast barrier covering several kilometers. Twice in such a short period of time. Given the platinum armor's origin magic reserves, this was a considerable drain, but it was necessary. The female divine being before her was outside the barrier. If she suddenly changed her mind and fled with the human elder possessing the world-class item, it would be troublesome. Luckily, no other primordial magic had been used in the previous battle. Seeing this kind of large-scale magic with her own eyes. Jusajiming's sneer faltered, and her heterochromatic pupils narrowed slightly. No! A feeling of unease rose within her. Jusajiming wasn't fully armed, wearing only her ordinary clothes. From an aesthetic point of view, they looked very fashionable. However, these ordinary clothes offered no protective effect. The reason for her appearance here was, besides the fact that the 4 elements didn't know what had happened, the information Tang Zheng had conveyed didn't indicate that she was fully armed. Therefore, Jusajiming suspected the enemy wasn't too strong, and even after seeing the divine captain being beaten so badly, she didn't care. After all, with her strength, she could still hold her own against the divine captain. Hee. Juacy Jueming's eyes grew serious and fiery again. He activated the magic seals on his body, attempting to contact Tang Zheng, while raising his cross-spear scythe. I have a feeling the next battle will be much more interesting. At the same moment, Tang Ding's voice rang out. Don't engage in meaningless battles. Use your trump card to resolve the situation. Hearing this, Juacy Jueming frowned slightly. The reason a trump card is called a trump card is because it's a trump card, to be used only when absolutely necessary. The battle before him hadn't even begun, and the outcome was uncertain. How could one use a trump card directly? Trust my judgment, Miss Juacy, Tang Zheng's gentle and calm voice continued. Miss Juesi, isn't it a code name for victory? Jusajiming's heart stirred. At least in this decision, the other party wasn't directly ordering her as leader. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air. Four floating weapons, encircling the platinum armor, rushed forward, followed by a platinum spear. Transforming into a stream of platinum light, it shot towards him. Heh, an annoying fellow. Jusajiming licked the corner of his mouth, responding internally. His heterochromatic eyes glared at the charging platinum armor, his cross spear scythe hooked. The unconscious Lord Carry was provoked. Jusajiming grabbed him, pushed his heel against the ground, and immediately retreated, simultaneously activating his innate ability. Awaken the ultimate power of the dark god Cershana. Death is the end of all life. Buzz, the air behind Jusajiming rippled, and a massive golden clock emerged. Death. Jusajiming raised his arm, and aimed the tip of his cross spear sickle at the swooping platinum armor, unleashing the weapon's 8th tier magic. The platinum armor remained unaffected. Even though he had somewhat anticipated that instant death magic would be ineffective against the enemy, Jusajiming remained a little angry and annoyed. One after another, before meeting Tang Zheng, he had never heard of a being as powerful as her, and now, one after another, they were appearing. Tick-tock. The hour hand on the golden clock began to tick. Boom! The platinum spear flew over and collided with the cross spear sickle in midair, erupting in a piercing roar. Jusajiming's arm trembled as he felt the heavy force, surprise flickering in his eyes. However, since he had already unleashed his ultimate move, there was no need to engage in a fight. The platinum spear continued to strike. Super evasion. Swept away. Jusajiming's figure became even faster and more agile. Even with his full-scale defense and evasion, he parried all the platinum spear's attacks. What was that? The platinum armor's original dive shifted to a detour, and a blue light flashed where the eyes on his helmet should be. The ornate golden clock was too conspicuous. There's no magical fluctuation. Judging from the opponent's weapon, he must be a warrior. Does he have some special skills or methods? The possibility of a natural ability isn't ruled out. Stay alert and gather intelligence. The platinum armor maintained a distance, while continuing to manipulate the platinum spear, launching a series of attacks at Jusajiming. TSK. That's the normal reaction to a special move. Jusajiming saw the cautious look on the platinum armor, and felt a strange excitement, wanting to shout at Tang Zheng. Ever since Tang Zheng had ignored her last assassination move, Jusajiming felt a strange sense of nervousness whenever she used it. 6 seconds. Jusajiming dodged the platinum spear's attack, her heart certain. Win. 3 seconds. She had already learned from Tang Zheng how to counter the absolute death masquerade. The opponent was clearly a warrior, so rebirth magic wouldn't work. She hadn't used evasion and counteraction when she used the death magic herself. She likely didn't know how to use it, or even knew about the information surrounding the assassination move. The last one. A resurrection item. Jusajiming had also heard about it from Tang Zheng. Since he couldn't use the first two, he probably didn't possess such a precious, unheard-of magical item. 1 second. Jusajiming silently counted down, declaring victory in his heart. Win. Tick-tock. The hands on the golden clock completed a full circle. The platinum armor immediately took precautions, its dark blue eyes fixed on Jusajiming, trying to determine the nature of the attack. At first, he suspected a supportive technique, but since the opponent was only dodging and not attacking, it was probably a charged attack. In the depths of the Kingdom of Review, the Platinum Dragon King's cold eyes flickered with a desire to investigate, but suddenly, his gaze trembled. The connected image went dark. Like a suddenly severed fishing line, the platinum armor vanished from his perception. Destroyed. Boom. The Platinum Dragon King's massive body suddenly rose to its feet, a flicker of incredulous astonishment flashing across his amber pupils. What the hell is going on? Clearly, I wasn't attacked. The Platinum Dragon King, unusually agitated, quickly recalled that at least it hadn't noticed any obvious attack. Huff, huff, a sharp breath escaping from his nose. The atmosphere within the hall was intensely oppressive, as if even the air itself couldn't flow, becoming sticky under the influence of this aura. The light emanating from the shimmering platinum body gradually solidified. The Celian Theocracy, a divine being. The Platinum Dragon King's eyes flickered towards the special weapon embedded in the hall. After a brief moment of thought, he crouched down again, his gaze growing ever darker. I wonder what he's thinking. Top Forest, North. The platinum armor's flight froze, its body disintegrating in midair like a frame-dropped image. Tang Zheng, observing this through the herald bird, breathed a sigh of relief. This is the only way. In a short period of time, it should be enough to intimidate the Platinum Dragon King. Tang Zheng had no choice but to forcibly eliminate the Platinum Armor. Or rather, the moment the Platinum Armor took the initiative and defeated Captain Shinren, he had to make this decision. The world-class item Alluring Beauty must not fall into the hands of the Platinum Dragon King, nor must Captain Shinren. The complete destruction of the Black Scripture, the Platinum Dragon King saw the Celian theocracy as a paper tiger. Tang Zheng didn't fully arm Juesi Jueming, nor did he allow him to engage in direct combat with the Platinum Armor. That would only reveal more information and the theocracy's weakness. So, only by demonstrating greater strength and achieving a swift victory can the Platinum Dragon King's intentions be curbed. Faced with this unknown and powerful force, the Platinum Dragon King will likely consider wooing the theocracy in future actions against the Great Tomb. Speaking of which, the Platinum Dragon King and the theocracy have a basis for cooperation. Tang Zheng's mind flickered, and he manipulated his shadow clone. The air rippled, and the shadow clone appeared beside him. Tang Zheng took down the Two Worlds mandala and handed it to the shadow clone. Upper teleport. The shadow clone cast another spell, and as he turned his sight, he appeared at the sealed site of the demonic tree deep within the top forest. Blood stained the ground. Props emitting various colors of magical light were scattered across the ground. Any one of these would cause a sensation in various nations. It was enough to drive all adventurers mad. Of course, the mutilated bodies of the members of the Black Scripture were also scattered, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The shadow clone briefly glanced at them, then paid no attention. His expression expressionless, he gazed towards a deep pit. 7th level magic, Chain Dragon Thunder. Crack! A blue arc of electricity suddenly appeared, erupting with terrifying lightning, transforming into dragon-shaped lightning that struck the pit. Boom! A massive roar exploded, further expanding the already massive hole. Buzz, buzz! The earth, like waves on the sea, began to vibrate. The sealed demonic tree awakened, and a 100-meter-long, python-like root emerged from the hole, stirring the air and forming a 4, 7, or 8 hurricane, sweeping towards the shadow clone's position. Faced with this scene, the shadow clone pulled out the Two Worlds mandala from its bosom. The silken square scroll unfolded, emitting a pale golden Buddha-like light. The terrifying giant roots, enveloped by the golden light, were forcibly drawn into the scroll without resistance, dragging the demonic tree, sealed deeper within, along with them. Simple, brutal, what seal? Struggling is useless. This is the effect of the world item. Either it can resist, or it can't resist at all. There's no other possibility. Tap. Huh? Tang Zheng, using the shadow clone's perspective, noticed a withered tree not far away, emitting a faint breath of life. Is this that tree spirit? It's still alive? Surprised, Tang Zheng manipulated the shadow clone to collect the tree spirit into the world item. Upper teleport. The shadow clone reactivated the teleportation spell, disappearing from the top forest and returning to Tang Zheng's side in the hilly area. Nothing unexpected happened. The Platinum Dragon King was indeed stunned. Tang Zheng took the Two Worlds mandala from his shadow clone and whispered thoughtfully. He had sent the shadow clone there to prevent the possibility of the Platinum Dragon King personally taking action. After all, the other party possessed the original teleportation magic of World Shift. So, even if the shadow clone were to suddenly encounter the Platinum Dragon King, it could still retreat calmly by relying on the passive abilities of the dragon class and its world items. However, the shadow clone only inherited 1/4 of the original's attributes, and with the dragon's perception, it would leave the impression of being weak. Since it hasn't appeared yet, the possibility of it appearing again is very low. Tang Zheng continued to observe the situation at Juesi Jueming through the morning bird and nodded slightly. There are no other unknown hidden individuals. He waved his hand to dismiss the shadow clone. Upper teleport. Tang Zheng took out a black magic robe, put it on, and activated the teleportation spell. Chapter 431. Watching the platinum armor completely disintegrate. Ha ha. Die die. Jusajiming licked her lips and let out a roaring laugh. That's it. In fact, until the very last moment, she still felt a lingering uncertainty, entirely due to the trauma left by Tang Zheng's previous encounter. Clementine and the Four Elements, upon hearing Jusajiming's triumphant laughter, quickly looked up in the direction of the platinum armor's disappearance. They breathed a sigh of relief, sweat dripping from their bodies, as if pulled from the water. The captain's utter defeat and miserable appearance inflicted immense pressure and fear on the two men, fearing Jusajiming would also be defeated. Monster. Clementine gritted her teeth and scrambled to her feet, her exposed, lithe waist covered in red scars from her earlier escape. Swish. Ripples filled the air. Jusajiming was the first to turn, staring at the location, taking a defensive stance. The next moment, Tang Zheng appeared before the three of them. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." A gentle voice rang out. Clementine was visibly startled. She glanced at Jusajiming's location, then a flicker of realization crossed her eyes. No wonder. Clementine had previously only known that the four elements had also secretly joined Tang Zheng, and that Jusajiming was a secret. The four elements hadn't disclosed this. Now it seemed that even a monster as powerful as Jusajiming. "Your Excellency is truly an expert." "Your Excellency." "Your Excellency." Clementine and the four elements hurriedly greeted him respectfully. "You two are incredibly lucky to have survived. You saved yourself the trouble of resurrecting." Tang Zheng glanced at the two of them, praising them, glancing especially at Clementine. Although this woman's personality was a bit twisted, she didn't protest or hesitate at all while carrying out his orders. That was a good point. Ah! Juesi Jueming, standing no more than 160 centimeters tall, held her snow-white neck high as she stared at Tang Zheng. Her lips curled upwards, and she spoke in a lazy, girlish voice. "It's pointless to end the battle so quickly. I come all this way to be ordered around by you, to do something so boring. Anyway, why did you use your trump card so directly? When neither side knew the other's intelligence, the one who used it first would likely be at a disadvantage. It also makes it difficult to conceal and gather intelligence. The black and dark gray color combination makes for a great outfit." Tang Zheng chuckled in response, his gaze fixed on the elderly carry being carried by Jusajiming. "If it gets damaged during battle, we have to buy a new one, which would be very troublesome. Wouldn't it be better to resolve the battle without contact? If the battle is primarily focused on gathering intelligence, this approach wouldn't be necessary. However, if the goal is to resolve the battle quickly, the side that launches the first major attack will have the advantage. In the final analysis, for others, a method like the killer mace might require caution, chosen only when absolutely certain of its safety. But Jusajiming is different. The opponent's innate ability means that his so-called killer mace will not be limited to a single one. Jusajiming possesses a strong counterattack capability against the enemy's intelligence-focused attacks." "Ah?" Jusajiming's tone rose a notch. "Well, do you really want me to say you probably can't defeat them?" Tang Zheng shrugged and said sternly, "They're no ordinary enemy. They're probably connected to the Council Nation, where there's a true Dragon King." "You bastard." Juesi Jueming glared fiercely at Tang Zheng with his black and white eyes, but upon hearing the words true Dragon King, a hint of seriousness crossed his face. She understood why Tang Zheng had asked her to do this. The true Dragon King's hatred for the Divine Man could be described as hatred. The Theocracy had been hiding the Divine Man to prevent information leaks, and to engage in battle with the remaining true Dragon Kings. If that figure in white armor couldn't be captured quickly, and if he escaped, there was a high probability he would attract the Platinum Dragon King of the Review Kingdom. "You two, first gather the bodies of the members of the Black Scripture and their magical items, then teleport them to the hills," Tang Zheng instructed Clementine and the four elements. "Yes. Yes." Clementine and the other two nodded respectfully, then exchanged a glance and quickly departed. "Take Captain Shirin with you. Let's get out of here first." Tang Zheng, not planning to stay in the top forest for long, said to Jusajiming. "Got it." Following Captain Shirin and Elder Carry, the two unconscious figures fell to the ground. Tang Zheng cast a teleportation spell, and disappeared into the forest with Jusajiming. A blind hills. Deep within, a flash of white light, and four figures appeared simultaneously. "Oh, what a loser!" Jusajiming scoffed, looking at the miserable Captain Shinrin, his limb shattered, as he kicked him away. Blood splattered onto the ground. Oh! The kick wasn't particularly forceful, but for the already severely injured Captain Shinrin, it was a double blow. Even in his coma, he still groaned in pain. After all, they're companions. Tang Zheng shook his head at this scene, and took out a scroll of great healing magic. He still had about 70 or 80 of these scrolls in his hand, all left over from the last time he acquired the world-class item, Two Worlds Mandala. He tore the scroll open. Wow! Holy divine light enveloped the dying captain, healing points converging on his wounds, rapidly repairing his injuries. If platinum armor hadn't deliberately spared his life, intending to capture him alive, resurrection would have been the only option. Six-tier healing magic? Jusajiming looked at the scroll that had appeared in Tang Zheng's hand, his heterochromatic eyes flashing. This high-level healing scroll wasn't even found in the legacy of the six great gods. Jusajiming didn't think Tang Zheng had crafted it himself, but rather assumed that as a godman, Tang Zheng must have inherited a legacy from some other deity. Mysterious, powerful, Jusajiming's eyes shone with a strange glint. This man held so many secrets worth exploring. It's a shame, I never seen him use a weapon. Jusajiming had never discovered that Tang Zheng had ever used any weapon like magic items or wands. Otherwise, she could have just touched them. Perhaps she could have learned his ultimate weapon. She knew that not everyone possessed such a powerful move, but she didn't believe that Tang Zheng didn't have one. 5 healing magic scrolls fell in succession. Captain Shinran's injuries had mostly healed, and he had emerged from his coma. The moment he regained consciousness, he quickly leaped from the ground. Gun formation defense. Captain Shinran roared, activating his defensive skill. Illusory spears formed a circular formation, circling Captain Shinran's body, creating a comprehensive defense. Skilled gun combat defense discovered. Requires the mid-level class gun master. Currently, the requirements are not met. Genius class activated. Transform to the basic class warrior. Learning requirements are met. Do you want to spend 1 skill point to learn? Tang Zheng glanced at the prompts on the attribute panel, gaining a rough understanding of Captain Shinran's class build. Also, the health points restored by the 5 large healing magic scrolls could be used to further infer Captain Shinran's HP range. Squeak! Captain Shinran's hands, gripping the worn spear tightly, were covered in sweat. The image of the completely crushing situation surfaced in his mind, and his heart skipped a beat. No attack? What about his own injuries? Until this moment, Captain Shinran noticed the expressionless Juesi Jueming standing not far away, and his eyes widened. How did you? Jusajiming sneered. How unsightly, getting beaten so badly. Huh? Captain Shinran, instead of being angry at the mockery, felt relieved. It seems you repelled the enemy. But what about my injuries? All the members of the Holy Scripture were killed. Captain Shinran's eyes welled up as he spoke. At this moment, he suddenly noticed Tang Zheng, standing not far from Jusajiming. Who is he? Captain Shinran frowned and asked Jusajiming. He still hadn't fully understood what had happened since he lost consciousness, but with Jusajiming's appearance, the crisis should be averted. 9th-tier magic, Vermilion Nova. Tang Zheng didn't waste any time, chanting with an expressionless face. Crimson flames instantly enveloped Captain Shinran. Ah, ah! Captain Shinran screamed in agony. The terrifying heat first ignited his hair, rapidly burning his skin. 9th-tier magic, Vermilion Nova. 9th-tier magic, Vermilion Nova. 2 identical spells followed, leaving Captain Shinran with no time to react as his entire body collapsed to the ground, a charred mess. Tang Zheng calmly retrieved the healing scroll and began to heal. A moment later, Captain Shinran's injuries healed, and with bloodshot eyes, he leaped from the ground, retreating swiftly, putting distance between them. What the hell is going on? Senior Juesi, what are you doing? Captain Shinran's face paled as he roared in fury, his mind ablaze with thoughts. First, he encountered the unknown, mysterious enemy in platinum armor, and now, the enigmatic young magic chanter before him. 9th-tier magic? You're kidding. This is already the realm of the gods. 10th-tier magic, 7th Imperial Guardian. Boom! 7 bolts of blue lightning, several meters thick, suddenly appeared in the sky, like pillars of blue light, instantly thundering down. Their speed far surpassed Captain Kamito's retreat. Boom! The captain, his entire body radiating blinding blue arcs, stood frozen in place, his crimson eyes wide. 10th-tier magic, 7th Imperial Guardian. 7 more bolts of lightning struck simultaneously. Ah! Captain Kamito screamed, falling to the ground. Tang Zheng's passive increase in attribute magic allowed him to unleash his full magical power when attacking with attribute magic. The sacred light emanating from the great healing scroll reappeared once more. This time, Captain Shinran didn't flee, nor even attempt to attack. Upon hearing the 10th-tier magic being used, he had already given up on escaping, further convincing himself that Juesi Jueming had most likely betrayed him. What do you want me to do? Captain Shinran's expression darkened slightly, and he raised his hands to the sky in a gesture of surrender. Oh, you're stopping so quickly? Juesi Jueming folded his arms over his chest, leaning back and chuckling. Seemingly amused and gloating at Captain Shinran's fate, he seemed to be enjoying the same situation he had faced. Then let's talk, Tang Zheng replied with a smile. Unexpectedly, it went smoothly. After understanding Tang Zheng's intentions and Juesi Jueming's membership in the other organization, Captain Shinran offered his services without hesitation. Or perhaps, he had no choice. Both Juesi Jueming and the mysterious young man before him were stronger than him. So that's the case. Your title is Honor. Tang Zheng looked at Captain Shinran and spoke slowly. Honor 8th. Even though he already knew that the title and position of the organization crown didn't represent strength, after learning that Captain Shirin ranked below him, Juesi Jueming still revealed a proud and happy expression. Yes, Lord Crown. Captain Shirin bowed respectfully to Tang Zheng. Incorporating the second divine being into the organization. Tang Zheng turned with a smile, looking at the figure lying on the ground not far away. Now that you're awake, there's no need to pretend anymore. Juesi Jueming and Captain Shirin both looked at Lord Carey. Aside from Captain Shirin's mixed emotions, neither of them seemed surprised. With Elder Carey's strength, pretending to be unconscious in front of the three was impossible. Neither his breathing nor his heartbeat could escape their detection. Cough, cough. Old Carey felt a chill in his heart. He coughed and slowly climbed to his feet, his eyes and forehead wrinkled. Looking up. Looking at Juesi Jueming and Captain Shirin standing on either side of Tang Zheng, Elder Carey said nothing. She had already heard the conversation between them. Even if she tried to dissuade them verbally, it wouldn't have much practical value. The key issue remained the mysterious young man. I wish to know who you are, sir? Old Carey's cloudy yet calm eyes made it impossible to decipher his thoughts and emotions. Or, sir, do you also wish to draw an old man like me into the Crown organization you mentioned? Tang Zheng shook his head. I'm sorry, the Crown organization needs strong members, and you don't fit that profile. Really? Old Carey sighed, his eyes suddenly cold, and he instantly activated his world-class item, Alluring Beauty. You're too proud. Young man. A dazzling golden light emanated from Old Carey's golden Cheongsam, transforming into a golden dragon-shaped phantom that thundered towards Tang Zheng. Juesi Jueming's expression changed, but she didn't show any sign of nervousness. She knew Tang Zheng's cautious nature. He knew so much secret information, so how could he not know about the existence of a true divine artifact on the other side? Captain Shirin's crimson eyes shone brightly, and his face couldn't help but show excitement. A golden light enveloped Tang Zheng, then dissipated into a faint golden speck. Chapter 432. Didn't dodge. Success. Captain Shirin's spirits trembled, his red eyes gleaming with excitement. He clenched his palms and squeezed them vigorously, probably not expecting Tang Zheng to even try to dodge. Smug bastard. He cursed inwardly. He hadn't joined this Crown organization sincerely, it was entirely due to his weak position. The golden dragon-shaped light dissipated. Tang Zheng appeared before everyone unharmed, unchanged, as if the shocking scene just now hadn't occurred. This was normal. The true artifacts left behind by the 6 great gods were not offensive magic items, but powerful artifacts of mind control. They could easily penetrate both mental and item defenses. It was said that only the true Dragon King could withstand them. Bang! Captain Shirin moved his feet and instantly appeared in front of Tang Zheng. While protecting the magic chanter behind him, he raised his worn spear and pointed it directly at Juesi Jueming. Senior Zusi? Captain Shirin sneered, accusing him harshly. He angrily declared, no matter what your reason, you, who betrayed the church, are no longer worthy of being called a protector of the nation. Lord Carey, have him assist me. Captain Shirin's experience of being mercilessly beaten by Zusi Jueming had left him filled with fear and awe. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally not have dared to do such a thing. However, from the previous encounter, he could clearly see that the young magic caster's strength was far superior to that of this inferior half-blooded woman. This was why Lord Carey prioritized controlling the mysterious young man. Go, but don't kill her. Elder Carey immediately issued his orders, his heart heavy with worry, sensing something amiss. Juesi Jueming had already colluded with the other party, and the church's intelligence was likely completely leaked. But why hadn't they avoided it? The plan to subdue the demonic tree had also encountered problems, from the reappearance of the 13 heroes silver to the mysterious, unknown magic chanter. Unbelievably, they hadn't noticed anything before. Elder Carey sensed a vast conspiracy shrouding the church, one that had even triggered a crisis of national destruction. Glory, you disappoint everyone by doing this, a calm and gentle voice echoed. Captain Shirin's eyes flashed with incredible shock, and he was instantly covered in cold sweat, wanting to retreat. Magic no-chant transformation. Polar Claw. Tang Zheng instantly unleashed his magic, the two sides so close that Captain Shirin didn't even have time to make the next move. Boom! Ice claws radiating icy cold instantly pierced Captain Kamito's back. Forsaking special effects, they possessed only the strongest single-target ice magic, a tearing attack, possessing physical penetration properties. Puff! Puff! 5 strands of ice shot out of Captain Kamito's chest, freezing the blood before it could even escape. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream echoed. Hee. Juesi Jueming chuckled, his shoulders swung, and he appeared in front of Captain Kamito, kicking him to the ground. You were so arrogant just now, you bastard. A loud bang. Jusajiming flashed a perverse smile, and his black boots suddenly brought down, stomping Captain Kamito's head into the ground, grinding the ground with unsteady force. Ah, I was wrong. I was wrong. Captain Shirin screamed in agony, his voice muffled as if the dirt from the ground had poured into his mouth. The previous magical attack had severely injured him, but it hadn't completely disabled Captain Shirin's ability to fight. He was now only wailing for mercy. This was clearly a sign of giving up resistance. That's much more obedient now. Tang Jing nodded imperceptibly. Captain Shirin was different from Jusajiming. His personality was much more normal. He possessed such formidable strength before the age of 20, and his loyalty to the church was even higher than Jusajiming's. To subdue him, simply relying on overwhelming force wasn't enough. Captain Shirin had to fully realize his inability to resist, and only then would he truly submit to the crown. The church's strongest weapon and trump card, it was Jusajiming and the true divine artifact. This was why Tang Jing had deliberately allowed the old woman before him to activate a world-class item. It was for Captain Shirin to see, but also for Jusajiming. You. Old Carrie raised his arm, trembling, and pointed at Tang Jing, the despair in his cloudy eyes brimming with hope. Tang Jing didn't intend to waste time, raising his palm and unleashing the 8th tier spell, Death. Old Carrie's body went limp, his eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Eliminate him. Tang Jing raised his foot, ready to advance, but suddenly paused as a thought struck him. Miss Juesi. Ha ha ha. Juesi Jueming, who was currently excitedly beating up Captain Shinrin, venting his frustration and anger at not having fought platinum armor, instinctively responded, What? Can you help me get this genuine artifact? Tang Jing asked helplessly. Ha. You can get it yourself. Jusajiming puffed out his cheeks, looking reluctant. If it weren't for the blood staining his cheeks and hands, Jusajiming would have looked much cuter. If she were a beautiful young woman, I wouldn't mind. Tang Jing shrugged, pointing at Carrie, a woman who looked to be in her 70s or 80s. Unfortunately, her age. I don't think it's appropriate. Jusajiming blinked, baring his fangs. He stood up, walked over to the elder Carrie, grabbed the collar of her golden cheongsam, and swung it hard. Snap! Carrie's body flew out of the cheongsam and tumbled to the ground nearby. Here. Jusajiming casually tossed Tang Jing this world-class item, precious enough to drive any player, and true Dragon King crazy. Bang, bang, Jusajiming returned to the pit and continued to pummel Captain Shinrin. Blood and howling continued. Tang Jing quickly accepted the golden cheongsam and offered a moment of silence to the captain, though he knew Juesi Jueming was careful with his actions. Looking at the world-class item in his hand, Tang Jing's eyes grew serious. It was a predominantly white cheongsam, with golden dragon patterns on both sides. The most beautiful item in the world. From the outside, it looked like a piece of clothing, but the texture and the force of its pull made it clear that it was no ordinary garment. It was made of a material neither metal nor fabric. So big. Tang Jing whispered, without any ambiguity, simply describing the size of the most beautiful item in the world. He wondered if this was the only world-class item of this kind in Yggdrasil. Magical items can adapt to the user's size. Before the change of owner, the golden cheongsam before him clearly maintained the size of normal human clothing. Item identification. As expected, Tang Jing cast the identification spell, discovering the same magic as Two Worlds Mandala. He gazed at Elder Carrie's corpse, 5th tier magic, resurrection of the dead. A dazzling divine light enveloped him. Elder Carrie, previously lifeless, saw his heart begin to beat again, and the moment he regained consciousness. All race enchantment. Elder Carrie's eyes grew dazed, and he staggered to his feet, approaching Tang Jing. Tell me all the information about the true artifact, Tang Jing asked calmly. After 3 questions, the seal in Elder Carrie's mind was triggered, and he died instantly, but he was revived and continued questioning. After 2 resurrections, Tang Jing finally understood the conditions and information regarding the world-class item alluring city and nation. 1. There are no gender requirements for use. Although it's a women's cheongsam, men can also use it. 2. To activate this world-class item, you must first meet the wearing requirement, the user must wear it before using it. 3. It consumes a significant amount of vitality, which translates to a certain amount of experience points in game terms. 4. It can only control one person. If you attempt to control a second person, the first person will automatically release their mind control. What a wicked taste. A strange look flashed in Tang Jing's eyes. He had originally assumed this world-class item was only usable by women, but he hadn't expected it to have no gender requirements, especially considering it required wearing to activate. The thought of a man wearing a women's cheongsam filled Tang Zheng with an inexplicable chill, especially when he thought of the 6 great gods being all men. Looking at the cheongsam in his hands made him feel even more awkward. Ahem. It still requires experience points. The conditions for using city and nation are a bit more complicated than Two Worlds mandala. Tang Zheng coughed softly, suppressing the strange thoughts in his mind. He guessed that the experience points consumed must be quite high, but this item is indeed a bit dangerous. It's a Minotaur artifact. Although it's only used on NPCs like Shao Tier in the anime, according to the game settings, it can also be used on players. Tang Zheng frowned slightly. In the game Yggdrasil, using it on a player directly controls the player. What then is the status of the control player? Unable to control the game character. If that's the case, then the account will have to be deleted. That would be comparable to the 20-point Saint Slayer's spear, which is obviously impossible. So, the only possibility. There's a time limit in the game. Tang Zheng could only speculate this way, otherwise, it would be truly 20 level. Even so, the thought of an enemy possessing a lure of the city and the nation in the game, and his own companions being outmatched by them, would be not only disgusting, but likely psychologically devastating. No wonder ordinary players report world-class items exceeding their specifications. There's probably a time limit in the game, but I just asked Elder Carry, and he didn't mention any. So, in the other world, a lure of the city and the nation has also changed. Tang Zheng pondered. This was also what he was concerned about. After all, another world isn't a game. Many items and skills in games don't remain as rigid as they were in Yggdrasil once they arrived in another world. What an excellent innate ability, but... Die! Tang Zheng unleashed his 8th tier magic, killing Elder Carry once again. The opponent's innate ability was exceptional, offsetting the consumption of life levels. In a game, this ability should offset the loss of experience points. It was similar to Tang Ding's class skill, Crazy Meditation, but it was completely different. Crazy Meditation only offsets magic consumption, while Elder Carry's innate ability was more comprehensive. Resurrection of the Dead. Die! After several consecutive resurrections and deaths, Elder Carry could no longer be resurrected. Fireball. Tang Zheng raised his palm again, chanting softly. The flames ignited Elder Carry's body, completely reducing it to ash, which dissipated with the breeze. This completely eliminated the possibility of the other party's resurrection. Of the Black Scripture, only Elder Carry needed to be dealt with. Tang Zheng had no intention of carrying a lure of the city and nation. Due to the special nature of world-class items, they couldn't be stored in an item box and had to be carried on hand. The Two Worlds mandala was fine, though small, but he couldn't carry around a large women's cheongsam. It would be too conspicuous. Therefore, Tang Zheng planned to keep this world-class item within the church, but Elder Carry, the user, would need to be dealt with. This would prevent the church from using this world-class item. Actually, a lure of the city and nation could also be worn as equipment. This thought occurred to Tang Zheng, clutching the golden cheongsam in his hand. In Yggdrasil, items with high data counts survive being attacked by items with low data counts. So, even if it's an artifact-level item, attacking a world-level item won't affect it, but will actually cause damage itself, meaning its durability is reduced. Of course. Alluring beauty doesn't increase stats like normal items. Is that over? Next. Tang Zheng looked at Jusajiming, who was carrying the half-dead Captain Shinran, looking at him with a strange expression. After returning to the church, you should know how to explain it. An unknown enemy seized the true artifact and killed this old woman, and you snatched it back and killed the enemy. As for the demon tree, you also solved it by killing it. Jusajiming's facial muscles twitched, and he silently took the true artifact. As for Captain Shinran, one eye was black and red, and the other was barely visible. Both men looked at Tang Zheng, a hint of fear deep in their eyes. Obviously, the two had just witnessed Tang Zheng's resurrection and killing treatment of Elder Carry. While the phrase crush bones and scatter ashes didn't exist in the other world, Juesi and Jueming could probably sense its meaning. Swish, swish, Clementine and the 4 elements, having collected the corpses and props, appeared before the crowd. You all should return together. Tang Zheng repeated his instructions, signaling Juesi and Jueming to return to the theocracy. Tang Zheng had no intention of resurrecting the deceased members of the Holy Codex. The theocracy could handle that matter on its own. With Captain Shinran already on board, he was effectively controlling the Black Holy Codex. There was no need to let more people know of his existence and continue leaking information. Chapter 433. Lower Fire Moon. September 1st. A fortnight had passed since the demonic tree incident, and the human kingdoms had fallen into an inexplicable calm. The Empire suffered a rare defeat, and the Blood Emperor, after paying a ransom, redeemed all the captured soldiers. This victory should have been an unprecedented boost for the kingdom, but the atmosphere within the kingdom's ruling class, the nobles, and the common people below them formed two different paths. The people cheered, the nobles were terrified. This great victory came too suddenly. So sudden, the nobles were completely unprepared, fearing imperial retaliation, which would trigger a national war and disrupt their decadent lives. And the Celian theocracy. After witnessing the devastating annihilation of the Dark Scripture army, they, like frightened beasts, reflexively mobilized their national forces for defense. The intelligence about the platinum armor, secretly directed at the council through Tang Jing's guidance, further inflamed the theocracy. As for the council nation, they remained completely silent. Aborian hills. From the deep, dense jungle, a strange rustling sound emanated, as if some strange beast were stalking the jungle. A large number of birds took flight from the forest, perhaps sensing danger and flying further away. The noise grew closer. A massive black shadow became clearer. It was a strange tree, about 20 meters tall, with a thick trunk, lush green leaves atop, and red flowers in full bloom. In the lower middle of the thick trunk, a massive mouth dominated the entire face. Within the gaping maw, root-like teeth twisted and twisted. It looked utterly ferocious and terrifying. The beasts and monsters in the forest dared not approach, fleeing desperately and disappearing completely. This is a terrifying tree man. The tree elf peonies manipulated 6 roots like octopus tentacles, moving through the forest, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes leaning involuntarily. It was a bit like a newborn baby learning to walk. You look so ugly. I don't intend to eat you, the tree elf peonies said with a hint of grievance at the animals that fled at their approach. But this feeling of grievance was quickly replaced by a complex feeling of joy. You can walk now. The tree elf peonies carefully manipulated her roots, moving forward, feeling both amazed and excited. As an alien tree planting spirit, her true form was like any other tree, unable to move freely. She could only transform into a fairy and leave her body, but she couldn't travel very far. I become uglier, but I can move freely. The tree elf Panissai muttered to herself, a habit formed from her long, solitary life in the top forest. This is probably what humans often refer to as the price of loss. Well, thanks to that gentle human, otherwise I would have died. She didn't know what had happened. She only knew that she was nearly dead, when that powerful human used something called a fusion potion to fuse her dying body with the seed within. Although she had transformed into a terrifying tree man, she survived. You're too slow, Panissai. A sharp, piercing voice rang from the depths of the forest. The tree elf peonies glanced ahead, and immediately noticed a white mist-like figure moving swiftly through the forest. It was a subhuman called White Mist, a race she had never seen or even heard of before. The White Mist which clutched a pile of herbs in her arms. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large amount of herbs was thrown toward her. The tree elf peonies hurriedly raised her 6 tentacles, caught them all, and carefully placed them in the lush canopy. A faint green light flashed. You're too fast, White Mist, Peonies whispered in response, controlling the canopy above her head. The magical energy contained within protected the harvested herbs. It was probably similar to preservation magic, but only effective on plants. This ability didn't come from the horrible tree man, but from her own, due to her farmer-like production vocation. Perhaps it was a natural talent of her race. The tree elf Peonies felt highly confident in her ability to cultivate plants. When she was bored in the top forest, she loved planting trees or seeds that birds had brought from who knows where. Raising seeds into trees was a joyful experience, and she even earned the rank of crop specialist. Heh. The white female monster chuckled softly, you're just too slow. Really, why did the master pick so many herbs? Faced with this sarcasm, it seems a human named Firia has been researching potions lately, and he's consumed a lot of herbs. The tree elf Peonies quickly responded, adding a quip. The master used up all the herbs he provided him a while ago. The White Mist which called the black-haired human who saved her master, and she felt she could call him that, too. She was a tree spirit who knew how to be grateful. At this moment, alongside, deep in the valley beneath the hills, the two worlds mandala hovered before Tangjung, stretched out flat, its surface radiating a golden radiance of Buddhahood. A thin branch. Emerging from the surface of the two worlds mandala, this location resembled a ripple on the surface of water, about an arm's length long. Tangjung reached out and grasped the slender branch, closing his eyes, and sensing it subtly. Instantly, The location of the tree spirit peonies appeared in Tang Jing's mind. Interesting. Tang Jing sensed it for a moment, then released his grip. The branch sank back into the two worlds mandala and disappeared. This branch had come from the demonic tree trapped within the world-class item. His research on the demonic tree had concluded. The demonic tree's seeds formed the terrifying treemen. The demonic treeman seeds formed ordinary treemen. This command tower structure allows the upper level to exercise absolute control over lower-level monsters. Just now, with this ability, Tang Jing could instantly seize control of the tree spirit peonies by controlling the demon tree at any time. It really took quite a bit of effort. Tang Jing shook his head. The process of taming the demon tree was truly a headache. The demon tree lacked normal reason, which meant that forcing it to submit required drastic measures. The tree spirit peonies was a pleasant surprise. Tang Jing chuckled softly. This tree spirit's inherent combat power wasn't high, but what surprised him was its production class build. Still a production job related to planting. In Tang Jing's mind, the value of the tree elf peonies is comparable to that of Firia. Attribute panel. Ability chart. Innate ability. Player combined level. 77 experience slots. 1061/14.03 million skill points. 135. Totem possession. Head, empty. Chest, sun anglerfish HP plus 50. BUF fire immunity. Arms, forest sage physical defense plus 50. BUF flesh armor. Back, magic tree magic defense plus 50. BUF tree ring pulse. Legs, empty. From August 2nd, the last time he leveled up, to September 1st, Tang Jing has accumulated a total of 45 million experience points, perhaps even millions from killing the magic tree. In a full month, with nearly 50 million experience points, Tang Jing has only leveled up 3 levels. The experience required to advance each level now reaches tens of millions, and the pressure grows as you advance. In addition to leveling up, Tang Jing also completed a new totem possession, gaining a skill called Pulse of the Annual Rings. This special skill, which allows resistance to time magic, is a natural ability of the demonic tree. After killing the demonic tree, Tang Jing used a 9th tier resurrection spell to revive it, resulting in the demonic tree only losing 2 levels, and its current level remains above 80. Totem possession draws upon the power of a soul, thereby gaining the abilities of the devoured being. When Tang Jing first killed the wise forest king, Hamsuk, he experimented. The soul energy consumed wasn't all of the other's energy. It was only a portion of the soul. Thus, it didn't affect his resurrection, though it still caused some damage to the soul itself. Perhaps this was the reason. After resurrecting the demonic tree's chaotic consciousness seemed to be affected, allowing him to completely subdue it. Swish. 2 worlds mandala rewound and landed in Tang Jing's hands. He tucked it around his waist and stored it. Tang Jing stood up and cast a teleportation spell, disappearing from his original position. As his perspective shifted, he arrived at a wooden house in the hilly area. The rich scent of herbs filled the air, creating a slightly pungent aroma. Dang! Dang! Tang Jing walked to the door and knocked gently. After waiting for a moment, there was no response, only the occasional strange movements from within. Tang Jing let out a faint laugh. With a slight push of his arm, he pushed the door open, his face filled with the overpowering aroma of herbs. Inside the room, Nefaria's golden, bowl-cut hair covered his half-closed eyes, as he examined the various herbs and the alchemical potions in his hand with intense concentration and excitement. Tang Jing saw this but didn't interrupt. Instead, he walked over to a nearby shelf and examined some semi-finished products. After the incident with the magic tree, at Enri's invitation, Nefaria came to the hills. It was much easier than Tang Jing had expected. After all, her grandmother, Lizzie, wasn't the easiest person to approach. The fact that they were able to get along so smoothly was thanks to Free Will's reputation, and Tang Jing's own reputation as a genius alchemist. Nefaria's value to Tang Jing was more than just that of an apothecary. Her innate ability also made her a qualified user of a lure of the city and nation. Yes, that's it. No. We're still missing one herbal ingredient. Nefaria's voice came excitedly. Chapter 434. Nefaria's eyes sparkled with excitement as he surveyed the various herbs laid out before him. His nose inhaled the pungent, unpleasant aroma that emanated from the pile. He was incredibly excited. He had never imagined he'd see so many herbs he'd never seen, or even heard of, before. Before him, there were not only precious herbs from the top forest, but also a host of unheard of items from the Ablian Hills. Grandmother, if she knew what I had before her, she'd be even more excited than I am. Nefaria pressed his hands against the table, looking down at a palm-sized patch of herbs. Cautiously, like a stingy businessman. Abelia leaves are a bit of a waste to use in potions, and it drive up the cost significantly. He muttered to himself. Faria looked up and suddenly noticed a figure standing in the room. Snapping out of his thoughts, he exclaimed in surprise, "Tang, you're here. You were so engrossed, I didn't bother you." Tang Jing set down a bottle of half-finished potion mixture and replied with a smile, "If you need anything else, just let me know." No. Faria raised his hands and waved them a little hurriedly, realizing his earlier, impulsive behavior. His cheeks flushed with shyness. "That's enough. Tang, thank you so much for letting me study these herbs. Even an ordinary person would recognize the preciousness of these herbs, let alone a pharmacist. I remember you once said your biggest dream was to become a pharmacist better than your grandmother. With your talent, I believe you can do it." Tang Jing spoke gently, sighing softly. The hilly region is home to numerous demi-human races and precious medicinal herbs. I specialize in alchemical potions crafted from demi-human blood, but I'm not so adept with herbs. Only in your hands can these herbs truly realize their value. Faria's face flushed even more, partly out of shyness, and partly out of excitement at being recognized by a formidable figure like Tang Jing. After all, Tang Jing was not only a genius alchemist, but also an adamantine-level adventurer, an absolute powerhouse. "I didn't expect you to remember. Tang." Faria raised his arm and scratched his blonde hair shyly. This reminded him of the conversation they had had about their respective dreams while being escorted by the rock adventurers. Thinking of this, facing a figure like Tang Jing, the tension within him eased considerably. "How do you feel?" Tang Jing asked curiously, secretly activating the ninjutsu, detection. In his vision, Faria was covered in a conspicuous layer of blue energy, and his life force had reached a relatively high level. This was because Tang Jing had given Faria a bottle of dragon blood potion. That's right, Faria's level had now reached 28, and he possessed 4 classes. Pharmacist Genius, Alchemist Genius, Magician. Doctor. Since Faria wasn't a player, Tang Jing couldn't directly determine the specific levels of each of his classes. But through observation and analysis, Tang Jing could confirm that Faria's pharmacist and alchemist classes were both over 10 levels. Even higher than Tang Jing's level in those 2 classes. After all, his genius was only level 10. Theoretically, Faria was currently the strongest alchemist and pharmacist among the humans in the other world. As for the xenomorphs and demi-humans, he wasn't sure. This concentrated level increase in production classes gave Tang Jing a completely new intelligence framework. Faria's level increase was completely different from that of Renas, Imina, and the others. After taking the dragon blood potion, Imina and the others' class improvements were not uniform but rather scattered. Faria, however, focused entirely on production classes, perhaps due to his primary talent and energy being focused on that one. "I'm feeling better than ever, Tang." Faria responded immediately with excitement, seemingly unable to express himself. He waved his arm, then pointed to his head. "Not only has my strength increased, but most importantly, I feel like countless ideas and thoughts about potions are constantly flowing through my mind." After hearing this, Tang Jing's eyes flickered, and he pondered, "Is that so?" The improvement of production classes and combat classes is clearly different. After taking the potion, Renas and the others not only saw a boost in strength, but also a sharpening of their professional skills. None of Faria's 4 classes increased strength, so the improvement in individual strength is not significant. What has been shown so far is that he has gained more ideas and thoughts on herbs and potions. Tang Jing speculated that Faria was gradually adapting to the rapid increase in strength from the production classes, but the manifestation was different. Besides, Tang Jing suspected that with Faria's talent in alchemy, he might be able to break through to the hero realm more easily than fellow combatants like Renas. "What kind of potion is that?" Faria looked at Tang Jing with curiosity and anticipation. Anyone who has taken the dragon blood potion can sense its power, similar to the feeling of spending real money in a game. "A secret," Tang Jing replied with a smile, shaking his head. Sorry." Faria's face paled as he realized what was happening. As a pharmacist, he understood the potion's value better than anyone else. He quickly bowed. "I'm sorry, Tang. It's okay, Faria." Tang Jing raised his palm and gently patted his shoulder, urging him to calm down. "It's not that I don't want to tell you, but the ingredients are a bit special. If anyone else knew about it, it could cause serious trouble." I understand." "Tang!" Faria raised his head again, his face firm. "I will definitely protect this secret." Seeing the other person's willingness to keep the secret even at the cost of his life, Tang Jing smiled helplessly. "Here's to you." Tang Jing changed the subject, pulling a box from his pocket and handing it to Nympharia. This is... Nympharia seemed to sense that the box contained some unknown herb. She carefully took it and opened it immediately. He discovered that there was a medicinal herb inside that he had never seen before. If it were just that, it would be fine. After all, he had seen too many medicinal herbs that he had never seen before during this period of time. But this herb was clearly different. Rich magical energy seemed to overflow from the herb. The moment the box was opened, the emerald green glow of magic even illuminated Nympharia's face. This. Nympharia stared at the magical herb in disbelief. This was beyond his current comprehension. It took him a long, dazed moment to finish his words. What exactly is it? I'm not entirely sure. Tang Zheng shrugged. It could probably be called Satalk herb. That's a good name. Probably. Nympharia was a little bewildered, feeling like it was a makeshift name. And indeed it was. Satalk is the name of the magic tree, and this herb was harvested from it. Tang Zheng had examined it with an item identification tool, but the information was very vague, or more accurately, completely non-existent. If herbs were categorized, they could be divided into two types. 1. Herbs from the game Yggdrasil. 2. Herbs native to another world. The Satalk herb before him didn't belong to any of these categories. The demonic tree wasn't from the game, nor was it a native monster from another world. Instead, it was a gigantic monster descended from another dimension. The more I think about it, the more I feel the complexity of this world is immense. Tang Zheng silently commented. Leave professional matters to professionals. With Nympharia's talent, perhaps she could figure it out. I understand. Nympharia carefully closed the box of herbs and placed them in a conspicuous safe place, as if they were treasures. Tang Zheng had already used preservation magic on them, so there was no need to worry about the herbs losing their effectiveness. Besides, there were plenty of them on the demonic tree. I already made some progress on my research into the blood of God. Nympharia spoke of his expertise, the sullenness vanishing as he beamed with confidence. Tang Zheng was a little surprised. It had only been a short time, yet under his original trajectory, Nympharia would have spent 2 or 3 years developing the red bottle. But on reflection, it made sense. Nympharia wasn't just doing this research out of thin air. The Celian theocracy had already developed the red bottle, but had abandoned it due to the high cost. Tang Zheng handed Nympharia the theocracy's research materials for reference. Given his current level of pharmacist, it was natural for him to have some ideas. After spending several hours discussing, Tang Zheng left Nympharia's residence in the hills. He arranged for the tree elf peonies and the white mist which to take care of Nympharia's safety and needs. Among them, the tree elf peonies was still of great use to Tang Zheng. Currently, he needed her to adapt to the terrifying demon tree's state and master its abilities. This tree elf's existence was quite special. Neither the demon tree itself nor the offspring it created possessed normal intelligence. This unexpected fusion was a unique case. The Kingdom of Imperia. The ruined capital. Evil Eye sat atop a dusty spire, removing the white mask from her face, revealing the youthful face of a young girl. Gray sky. Gray earth. A ruined, decaying kingdom. Evil Eye's clear crimson eyes flickered with memories. Ever since her last return, for some reason, she kept reminiscing about them. Even though those memories had long since faded, the faces of her father and mother were no longer clearly recognizable. Could it be because of old age? This amusing thought crossed Evil Eye's mind. She heard that people tend to reminisce about the past as they age. Calculating by age. Okay. Her father and mother's combined ages were much younger than hers. Of course, that wasn't the reason. Even after becoming an undead, a girl's natural dislike of calculating her age persisted, which was why she'd been reminiscing all this time. It was because of the Dragon King that she finally understood why the country and its people had all become undead. She wanted to find the true Dragon King who had destroyed the country. It was precisely because she had a goal. The happy past, long feared to recall, was slowly being unsealed from the depths of her memory. Since mastering the magic rising ritual, Evil Eye, despite only possessing 5th-tier magic, could now wield the power of 7th-tier magic with remarkable force. While it couldn't be used in regular combat due to the time required to set up the ritual, it was extremely valuable for the research of higher-tier magic. It was precisely because of this ritual. Lately, she sometimes activate a 7th-tier high-level teleport to return to the Kingdom of Imperia and sit quietly for a while. Even if her magic power was mostly depleted. Come to think of it, was it the Dragon King who repaired it? Evil Eye looked up and gazed into the distance. She could see that the walls surrounding the royal city, which had only shattered remains, had been completely repaired. It looked a bit unsightly, likely due to the restoration's initial goal of strengthening it. There were no living people here. Only the Dragon King would do this, but Evil Eye couldn't quite tell for what purpose. Swish, high in the sky, an invisible spatial ripple rapidly spread. The figure of a giant dragon, covered in red, fish-like scales, suddenly appeared above Evil Eye's head. Dragon King. Evil Eye quickly stood up and looked upward. Oh, you found it. Tang Zheng opened his dragon's maw, a voice rasping with a certain authority. Ever since devouring the scales of the ever-dark Dragon King, Tang Zheng's physical armor had been able to transform into black. In front of Evil Eye, there was no need to change. How are your research on the power-enhancing vampires in the legacy of the abyssal body? Tang Zheng asked. I'm making some progress. Evil Eye, a little ashamed, said, Dragon King, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Evil Eye felt that she wasn't as concerned and attentive to her own growth as the Dragon King. This feeling of being cared for brought a touch of warmth to her heart. That's the best. If we researched it ahead of time, it might have been a bit troublesome, Tang Zheng said softly, unconcerned. This wasn't much of a consolation. The research on vampire evolution provided by Body of the Abyss led to the God Ancestor class, a unique vampire race in another world. Theoretically, it's considered a superior class to True Ancestor. Precisely because this class is more powerful, if the strength is insufficient, it will degrade. Tang Zheng's purpose here was to attempt to raise Evil Eye's level, so the God Ancestor class wasn't a rush. Jusa Juming, Captain Camito, and Evil Eye all needed corresponding strength-enhancing plans, but compared to the first two, they were more complex. Evil Eye was simpler, and Tang Zheng needed her data to observe and judge. Chapter 435. Evil Eye was both curious and puzzled as to how the Dragon King had increased his power. Was it related to the restoration of the capital's walls? Perhaps more than that, she also faintly sensed a magical reaction within the repaired walls. Dragon King, I wonder if you are aware of something? Evil Eye hesitated, her voice tinged with seriousness and solemnity. What is it? Tang Zheng asked. It's like this. Not long ago, in the top forest, Evil Eye detailed the recent incident regarding the demonic tree. She had previously specifically contacted the Dragon King, but had been unable to reach him, leaving her with many doubts. Evil Eye wasn't referring to the demonic tree itself, but something else. After the dark scripture left Urantil, Blue Rose, skeptical about handling the demonic tree, quietly followed. However, the Blue Rose group was too slow. By the time they arrived at the scene, the battle was already over, leaving only a few devastating craters and blood-stained ground. These traces clearly indicated a fierce battle. Locus and the others also confirmed that the demonic tree had been destroyed, believing that the battle between the dark scripture and the demonic tree had been triggered. But Evil Eye disagreed, as she observed from afar the magical barrier that stretched for several kilometers. That wasn't ordinary magic, it was primordial magic. As a witness to the destruction of the abyssal body, Evil Eye had witnessed this very primordial magic firsthand. In other words, the battle deep within the top forest involved the true Dragon King. Dragon King. I suspect a conflict has broken out between the Platinum Dragon King of the Council and the secret forces of the Celian Theocracy. Evil Eye shared her shocking discovery, which had been pent up in her heart. This matter involved far-reaching implications, and she hadn't told Lehos and the others. She had previously had no precise concept of the true Dragon King, but after witnessing the stunning power displayed by the ever-dark Dragon King, Evil Eye finally understood the indescribable terror and power embodied by the three words True Dragon King. Oh, did that happen? Tang Zheng's tone was filled with surprise, as if he had just learned of this. Lehos and the others were secretly following the Theocracy, and he hadn't paid much attention. After all, his focus at the time was primarily on the platinum armor. That's really interesting. Tang Zheng felt a sense of absurdity, as if the Platinum Dragon King had meticulously concealed something, only to have its true nature discovered by an unexpected person. Evil Eye actually discovered this secret first. You have to remember that even the Theocracy had only tentatively speculated that the platinum armor was Silver, one of the 13 heroes, and that it might have been hidden in the council. They hadn't harbored any suspicions about the Platinum Dragon King at all. Besides Tang Zheng, Evil Eye was probably the first person to know that the platinum armor was somehow connected to the Platinum Dragon King. No. She didn't even know of the platinum armor's existence yet. However, as long as Evil Eye could obtain information about the platinum armor from the Theocracy, it would be easy to deduce a direct connection between the platinum armor and the Platinum Dragon King. This might be a valuable intelligence countermeasure. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly, feeling that this intelligence gap offered a potential opportunity for strategic planning. Suppressing his thoughts, he asked with authority, "Have the council and the Scion theocracy taken any action?" "From what I observed, none at all." Evil Eye shook her head in confusion. For over half a month, she had been secretly observing the two nations. After all, such a fierce battle had taken place, it shouldn't have been this calm. "In that case, let's leave this matter alone for now," Tang Zheng said slowly, his voice profound. "Just pretend you didn't know." "Understood, Lord Dragon King." Evil Eye nodded respectfully. "Then, let the magic ritual of increasing strength begin." Tang Zheng fully spread his dragon wings, unfurling his massive body. This simple movement instantly unleashed a gust of wind that raged around him. Sharp claws pointed upward, and a magic scroll appeared in his palm. 7th-tier magic. Undead army. The scroll shattered. Boom! Instantly, a dense mass of negative energy erupted from the magic scroll, transforming into a black torrent that descended upon the ground. The dark brown earth surged beneath the ground. Rotten, broken claws emerged first, followed by dense swarms of low-level undead. In the blink of an eye, thousands appeared. Hiss! Ah! Roar! Woo! The numerous undead gathered together, emitting an eerie roar. The undead army could summon around 1,000 low-level undead at once. The first time it appeared, it was the leader of the Chironon Alliance, who activated it with the aid of a ritual. At the time, Tang Zheng didn't care much for this magic. After all, even a large number of low-level undead was meaningless. An ordinary soldier could kill a few with a little caution. Besides, at the time, Tang Zheng hadn't yet developed a new experience-gaining ritual using the Death Spiral ritual, so he was even less concerned. Only after developing the new ritual did I regret it. The undead summoned by the undead army, like those summoned by the final war, good, are neutral monsters. Only neutral monsters can gain experience through the ritual. 7th-tier magic. Evil Eye's red eyes widened, a look of disbelief on her face, her pale lips parting uncontrollably. Scroll. 7th-tier magic belongs to the realm of demon gods. While powerful, Evil Eye thought she had seen some. She had seen higher-tier magic during her encounters with the body of the Abyss, and even the Dragon King possessed even greater magical power. Scrolls, however, were a different matter. You have to remember that among all human nations, the highest-tier scroll is only the 3rd tier. The value of the 7th-tier scroll before her was unimaginable, but Evil Eye was a little confused about what the Dragon King was going to do, but the next moment, her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her expression became vacant. 7th-tier magic, undead army. 7th-tier magic, undead army. 7th-tier magic, undead army. Tang Zheng continuously crushed scroll after scroll. A staggering amount of negative energy, nearly materializing in the air, gathered like a tide. The air throughout the ruined capital seemed to be eroding under the influence of this negative energy, growing dim. Dense swarms of low-level undead continuously emerged from the soil, spreading like a tide of corpses. At this moment, Evil Eye finally understood why the Dragon King had repaired the walls of the royal road, to prevent these low-level undead from surging out. Scroll after scroll, Tang Zheng didn't bother to count because he knew the total number of scrolls. Currently, he could craft a maximum of 3 tier 10 blank scrolls per day. 20 sheets of paper of the same tier could be used to craft one scroll. A tier 10 scroll required 350 points of magic power. With Tang Zheng's normal magic power, he could craft 2, and with his special technique for rapid magic recovery, he could craft an additional 1. Before June 25th, the day the Body of the Abyss incident ended, he had a total of 194 tier 10 blank scrolls. Since that time, Tang Zheng had begun designing the Evil Eye Strength Enhancement Plan, crafting only 1 tier 10 scroll per day, and using the remaining scrolls for tier 7 scrolls. So, he currently had 262 tier 10 blank scrolls. The 7th level, papermaking, can produce 30 sheets of 7th level paper. To fully craft a 7th level scroll, not only does the papermaking technique need to be activated, but it also requires infusing magic, consuming an additional 15 points of mana. A total of 18 7th level scrolls can be crafted daily. In theory, Tang Zheng could craft even more scrolls, for example, by using experience to cast spells, first leveling up, then lowering the level after casting the spell, and then using the experience points to craft more scrolls. The reason this is only theoretical is that, for Tang Zheng, the disadvantages of doing so currently outweigh the advantages. He currently needs tens of millions of experience points to level up, and once he downgrades, his experience bar will be reset to 0. You have to remember that Tang Zheng can still gain 1.5 million experience points daily. If he repeats this process every day, his 1.5 million experience points will be wasted during the downgrade process. There's no other way to gain so much experience all at once. Once you do this, you'll be stuck at level 70 forever. However, when you reach level 95 or above, you can deliberately leave a few levels as space for experience point casting, allowing you to do this. Boom! Boom! The negative energy, growing denser as the scroll was released, formed a nearly materialized black pillar of light that landed on the ground. Tang Zheng now held a total of 1,224 copies of the 7th tier undead army, each capable of summoning 1,000 low-level undead. With almost numb control, he was no longer crushing them one by one, but several at once. Looking down from the air, the entire capital was filled with low-level undead, so densely packed that it was impossible to count them. The negative energy generated by the numerous undead gathered together blackened the area, creating a unique negative energy field. If an ordinary person were to appear here, they would likely be killed by the overflowing negative energy before they could even get close. Evil Eye fell silent. The scene before her was so shocking that she lost the ability to speak, her pale lips parted, unable to close. If it weren't for her undead identity, which suppressed her emotions, she felt she would have fainted by now. Every time, the shock the Dragon King gave her was a mockery of her centuries of understanding, opening her eyes to a whole new world. God? Evil Eye believed that only a god could accomplish what the Dragon King was currently doing. She even unconsciously prayed, imploring him not to release the scroll again. The 7th tier scroll was a national treasure. No. Too. Evil Eye's throat uttered an inexplicable sound. Every time the Dragon King crushed a scroll, it felt like she was bleeding. For a moment, even an undead like her felt a pang of pain. Tens of thousands of undead? No, it was already over 200,000. The entire capital was completely filled with undead, even to the point of being piled high. Let's stop here for now. Tang Gang's voice sounded calmly, and he stopped activating the scrolls. He had used about 300 scrolls in a row. The number of undead below now exceeded 300,000. If they were dropped on the northwest continent, they could already sweep across all human nations. Ah! Hiss! Ah! Ah! The roars of the dense undead below blended together, like the buzz of bees amplified thousands of times, forming a nearly tangible noise impact. Finally. It's over. Evil Eye's eyes trembled, as if she had emerged from the depths of a lake, feeling as if she could finally catch her breath. Her voice trembled, Dragon King. Fly to the center of the royal capital. Tang Zheng didn't explain. Ah, yes. Evil Eye's mind was blank as she flew toward the throng of undead below. As a fellow undead, Evil Eye naturally escaped the attacks of the numerous mortals. Seeing her land at the designated location, Tang Zheng nodded slightly, his dragon-like pupils narrowing, a look of solemnity taking on a new look. Was it a waste of time and numerous scrolls to use on Evil Eye, or perhaps even unworthy? He didn't think so. In the other world, there were only 3 ways to break through the level cap. Dragons, gods, and undead. Leaving the first 2 aside, naturally born undead are extremely rare, and the majority of the members of the Abyss body belong to this type. This type of undead lacks any sense of identity with humans, or indeed any living beings. Once the Bone King appears, the probability of them siding with him is nearly 100%. But Evil Eye is different. She is an undead born after birth, and she still has a strong sense of identity with her human identity. Initiate the ritual. Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he manipulated the massive magical ritual specially set up within the ruined capital. Buzz, each stone pillar on the city wall served as the outer perimeter of the ritual, and a massive magical ritual enveloped the entire capital. A brilliant blue magical light emerged, illuminating the area, which was once so dense, it was practically shrouded in darkness. Constructing such a massive ritual was a bit of a pain for Tang Zheng. If he didn't control the resources of the entire hilly region, he probably wouldn't have been able to do it. 7th tier, undead army. Tang Zheng felt the pressure immediately, and let out a commanding roar. Dispel the magic. Clatter. Clatter. Over 300,000 undead instantly transformed into pure negative energy, and began to dissipate. Boom! The air shook. The blue light of the magic circle suddenly grew even brighter, and all the negative energy converged on Evil Eye, at the center. Ninjutsu, detection. The opponent's aura began to increase. Success? Tang Nang's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this ritual can also be used on those from another world. Thinking, Tang Zheng raised his dragon arm, and reached out towards the dense negative energy gathering below. After a brief contact, he retracted his arm. Unfortunately, the living cannot withstand negative energy. Tang Zheng shook his head slightly, then looked at Evil Eye expectantly. Chapter 436. In an instant, a gray haze of negative energy, guided by the ritual, gradually formed a swirling spiral column from above Evil Eye's head. Around Evil Eye, it continued to condense, transforming from the original gray negative energy into a deeper black. Hiss, hiss, the air corroded by the negative energy, creating a vacuum-like environment. A terrifying pressure spread outward from this area. A living being in such an environment, even if not affected by the negative energy, would suffocate to death, but the undead didn't need air. Hum. Evil Eye let out an involuntary moan. Her vision was completely dark, and the environment created by the astonishing negative energy was even more terrifying. And yet, she felt a sense of comfort, reminiscent of her princess days, soaking in the warm water prepared by the maids. The power was increasing. Is this the method the Dragon King had mentioned for increasing strength? Fortunately, Lord Dragon King. Under the pressure of negative energy, Evil Eye felt a surge of astonishing power constantly forcibly pouring into her body, her mind gradually going blank. Above, Tang Zheng stared down at the figure at the center of the ceremony, carefully observing the shifting energy auras with his ninjutsu. Evil Eye possessed 5 classes, with a total level of approximately 50. These classes were Vampire Princess, True Ancestor, Witcher, Magician, and Elemental Mage, Earth. Tang Zheng wasn't sure of the specific levels of each class, but Vampire was a warrior-type race and didn't offer spellcasting classes. Evil Eye's highest spellcasting level is 5th tier magic LV, 29 to 35, so it's roughly deducible. Of these 5 classes, 2 are mid-level, True Ancestor and Elemental Mage, Earth, so theoretically, the highest level should be LV, 65. Based on the experience points I learned from leveling up before, the experience points needed to reach level 50 are already in the hundreds of thousands. Tang Zheng pondered silently. We can't calculate exactly based on that number. I possess the innate ability of a player to convert energy into experience points, but that doesn't mean people from another world can do the same. For people from another world, energy is energy, and it's different from experience points. We can only observe further. Tang Zheng couldn't be completely certain, and could only stare at Evil Eye below. The experience points provided by low-level undead aren't high. It's probably in the single digits, and considering the loss, Tang Zheng wasn't worried about the energy overflow and Evil Eye exploding. Time ticked by. Tang Zheng narrowed his pupils, quickly noticing a difference from his own experience points. There's indeed a conversion issue. The divine energy dissipated by the neutral angels can be directly converted into experience points for me, but Evil Eye is gradually absorbing, adapting to the negative energy. Tang Zheng could clearly see that Evil Eye's aura wasn't growing very fast, nor was her absorption of negative energy. It took longer than expected. A full 3 hours passed. The immense negative energy that permeated the capital had nearly dissipated, and the gloomy city began to brighten. Only in the very center did a relatively strong concentration of negative energy remain. Ah! Suddenly, a high-pitched, beast-like roar echoed from the deepest depths. At that moment, the remaining negative energy completely ceased absorption. What's going on? Tang Zheng's gaze fixed, sensing a sudden surge of aura. Bang! A loud, muffled sound. A dark figure broke free from the center of the magical ritual. This violent attempt to break free brought the ritual, which had been in full swing, to a complete halt. The blue magic enveloping the entire royal city suddenly dimmed. Whoosh! The dark figure burst forth from the negative energy, revealing itself completely to Tang Zheng's vision. Evil Eye's appearance had completely changed. Her shoulder-length golden hair dragged to the ground, and a portion, defying gravity, lifted off the ground, fluttering in the air. Roar! Evil Eye's petite frame seemed to have grown slightly. The nails on her pale fingers and toes grew more than 10 centimeters long, and her fangs bared their lips. Raise your head. The normal human's face hadn't changed much, yet it gave off a ferocious, beast-like appearance. Its eyes were crimson, and even its ears had become sharper. This look. Vampire. The moment Tang Zheng saw Evil Eye's current appearance, the image of Shalltear came to his mind. That's right. Evil Eye's appearance at this moment was somewhat similar to Shalltear's when she lost her mind and transformed into a proto-vampire. No, there was a slight difference. After transforming into a proto-vampire, Shalltear's appearance became even more ferocious, especially with her mouth resembling that of a lamprey. Evil Eye's overall appearance hadn't changed much. How could this happen? Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Evil Eye's appearance could actually change? In Yggdrasil, vampires aren't the typical handsome men and beautiful women of Western movies, but rather utterly ugly. Shalltear's appearance is beautiful, but she's simply responsible for designing the illustrations and three-dimensional figures of the guild members, and she's simply done a good job. But Evil Eye is different. She's originally human. It's the true ancestor class. This racial class didn't originally exist in the other world, and vampire true ancestors couldn't be born naturally. Evil Eye's possession of this class is entirely the product of the accidental creation of Cookik and Dragon King's original magic and her own innate abilities. A tribute panel. Tang Zheng's mind flickered, and he summoned the panel to examine it, finding no indication. It's indeed not a regular class, but the influence of the racial class. It seems Evil Eye's true ancestor class level wasn't high before, and now it's rapidly increasing, which is why this kind of racial talent has been awakened. Boom, boom, a continuous rumbling sound echoed from below. Tang Zheng watched Evil Eye's reckless attacks, and the surrounding buildings, his mind becoming more certain. Previously, Evil Eye hadn't displayed such powerful close-quarters abilities. This form clearly increased her power in close combat. Roar! After destroying a stone pillar, Evil Eye raised her head, her crimson eyes blinded by madness, noticing Tang Zheng hovering in midair. She roared loudly. Bang! Evil Eye stomped her feet onto the ground and swiftly charged towards Tang Zheng. Behind her, bat-like wings, formed from negative energy, emerged. Her sharp nails tore through the air as she charged towards Tang Zheng. Has she completely lost her mind in this state, unable to discern even the most basic difference in power? Tang Zheng frowned. Even if it can increase her close combat abilities, for someone like Evil Eye, chanting magic, it not only doesn't improve her strength, but actually negatively impacts her. The lower body swung slightly. Strike enhancement. Boom! The thick dragon's tail transformed into a black afterimage, instantly shattering the air. With terrifying force, it slammed Evil Eye, who had just soared into the air, back to the ground. With a resounding bang, Evil Eye landed on the ground, creating a deep crater. She staggered to her feet, then collapsed again, unconscious. It was dusk. The dim yellow sun in the west, a mere glimmer of light remaining. Evil Eye, lying beside a bonfire, sat up somewhat dazedly. Her first notice was the massive, red figure of the Dragon King on the other side. Dragon King. Evil Eye's face lit up with surprise, her eyes filled with awe, and tears welled up in her eyes. That's a 7th-tier scroll. Dragon King, you expended such a vast treasure just to empower a weak undead like me. You didn't have to do that. Evil Eye spoke excitedly, her words erratic. She truly regretted the loss of those scrolls. Each 7th-tier scroll held the power of a demon god. To use them on a lowly undead like herself, despised by the living, was a waste. Evil Eye even tried to stand up, but suddenly felt a wave of weakness from within, and for a moment, she couldn't get up. You're still injured. Tang Zheng spoke calmly, then shook his head. I told you before, you're my companion. Don't use the word waste. Companion? Evil Eye's eyes flushed, her throat trembling. She hadn't truly considered herself the Dragon King's companion. Or rather, Evil Eye didn't believe the Dragon King truly considered her a companion. And now, the Dragon King. Don't feel pressured about the scrolls. They're indeed precious to ordinary people, but to my companion, they're nothing. Tang Zheng opened his dragon mouth and uttered a majestic yet friendly voice. He crafted these scrolls. If you want to thank him, you can thank him in person when you join the organization. Evil Eye was stunned. The Dragon King's companion? The organization? After receiving so much information all at once, Evil Eye's doubts finally dissipated somewhat. At the beginning, she suspected the 7th-tier scroll's origins were some inheritance or treasure the Dragon King had acquired, but when she produced hundreds of similar magic scrolls and used them to enhance her strength, it was clear they were specially prepared. No wonder. To be able to create a scroll worthy of a national treasure, the Dragon King's companions must be incredibly powerful. Evil Eye finally understood the Dragon King's other meaning when he called her weak. The Dragon King must have hoped she could join that organization, but it was her weakness that had led to this situation. Dragon King. Evil Eye rose from the ground, excited and energized. I will definitely not let you down. Amidst her bewildered life, she seemed to have found her purpose. First, to find the true Dragon King who destroyed the nation. Second, to join the Dragon King's organization. Keep going. Tang Zheng paused, then gave a gentle smile, and began apologetically, I'm sorry, your injuries were caused by me. Magic that heals the living cannot be used on the undead. I don't possess any healing magic related to negative energy. Looking at Evil Eye's bewildered expression, Tang Zheng recounted the events that had occurred in detail. According to the results of the ninjutsu detection, Evil Eye's current level has reached approximately LV 57. Tang Zheng calculated in his mind. She's increased 5 or 6 levels. The effect is better than expected. Ah! Evil Eye's eyes changed, and she quickly bowed to Tang Zheng like a child who had made a mistake. I'm sorry, Lord Dragon King. I told you, don't be so nervous. If anyone needs to apologize, it's me. After all, it was me who caused it. Tang Zheng reluctantly spoke again. Seeing Evil Eye trying to explain, he quickly changed the subject and asked, Can you tell me more about your current situation? Yes. Evil Eye, though a little weak, still showed considerable agility. After adjusting to her body, she explained in surprise. My strength has increased a lot. And not just my strength. It seems all aspects of my physical fitness have improved. I don't think the devil leader can defeat Gagarin with strength alone. Ah, Lord Dragon King, Gagarin is the hammer-wielding companion in my adventurer group. Evil Eye cast several more spells, conducting experiments. Soon, Tang Zheng obtained the desired results from the information provided by the other party. Evil Eye's main upgrade was her racial level, while the normal class level and the increase in magic power did not show a noticeable change. Negative energy is preferentially absorbed by the racial class. Compared to the vampire class, the other magic caster classes are indeed less compatible with negative energy. Tang Zheng's mind shifted slightly. The vampire princess and true ancestor classes probably haven't reached their maximum level yet. If they are all fully upgraded, can the absorbed negative energy increase their class level? Then, Tang Zheng attempted to have Evil Eye activate true ancestor form, but was unable to use it, further confirming his suspicion that her racial class had not yet reached its maximum level. The true ancestor form that had been triggered not long ago was clearly a peculiar reaction caused by the accumulation of negative energy. For the next few days, Tang Zheng and Evil Eye remained in the kingdom of Imberia, continuing their power-enhancing experiments. The next fire moon. September 11th. A full 10 days had passed. Evil Eye's two races had reached their maximum level, but their strength had completely stalled at level 60, unable to rise any further. Tang Zheng still had over 300 copies of the Undead Army scroll stored in his hand. Boom! Dragon thunder. A bolt of blue lightning struck the distant stone wall, instantly pulverizing it. Tang Zheng watched Evil Eye experimenting with magic in the distance, shaking his head with a wry smile. He could probably understand her feelings. Theoretically, there's no upper limit to the undead's strength. The inability to increase their strength ultimately stemmed from a problem with their class. Chapter 437. Evil Eye's current classes have a combined level cap of 65, with Vampire Princess being the base class. Even with her race fully upgraded, she's only at level 60, clearly not fully upgraded. Evil Eye is currently unable to absorb negative energy. It seems that absorbing negative energy has limited benefits for a normal magic caster. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered, and a certain emotion surfaced within him. Unexpected, yet understandable, those from another world don't absorb energy like players, using it as experience points. Through this experiment, Tang Zheng at least understood one thing: for those from another world, whether it's holy energy or negative energy, only classes with similar attributes can achieve the highest absorption efficiency. Take Evil Eye as an example. Both Vampire Princess and True Ancestor are undead classes, highly efficient at absorbing negative energy. Negative energy even prioritizes these two classes over others. The three magic classes, Witcher, Magician, and Elemental Mage, Earth, are considered normal mage classes, and are not significantly susceptible to negative energy. Evil Eye. Tang Zheng paused in his chanting, letting his boiling magic calm down. He quickly turned around and spoke with anticipation and excitement. Lord Dragon King. As he spoke, what do you want me to do? Evil Eye exerted force on her feet, swiftly and nimbly arriving in front of Tang Zheng, an expression of admiration and obedience. It's a common perception that magic casters are physically weak, but she has now defied that perception, even with her magic power depleted. In her current state, she can still fight against warriors from the hero realm. Both her skills and her survivability have been greatly enhanced. Evil Eye, no need for honorifics. Tang Zheng gently reminded her again. How can that be possible? Evil Eye raised her head and quickly said, I am merely a wandering undead who destroyed a nation. Whether it's the truth about the destruction of a nation revealed by the Dragon King, or the power bestowed upon me by the Dragon King, I can never repay them. All I have is this heart of respect. Evil Eye spoke with high honorifics, her tone excited. From what she had seen, Evil Eye knew that the Dragon King truly considered her a companion, but, at least for now, she didn't feel she was worthy of such a reward. You don't have to be so modest. Tang Jing shook his head helplessly, knowing there was no point in arguing. He changed the subject. Have you mastered the transformation to the true form? Yes, there's no problem now. I won't lose control again, Evil Eye replied, her expression changing slightly. Women, even undead, probably don't like to look ugly, even if Tang Jing didn't feel the change was noticeable. Tang Jing nodded in understanding. The true ancestor form is the vampire's original form. Her previous loss of control was due to the effects of rashly absorbing a large amount of negative energy. In the Great Tomb, Shalter's loss of control wasn't due to a problem with her true ancestor form, but rather the negative effects of her high-level class. Regarding your future strength improvement and career planning, I have some suggestions for your consideration. Tang Jing, in a serious tone, reminded, you need to continue researching the body of the Abyss data. Regarding your careers, prioritize learning undead-related classes and master classes like Necromancer as quickly as possible. Since the closer the energy is to your class attributes, the easier it is to absorb. Evil Eye's future career build should lean towards the Necromancer type. Shalter's career build is a priest-warrior type, and Tang Jing had originally intended to follow her career path. Unfortunately, Evil Eye's situation is different from Shalter's. Her talents, knowledge accumulated over the past few centuries, combat, and awareness skills are all focused on magic. Vampire is a warrior class, so Evil Eye's career build would, at best, be a magic warrior type. And following the example of the Bone King wouldn't work either. Due to his race, the Bone King's career build would be entirely magic-based. I understand, Lord Dragon King. Evil Eye nodded vigorously. Regarding improving her strength, she felt she could simply consult Lord Dragon King's advice. Riestai's kingdom. The royal capital. A luxurious, exquisite carriage bearing the royal emblem drove out of the Magician's Guild, along the smooth gray brick pavement, and onto the main road. Ding-dong. The bells on the necks of the white horses pulling the carriage tinkled softly, as if alerting other pedestrians. As the carriage moved, the crowd glanced over, with varying degrees of curiosity and anticipation. Unfortunately, the curtains remained closed, preventing anyone from glimpsing the figures within. Clem sat upright, his thick eyebrows making him look unusually serious and solemn. Princess, shall we return to the royal city now? A thoughtful hum came from within the carriage, as if pondering. Clem, let's go to Bramble's Manor. Clem's eyes widened a fraction. He had heard of this manor. It was outside the royal city. Princess, isn't it a bit far? Clem's expression was troubled, and he whispered a warning. If we don't return to the palace within the allotted time, His Majesty might scold us. Given his unwavering determination to carry out Princess Lana's orders, his words weren't simply a matter of fear. Once they left the royal city, all sorts of unexpected situations were possible. If Princess Lana were harmed in the slightest, Clem felt he would never forgive himself, even at the cost of his own life. No, a light laugh echoed from within the carriage. Clem unconsciously took a deep breath. That was right. Originally, it would have been difficult for Her Highness to leave the palace. This involved numerous factors, ultimately stemming from a question of status. But, since Miss Renas's decisive victory, Princess Lana's condition had changed significantly, a change so noticeable that even the somewhat obtuse Clem could detect it. You're truly remarkable, Miss Renas. Clem was filled with admiration and envy. He wanted to help Her Highness more than anyone else. Clem, a tender voice pleaded, I heard that his state produces a renowned wine called Blood Red. Since I've been out for a while, I thought I'd bring a gift for my two brothers. Yes. Clem's face flushed instantly at that coquettish voice, enough to blind anyone's judgment. Without hesitation, he pulled the reins to change direction. With his nerves tense and full of vigilance, the luxurious carriage came to a steady stop in front of the manor gate, a sigh of relief for Clem, who had been worried about accidents along the way. He thrust his legs hard. Bang! Clem leaped from the carriage, his silver armor clashing with a resounding clang. He placed a hand on the dagger at his waist, and walked towards the manor, with an expressionless face. My name is Clem, and I want to inform the owner of your manor that a distinguished guest has arrived. Clem approached a guard at the manor gate, deliberately raising his voice a few notches, speaking with authority. No matter who owned this manor, they couldn't compare to Her Royal Highness the Princess's status, and they should be greeted. The guard at the gate had a strange expression on his face. He glanced at the luxurious carriage from the corner of his eye. He could certainly tell the owner was someone special. But this is Eight Fingers territory. It's also the headquarters of the security department. Who gave this noble the audacity to come here directly? Seeing the guard still standing there, Clem's face sulked. He was about to speak again when... Dang! The crisp sound of metal rings clashing approached from afar. A woman dressed in light silk, with a tan complexion and a flirtatious, lightly dressed outfit, emerged from the manor. Seeing this woman, the guards on either side of the gate's expressions changed. They quickly bowed, a gesture of respectful awe. "Sir." This woman was none other than Edstelion, one of the 6 arms. "It's an honor for us to have you here." Edstelion's lips curled slightly beneath a thin veil. Ignoring the 2 guards and Cram, she looked toward the carriage, raised her arm to her shoulder, and bowed. "I lead the way." "Thank you," a gentle voice came from within the carriage. Gulp. Clem restarted the carriage and approached the manor with a solemn expression. Meanwhile, near the fountain and rockery on the manor lawn. "Oh my!" Brian, holding a blade of grass between his lips, his eyes followed the movement of the luxurious carriage, and he let out a teasing exclamation. "What a remarkable discovery! What's going on? Who's in that carriage?" Alsh, clad in a simple magic robe and holding an iron staff, stared puzzledly in the direction the carriage had vanished. Who could have imagined that Her Majesty, the princess, would be entangled with the 8 fingers? Brain narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise and astonishment. He had been surprised by many things recently. Rotten Wolf, one of the individuals he had hoped to recruit, had reached the heroic realm, but he had died at the hands of a woman like Renas, even in a 1-on-2 situation. Then the security department of the 8 Fingers, the kingdom's largest underground organization, was actually affiliated with Chironon. And now, there was another shocking discovery. "Princess? The Golden Princess?" Alsh exclaimed in surprise. Even within the Empire, she had heard of the Golden Princess's fame. Who could have imagined that such a person could be connected to underground forces? Chapter 438. Brambus Manor. In the luxurious hall, the bright white light of the perpetual sun blended with the surrounding candlelight, creating a bright and warm atmosphere. The dining table was laden with exquisite dishes. In the center, a basket held freshly baked soft white bread, juicy chunky red meat, sweet corn, buttered potatoes, and a variety of salads. The moment Princess Lana entered the room, her golden beauty and bright blonde hair dimmed the light of the lamps for a moment. She gazed across the table at the figure she longed to see. A hint of twisted longing crossed Princess Lana's expression, but then her smile returned to normal. Her delicate white hands lifted the hem of her skirt as she approached with grace and decorum. "Greetings, master of the manor." Lana walked to the side of the dining table, bowed slightly, and lowered one knee in a graceful, elegant salute. "I wonder how I should address you now." Princess Lana's eyes narrowed, and she raised her chin again, smiling as she asked. At this moment, Tang Zheng wasn't wearing his usual white priest robes, but a red and black magic robe. Princess Lana had already noticed a white, faceless mask placed to Tang Zheng's right hand as he ate. Just a little disguise. Tang Zheng took a sip of warm water from the glass beside his plate, shaking his head slightly. "It's already evening, and it takes some time to get back to the royal city from this manor. Let's eat first." "My pleasure." Princess Lana lifted her skirt again and bowed, politely and gracefully sitting across from Tang Zheng. The smile in her eyes grew even brighter. This visit to Bramble's Manor, Princess Lana wasn't invited. The attitude of the guards guarding the manor gate was indicative of this. In fact, it was Princess Lana's sudden and unexpected action. Precisely because of a sudden impulse, from the arrival of the escort to the perfectly prepared dinner, everything about her unexpected action clearly showed that she had been under their watch. This kind of surveillance would likely evoke unnecessary vigilance and alertness in ordinary people. However, Princess Lana felt no trace of nervousness or alertness. Instead, an uncontrollable joy welled up from deep within her heart. She had always been under the attention and care of His Excellency Tang. Confirming this was enough. Snap! Princess Lana unconsciously leaned forward, picked up a piece of salad with her silver knife and fork, and with a flick of her pink tongue, swallowed it into her mouth, chewing lightly and licking her lips. "How did you notice?" Tang Zheng looked across at Princess Lana, dressed in a pristine white gown. "Money." Princess Lana immediately put down her knife and fork. "Although the funds you provided to the Magicians Guild are difficult to investigate. But in the entire capital, there aren't many who possess such vast funds, and the means to conceal them from the nobles." In truth, she was a little surprised. A power as vast as 8 fingers could actually be controlled by the man before her, controlling its most important component. To be more precise, Chironon. A subtle glint of control flashed in Princess Lana's eyes, and the man before her became even more mysterious and alluring. Linus, Freewill Squad, 8 fingers, Chironon. This vast power, entirely controlled by this man, and the incident at the hills, can now be completely and categorically linked. Huh? Princess Lana's nose trembled slightly, her expression growing sweeter and more humble. Every time she lifted a veil, she could detect the veil beneath. Even after uncovering so many secrets, in Princess Lana's eyes, Tang Jing remained like a bottomless abyss. Even with her wisdom, she couldn't discern or even analyze a single iota of Tang Jing's purpose or his intentions. At least, based on the strength and power she had perceived so far. Princess Lana believed that he could easily overthrow the current kingdom of Riestais. Is that so? Tang Jing nodded imperceptibly. In reality, he was more curious about how Princess Lana had been able to locate the manor, the headquarters of the security department, within 8 fingers. There were other points, but they were unimportant now. Tang Jing looked across with a calm yet serious gaze. He felt it was a waste to leave such a brain lying idle. Any progress at the Magician's Guild? Tang Jing asked casually, while internally pondering how to utilize Princess Lana's intelligence. He had been wary. After all, with Princess Lana's intelligence, if she defected, she would leak too much crucial information. So, Tang Jing had Princess Lana do things that were less crucial, things that wouldn't have much impact even if information was leaked in the future. And now, Princess Lana's sudden arrival was a way to prove her worth to him. Those magicians are working on it, but progress is indeed slow. Princess Lana lowered her head. Developing level 0 magic was Tang Jing's assignment, and it was also the reason for her recent contact with the Magician's Guild. The public explanation was that they wanted to draw the attention of the royal family and the nobility to magic, and to develop some simple, practical magic to attract the nobles' attention. The kingdom is a warrior culture, and it would be difficult to adopt magic all at once. The gradual emphasis on magic, coupled with her status as the Golden Princess, wouldn't arouse any suspicion. This has nothing to do with you. Tang Jing wasn't disappointed. Instead, he acted as if it were expected. Just continue to provide additional funding. Having the ability to use skill points to improve level 0 magic, he naturally had some ideas in mind. However, developing magic isn't like cooking. Even level 0 magic isn't something that can be created in a short period of time. A year or 2 of effort would be enough to produce results. So, although Tang Jing had prepared and planned for this, he didn't hold high expectations, primarily because he didn't have much time. To acquire more powerful magic and enhance my strength to face the diverse battles of the future, there's only one way: world item, nameless spell book. Do you know what happened in the Great Top Forest on the kingdom's border? Tang Jing suddenly spoke, his thoughts firmed. The Great Top Forest. I heard a little bit about it. Princess Lana seemed to sense something, quickly calming down. She replied in a steady voice, it's said to be related to Chironon, perhaps a terrifying monster like the forest ruler. Perhaps the situation is more complicated? Several thoughts flashed through Princess Lana's mind. A strong desire to explore arose within her. She hadn't paid much attention to this matter, having only occasionally heard about it. The fact that Tang Jing was asking about it indicated that it wasn't a simple matter. The monster problem has been effectively dealt with. Tang Jing smiled faintly. However, contrary to rumors, it's not the Adventurers Guild that's truly handling this problem, but the Celian Theocracy and the Council. As soon as these words were spoken, Princess Lana's eyes froze for a moment, then a glint of insight flashed across them. The 2 countries are currently peaceful. It's unknown. Oh! The Celian Theocracy and the Council of Nations must have clashed over this matter. As a result, both sides suffered losses. Princess Lana's thoughts were clear as she made her assessment and explained, The basis for this assessment is probably the Theocracy's human supremacy philosophy. The likelihood of them cooperating with the Council of Nations is extremely low, and the probability of conflict is actually very high. Pa! A very accurate assessment. Tang Jing smiled and clapped. Thank you for the compliment. Princess Lana bowed her head slightly, responding modestly. Tang Jing leaned back in his chair. The possibility of cooperation between the Theocracy and the Council is indeed extremely low. So what methods can be used to achieve this? Princess Lana paused for a moment, lost in thought, before responding. I believe that a third-party threat or irresistible bait can create the possibility of cooperation. The feud and ideological conflict will lead to any proposal for cooperation from either side being viewed as a conspiracy or a trap. Even if a cooperation agreement is reached, true trust in the other party remains difficult, and many unexpected events may arise during the process. This is indeed a difficult task. Irresistible bait. Tang Jing muttered these words to himself, lost in thought. Princess Lana noticed this. Her delicate pink lips parted slightly as she looked at Tang Jing expectantly, saying, if we leverage some intelligence advantage and employ traps, Perhaps we can achieve unconscious cooperation. Tang Feng's gaze fixed, as if he had an idea. Sir Tang, if you don't mind. Princess Lana immediately offered. Even though she didn't know what Tang Zheng was planning, she could still use the limited information she had to assist. I can enlist the kingdom's cooperation. Tell me about your proposal. Tang Zheng, regaining his composure, smiled at Princess Lana. In terms of national strength, while the Celian theocracy is the strongest among human nations, it cannot be compared to the council. As the weaker party, it should be the theocracy that bears the most pressure. We can exploit this to force the theocracy into misjudgment. For example, Princess Lana's voice trailed off slightly, her tone nonchalant. My brother was attacked by the Empire. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes. He could clearly sense Princess Lana's indifference, almost indifference, towards her brother. Just an attack? The reason they didn't kill him was because keeping him alive would have a greater impact, right? Tang Zheng remained silent, waiting for Princess Lana to continue. The kingdom and the Empire just concluded the Autumn War. It's normal for the Empire to retaliate, but in terms of overall national strength, the kingdom is far inferior to the Empire. Faced with the risk of further retaliation from the Empire, seeking external assistance is only natural. Princess Lana spoke briskly, as if describing a perfectly ordinary matter, her pretense of gentleness completely gone. No! This was the other person's true face. It's just... Princess Lana blinked, looking at Tang Zheng with a satisfied look. Tang Zheng said, it's just that I lack irresistible bait. Princess Lana respectfully replied, yes. Tang Zheng smiled calmly, returning his attention to the dinner before him. He casually said, from today on, the power of 8 fingers will be controlled by you. I understand, Princess Lana said. A moment later, with a soft click, Princess Lana left the hall and arrived at the lawn in the courtyard. Your Highness, Clem panted as he ran over from a distance. What brought you here? The wine here is renowned. I visited the owner of the manor and asked him some questions about wine. I share them with you later. Princess Lana replied with an innocent smile. Your Highness is as kind as ever. Clem knew that the 2 princes hadn't treated Her Highness very well, and he thought to himself, feeling somewhat rude, you 2 princes are so lucky to have a sister like Her Highness, yet they don't know how to cherish her. Is the wine loaded onto the carriage? It's already loaded, Your Highness. Then let's go, Clem. Thank you for your hard work. It's my duty. Inside the manor hall. As Princess Lana left, a slender figure, arms folded across her chest, a stern expression on her face, descended the stairs. A purple ponytail swayed along her slender waist. Looks like I can leave this damn place, Emina said calmly, her tone smooth and even. Oh, aren't you happy? Tang Zheng, still sitting in his dining chair, turned his head and smiled at Emina on the stairs. You always disliked this place, haven't you? Now I found someone suitable to take over the job. The corners of Emina's eyes stiffened slightly, her expression gradually growing colder as she stared at Tang Zheng. So, you're kicking me out? Huh? Tang Zheng feigned surprise. We're allies, why would I kick you out? With your current strength, there's no need for you to stay in 8 fingers. Brian is more than capable of controlling you. Emina frowned. In reality, with the arrival of Brian and Alsh, they had displaced the other 2 newly recruited 6 Arms members. She had a vague feeling that Tang Zheng was about to make a new move. But she was still a little unhappy. Emina wasn't sure where this unhappiness came from. After a brief pause, she glanced towards the door with a narrow gaze. I think that woman is dangerous. I think so too, Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. You? Emina's eyes widened. Haha, come to think of it, Renas is a big celebrity in the kingdom now, while you've been staying in the shadows, hiding within the 8 fingers. Tang Zheng shrugged and gave a cheerful laugh. I just think it's time for you to come out into the open. Wow, Emina leaned against the stairs, expressionlessly removing her magic rifle, a sniper rifle, from her back. She pulled a purple handkerchief from her waist and gently wiped the barrel. Are you interested in going home? Seeing the other party showed no interest in speaking, Tang Zheng asked with an intrigued smile, not to the Empire, but to my true home, the Kingdom of the Forest. Chapter 439. A Blind Hills. In the World Item 2 Worlds Mandala. The demonic tree, approximately 100 meters tall, stood within the Diamond Realm Mandala, emanating a menacing aura that added a heavy pressure to the air. The trunk was over 200 meters long, and its 6 thick roots stretched nearly 300 meters. The enormous body occupied a large area, yet the seemingly modest Diamond Realm did not seem crowded due to the demonic tree's presence. Judgment Angel, 70 LV, Cerberus, 70 LV, Fire and Wind Hybrid Elemental Spirit, 70 LV. These 3 10th tier summon monsters were relatively small compared to the 100-meter tall demonic tree. However, Tang Jing's figure, standing within this area, seemed even smaller by comparison. Using the frogman egg and the demon tree seed to fuse, I wonder how effective it would be as a fusion material. Tang Jing stood before the 3 summoned monsters, holding a glass bead-sized object containing a green tree seed. After taming the demon tree, 3 things about the other party intrigued Tang Jing. First, the herbs on the top of the demon tree. Their specific effects are unknown, and they have been given to Faria for research. Second, the bark from the demon tree itself is also a very good alchemical material, and should be useful for scroll crafting. Unfortunately, Tang Jing was only a half scroll maker, unable to utilize it. If you remember correctly, in the game's Yggdrasil, scroll crafting skills and professions required the consumption of in-game coins. And scroll makers in other worlds were unlikely to be able to utilize the alchemical materials from a demon tree that reached over level 80, so he simply put it aside for now. 3 is the species of the demonic tree. The seeds themselves contain a rich life force, capable of parasitizing other creatures to create terrifying tree men. He had been researching the demonic tree species for some time, and now he had finally managed to combine it with the frogman egg. First, the angel. Tang Jing picked up the glass ball-sized frogman egg seed and placed it first into the body of the Angel of Judgment. He then placed it into the body of the Cerberus. However, when he was about to place it into the body of the Fire and Wind Composite Elemental Spirit, the frogman egg seed was instantly incinerated by the flames. As expected, the compatibility is extremely poor. Tang Jing looked at the tree seed, which was reduced to ash in the flames, his eyes calm. From the beginning until now, Tang Jing has implemented 2 plans, the cultivation plan and the sacred plan. The cultivation plan has been shelved. Tang Jing now has a new way to gain experience, but the experience provided by the cultivation plan will only decrease as the level increases, and the cost will also become extremely high. The Holy Plan is operating normally. It's being jointly implemented by the Holy Kingdom and the Silent Theocracy. However, this plan, seemingly promising to enhance humanity's foundation and even save it, is, in Tang Jing's eyes, a shoddy, half-finished product. The fundamental reason he initially implemented this plan was to create long-lasting monsters, like Bone King, as a future combat force. The advent of the fusion potion has opened Tang Jing's eyes to this possibility. The Theocracy's plan is currently being implemented relatively smoothly, as the Theocracy has only created a 7th-level permanent angel. In the original plan for the 8th-tier permanent angel, the Theocracy had hoped to have the Holy Kingdom's chief priest, Quirit, who had entered the heroic realm, assist. The result: the 8th-tier angel was summoned, but its permanent existence lasted only half an hour longer than a normal summon would normally allow. This situation directly led to the failure of the plan to create the 8th-tier permanent angel. The reason lay with the materials used for integration. Through the 4 elements, Tang Jing had obtained all of the Theocracy's relevant research data and materials. After being integrated into a human infant, a 7th-tier angel could exist for approximately 10 years. However, when an 8th-tier angel was similarly integrated into a human infant, its existence was shortened to the normal summoning duration. The Theocracy was unable to determine whether the integrated infant had any effect on the 8th-tier angel's existence. Under these circumstances, the Theocracy even used elven infants for experiments, extending the 7th-tier angel's existence even further. But the 8th-tier angels only lasted half an hour longer than before, which was less than nothing, and they couldn't even be maintained as a reserve force. The 7th-tier angels range from level 43 to 49, and starting from the 8th tier, the level range is already above level 50. It's only 1 level difference, yet there's such a huge gap. Tang Jing stared at the 2 remaining monsters before him, thinking to himself, how can beings above level 50 be so different from those at lower levels? It all comes down to it. It's simply a matter of the level of integration materials being insufficient. If this is the case with the 8th tier angels, let alone the higher level 9th and 10th tier angels. This is why Tang Jing called the sacred plan a defective product. No matter how many 7th tier angels there are, they serve only as cannon fodder, draining the strength of opponents of the Maid Corps' caliber. On the field, while waiting for the Judgment Angel and Cerberus 3-headed dog to return to their normal summoning time, Tang Jing chanted again, Compound Elemental Summon, Sandstorm Elemental Spirit. Swish! An elemental body composed of rapidly swirling yellow sand quickly condensed, forming an elemental spirit on the ground. Tang Jing took out the frogman egg tree seed again, and tossed it at the sandstorm elemental spirit. As he watched, the tree seed was shattered by the swirling sand as it merged into the sandstorm. Alright. It seems the tree seed and wind and fire elements have a very poor compatibility. Tang Zheng waved his hand to dismiss the sandstorm elemental spirit, then took out a new frogman egg tree seed and continued to try to summon other compound elements. The number of horror treeman species that the demonic tree can create, like the minion zombie species that the death knight can create, is limited. A maximum of 36 can be produced. One of these is occupied by the tree elf peonies, so Tang Zheng can only use 35 of the terrible treeman species. Shangtu month, October 2nd. A month has passed. The entire northwest continent, home to humanity, appears calm on the surface, but undercurrents are already surging. The Celian Theocracy. 5 p.m. Ding. Ding. The clanging sound of the magic bells, ringing at the precise time, quickly echoed throughout the military hall. The theocracy possesses a more advanced political system than any other human nation, with the exception of the high priest, the supreme leader of each of the 6 great deities. Below them were the 5 major departments: the Ministry of Justice, the Ministry of Legislation, the Ministry of Administration, the Ministry of Magical Development and Research, and the Ministry of Military Affairs. The military department, overseeing the various armies of the theocracy, was a top priority, and had been unusually busy recently. Accompanied by the ringing of a magic bell, figures emerged from the military department, leaving in groups of 2 or 3. "Quentin, do you want to go for a drink?" A blond, middle-aged man excitedly asked his bald companion. "Good idea." Quentin Zaka's eyes lit up, and he looked like he agreed. Just as he was about to continue, a faint look crossed his face, as if a thought suddenly occurred to him. "I'm afraid not today. I've been home too late lately, and my wife's temper. You know? Now, I'm finally back to normal." Quentin Zaka paused here, looking embarrassed, a common trait among middle-aged men. "Okay." The blonde, middle-aged companion beside him shrugged helplessly. The two parted ways halfway. Quentin Zaka walked home alone, his face weary, yet his eyes held a hint of wariness. From time to time, he observed his surroundings in a subtle manner. "It seems I haven't been discovered." Quentin Zaka didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he reached his doorstep and glanced at the only alleyway behind him. Seeing no one was following him, he breathed a sigh of relief. As a spy for the council, he couldn't help but be cautious. Especially recently, with so many spies suddenly being eliminated by the theocracy, he was quite nervous. Fortunately, he seems to have escaped detection so far. A click. Quentin Zaka opened the door and spoke to his wife with a normal expression, while internally he pondered the events of the recent period. The theocracy suddenly dispatched troops from various locations, particularly those originally stationed in the Ivat Shah Great Forest. The military department was in turmoil, and they had been working overtime. What a pity. His current position within the military department was neither high nor low, and his position meant he couldn't possibly obtain confidential information. What exactly happened that has the theocracy so nervous? Quentin Zaka couldn't deduce based on the limited information he had, so he could only shake his head. "It feels like we've been busy for a month, and nothing has happened. Today, the troops that were previously dispatched have returned to the Ivat Shah Great Forest. Is it still the same as before? I feel like there's something slightly different this time." Quentin Zaka's brows furrowed unconsciously. "What's wrong with you? You've been distracted," his wife's gentle voice echoed from the side. "Huh?" Quentin Zaka was slightly startled, a bead of sweat breaking out on his forehead. "Nothing, just thinking about work." After jokingly brushing the matter off, he felt the need to report this intelligence. The location of the Supreme Conference Room. In a room that was neither spacious nor luxurious in the slightest, the 6 head priests of the church sat around a round table. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. No one would appear relaxed in such an occasion, especially after what had happened recently, making it impossible for anyone present to put on a cheerful front. "It's been a month, and the council hasn't taken any action." Head priest Raymond, hands folded on the table, spoke coldly. "Is that 13th hero, Shiragain, a false identity, or the real 13 heroes? Or is it that the council is completely unaware of their deaths? If not, then their inaction thus far suggests a vast conspiracy." A series of questions were hurled at the crowd, and the air became even more tense and tense. This was natural. The Black Scripture was completely annihilated. With the exception of Captain Camito, the 4 elements who initially stayed behind, and Clementine, all other members of the Scripture were dead. Such losses, and the impact of this on the 6 head priests, who first received the information thought they were hallucinating, and then They were like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. They reacted with all sorts of preparations and countermeasures, but nothing happened, and now the members of the Holy Scripture, resurrected at great expense, are still undergoing rehabilitation training. More importantly, Master Carey cannot be resurrected. If the true divine artifact hadn't been lost, the 6 high priests couldn't even imagine the disaster. At least, given the current situation, the Council Nation hasn't reacted, which is a good thing for us. High Priest Zinding of Water raised his dry fingers and gently rubbed his temple. We have more time to prepare. Hee. High Priest Ben Ice of Fire narrowed her eyes. It seems you also believe that the 13 silver heroes who suddenly appeared are related to the Council Nation. High Priest Zinding of Water shook his head, then nodded. There can't be a single mistake in this matter. High Priest Maximilian, with a serious expression, raised his finger and gently nudged his eye socket. In short, prepare for the worst and take countermeasures. How's the cleanup of the spies going? High Priest Ion of Light suddenly asked. We dealt with some. As for whether there are any remaining? High Priest Dominic of Wind sneered. We're still investigating. The atmosphere returned to calm, but every high priest present had a tense expression. Ahem. High Priest Zinedine of Water cleared his throat and said sternly, we don't have time to worry about the outcome of the war between the Empire and the Kingdom. The most important thing now is that child's suggestion? High Priest Ben Ice of Fire sighed softly. For now, we can only consider the Council Nation as a hypothetical enemy and formulate countermeasures. Wind Lord Dominic, regardless of whether any of the silvers who suddenly appear are from the Council Nation, or even have some agenda with the Platinum Dragon King. Now that things have already happened, we must prioritize resolving one of the most cliched and unavoidable issues. Earth Lord Raymond's gaze gradually sharpened. So, is it time to first deal with that rotten forest elf? If the Council Nation makes a move in the future, they might not have the energy to deal with the Elf Kingdom. All the previous deployments and wasted resources would be completely lost. Therefore, prioritizing the Elf Kingdom will allow us to better respond to the Council Nation's threats in the future. The Eternal Angels can be deployed as combat forces on the battlefield. Dark Lord Maximilian. Chapter 440. After the 6 high priests finalized the next steps, their tense nerves relaxed. Although the plan to create the truly powerful 8th-tier Perpetual Angel had failed, the 7th-tier Perpetual Angel had not suffered any problems. That's right, they had once believed the Archangel of Majesty was the highest-ranking angel, but they hadn't expected an 8th-tier angel to exist. Even after learning this secret, the Church lacked a magic caster of this caliber within its own ranks, forcing them to collaborate with the Holy Kingdom, utilizing the power of the Chief Priest, Quirit, and performing the Grand Ritual. Therefore, if they wanted to summon an 8th-tier angel, they had to work together with the Holy Kingdom. Those filthy forest elves. Damn traitors. The hostile voices of the 2 high priests echoed from the conference table. Don't worry, everyone. We already established a base near Crescent Lake, the location of the Elven capital. As long as we dispatch the Archangel of Eternal Glory, possessing demon god-level power, the self-righteous forest elves will be unstoppable. No, there's only one major problem. The chief priests, on the other hand, weren't that worried. The thought of that child gave everyone present a sense of reassurance. Especially after the Demon Tree incident, there were indeed some irregularities, such as the unauthorized journey to the Top Great Forest, but if it weren't for this action, the Dark Scripture would have been completely annihilated by the enemy. Captain Camito would have been captured alive, and the losses to the legacy items of the 6 great gods would have been immeasurable. Even now, with the members of the Black Scripture having perished once, and Lord Carey completely dead, the nation's overall strength has been weakened. If it weren't for the existence of the permanent angels of demon power, this loss alone would have taken the nation years, even decades, to repair. That child. Head Priest Zinding said this, a wry smile on his aged face. What are you doing now? Because of her appearance, the old man often mistakenly treated her like a child, though she was actually older than anyone present. Just like usual. Head Priest Ben Ice replied softly. Well, it's also giving her a chance to avenge her mother. Really? I really want to complain to the head priests back then for raising her to that kind of personality. The culprits are still those forest barbarians. After finishing their business, the head priests briefly discussed the reasons behind their eagerness to declare war on the Elven Kingdom. This wasn't just to prevent the possibility of a 2-front war in the future, it was also because, after the Demon Tree incident, the existence of Juasi Jueming had become increasingly important to the entire theocracy and to humanity. Reconsideration. 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 Huh? Just as the high priests were about to raise their hands to approve, the glasses on the nose of Dark High Priest Maximilian suddenly glowed blue. This event captured everyone's attention. Wait a moment. Dark High Priest Maximilian frowned, quickly stood up, and headed out of the meeting room. About 10 minutes. Dark High Priest Maximilian returned to the meeting room. The other high priests, seeing his serious expression, could not help but tense up again. There's some bad news. Dark High Priest Maximilian, without concealing anything, quickly reported to everyone present the intelligence relayed by the spies within the kingdom. The kingdom's first prince, Pablo, was suddenly attacked and seriously injured, but has since been rescued. As soon as these words were spoken, the other high priests exchanged glances, some thoughtful, others puzzled, but remained silent. Dark High Priest Maximilian clearly had more to say. The attack on the prince of a kingdom was a major event in the kingdom of Riestais, but for their theocracy, it was nothing. What's more, even if he was seriously injured, with healing magic and various potions, he wouldn't die. He might be back to full health soon. Even if he died, the first prince was no ordinary man, but a formidable warrior who could be resurrected through resurrection magic. In short, it's no big deal. The kingdom's golden princess Lana has been sent on a diplomatic mission to the council state, escorted by General Renas and warrior Captain Gazef. The Dark High Priest Maximilian spoke next, instantly causing the atmosphere in the meeting room to freeze. Sent on a diplomatic mission to the council state? Did I hear correctly? The people of the kingdom suspect the prince was attacked as retaliation by the empire? What a joke. Even so, why send a diplomatic mission to the council state to ask for their help? Didn't they just win a great victory? In an instant, the high priests erupted in a clamor. This was a grave incident. At the very least, it gave the kingdom the opportunity to interfere with the kingdom. At the most, it gave the kingdom, a formidable enemy, the opportunity to interfere with humanity. Ahem. Head priest Zinding coughed heavily, silencing the clamor. First, we need to clarify a few things. Why did the kingdom take such action? Is the attack on the first prince connected to the empire? Why was Princess Lana sent? These three questions posed a thoughtful look on the faces of the priests in the meeting room. All of them were at the top of their respective nations, and they were also intelligent individuals. They quickly found their own answers to the questions before them. High Priest of Earth, Raymond, said sternly, these corrupt fellows are probably worried about the Empire's retaliation, even with the presence of powerful figures like Renas and Gazef, who could significantly boost the nation's strength. In terms of overall national strength, the Empire still far surpasses the kingdom. If the Empire's guardian deity were to strike, Renas and the others would be powerless to stop them. Indeed. High Priest of Wind, Dominic, nodded, a glint in his eyes. The attack on the first prince was probably not the Empire's doing. It would do the Empire no good, and it's not the style of the Blood Emperor. Was it the work of the aristocracy? Or is there something wrong with the pro-king faction itself? Or maybe someone just had a brain seizure? High Priest of Fire, Benice, frowned, her eyes furrowed as she sneered, those idiots of the kingdom. This icy description filled the faces of all the high priests present with disgust for the kingdom itself. The question is, why did they send the Golden Princess? High Priest of Light, Ion, spoke without any emotion. This is the question everyone is concerned about. The title Gold not only describes Princess Lana's beauty, but also praises her wisdom. In a country as leaky as a sieve, Princess Lana's intelligence has long attracted the attention of the theocracy. However, it was only at the level of attention. It wasn't that they didn't value her, rather, Princess Lana's status meant she was like a caged canary or a beautiful vase. Canary vase. Such evaluations meant that Princess Lana, whether she liked it or not, could only exist as an accessory. Her sole value was probably representing the royal family in a marriage alliance with a prominent noble. Escorted by Renas and Gazef, they represent the kingdom's upper echelon supporting this move. Damn it! These idiots have been persuaded. Dark High Priest Maximilian tapped his fingers lightly on the table, his face grim. Renas, the traitor, has joined Princess Lana and now has gained immense prestige. This golden princess already possesses enough power to command the attention of the royal family and the nobles. The other high priests' expressions were equally grim. Cooperating with the council state is not a good option for the kingdom. The highest priority for cooperation should be the Celian theocracy. The kingdom didn't even attempt a trial, directly choosing the council state. If someone else in the kingdom had pushed for this, the high priest wouldn't have worried. What a pity. The Golden Princess, renowned for her wisdom. In the worst-case scenario, Princess Lana may have sensed our hostility toward the kingdom. Only then will the council's choice be made directly. High Priest Raymond frowned and spoke sternly. If the Council and the Kingdom reach a cooperation. The atmosphere froze in an instant. Bang! We must resolve the Elven Kingdom's problem as soon as possible. High Priest Dominic stood up and slammed the table. The Ivashaw Great Forest. Located south of the Ablian Hills and the Celian Theocracy, it is a vast sea of forest, far exceeding the area of the Tob Great Forest. Its area is even larger than the entire hilly region, Linu tribe. This is a forest elf village of approximately 100 people, a rare and unique village among the many elven villages in the Great Forest. It may seem small, but in fact, among the many forest elf villages, it is already a medium to high population village. Elves have a lifespan of approximately 1,000 years. Aside from the first 10 years of rapid growth, they only age rapidly in the final 10 years of their lives. This results in most elves having little concept of time. Early morning. The forest mist clung to the leaves, transforming into dewdrops along the fine lines of the leaves. Snap. A slender hand gently pressed against the brown bark, and long, flexible limbs stood firmly on the branch, gazing into the distance. This place is so huge. Emina's two purple ponytails swung behind her as her head moved, her amber eyes constantly gazing into the distance. What a pity. Besides the lush trees, there was nothing to see. She suddenly felt that perhaps coming here was not a good choice. Do you want to go home and take a look? The man's words recurred to her mind. Emina curled her lips, raised her hands, and heaved the strange, long, box-shaped weapon onto her shoulder, her eyes trained on the glass above the weapon. This allowed her to see farther, almost like some magical eagle-eye technique. Strange, Emina muttered, a hint of caution in her eyes. She lowered the weapon and nimbly moved through the forest. Although it was her first time here, Emina didn't feel unfamiliar. Instead, she felt an indescribable sense of naturalness, which she could only attribute to her elven blood. As a half-elf born from the union of human and elf, Emina had long been accustomed to the strange looks of humans. Whether the forest elves would also hold such gazes or attitudes, Emina didn't actually care. The reason she had come here in the first place was probably simply because of that man, and a hint of curiosity. Whoosh, whoosh, Emina's nimble, slender figure leaped between the intertwined branches, her body rubbing against the leaves, making a soft, rustling sound. A skilled guerrilla soldier possesses more than just archery skills, he possesses keen senses as well. Since entering this jungle, Emina has felt a vague sense of being watched. She wasn't sure if it was a forest elf or some mysterious demonic entity that inhabited this forest. As they advanced, Emina's amber eyes immediately noticed a growing number of vibrant flowers in the surrounding forest. I never heard of forest elves cultivating flowers. Emina grumbled to herself. Perhaps it's the actions of a certain flower-loving elf. This drastically different situation heightened her vigilance. Nations lack detailed intelligence about the Ivashaw forest, and even what they learned from that man was very limited. Emina pursed her lips, her gaze sweeping across the back of her glove, where a magic mark appeared. If danger strikes, she can activate it with her magic power. That man will then appear. But? Humph. Emina snorted softly, looking forward, her pace unwavering as she continued forward. She wouldn't lose to that woman, Renas. More and more flowers appeared, vibrant and exotic, gradually blending into a vast sea of blossoms before her eyes. Such a beautiful sight, Emina was visibly stunned. The fragrance and dazzling blooms that filled the air made her eyes and mind slightly dizzy. Poison! Emina, always vigilant, immediately pulled a potion from the magic belt hanging from her waist and poured it into her mouth. The dizziness gradually eased. What is that? Emina raised her arm and rubbed her eyes. Her pink lips couldn't help but open, a look of astonishment gradually crossing her face. And then, in the very center of the flower sea ahead, stood a breathtakingly large, incredibly beautiful butterfly. Its wings were dazzlingly colorful, covered in intricate, dizzying patterns. Its wingspan alone was nearly 5 meters long. Atop its head was a crown-like structure made of crystal-like flowers. It lay quietly in the center of the flower sea. A monster this size, Emina didn't think she missed it as she approached. Her face was grim, and she gripped her magic spear tightly. Isn't the pollen poisonous? It can also cause hallucinations? The gigantic monster before her. It was none other than the Crown Monarch, one of the 15 kings of the Great Sea of Trees. Chapter 441. The air grew eerily quiet at that moment. The Crown Monarch butterfly stood still in the center of a sea of multicolored flowers, looking from afar like a meticulously crafted work of art. With its folded wings tucked behind its back, its body resembled nothing so much as an ordinary insect. Aside from its head, which resembled an enlarged butterfly, its body was slender, resembling that of an elf. A thin layer of carapace-like material covered its surface, giving it the air of a fully armed warrior. Bang! Imina's eyes flashed coldly as she raised her weapon and attacked without hesitation. A bullet, emitting a faint smell of sulfur, blasted from the magic gun, instantly traveling over 300 meters and striking the crown monarch butterfly in the chest. In this dangerous jungle, facing an unknown and seemingly powerful monster, she had no intention of communicating or waiting for the opponent to strike first. Crack! The thin shell-like material on the crown monarch's chest shattered instantly, a spray of green blood splattering from it. Hit! Imina's eyes lit up, her tense nerves relaxing slightly. The ability to so easily injure the powerful monster before her was thanks to the powerful item in her hand, the magic gun sniper rifle. Not only did it have a range of over 600 meters, far exceeding the range of a bow and arrow, but it could also inflict high critical damage. Hiss! Hiss! In an instant, a visible sound wave, centered on the crown monarch, rapidly spread outward through the air, its hissing sound filled with pain and anger. The shockwaves generated by the sound swept through the sea of flowers, forming a swiftly spreading gust of wind. The crown monarch's pair of brown compound eyes grew ferocious, its insect-like mouthparts opened, and a high-pitched hissing sound like shattering glass continued to emanate. Pain! Pain! The crown monarch saw the green oozing from its chest, and the pain only intensified its fury. How dare the elves attack it? What was that weapon just now? Clearly, the elves weren't adept with bows and arrows. Whoa! It retracted its transparent wings, then quickly unfolded them. With a mere flap, the crown monarch soared into the air, silently charging towards Imina. So fast! Imina's expression changed. Her slender, powerful legs quickly bent downward, and with a slam of her foot on the ground, she leaped backward from her spot. Speed up the flow. Increase your power. Her purple ponytail danced in the air. As she retreated nimbly, Imina finished switching weapons, fully drawn her bow, and shouted 3 shots. Whoosh! 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 Arrows flew forward in a triangular pattern. She didn't use the magic gun, because each shot took 5 seconds to fire again, allowing her to distract the enemy with other weapons. Swish! After completing her attack, Imina nimbly leaped onto a thick branch, using the dense trees for cover to quickly retreat. The butterfly monster's size and massive wingspan clearly made it ill-suited for pursuit in the dense jungle. Whoosh! The crown monarch butterfly, facing the stinging arrows, nimbly and gracefully dubbed mid-air, easily dodging them. Having just been wounded by this strange purple-haired elf, it became wary, avoiding attacks it had previously ignored. Hiss! The crown monarch butterfly was also slowed by the arrows. By the time it reached Imina's position, it had already seen her disappear into the dense canopy. You can't escape. Whoa! A sharp flap of its wings. The crown monarch butterfly soared at a right angle, appearing high above the jungle. Its translucent wings fully extended, a faint white glow emanating from them. Hypnotic scale powder. With each flap, the monarch butterfly released a shimmering powder from its wings, which quickly spread across the jungle below as the crown monarch soared through the air. A fist-sized beetle, smeared with powder, clung to the treetops and fell helplessly from the leaves. The scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. So many bugs. Imina half-crouched at the intersection of the tree trunk and branches, watching the rain of insects in the jungle. Her amber eyes widened, and goosebumps broke out on her arms. Swoosh! Imina quickly tore off her cloak and draped it over her head to shield herself from the falling scales. I'm afraid that won't work. Breathing will certainly inhale this scale dust as well. Imina's face darkened, and she covered her mouth and nose with a palm. Wind. The crown monarch butterfly stared at the jungle below with its emotionless, cold compound eyes. A faint cyan light began to emanate from its translucent wings. In an instant, a powerful air current surged, accompanied by the flapping of its wings, forming a gust of wind that enveloped the area below. Swoosh! The branches and leaves of the treetops below collided continuously. As the swirling airflow completely enveloped the area, the air within was continuously drawn out, creating a surge of pressure. Not good. Imina felt a growing sense of suffocation, and was tempted to lower her hand from covering her mouth and nose, but she forced herself to stop the thought. If she took her hand away now, she would inevitably inhale a large amount of that strange phosphorus powder. Imina knew she had made a mistake. She should have quickly launched an attack with her magic spear when the butterfly monster attacked, but now it was too late. She was already a little hazy. Damn it! Damn it! You weird elf, why did you provoke the crown monarch? A furious cry echoed from the jungle behind, We're all going to die here today. Imina, slightly hazy, thought she was hallucinating. She turned her head stiffly and looked in the direction of the voice. She saw a male forest elf, about a head shorter than her, the size of a 13 or 14-year-old child, emerged from the bushes below. He looked at her with a look of fear and panic. Who is this? I didn't even notice. Could it be? I always felt like someone was secretly watching me, but it wasn't a monster, but this forest elf. Several thoughts flashed through Imina's mind, but then another one took over. No, why is this guy okay? Forest elf. Gaijin Ho. That was the name of this forest elf, who suddenly appeared, looking like a human child of around 13 or 14. She was around 80 years old, which, according to the forest elf lifespan, puts her firmly in the child's range. It's all this strange female elf's fault. Gaijin Ho's face was filled with fear. He opened his mouth to breathe, but the air was already severely depleted of oxygen. I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die yet. The air of death enveloped Gaijin Ho, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Infinite regret welled up within him. He shouldn't have followed the female elf. He was simply curious about why she was near the tribe, and since he had never seen an elf of this appearance before, he had secretly followed her. The result: this madman dared to provoke the most powerful and terrifying monster in the great forest, the flower-crowned king butterfly, one of the 15 kings. Even more unexpected, the female elf had actually managed to injure the flower-crowned king butterfly. Her strength was even greater than the strongest warrior in the village. You possess such formidable power. Yet you're completely unprepared. Gaijin Ho looked at Imina, who was half kneeling on a tree branch. He gritted his teeth, pulled a black pill emitting a fishy smell from a bag made of some kind of animal hide, and tossed it towards her. Hurry! Eat it! Imina's face flushed crimson from the lack of oxygen and the effects of the phosphorus dust. She instinctively raised her free arm and caught the tossed pill. This was something she had never seen before, according to her work habits and the vigilance cultivated in her 8 fingers. Such an unknown object was not suitable for oral administration. But the situation before her forced her to make this choice. Imina also vaguely sensed that the elf held no ill will. At the very least, if they continued like this, they would both die here. She picked up the black pill and stuffed it into her mouth. Pain, after swallowing the pill, a searing pain raced down her esophagus, spreading rapidly throughout her body. The intense pain almost made Imina think she suffered a serious injury. Humph! Imina couldn't help but groan. Her hazy consciousness instantly cleared, and the sleepiness that had been gradually inducing from the scale powder dissipated in an instant. It really hurts. Cold sweat broke out on Imina's forehead. She lowered her hand from covering her mouth and nose, bracing herself against the tree trunk. I think I understand the effect of this pill. Using intense pain to counteract the hypnotic mental effects of the scale powder. Whoever developed this special mental counteraction effect is truly a genius. Crack! As soon as Imina regained consciousness, she quickly drew her magic gun and, peering through the gaps in the leaves, aimed it at the Crown King disc circling overhead. Infrared scan. A beam of red light, invisible to the naked eye, shot out. Through the magic gun's scope, Imina could clearly see the red beam, the moment it aimed at the monster. A string of information appeared. Head hit. Increases critical hit chance by 20%. Arm hit. No damage, but can choose to knock down one of the opponent's held items. Torso hit. Adds 50 points of damage. Leg hit. Wing impedes movement. This was a script Imina had never seen before. She speculated it might be from a distant land. While she couldn't understand the text, she had previously experimented with the magic gun's abilities, and naturally understood its meaning. The last effect was supposed to be a leg hit, right? Now wings appear. Imina's glasses narrowed like blades. She hadn't expected this weapon to change depending on the enemy's type. Then the wings. Bang! A flash of fire erupted from the black muzzle, and a bullet emitting a faint scent of sulfur blasted out. The magic gun sniper rifle is a magical item in the highest level, level 41 to 50, category. Its power is enough to easily kill a powerful warrior in the hero realm. Even one of the top 15 kings in the Great Forest is only around level 30. The instinct of a top monster to sense danger. The crown butterfly's body subconsciously tensed, but before it could react, a large hole was blown in its left wing. Hiss! The crown butterfly let out another sharp scream of pain. The damage to its left wing caused its entire body to tilt to the right. It fell uncontrollably towards the ground below. As the injured crown monarch butterfly ceased flapping its wings, the spiraling airflow it was controlling began to dissipate, allowing fresh air to flow back into the area. That's a crown monarch butterfly. Gaijin couldn't help but take a deep breath, his mouth wide open, staring blankly at the falling monster from the sky. He exclaimed in amazement, "Wow, so impressive." Imina's expression remained impassive, the muzzle of her magic gun fixed on the Crown Monarch's trajectory, silently counting down in her mind. 5, 3, 1. Fingers pressed. Bang, another imperceptible humming sound, followed by a flash of fire, and a bullet accurately struck the Crown Monarch's head. Bang! The falling monster's figure tilted again, landing heavily on the ground with a loud thud that instantly sent up a cloud of dust. Didn't kill it? Imina frowned. Through the scope, she noticed the bullet hadn't penetrated the creature's head, but was instead blocked by the crown-like structure. Hard head. It's okay, just one more shot. Just as she was about to re-aim. Wait! A sudden shout came from behind. Imina crouched on a tree branch, swiftly turning her body, her entire shoulder swung, and aimed the muzzle of the magic gun at the shouting Garson Ho below. Looking at the black hole in the barrel, a special weapon unlike any other sword with a sharp edge. Wait a minute. Garson Ho's body went cold, and he stammered. He had just witnessed the power of this magic device. To his knowledge, he had never heard of such a powerful magic item. Don't kill it. Gaijin was swallowed, looking cautiously and nervously at the strange elf woman. The flower-crowned king butterfly is the most gentle monster among the 15 kings of the great forest. As long as you don't provoke it, it won't attack outsiders. Flower-crowned king butterfly, is that the name of this butterfly monster? The 15 kings of the great forest, that means there are still 15 monsters of this level in this forest. After hearing this information, Imina's mind raced, but she still looked at Gaijinhua with a cold gaze. Why are you here? Even though he had just saved her with a special herb, they were both in a dangerous situation before. If this forest elf hadn't saved her, she would probably have died here. Now that the danger has been averted, there are still many uncertainties regarding the forest elf's identity. I'm here to collect the scale powder exuded by the Crown Monarch butterfly. Gaijinhua hesitated, fearing his opponent might accidentally use that special magical item to kill him. This scale powder is an excellent material. It can be applied to arrows and weapons, or used as an alchemical ingredient to create weapons with hypnotic and hallucinogenic effects. Hearing this, Imina raised her cold gaze and snorted coldly, I hate alchemists. Chapter 442. This explanation softened Imina's hostility. The forest elf before her looked like a child. Who knew how old it was? She certainly didn't treat it like a child. That excuse won't stop me from killing that monster. Imina exerted a slight force with her feet, and suddenly leaped down from the tree branch, landing beside Gaijinhua. Before he could react, she grabbed him by the collar. Bang! She kicked off. With a muffled thud, Imina grabbed Gaijinhua with one hand and rushed towards the direction where the Crown Monarch butterfly had fallen. What are you doing? Let me go! Gaijinhua's face paled with fear. He struggled hard, but he couldn't break free from the seemingly slender arm. Imina possessed 3 classes, Guerrilla, Bandit, and Forest Ranger, with a combined level of 28. In the forest, they could be described as taking to the water like a fish. Although not a pure warrior class, their power was beyond Gaijinhua's reach. Imina's face was expressionless. The forest elf imps were clearly from a nearby elven village, lacking a guide or information about the area. Don't kill me. I really didn't mean to follow you. That Crown King butterfly is indeed a good monster. Can you please spare it? The phosphorus powder it produces could help everyone in the village win. Did you know that humans have waged war against us elves again? Gaijinhua's face was pale with fear, but he kept talking. While this isn't the center of the Elven Kingdom, it's certainly in the central region. Although we repelled a small human squad last time, the elders say a large number of human soldiers seem to be entering this time. If we use the scales of the Crown Monarch butterfly to craft weapons, we should be able to repel even more human soldiers. The black pill I gave you was made by me. It uses the venom of a snake called a basilisk, which produces intense pain. Use this pain to counteract the hypnotic and mental effects of the scales. These basilisks are very difficult to catch. Gaijinhua's nagging voice continued. Although Imina had heard a lot of important information, a vein popped out on her forehead. She shouted in a cold voice, "Shut up." Gaijinhua's head shrank in fear, and because of Imina's eyes, who looked rather fierce, he kept his mouth shut. Rustle. The branches of the bushes and surrounding trees brushed past the two of them, making a small, crackling sound. As the distance grew closer, Imina could already hear the wail of the Crown Monarch butterfly and reached out to push aside the brush ahead. A deep pit appeared before her. The Crown Monarch's massive, translucent wings were severely damaged, and green blood continuously flowed from the wounds on its slender, elf-like body. Crack! Imina tossed the Gaijin Ho aside, and once again raised her magic spear, aiming at the crowned monarch. The 5-second cooldown had expired. This time, she aimed at the mouth and mandibles. The 15th king of the Great Tree Sea? Imina sneered softly, a hint of sarcasm flashing in her beautiful amber eyes. Just a guy with a great reputation. Her words to her enemies were always merciless. She knew her victory was largely due to the magic spear in her hand, but the outcome of the battle was what mattered most. Hiss, hiss. The crowned king butterfly looked at Imina and let out a weak hiss. Then, end it! Imina raised her slender fingers, preparing to strike. No! Gaijin was suddenly struggled to his feet and scrambled to the center of Imina and the crowned king butterfly, raising his arms to block the attack. It surrendered. Don't kill it! Get out of here, little brat! No! I have the Beast Whisperer class, and I can understand what beasts and monsters are saying. Despite his apparent fear, Gaijin spoke loudly, his head held high. Imina narrowed her eyes, a hint of impatience on her face. You, an elf as powerful as you. You must be the offspring of the Elf King. I'm just like you. Gaijin Ho's eyes flushed, his short, emerald green hair fringe falling loosely over his eyes. He spoke with a look of cowardice, yet filled with resentment and unwillingness. My name is Gaijin Ho. Gaijin Ho spoke with an unspeakable voice, as if the name held some special meaning. In the forest elf vocabulary, Gaijin means pain, and the suffix "an" is an onomatopoeia for suffering. The word Gaijin signifies the unbearable pain that Gaijin Ho's birth brought to his mother and his tribe. Unfortunately, Imina was only a half-elf. She had never lived in an elven tribe, so she couldn't understand the meaning of this term. However, after hearing the information about the Elf King, Imina paused, a glint flashing in her beautiful eyes. That man had asked her to come to this forest. He hadn't really just asked her to go home to take a look. The Elf King suddenly appeared in my tribe 100 years ago, forcibly impregnated my mother, and then left. Even more abominable, shortly after I was born, the Elf King. He actually took me to the Elf King's city, claiming my mother had excellent fertility. Every time Gaijin would mention the Elf King, the man who was supposed to be his father, he spoke with a tone of gnashing resentment. With such great power, you must also want revenge, right? The crowned king butterfly is one of the 15 kings of the great forest. If we possess its power, our hope of revenge will be even greater. After hearing what the forest elf kid before him had said, Imina had a general understanding of the situation. The other party clearly considered her the Elf King's descendant. How did you come to this conclusion? Was it simply due to greater power? Imina was puzzled by this question. Looking at Gaijin Ho before her, she couldn't help but wonder, this Elf King has a rather poor reputation among the elves, yet he could actually do such a disgusting thing. Upper Earth Moon. October 11th. The Celian Theocracy deployed 30,000 elite troops and 60,000 regular troops, coordinated with the Fire Extinguishing Codex, which excelled in guerrilla warfare, and the Dusk Codex, which excelled in defensive warfare. They began entering the Ivanshah Forest, advancing steadily and forcefully, their target heading straight for the Elven Kingdom's capital. Along the way, every elven village along their route was swiftly and forcefully annihilated. Even large elven tribes of a few hundred people were unable to withstand the onslaught of the two-colored sacred text troops and the forces of tens of thousands. This caused all elven tribes, large and small, along the route to flee towards the Elven Kingdom or other directions. Regarding this situation, the Celian Theocracy offered no pursuit, simply pretending to be unstoppable and unconcerned. This completely different approach from the past made the Theocracy appear determined to fight the Elven Kingdom to the bitter end. This offensive strategy would obviously not work against human nations, but it would be no problem against the Elven Kingdom, a nation built on tribal principles. If it weren't for the Elven King's immense personal power, his dictatorial self-proclaimed kingship, and his forceful rule over the tribes, the elves would simply be a loose collection of tribes, hardly even a nation. Shangtuyu. October 23rd. After marching for about 10 days, the Theocracy's troops were forced to halt less than 100 kilometers from the Elven King's city. This situation was naturally caused by a counterattack from the forest elves. Massive marches through the forest were extremely difficult, but thanks to the transportation routes established over 200 years of war with the Elven Kingdom, this made it possible for nearly 100,000 troops to advance here in such a short period of time. In the Theocracy's military, the highest-ranking official was the Grand Marshal, under whom stood two other marshals, Valerian Ian O'Binhi and Gel Lazarus Bagley. All three marshals were deployed for this battle. Aside from the Grand Marshal, who commanded the general headquarters at the rear of the army, Marshals Valeria and Goel, respectively, were stationed at the front lines. One of the frontline headquarters. Inside the tent, Goel and several combat staff officers were concentrating on the map spread out on the table. With the exception of Goel, who was older, the remaining combat staff officers looked only about 20 years old. The young men all looked exhausted. While Goel's expression remained solemn, he couldn't help but smile. Perhaps he was thinking of his own youth. Age isn't necessarily an indicator of strength, especially in military affairs. Relevant experience and knowledge are more important. For these young staff officers, this war was a crucial learning opportunity and experience. Marshal, a young staff officer, his voice slightly hoarse, his eyes darkened, and his nerves clearly strained, spoke in a hushed tone. The situation on the front is unfavorable to us. Marshal Valeria's main force has been completely blocked by the Elven forces, hindering our encirclement plan. The two marshals on the front naturally had different battle plans this time. Marshal Valeria was responsible for a frontal assault against the main force of the Elven Kingdom. The troops led by Marshal Gel were responsible for forming a semi-encirclement around the Elven King to prevent the elves inside from escaping. Furthermore, our casualties are also heavy, the other young staff officer said shortly after. Gel, expressionless and even somewhat grim, picked up the casualty report compiled by several staff officers on the table. The number is higher than expected. Marshal Goel glanced at the report in his hand. Despite some anticipation, he couldn't help but look serious. The theocracy possesses a large number of faith-based magic casters, so as long as a wounded soldier is still breathing, they can be revived. Because of this, the theocracy's casualties have always been extremely low, but even so, there are still a significant number of deaths. This disadvantage is especially evident when compared to the casualties suffered by the Elven Kingdom. Elves are natural guerrilla fighters. In a jungle environment, like a fish in water, they can maximize their abilities. Marshal, what should we do next? Several staff officers stared at Marshal Goel, their admiration rising. Even now, with the theocracy's forces blocked and losses mounting, he remained calm and composed, as expected of a marshal. Wait! Marshal Goel stared at the map on the table. After a long silence, he uttered a single word. This caused the staff officers present to exchange glances, somewhat bewildered. Marshal Goel was unable to elaborate further. The core of this operation revolved entirely around the Lord of the nation. The true decisive battle never fell upon them. This was a sad reality, yet it was unavoidable. A single hero could easily defeat thousands of soldiers, let alone the Lord, who could easily slay a hero, and that abominable Elf King. Without the Elf King's appearance, the Lord could not act easily. Therefore, their primary goal now was to force the Elf King to appear. Has that Valeria guy made a decision? Marshal Goel muttered quietly to himself. Meanwhile, at another frontline headquarters, Marshal Valeria, with his back to several equally young chiefs of staff, silently gazed at the map hanging on the wall. Marshal, our elite troops on the front have suffered casualties exceeding 1,000. We must take the next step. One of the chiefs of staff spoke anxiously. Currently, the main force of the theocracy's elite forces is being held back by an elven force led by an elven warrior from the hero realm. Even if the frontline was blocked by the defensively skilled Dust Codex troops, they could only serve as a diversionary force. Valeria frowned deeply. He understood the difficulties on the frontline, but he was hesitant to make up his mind. This time, attack the Elven Kingdom. They actually have two trump cards. One is naturally the theocracy's patron saint, and the other is the Eternal Angel. Others might not know this. Valeria was well aware that the number of Eternal Angels was extremely limited. While these demon-level warriors were powerful weapons on the battlefield, they were no match for the Elf King. Since the Lord Patronus could easily destroy a single Archangel of Glory, the Elf King must have similar abilities. Thus, if they were deployed, the Eternal Angels would inevitably be lost. Valeria's original plan was to rely on tactics to lure the Elf King out and minimize the use of the Eternal Angels as their trump card. But now it seemed that was impossible. Notify the four elements. Valeria sighed, finally making up her mind and speaking. Chapter 443. After issuing this order, Marshal Valeria felt a mixture of relief and dejection, undoubtedly signifying the failure of his tactics. Is it really a tactical problem? Valeria slowly raised his head, a hint of bewilderment in his aggressive gaze. An enemy of that magnitude, it was far beyond the scope of what tactics could anticipate and control. In other words, against an enemy with power exceeding that of a demon god, were tactics truly effective? Valeria didn't know, and deep down, he probably didn't want to know the answer. At this moment, on the front lines of the war. Tens of thousands of elite theocracy troops were stopped at a small, jungle-covered hillock, devoid of fortresses or rugged terrain. To call this location a hillock was a gross overstatement. It was nothing more than a common dirt slope. Perhaps this description was because the theocracy needed to save face, to use it as an excuse for their defeat. Such a simple spot, it had become a chasm that tens of thousands of elite troops could not cross. And their enemy was only one, countless theocracy soldiers hid behind lush trees. Some poked their heads out, cautiously gazing toward the slope. They saw, at the very top of the slope, a seemingly childish elf girl sat alone on a small chair. Beside her lay a magical longbow, incongruous with her small stature. On the other side of the chair, a quiver of arrows was stored. Just this one elf girl, and yet she had taken the lives of nearly 1,000 theocracy soldiers, and even immobilized tens of thousands of theocracy troops. In the legends of heroes' altars, the enemy would likely be the kind of hero poets loved to sing about, a figure who could single-handedly influence the battlefield. However, as an enemy facing such an opponent, a commander would likely feel a sense of powerless anger. Damn it! Fire Extinguishing Codex Vice Captain Juan, scratching his head, wanted to scream. Tactically speaking, if faced with strong resistance, the troops could easily employ a roundabout tactic, especially in a vast forest like the one before them, where there was no impassable path. But, if there was only one enemy, such a tactic would be meaningless. Furthermore, if pursued by such a formidable foe, tens of thousands of troops would be like sheep on the grassland, destined to be slaughtered one by hunters. This standoff seemed more like a helpless compromise. Vice Captain Juan leaned against a thick tree trunk, his mind mulling over a response, his back soaked with sweat. What an unpleasant little elf! Vice Captain Huon thought, his eyes darkening. Analyzing the opponent was part of his strategy. Unfortunately, this little elf's expression never changed from beginning to end. He looked like a living puppet. Of course, the opponent wasn't a puppet, but a living being of flesh and blood. Just then, bang, a magical firework suddenly rose from the rear base, piercing through the layers of forest and exploding in the sky. The sound wasn't loud, but the instantaneous light released was blinding, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present, even in broad daylight. What's this? Vice Captain Juan was stunned for a moment, then his eyes shifted. He was aware of this arrangement. Once the signal was given, the frontline troops were to abandon the attack and switch from confrontation to defense. Vice Captain Juan didn't understand why such an order had been issued, but as a member of the battlefield, he naturally had to obey the command. Converge. With the command, the scattered troops gathered at the predetermined positions. A look of pain and reluctance gradually crossed Vice Captain Juan's face. This order effectively disrupted the peace. The troops had dispersed to avoid enemy attack. Now, if they suddenly converged, a large number of soldiers would be exposed to the enemy's view, as expected. Ah! 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 Screams began to ring out. The elf girl, still as emotionless as a puppet, raised her bow and shot. It was only a single arrow, but it transformed into a hail of arrows that enveloped it in midair. Even more devastating was, these arrows were actually able to avoid the trees and shrubs in the jungle, accurately striking the theocracy's soldiers. Assholes! Hearing the screams of his comrades, Vice Captain Juan clenched his fists, blood streaming from his eyes, but he had no choice but to continue carrying out his orders. The only good news was, the screams meant the soldiers were still alive. Based on previous intelligence, it seemed the arrows fired by the elven girl had abandoned their destructive power in favor of a more diffuse attack. This would result in a decrease in power and accuracy. Swish! In an instant, a dense stream of divine energy, like a white meteor, streaked from afar, appearing before everyone's eyes. A sun-like mass of white light descended upon the battlefield, its holy aura spreading like a tidal wave. Translucent feathers danced in the air. A winged creature, radiant with divine light and crowned with a yellow halo, appeared on the battlefield. The Archangel of Majesty, headless and legless, held a golden staff symbolizing royal authority, and stood still in sight. A faint aroma of fragrant grass washed over them, clearing the bloody odor from the battlefield. At the moment the Archangel of Majesty appeared, the entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The highest-ranking angel. Vice Captain Huon's pupils dilated, and his entire body trembled unconsciously. The previously low morale of the theocracy's soldiers suddenly surged, and everyone erupted in intense emotion. Why? Vice Captain Huon hadn't expected the marshals to have such a backup plan. However, this also made him even more puzzled. This is the highest-ranking angel possessing the power of a demon god. Why would they deploy such a force and put the troops on the defensive? Boom! As the Archangel of Glory, the summoner of demons, there was no preamble. After confirming the enemy, its 3 pairs of wings vibrated. The massive, sacred body flashed. The Archangel of Glory appeared above the elf girl's head. The elf girl, expressionless as a puppet throughout, saw the angel radiating a holy light above her head, and her dull gaze shifted. So warm. The elf girl didn't speak often, her voice stuttering. She tilted her head back, taking in the divine light. At this moment, they even gave up resistance. The Archangel of Majesty suddenly swung the golden staff in his hand, smashing it towards the elf girl below. And as the victim, the elf girl's stiff face flickered with a smile, as if she had found some kind of redemption. Win! This was the thought that rose in the hearts of all the members of the theocracy. Eyes fixed on the golden staff, its shadows swirling through the air, as if they had already seen the elf girl reduced to a pulp. Ding! A crisp sound. The golden staff was deflected by some force in midair, missing the elf girl and falling to the side. Boom! A loud roar shook the ground. Smoke and dust rose into the sky, and the resulting shockwave sent the elf girl, sitting at the top of the hill, flying away. At this moment, a ripple suddenly appeared in the sky. A purple-haired elf, riding a giant butterfly monster, emerged from its invisibility and embraced the elf girl, who had been blown away. A powerful impact. The giant butterfly monster stumbled and flew backwards a distance. Cough! Cough! The elf girl weakly raised her head, blood streaming from her earlobes, eye sockets, and nose. Even after dodging the fatal blow, the aftermath of the Archangel of Majesty's full force still left the elf girl severely injured. Really? Imina hugged the elf girl, pulled a potion from her pocket, and poured it into her mouth. You almost died, she said in a tone of scolding and concern. Even if you were stunned by the shock, you shouldn't have remained so indifferent. What's going on? They're asking you to stand alone against the theocracy's forces? At your age, you're probably even younger than that brat, Gaijin Ho. The healing potion poured in. The elven girl's injuries healed somewhat, and her dull eyes brightened a little as she gazed at Imina, her savior. The elven girl's eyes held no trace of gratitude, but rather resentment. Hey! Imina glared at him. What's that look? I just saved you. She hadn't been in contact with many elven tribes lately, and she noticed that the mental state of these forest elves seemed to be somewhat problematic. A flash of holy light. Whoosh! The Archangel of Majesty raised his golden staff, relocked his target, and with a flick of his body, he was already charging towards Imina in midair. Crown King Butterfly. Imina's expression changed, and without paying any attention to the forest girl, she roared. The Crown Monarch Butterfly quickly flapped its translucent wings, deftly dodging with a 90-degree turn. What a pity! The level gap was enough to negate even the so-called skill. The Archangel of Majesty easily caught up with the Crown Monarch Butterfly, and swung his golden staff once again. A sharp, air-piercing sound exploded overhead. Imina gripped the magic gun tightly in both hands, sweat beads on her forehead, her amber eyes fixed on the scope. Bang! The bullet flew out. A crisp ding sounded, and the collision resounded. The golden staff was once again deflected by a slight angle, allowing Imina and the Crown Monarch Butterfly to narrowly avoid the blow. Seeing this, Imina's face showed no sign of relaxation, her spirits tensed to the highest level. She had never seen the Archangel of Majesty before, but the moment she laid eyes on him, she could sense the difference between them. The suffocating feeling of extinguishing the flames, her body trembled uncontrollably. It was an indescribable, overwhelming pressure. If it weren't for the magic spear, she wouldn't even be able to resist with her own strength. Even now, she could only offer a small resistance. Crown King Butterfly. Let's go! Imina had no intention of staying to fight the theocracy. Her sudden attack was simply because she couldn't bear the young elf girl's death. Hiss. The Crown King Butterfly let out a hissing cry, and its translucent wings glowed with tiny dots of light, enveloping its entire body. Invisible scale powder. The Crown King Butterfly's scales drifted, making it, Imina, and the elf girl riding on it, disappear into the air. In the jungle below. Invisibility. Vice Captain Huan instinctively activated his magic, simultaneously utilizing the power of his second-tier elephant ear to instantly locate Imina and the others. Over there. Vice Captain Huan warned at the top of his lungs, unsure if the Archangel of Majesty would obey his command. Under everyone's gaze, the Archangel of Majesty seemed to have heard the warning and turned, aiming toward the air in front of him to the left. A divine light suddenly emanated from him. Holy confinement. The white energy transformed into a confining force, instantly enveloping the area ahead. Hiss. The crowned king butterfly struggled to reappear. Not good. Imina's pupils constricted as she saw the Archangel of Majesty once again radiating terrifying holy energy, her face turning pale. Apparently, having been dodged twice in a row, the Archangel of Majesty had apparently given up on using physical attacks this time. Crack! The golden staff shattered with a sound. It shattered into golden fragments, circling the Archangel of Majesty, then channeling the purest holy energy into his body. Extremely skilled strike. A startling and terrifying explosion of holy energy gathered before the Archangel of Majesty, transforming into a beam of energy that roared towards Imina. At the same time, at the rear of the Theocracy's headquarters, in a separate tent, Jusajiming, clad in paladin armor, sat on the ground without a proper appearance, his gaze fixed on the 9 linked rings, which creaked in his hands. And nearby, Tang Zheng sat quietly on a cushioned wooden chair, his eyes slightly closed, suddenly opening. Crack! The crackling sound of the 9 linked rings paused. What's wrong? Jusajiming seemed to sense something, a puzzled expression on a young girl's face. He's coming. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly, then smiled. Oh! Jueming's eyes gradually turned cold. He set the 9 linked ring aside and stood up. Any suggestions? If you want to win directly, I think we can use the same method we used against the silver armor. Tang Zheng chuckled. Humph. Jueming snorted, clearly rejecting the suggestion. I do it my own way. And now, on the battlefield. Faced with a terrifying beam of holy energy, Imina was about to activate the magic seal in her hand when a cold and arrogant voice rang out. Sunlight burst. An even more blazing light collided with the holy beam, the two forces canceling each other out in midair before completely dissipating. Chapter 444. A dazzling light enveloped the jungle, blinding everyone present. Is this the Theocracy's trump card for an all-out attack? A man's relaxed voice echoed across the quiet battlefield. The blinding light of the magical collision dissipated. In the very center of the battlefield, a handsome young elf with 2 eyes of different colors observed the Archangel of Majesty with amused curiosity. Angel-type monster. The attack just now was at the 7th tier. The young elf muttered to himself, oblivious to the others, his whole being radiating arrogance. A summon of this caliber should be of the same strength as the summoner. Strange. I haven't seen any magic casters of this caliber among you humans? The young elf withdrew his gaze, raised his head slightly, and addressed the Theocracy's forces with a commanding tone. Tell me, how did you do it? The atmosphere remained silent. Lieutenant Captain Huan, the commander of the troops, paled upon seeing the sudden appearance of the young elf, and his eyes raged. Those 2 eyes, each with its own color, were irrefutable proof. The Theocracy's ultimate goal, the despised sinner. The Elf King. This being was a being that not even heroes could contend with, surpassing even the most deviant. With their power, they stood no chance of victory. No! Vice Captain Huan's spirits trembled. He looked expectantly at the Archangel of Glory, who possessed demonic power, and shouted with a trembling voice, Kill him! Even as he shouted, he knew full well that he had no authority to command the Archangel of Glory, yet he still displayed such an unsightly appearance. Rather, it seemed like a mask of inner fear. The Archangel of Majesty moved, 3 pairs of holy wings flapping, emitting a holy aura as it attacked the Elf King. This was naturally not the result of Vice Captain Huan's orders. In fact, the Archangel of Majesty had already taken action before he shouted, Kill him! Ha! The Elf King scoffed, displaying a nonchalant attitude towards the highest-ranking angel, who gave the Theocracy hope. Deal with him, behemoth. Boom! The jungle ground shook. An indescribably terrifying pressure suddenly emerged, making everyone's breathing much more difficult. Unlike ordinary earth elementals, made of piled rocks or minerals, it emerged from beneath the shattered ground, its massive body rivaling the tallest trees in the surrounding area. Its thick, long arms, constructed entirely of rock and earth, stretched for most of its length, and a rich aura permeated the air. It was a powerful force so overwhelming that it was practically a world away from everyone else present. Some of the Theocracy's soldiers were even paralyzed to the ground, overwhelmed by the aura. Such a humiliating scene. Before, Vice Captain Huan would have shouted a reprimand, but now he had no such thought. His legs were also trembling. This is simply the king of the earth element. That was the only thought in Vice Captain Huan's mind. Bang! Everyone saw only a flash of brown shadow. A drab brown fist, only slightly smaller than the Archangel of Glorious Glory, struck the charging angel. With a muffled bang, the Archangel of Glorious Glory, possessing the power of a demon god, transformed into a white firework, dissipating in the air. Actually, one punch. Ah! Ah! Run! Deputy Captain Huan felt it wasn't the angel that was being shattered, but his entire will and strength. He roared in despair, damn it. Come on! Fourth tier magic, stone wall. A stone wall rose from the ground, blocking the way. As the commander of the frontline troops, his status and value far surpassed those of ordinary soldiers, and at this moment, Vice Captain Huan knew it all too well. He couldn't escape, nor could most of the soldiers in the rear. But it didn't matter, as long as someone escaped, it would be enough. Come on! Elf King! Deputy Captain Huan's eyes held a desperate determination. If he could hold on for just one more second, more of his companions would escape, allowing him to relay the intelligence back to the rear. How disgusting. The Elf King looked at the roaring Vice Captain Huan with a cold sneer on his face. You're just a mere bug, don't try to act heroic. To die at Behemoth's hands is a mercy you can't even comprehend. Having said this, the Elf King waved his hand, as if to shoo away annoying flies. Kill them all. Bang! The Earth Elemental Elf Behemoth scurried across the ground with a swift movement, as if gliding on ice. The solid earth wall shattered like paper. Vice Captain Huan didn't even utter a scream, his body disintegrating into tiny pieces of flesh and blood, merging with the earth. The Elf King, not bothering to pay attention to the humans, turned and looked at Imina and the others in the air. Monster. Creatures. Imina commented with the only possible description she could muster, her body shaking uncontrollably. This wasn't just due to her own faults, but also to the crown monarch butterfly, hovering in midair, entrusted with their care. Is this the Elf King? Imina pinched her fingers until they turned white. She had heard many rumors about the Elf King recently, but now, having seen him in person, she finally understood. Why, despite his cruelty, did the elves from all sides still dare to resist? Useless thing, you wasted so much of my time. You're worse than all the other failures. The Elf King looked disdainfully at the elf girl beside Imina, commenting, you're just trash after all. He shifted his gaze to the left. Another piece of trash. A half-elf BS **** at that. No wonder you're so old, yet so lowly, with no potential to show. The Elf King glanced at Imina with disgust before speaking, your existence is a stain on this bloodline. If I were you, suicide would be the best option. In the Elf King's eyes, the forest elves were a remarkable race. His father had proven this, letting everyone know. Forest elves could become stronger than any other creature. This was clearly true, but why, apart from him, were all the other forest elves so weak? How could he prove that the forest elves were the most powerful race, and bring the world into the hands of the forest elves, himself, the descendant of their noble bloodline? This was what the Elf King had always wanted to do. The hatred or hostility of the powerful could place a strong psychological burden and pressure on the weak. Imina felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. She yanked the Crown King butterfly with both hands. Run! Hiss. Just as the Flower Crown King disc was about to flap its wings, its body fell uncontrollably from the air, plummeting heavily to the ground. Bang! The air was thick with dust. Imina had no time to react. Her vision blurred, and she coughed up blood. Her body was limply held in the air by a hand. As the dust cleared, the Elf King held Imina in one hand, and with the other, curiously examined the magic spear he had taken from the half-elf bastard. At the same time, he stamped on the elven girl. Tell me, where did you get this magical item? The Elf King's face gleamed with curiosity. He hadn't killed Imina because of this powerful and unique item. The reason he had appeared, besides recovering the item from the waste beneath his feet, it was also for the magical item in the hands of the half-elf bastard. As for the Archangel of Majesty, was he merely a little curious at best? With the power of Behemoth, even a large number of angels of that caliber would be meaningless. Speak. The Elf King's tone was cold, and he shook Imina in his hand. An item of this caliber was almost as good as the heirloom left by his father. It was definitely not a magical item that could be obtained through normal means. Hee. Blood continued to flow from the corners of Imina's mouth, and a sneer lingered on her delicate, pale face. She could easily activate the magic seal on her hand right now, and call that ever-confident man to rescue her. No! The moment this thought occurred to Imina, she extinguished it. The power of the Elf King before her was too terrifying. Although Tang was formidable, he was no match for this Elf King. Please don't come over here. Imina prayed inwardly, glaring fiercely at the Elf King. You're not going to answer? The Elf King scoffed. Although I'm not skilled at torture, I wouldn't mind giving it a try. A **** like you, confessing honestly before the king of the elven tribe, might earn my mercy and allow you to live. The Elf King pinched Imina's neck, applying slight pressure. The intense feeling of suffocation. Imina's eyes rolled back, and the intense pain forced her mouth open, coughing up blood and screaming, "Ah! Oh!" The Elf King's lips curled up slightly, letting out a barely perceptible hum of understanding. A hint of depth darkened his eyes. As expected, based on his observations, the half-elf BS**** before him clearly didn't belong to the theocracy. If he were one of them, he would be able to produce a magical item of this caliber. This was quite normal, given that the theocracy inherited the legacy of the legendary 6 great gods. In other words, this half-elf hybrid came from a third party, outside the theocracy and the Elven Kingdom. The Elf King had initially held a certain degree of caution. In their earlier verbal probing, Imina's tough attitude was, in the Elf King's eyes, a sign of weakness. The Elf King inwardly deduced that the person or faction behind the half-elf hybrid was far less powerful than he was. If that's the case, the Elf King relaxed, his grip tightening slightly, and he looked at the heavily breathing Imina. "I interrogate her thoroughly when we get back." He was about to summon Behemoth, but the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. At this moment, the fleeing theocracy troops. A rich stench of blood washed over the jungle. Every blow from the earth elemental Behemoth was accompanied by a trembling of the earth and a shower of blood. In a mere moment, thousands of Theocracy's elite soldiers had become one with the earth. "Ah! No! Run!" Countless Theocracy soldiers scattered in all directions, their cries and screams echoing through the jungle. Amidst the panicked flight, a figure clad in full paladin armor, standing out from the surrounding crowd, approached the Earth Elf Behemoth in the opposite direction. This attracted the attention of countless Theocracy soldiers. No one knew who the other was, and no one stopped fleeing. The figure swimming upstream was strikingly conspicuous. The Earth Elf Behemoth swung its massive, earth-brown fist again, bringing it down upon the dozens of soldiers below. Boom! Bang! Break the wind. The armored figure of the paladin, like a streak of silver lightning, plummeted before the group of soldiers. Fortress not fallen. The smaller sickle-shaped weapon collided with the earth-brown giant fist, silently blocking it midair. Ah! A ferocious sneer played beneath the Death Paladin's helmet, and he swung his cross spear side upwards. "Are you the power that Guy summoned?" Chapter 445. A frenzied excitement shone in Juesi Jueming's black and white eyes. Though his tone was questioning, his voice was filled with certainty. "Except for that fellow, there shouldn't be anyone in the Elven Kingdom capable of summoning such a powerful monster." Juesi Jueming blocked a punch with her cross spear scythe. With a flick of her eyes, another massive black shadow enveloped her. It was the fist of the Earth Elemental Spirit Behemoth, its other massive arm. Bang! The air was crushed, the heavy wind from the fist creating a terrifying pressure. Looking up, it felt like a mountain was crashing down. Juesi Jueming's mouth curled. Having already blocked one punch with her weapon, she faced the attack of another. The best option at this point was naturally to step back and dodge. Being big doesn't mean being strong. Juesi Jueming scoffed. Clad in the garb of the 6 gods, the light of the radiant dawn, she doubted the giant creature before her could harm her. Just an earth elemental. She had seen earth elementals before her. Ordinary elementals were smaller than humans, especially with their chubby appearance. In Juesi Jueming's eyes, they were adorable little creatures. This giant creature, though a bit outsized, was still an earth elemental, perhaps just a higher-level magical summon. Bang! A massive, earth-brown fist crashed down, rumbling across the earth. Behind Juesi Jueming's helmet, his calm expression vanished. A look of pain crossed his pale face, and half his body sank into the ground. Thump! Juesi Jueming's legs, like plowing tools, were driven back by the terrifying force of the Earth Elemental Spirit Behemoth's fist. 2 narrow tracks, dozens of meters long, were plowed into the ground. How could this be? Juesi Jueming cried out in disbelief, a hint of clarity emerging from his frantic, excited eyes. Swoosh! The Earth Elemental Spirit Behemoth, facing its enemy, naturally showed no sign of stopping. Its massive, bloated body displayed a speed befitting its size. It glided swiftly across the jungle floor, crushing the obstructing bushes and trees in its path as it charged towards Juesi Jueming. Puff! Juesi Jueming's slender waist exerted a sudden force, and his legs, sunk deep into the ground, effortlessly freed themselves and leaped out. Superb evasion! Faced with the massive fist that was coming down hard, Juesi Jueming no longer dared to simply resist with his body, but instead deployed his martial arts to nimbly evade. Bang! Boom! The earth wailed continuously. Each impact of the earth-brown fist easily created a crater several meters deep. At this moment, despite its small size, Juesi Jueming's agile reflexes were on full display, easily dodging the attacks of the earth elemental spirit behemoth. Not far away, between the branches of a stout tree, Tang Zheng stood quietly on the trunk, using the ninjutsu concealment to render himself invisible. He gazed at the battle scene below and chanted softly, 8th tier magic, judgment blockade. Invisible waves of magical energy rapidly spread across the sky, forming an invisible barrier that enveloped the jungle. Use the magic to block teleportation in advance. This is because the Elf King also possesses teleportation magic. During their encounter with the Elf King, the Bone King hadn't been prepared for this, forgetting to use the teleportation delay, and therefore hadn't noticed the Elf King's sudden appearance. Tang Zheng wouldn't forget this. He hadn't attacked until now precisely to get the Elf King to reveal himself. Otherwise, the vastness of the Ivan Shah forest made it impossible to accurately lock onto him. Elven King Deckham Hogan, son of the 8 Desire Kings, specializes in summoning in the Faith element. Tang Zheng's mind flashed with the Elf King's information. The Faith element's means of teleportation are probably something like the Moon Road or the Fairy Trail. The magic element has teleportation methods, and so does the Faith element, and perhaps other magic element types as well. Looking down at the massive earth elemental below, Root Earth Element, 87 LV. Tang Zheng saw that Jusajiming had taken a punch head-on, and his mouth twitched, shaking his head imperceptibly. Root Earth Element is an earth element that cannot be summoned through normal means. It can only be summoned with the relevant class build. Jusajiming's arrogant personality will inevitably cause serious problems in the future if he doesn't learn a lesson. This punch wasn't in vain. Now, I was taught a lesson last time, and if I'm taught another lesson this time, I should be able to improve. Ding. The moment Tang Zheng saw the Root Earth Element, the attribute panel automatically appeared. The skill Root Earth Element Summoning has been discovered, requiring the high-level class Elementalist, Earth. The current requirements are not met. Elementalist, Earth, is just a high-level class? Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with thought and understanding as he saw the information displayed on the attribute panel. He had originally wondered if the Elf King had a special class, but now it seemed he didn't. After all, his strongest weapon was the Root Earth Element. As for whether it will be employed, a level 87 Root Earth Elemental. I wouldn't say it's strong, but even a level 100 player needs to take it seriously. The level itself is there. For a level 100 player, it can only serve as a deterrent at best. The Bone King holds a guild scepter with 7 gems. 4 of these gems can summon a level 87 Root Earth Elemental, a Root Water Elemental, a Root Wind Elemental, and a Root Fire Elemental, respectively. Also, if Tang Zheng remembers correctly, a high-level class like Elementalist, Earth, similar to Cursed Knight, has its drawbacks. Summoning a Root Earth Elemental is different from summoning a normal monster. There's no time limit, but rather the summoner must continuously consume mana to maintain its existence. For a magic caster who believes mana is life, this isn't necessarily a good thing. Using fusion potion technology, Tang Zheng shook his head. The situation of constantly consuming mana to maintain is completely different from the existence of a normal level summon monster. But a flash of inspiration struck Tang Zheng, and he couldn't help but secretly think, since Elementalist, Earth, exists, then Elementalist, Fire, Elementalist, Wind, and Elementalist, Water, must also exist. If these 4 high-level classes are combined, can a special class be awakened? This is another idea worth experimenting with. Tang Zheng secretly made a note of it, glancing at the information displayed on the attribute panel. Ability Table Innate Ability. Player Combined Level. 80 Experience Slots. 3466/17.94 million Skill Points. 147. Attribute Table Justice Points. 20. From September 1st of last month to now, nearly 2 months and 53 days, he has earned a total of 79.5 million experience points. He leveled up to 80 in one go. What about the next class? Tang Zheng had no idea what to do for now. After all, he still had a special class waiting to be activated, which was enough to give him a headache. Level 10 Magical Beast Summoning, Cerberus. Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes and chanted softly. A magic circle suddenly appeared from beneath a thick tree trunk, and a Cerberus the size of a small house appeared, its 3 ferocious heads sniffing the air. Quick! The Cerberus, having determined something, fixed its greenish-red eyes on a certain spot in the jungle and exerted its strength. Howl! 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 The Cerberus transformed into a dark red shadow, moving swiftly through the jungle, vanishing like a whirlwind. Swish! Swish! The dark red figure moved continuously between lush trees, displaying incredible agility even in the jungle. Suddenly, in a mere moment, the Elf King's figure appeared within the Cerberus's sight, his running speed suddenly increasing. How could this happen? The Elf King's brow furrowed slightly. He had noticed that the Earth Elf behemoth had been repelled, and a flicker of surprise and astonishment flashed across his eyes. Behemoth was the name of the root earth element. Because he firmly believed this summoned creature was special, he gave it a unique individual name. In reality, the Elf King had no idea that the root earth elemental summoned each time was not necessarily the same, as elemental monsters originated from their respective elemental worlds. Such a powerful individual exists in the church? The Elf King was incredulous. After all, the Earth Elf behemoth had once defeated a Dragon King. Just as he was wondering, his pointed ears twitched. What the hell? As an elf and a magic caster of faith, his senses were always sharp. A creature of exceptional speed was sprinting towards him. The Elf King spun quickly, his pupils narrowing as he saw a massive, three-headed monster. 3 bloody mouths, drooling, charged at him. That terrifying aura. The Elf King immediately abandoned any thought of a head-on confrontation and shouted, "Elemental transfer." Swish! The Elf King vanished from his position. Imina, who had been held aloft by the neck, and the elven girl, who was under his feet, collapsed to the ground. The three-headed hellhound missed its strike, nimbly twisting in midair and landing smoothly on the ground. Woof! Woof! The three-headed dog lowered its head, staring at Imina and the elven girl, letting out a low, somewhat frightening growl. What monster? Imina braced herself on the ground with one hand, the other resting on the spot where her neck had been pinched. Her face was bloodless as she stared at the three-headed dog, a thick despair emanating from her. I shouldn't have come here, one monster after another. She felt as if she had escaped a tiger's den and entered a wolf's lair. Imina's pounding heart slowed down a bit at that moment. Perhaps anticipating her own death, she felt a sense of composure. Whoosh! A black afterimage suddenly shot out from behind the three-headed dog, a venomous snake-like tail. Imina closed her eyes. However, the imagined death did not occur. Imina felt herself being lifted up, and before she could react, she was sitting on the three-headed dog's back. Another swipe of its poisonous tail, the three-headed hellhound, after catching the elf girl on its back, began to run again, retracing its path. What the hell is going on? Imina muttered to herself, her hands clutching the short, bristling hair of the three-headed hellhound. Elsewhere, the earth elemental behemoth, which had been attacking Jusajiming, suddenly stopped and took a step back. This unexpected situation, Jusajiming's irritation froze. Although the giant earth elemental before her couldn't hit her, it left Jusajiming feeling helpless. Her attacks did inflict some damage, but they were quickly recovered. Jusajiming knew that fighting the earth elemental was pointless. She had to find its summoner, and she had no means of detection. There's no way to pinpoint that man's location. Damn it! Jusajiming cursed inwardly, looking up at the earth elemental. Suddenly, his pupils narrowed as he saw an elven figure appear beside the earth elemental. He inwardly exclaimed, when? She hadn't noticed him approaching at all. Could he have been using a stealth-related ability, observing from the shadows, only revealing himself after confirming my intelligence? Jusajiming's mind quickly speculated, there's another possibility. He possesses some form of teleportation. Either way, it seemed like a troublesome situation. When Jusajiming noticed the Elf King's equally heterochromatic eyes, it was clear they were meeting for the first time. It felt like they'd known each other for ages. So it's you. Jusajiming suddenly let out a tone of anticipation, then burst into an excited chuckle. Ha ha ha. The Elf King looked at Jusajiming, who was completely covered in paladin armor, his eyes cold and indifferent. That strange three-headed monster, was it your doing? Huh? A strange aura you are. The Elf King spoke arrogantly, his arrogance radiating from his bones, but he hadn't finished his words. Break the wind. Break the wind. Accelerate the water. Several blue flashes of martial arts instantly emanated from Jusajiming's body, transforming into a silver-white afterimage as he charged towards the Elf King. Stop her! The Elf King shouted swiftly. Although Jusajiming was covered in full armor, the sound he had just uttered was distinctly female. Bang! The Earth Elf behemoth immediately moved, its massive body gliding in front of the Elf King, its two thick, earth-brown fists raised simultaneously like giant hammers, slamming hard into the charging Jusajiming. Super evasion! A frenzied excitement erupted in the Jusajiming desert. A petite figure appeared beneath the massive Earth Elf behemoth and stomped its left foot hard on the ground. Bang! Whoosh! The charge came to a sudden halt, and then, at a nearly 90-degree angle, it passed in front of the Earth Elemental behemoth. Circumventing its massive form, it charged towards the Elf King, upon a distant tree. Tang Zheng folded his arms, staring at the center of the battlefield. Teleport? It can't be magic. Teleporting directly to the root earth elemental, it seems to be a class skill. Chapter 446. Restrictive teleportation methods, like Judgment Blockade, only prevent the opponent from leaving the blockade area, but teleportation magic can still be used. During the battle between Bone King and Shaltir used Upper Teleport, choosing to close the distance between them and Bone King. Of course, ordinary teleportation is bound to fail. Only upward teleportation, under the influence of block magic, can reduce the chance of failure to a certain extent. This situation allows for certain intelligence inferences. For example, the Elf King's direct teleportation to the side of the root earth elemental before him was clearly a higher priority teleportation method. However, Tang Zheng had a better way to judge. He glanced at the attribute panel from the corner of his eye. Elemental Transmigration? It's indeed a class skill. Bang! The ground was deeply slashed by the cross spear scythe, sending dirt and debris flying in all directions. Dodged? Juesi Jueming looked at the Elf King, who had nimbly dodged, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. The information currently available is that the large earth elemental was summoned by the opponent, which means he's a magic caster. Destroying the summoner first is the best strategy. This judgment is correct. In fact, she had fought a magic caster of this type a few months ago. The result was a crushing defeat. Yes, it was Tang Zheng. She prioritized summoning monsters to delay and mitigate damage, then used ranged magic to attack. She had personally endured the terrifying effects of this tactic. This was also why Jusajiming didn't waste any time, and went straight to close combat. It could be considered a lesson learned from one's mistakes. The earth elemental behemoth swung its massive body, casting a black shadow over Juesi Jueming. Its thick, drab fist struck again. A resounding boom. A tidal wave of air surged. Unfallen fortress. Juesi Jueming was too late to pursue the Elf King again. He could only swing his cross spear sickle upward, unleashing his martial arts. A flash of blue light. The drab fist collided with the cross spear sickle, which seemed toothpick-sized in comparison. Silently, while the martial arts neutralized the terrifying force, an invisible air pressure spread from the two, bending the surrounding weeds and shrubs on the jungle floor. Whoosh! The earth elemental behemoth's other massive fist, etched with various mineral edges and sharp points, also struck forward. Juesi Jueming's gaze fixed, and he abandoned the direct confrontation. He retracted his weapon and leaped backward, avoiding the attack. A loud bang sounded. The earth shook, and a massive crater appeared beneath the brown fist. Getting hit by that punch would definitely hurt. Jusajiming's eye twitched at the sight of the deep pit. She had indeed taken a hard blow before. You definitely improved. Tang Zheng nodded gently, thinking, if I hadn't taught you a lesson, Jusajiming's personality would probably have been as arrogant as the Elf King. As for the outcome of this battle, Tang Zheng couldn't be sure for a moment. Whoosh! Jusajiming and the Elf King closed the gap again. However, facing a guy like you. Jusajiming took a brief breath, a sinister grin playing on her lips. She pushed the ground with her right leg, and her body vanished in a shadow. Haha. At least it won't be boring. Magic resistance enhanced. Super enhanced magic resistance. With the root earth element and the Elf King at their center, Juesi Jueming formed a circle and began running. Enhanced by this martial art, even wearing seemingly heavy paladin armor, Juesi Jueming still swiftly moved through the jungle. This method, while it consumed considerable stamina, it also had certain advantages. Against opponents like magic casters, their magic attacks wouldn't easily lock onto her. The Elf King's heterochromatic eyes widened slightly, barely able to capture the swiftly moving figure in the jungle, a mixture of surprise welling up within him. The strength of this woman before him? She was definitely the strongest person he had ever known, and yet she was on the same level as him. No, that wasn't the most important thing. How interesting. This strange aura. You have elven blood in you, right? The Elf King's expression was filled with excitement, his head constantly swiveling in the direction of Jusajiming's movements. He said excitedly, strange. You're clearly not a pure forest elf. Yet you possess this level of skill. You just pretended to know me, didn't you? The only thing I can be sure of is that I never met you. So you know me from your mother. That's amazing. At this moment, the Elf King, far from displaying the wariness and caution he shown against his opponent, was instead filled with uncontrollable excitement. Ha, ha ha. The Elf King laughed heartily, as if the doubts that had been weighing on his mind had finally been resolved. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. I don't remember having blood with women of other races. Perhaps I've forgotten. It was a revelation. Although the forest elves are the most superior race, that doesn't mean only pure-blooded forest elves can awaken powerful powers. I almost forgot. Your theocracy also possesses the blood of the 6 great gods. Indeed. The blood of the forest elves combined with the blood of the 6 great gods does have the potential to unleash even greater power and awaken. How foolish of me to have not thought of this. The Elf King finished his words, a wave of regret welling up in his heart. He had wasted so much time. The Elf Kingdom and the Celian theocracy had been at war for nearly 200 years, but he had previously paid no attention to it. At most, he had used the theocracy's troops to train his offspring. The Elf King had always believed that the fastest way to become stronger was to fight against powerful opponents, even in life-threatening situations. Although the number of powerful individuals born in this process was still extremely low, the Elf King never considered his thinking wrong. I can only blame those losers. He possesses the noble blood of the forest elves, yet inherits no natural talent. I feel like I've forgotten something. The Elf King suddenly fell into deep thought, feeling as if he had considered this before, but couldn't recall where. Never mind, it's an unexpected surprise. As soon as he finished speaking, the Elf King looked back at the rapidly moving afterimage. The pointless battle ends here. I am your father. Yes, there's a possibility of grandchildren, but the likelihood is extremely low. The forest elf's bloodline has an extremely long lifespan. Even a half-elf of a race can inherit this gift. Considering your awakening, I can forgive your filthy status. The Elf King briefly recalled that purple-haired half-elf, also a bastard, who also seemed unable to awaken. The arrogant voice echoed through the forest. A normal person would have been completely enraged upon hearing this. Clearly, the Elf King had no memory of her mother at all, leading to the rift between the Celian theocracy and the Elven Kingdom. He also seemed to have paid no attention to the root cause of the deaths of countless humans and elves over the past 200 years, but Juicejuming didn't seem angry at all. Ha ha! Juicejuming sneered beneath his helmet as he moved quickly. Oh, I've been recognized, Dad. That's right. The strong can do whatever they want to the weak. The strong can do whatever they want to the weak. That's right. The Elf King raised his head, and the earth elemental behemoth, which he secretly controlled, moved closer to him. He had always lived by this principle. Thus, he could hear Juicejuming's undisguised hostility towards him. In the distance, on a tree fork, Tang Zheng leaned against a thick tree trunk, listening to the conversation between the father and daughter below. His eyes darkened, a sense of evil fighting evil. One called his daughter a bastard, the other wanted to kill the other. A loving father, and a filial daughter. Tang Zheng sighed, feeling the urge to deal with both of them. Trembling, the Elf King's pointed ears twitched, and he gently leaned sideways, leaning against the earth elemental behemoth. His eyes flicked towards a point in the forest. Did you summon that 3-headed dog monster? He looks like a true warrior. Rustle, the lush branches rustled as something moved quickly. A 3-headed hellhound suddenly emerged from the northeastern jungle, dragging Imina and the elf girl on its back, appearing on the outskirts of the battlefield. Roar! 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 The 3 heads of the 3-headed hellhound drooled and bared their teeth as they glared at the Elf King. Hey, this guy's mine. Juicejuming's swift movement paused briefly, his tone brisk, yet deep within him, a boiling emotion seemed poised to erupt at any moment. Don't interfere. Howl. The center head of the 3-headed hellhound growled, its 4 limbs simultaneously retreating, completely clearing the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Juicejuming grinned, muttering to himself only, I wonder what they think now that my identity is known. That's right, the leader probably won't care about such a thing. Compared to Juicejuming's cheerful mood, the Elf King's heart sank. Besides his daughter, there were other enemies. Someone from the theocracy too? Could they also be his offspring? Where were they hiding? The Elf King's gaze grew sharp and tinged with uneasiness. He quickly scanned the surrounding jungle, finding nothing. That 3-headed monster has a strong aura, though not as powerful as Behemoth. Its summoner is probably not to be underestimated either. The Elf King, nervously speculating, suddenly thought of another possibility. Not right. My daughter was able to withstand Behemoth's attacks, so she's quite powerful. If the hidden enemy possesses similar strength, even if it's slightly weaker, if the two of us work together, our chances of victory will undoubtedly increase significantly. There's only one reason I didn't do this. The hidden enemy must be even weaker. At this thought, the Elf King's inner worry instantly vanished, and his face once again returned to an expression of arrogance and confidence. Since you're my daughter, I spare you this time. But I really disliked your tone earlier. Such disrespect and ignorance require a good lesson. The Elf King raised his chin. I don't know how your mother taught you. I give you one last chance. Surrender your weapons and follow me back. Then join me in waging war against the theocracy. Capture all the women with the blood of the 6 gods and breed them. If only I could produce a hybrid like you, awakened offspring, I would lead you to conquer the world and bring all races under the yoke of the great forest elves. The Elf King opened his arms at the end, his emotions growing increasingly excited. Jusajiming didn't reply, his cold gaze constantly searching for the Elf King's weakness. Buzz, buzz, the entire battlefield's atmosphere grew thick and terrifying, on the periphery of the battlefield. Imina and the awakened elven girl crouched on the backs of the 3-headed hellhound, gazing fearfully at the center of the battlefield. In their vision, the air in the center of the battlefield seemed to be affected by some force, becoming distorted and blurred. Terrifying pressure. Imina and the elf girl felt suffocated, afraid to utter a single sound. This was definitely a battle beyond their comprehension, because, aside from the Elf King standing quietly in place, and the conspicuous root earth elemental, they hadn't spotted the Elf King's opponent. This could only mean the opponent was moving at a speed beyond their perception. Monster. Imina's lips paled, and she could only find a limited vocabulary to describe it. And what about this 3-headed monster? Why was he saving them? So many puzzles and situations beyond her comprehension left Imina's mind blank. Whoosh, Jusajiming darted through the bushes, stirring up dust and rotten leaves. Trouble. Earth elementals are quite resistant to warriors. This stronger earth elemental before them, as evidenced by the previous encounter, a warrior's nemesis, maybe they could win with their trump card. However, it was uncertain whether the Elf King had won. She was going to give this guy a good beating, to kill him while he begged for mercy, otherwise victory would be meaningless. If there's no opportunity, then let's create one. Jusajiming's eyes darkened. He gripped the cross spear side tightly, and with a flick of his wrist, a dark energy emanated from the weapon. 3rd-tier magic, undead creation. Archmage of the Dead. This was one of the spells equipped by the cross spear side, and it could be activated 5 times every 4 hours. Swish! A faint blue magic circle appeared, and in the blink of an eye, a shriveled Archmage of the Dead, clad in tattered robes, appeared in the jungle. Jusajiming activated his skill, moving away from his original position without slowing down, appearing dozens of meters away. A moment later, 3 more blue magic circles appeared. To the east, south, west, and north of the Elf King's position, an Archmage of the Dead was summoned. Fireball. 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 4 blazing fireballs, simultaneously launched from all 4 directions towards the Elf King. Although Fireball is a 3rd-tier spell, it deals area damage and also has a pursuit effect. Facing this kind of magical attack, the best strategy is to defend against it. Chapter 447. For Fireball shot out from 4 directions, tracing a red arc through the air, all fired in unison towards the Elf King in the center. Boring. The Elf King scoffed. He had several ways to counter this level of magical attack. The simplest was to use the massive body of the Earth Elemental Behemoth to envelop him. But, boom, boom, the Earth Elemental Behemoth's thick, earth-brown arms stretched out forward, effortlessly uprooting 2 massive trees. The dark brown earth was carried up, and the thick tree stumps were swung carelessly. Bang, bang, the fireballs collided with the tree stumps, erupting in a roar and bursts of flames. The 4 fireballs were easily blocked. Fireball, fireball, fireball. The Archmages of the Dead, positioned in 4 directions, continued to unleash their fireball magic. Balls of flame, like cannonballs, streaked through the air, smashing into the center of the Elf King's area. Boom, boom, the blazing explosions continued. The Elf King ignored the incoming fireballs, instead focusing his gaze on the rapidly moving Jusajiming in a circle. This daughter moved swiftly. Even with his vision, he could barely catch her, so he wouldn't let her out of his sight easily. Using these low-level spells to create an opening for attack? The Elf King continued to taunt, his tone arrogant. Do you think I don't know what you're trying to do? Don't waste your time. In reality, there was something that intrigued him. Summoning the undead? This should be an undead ability. His daughter was clearly a warrior, so it must be a magical artifact. Paladin armor. No, it's a strange side weapon, a legacy of the 6 great gods? The theocracy actually possesses undead weapons. Oh yes, there's said to be one among the 6 great gods called the Dark God. Thinking of this, the Elf King's disdain deepened. He tilted his head slightly, glancing in the direction of the fleeing theocracy soldiers. Ha ha! How funny! As living beings, they actually worship the undead as gods. What a despicable race! Whether it was the small tilt of his head or the mocking words against the 6 great gods, they were all deliberate attempts to expose his flaws and provoke Jusajuming. That's right, the Elf King was already growing impatient. On a distant tree branch. Different battle situations lead to different battle strategies. Tang Zheng leaned against the tree trunk, narrowing his eyes slightly. This Elf King is not lacking in battle wisdom. Thinking of the encounter between the Bone King and the Elf King, the Elf King's performance was rather foolish, a situation largely due to Bone King's superb acting. It must be said, Bone King excels at using words and displays of weakness to paralyze his opponents, giving them the illusion of weakness and thereby gathering intelligence. After gathering intelligence, he quickly launches a counterattack. This is Bone King's specialty. Before his eyes, Jusajuming had demonstrated his ability to counter the root earth elemental from the outset, a fact the Elf King naturally took seriously, and therefore adopted a different approach. Battle is inherently ever-changing, Tang Zheng thought silently. Boom! A fireball exploded in midair, the shockwaves sending tree debris flying into the air. A half-palm-sized splinter of wood flew past the Elf King. In that split second, the Elf King's cold eyes were involuntarily drawn to the sight for a moment. The next moment, he reacted and looked towards Jusajuming, only to find that the figure had vanished. Swish! A dark shadow enveloped the Elf King, rapidly enlarging above him. The Elf King's recent nonsense might indeed have infuriated the people of the theocracy, but it had no emotional impact on her. Death Mask. A sinister grin appeared beneath Jusajuming's helmet, and a strange mask appeared on his face. He then grasped the cross spear scythe in one hand, and swung it downward with all his might. Evil vision. 2 dark rays of light flashed from the cross spear scythe, and a pitch-black magical eye emerged from Jusajuming's head. A visible black light was released, enveloping the Elf King below. Death Mask is one of the cross spear scythe skills. It grants the ability to prevent line-of-sight attacks and amplifies the fear effect. This skill is normally used for defense. Evil Vision is also a weapon skill, its specific ability being to randomly select one type of sight attack from among multiple sight effects. Due to the random nature of these effects, they are not suitable for use alone. When Death Mask and Evil Vision are activated together, the random effect attack will be forcibly treated as fearful sight. The Elf King's body paused. Hiss! Jusajuming, using the force of his fall, swiftly swung his weapon, the sharp black blade tearing through the air. With precise force, the strike slashed towards the Elf King's neck. Was it off? Jusajuming's heterochromatic eyes widened beneath his helmet. With his own skills, this situation would never have occurred. Then he saw. It was the Elf King's enraged face. 9th level magic, storm. Boom. Rumble. In an instant, a raging storm appeared out of nowhere, centered around the Elf King, spreading with the force of a tornado. In an instant, at such close range, Jusajuming was blown away as if by a backlash. Furthermore, the surrounding bushes, grass, and trees in the jungle were pulverized as if thrown into a meat grinder. The magic's range continued to expand, with a violent and powerful wind, fierce and incomparable. Because the magic was cast so close, the Elf King had to forcibly steady himself to prevent himself from being blown away. In 2 breaths, the great undead magician summoned from the 4 directions, east, south, west, and north, were also enveloped and destroyed. Clatter, clatter, a fierce, torrential rain continued to pour down, completely obscuring everyone's vision. On the outskirts of the battlefield, Imina and the elf girl clutched the hair of the Hell Trident tightly to prevent themselves from being blown away. Oh! The Elf King raised his rain-soaked arm, touched his neck, and gently wiped it. He looked over and said, almost. The bright red blood instantly melted away with the rain. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes. It had indeed been dangerous. If it weren't for the golden antler crown on his head, which provided a certain degree of fear resistance, his head might have been decapitated. I'm really surprised. The Elf King raised his chin, his eyes furious, and looked at the gray rain before him. He said angrily, to think you could make me bleed. I haven't seen that in decades, no, hundreds of years. I show you the difference between us now, and make you obey. The storm's fierce winds and torrential rain not only obstructed vision, but also hampered sound transmission. The Elf King wondered if his daughter could hear him, but that didn't matter, he didn't care. Even though she had just endured that magical attack, she probably wouldn't be killed. Area magic comes in many types, including diffusion, explosion, and radiation. But regardless of the area, the power of magic is inferior to that of single-target magic. Behemoth. The Elf King spoke coldly, yet a heart filled with pride. Behemoth, worthy of the title guardian of the earth, remained unmoved amidst the storms, winds, and torrential rain. That daughter must be having a hard time even moving now. Boom! The earth elemental behemoth moved, but instead of shifting position, it raised its two thick, earth-brown arms and pointed them at its sides. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the earth elemental behemoth's two arms rapidly extended to either side, launching a wide-ranging sweeping attack. Bang! Bang! From a distant location obscured by the pouring rain, bursts of air-ripping explosions echoed. While the root earth elemental possessed no special skills, that didn't mean it was limited to melee combat. For example, extending its arms, like whips, was a key tool for long-range attacks. How could it be? Not. Through its connection with the root earth elemental, the Elf King could clearly sense whether the root earth elemental had struck its target. But after a wide-range attack, nothing was hit. How could this be possible? The Elf King was a little stunned. Under normal circumstances, an awakened warrior like Jueming could dodge the earth elemental behemoth's ranged attacks, which would be fine. But under the influence of the storm magic, the opponent couldn't possibly do that. He continued to move normally as before. 4-tier magic, vibration sense. Invisible waves transformed into invisible energy and rapidly spread. This magic can detect the opponent's location by scanning extremely subtle vibrations, unlike conventional visual detection magic. This is especially true in situations like this where vision is affected. The Elf King's temple twitched briefly. The instant the magic was released, it captured every raindrop falling to the ground. This would naturally affect his judgment. The Elf King showed no intention of canceling the storm. The vibrations of a person and raindrops are completely different. By distinguishing them, it would be easy to determine the person's location in just a short breath. The Elf King locked onto the location of the three-headed hellhound, including Imina and the elf girl lying on it, and could clearly feel the involuntary vibrations of its body. The two elves of this monster were clearly trapped by the storm. But this wasn't the target he was looking for. No! No! Could it have been blasted out of range? That was a possibility. Alright, at least one other thing was confirmed for the time being. The companions of the daughter, who summoned the three-headed monster, were not within range either. I see. The Elf King thought to himself and prepared to dispel the storm. But then something struck him. He looked up in the sky. Most warriors lacked the means of flight, leading the Elf King to assume that Jueming couldn't fly. I just realized it. I realized it only after noticing that the rain in one area was hitting the ground less strongly than in others. Meanwhile, in the air, Jueming barely managed to steady herself, still rocked by the raging wind and rain. Blue wings, like a mecha, extended from the back of her paladin armor, vibrating slightly, allowing her to hover in midair. Flight is one of the basic abilities of the Radiant Dawn of Light paladin armor, along with the basic ability called Holy Burn. It automatically deals continuous damage to undead, evil creatures, and other creatures within the wearer's radius. Unfortunately, this ability had no effect on the Elf King. Immune to fear. A trace of blood trickled from the corner of Jueming's mouth, and he gritted his teeth unwillingly. No, Dad didn't completely dodge. It worked, but the impact was minor. In that situation, there wouldn't have been enough time to cast magic. So, is it the power of the magic item? The muscles in Jueming's cheek twitched, and the pain from the recent blow from Storm transformed into a ferocious smile. Great. I'm going to smash you to pieces. Inquisition. Condemnation of heresy. Jueming emitted 2 rays of light in quick succession, activating his Inquisitor class skill. It increases the mana consumption of magic casters of different faiths, and the chance of spell failure after casting. Possibility perception. Possibility super perception. Jueming's eyes flashed with a cold light. Amidst the torrential rain and fierce wind, she couldn't move easily, so she had to first determine the location of the Elf King. Because of the magic, the martial arts perception was somewhat affected, but she was still able to determine that the positions of the Elf King and the root earth element had remained unchanged. Under this large-scale magic, even the caster and receiver are restricted. Jueming sneered, silently chanting, "The light of dawn must remain within." Unyielding oath. Swish. The surface of the Radiant Dawn Paladin's armor glowed with a delicate, dim yellow light. This was one of the equipped skills, and to activate it, one had to silently recite or shout the preceding 8 words. Jusajiming had always thought this was a rather foolish precondition. Who would shout loudly during a battle, alerting the enemy? At that moment, Jusajiming realized his body, which had been paralyzed by the storm, had recovered, and the raging wind and rain that enveloped the area seemed to have lost its influence. Unyielding Vow can remove restrictive effects. Die! The blue wings behind Jusajiming's paladin armor trembled, and his entire body transformed into a dim stream of light. He pierced through the layers of rain and rushed towards the Elf King. Speed up the water. Steel arms power strike. Slash. Super slash. Layers of martial arts flashed before Jusajiming. The Elf King's expression suddenly changed. He had no time to ponder how Jusajiming could move freely in the storm. As the dim light appeared in the rain, the Elf King's pupils shrank to the size of needles. In that moment, he could almost see the slow motion of the cross spear scythe slicing through the raindrops. Behemoth! A furious roar echoed. The earth elemental behemoth swiftly raised its fists, clasping them in midair. Transformed into a massive hammer, it struck down with a mighty blow. Super evasion! With a streak of lightning, Jusajiming dodged the earth elemental's ferocious punch. Amidst the roar of the storm, and the patter of rain, the black scythe blade of the cross spear war scythe struck the Elf King's heart with pinpoint accuracy. 8th tier magic, elemental aspect. The Elf King's urgent chant echoed simultaneously. Bang! Ah! The Elf King screamed as he was sent flying. Chapter 448. Puff. Grossing mouthfuls of red blood erupted from the Elf King's mouth. He screamed and flew out like a cannonball, his figure falling to the ground and tumbling uncontrollably. He didn't stop until he had fallen nearly 100 meters. Rained, mud, blood. The Elf King's body was washed over by the mud, his delicate white hair becoming disheveled, and the long strands of hair that fell beside his ears were stained by the mud. Paw! His slender hand slammed into the ground, catching the wet mud and sending up droplets of water mixed with filth. Whoosh! Phew! The storm and the torrential rain continued to pour. It was difficult for the Elf King to open his eyes. Blood streaked through the whites of his eyes. He lay in the rain, gasping for air. The intense pain in his chest nearly stopped him from breathing. I almost died. Uncontrollable rage, and a hint of fear rose from the depths of his heart. The Elf King's eyes trembled as he looked at his chest. A palm-length gash lay across the delicate gold and white soft armor. Red blood continuously flowed from the wound. The intense pain contorted the Elf King's face, and he groaned involuntarily. Thanks to the last-minute release of the elemental aspect. This spell, an 8th-tier druid spell, grants the caster resistance to certain elements, making them immune to poisoning, illness, and other abnormalities. Most importantly, it grants immunity to a single fatal blow. He had never suffered such a serious injury, let alone such a disastrous situation, as a king of noble blood. Damn bastard! The Elf King suddenly raised his head, his eyes blazing with a rage that could reduce everything to ash. I'm going to kill you! Boom! Puff! The rain curtain ahead suddenly exploded. Ha ha! Jusajiming roared with laughter and charged forward. Those screams just now were so beautiful. More and more screams. The Elf King felt the frenzied killing intent, which had penetrated the barriers of space before it, and his shoulders couldn't help but tremble. Jusajiming was incredibly fast. As soon as he blasted the Elf King away, he quickly pursued him, clearly anticipating this. The long-planned attack didn't completely kill the Elf King. The cross spear scythe transformed into a black venomous snake in the rain, slicing at the Elf King's neck again, like an afterimage. Swish! The black scythe blade sliced through the air, missing the target. Jusajiming's charging figure quickly stopped, looking at the vanishing Elf King. He quickly turned his head, and the blue wings of light behind him vibrated. Whoosh! The silver-white figure returned to the direction it had come from. After witnessing Jusajiming's powerful melee ability, the Elf King had completely eliminated any chance of it getting close to him. Seeing Jusajiming charging towards him, the Elf King immediately activated his class skill and moved to the side of the Root Earth Elemental. Remove. Standing at the feet of the massive Root Earth Elemental, the Elf King, without a moment's hesitation, immediately cancelled the storm he had summoned. At this point, the spell no longer had any effect on the enemy, but instead continued to affect the caster himself. In an instant, the powerful storm summoned by magic vanished without a trace. If it weren't for the clearing of trees in a large area and the damp ground, the previous storm would have seemed like an illusion. It's coming! Don't be complacent. Without the rain obscuring his vision, the Elf King immediately spotted Jusajiming rushing towards him from a distance. Behemoth! Protect me! The Elf King shouted, and then kill this bastard. Bang! The earth shook. The earth elemental behemoth first raised its massive left arm, lifted the Elf King from the ground, and placed him in its palm, gently clenching it into a fist, protecting him. And then, the earth elemental behemoth moved even faster than before on the now slippery ground. Bang, bang! The root earth elemental and Juesi Jueming collided again, a violent roar echoing through the jungle. Seriously injured. The Elf King no longer dared to leave the root earth element's side, simply hiding in its palm, allowing him to recover from his injuries, while also ensuring his own safety. Hey, hey! Weren't you quite so arrogant just now? Ha ha! Jusajaming dodged the root earth element's massive fist, occasionally unleashing his martial arts skills and shouting, "Now you're acting like a coward, hiding and hiding." Jusajaming's slightly hoarse roars and shrill laughter echoed alternately. Foolish fellow. The Elf King's cold response emanated from his left fist, which the root earth element always held above his head. My specialty is summoning the powerful Earth Guardian Behemoth. As a magic caster, letting summoned creatures fight the enemy is the normal strategy. In reality, as a druid, even with his specialized elemental mage abilities, he still possessed impressive physical prowess beyond most creatures. With just his fists, a single blow could shatter iron armor and annihilate even a human army numbering tens of thousands. But who is he comparing this to? This daughter of human and forest elf descent, having awakened the king's blood and still being a warrior, possessed physical prowess far surpassing his own. Only a fool would dare to confront such an opponent head-on. Behemoth is invincible. Unbeatable. The Elf King thought smugly. He only needed to quietly recover from his injuries, and wait for Behemoth to slay that bastard. There was indeed something wrong with his battle strategy. Perhaps it has something to do with never having encountered an opponent of his level before. The thought flashed through the Elf King's mind. Bang! Bang! A continuous roar echoed. In a mere moment, the ground in this area looked plowed, with huge, deep pits everywhere. Damn it, damn it! Jusajiming, seeing his previous attack had just destroyed the position of the root earth element, which had recovered in the blink of an eye, looked furious. I want to hear screams, screams, more screams, let me hear them. What a shame. To hear the Elf King's screams, they had to defeat the root earth element before them. Oh! Has it turned into a war of attrition? Tang Zheng reappeared at the edge of the battlefield, gazing at Jusajiming battling the massive root earth element. Just when the Elf King unleashed the storm, Tang Zheng had left the area of the spell to avoid detection. Attribute panel. Level 4, Vibration Perception. Level 8, Elemental Form. Level 9, Storm. Skill points, 144. In the process just now, he mastered 3 new spells, further expanding his current arsenal. Tang Zheng's gaze rested on Elemental Form. If he remembered correctly, there was an even more advanced version of this spell, the 9th level Elemental Form, Earth, which included 4 elements. This spell grants the caster an elemental buff, a spell with both advantages and disadvantages. Tang Zheng's eyes flickered slightly. He possessed a killer move like Ka Tan, which, once unleashed, could likely instantly kill the caster. However, this targeted tactic couldn't be used in most battles. It still required waiting for the opponent to use it. But what if Tang Zheng used it on himself? Soul River, Backflow. Tang Zheng muttered to himself. This was the killer move of the World Connector. Soul River, Backflow, clears all soul energy and counterattacks the opponent with 100% of the damage taken, ignoring any defense, can only be activated after taking the full attack. 30 days. This killer move is considered a world-class skill. It doesn't specify that the opponent must have inflicted damage before it can be counterattacked, meaning that damage inflicted on oneself can also be counterattacked. Tang Zheng had previously considered how to maximize the power of this skill. Now, an idea suddenly occurred to him. He unleashed his elemental form. Kaha! Soul River, Backflow, what's still missing is a resurrection method. The Elf King in front of us has it, so mastering it isn't difficult. Tang Zheng's current HP is already over 100%, and it will only increase once he reaches level 90 or above, enough to crush the HP of the Guardians in the Great Tomb. Returning the damage he takes to the various levels of Guardians in the Great Tomb is enough to instantly kill any of them. Of course, this also requires considering the bonuses of the equipment. Well, it can only be used as a tactic. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up at this thought, but then he shook his head. Using 2 ultimate moves and resurrection magic at once is too costly. I'm afraid it would only be worth it in a very dire situation, and only if a considerable amount of information has been leaked. Recovering from his thoughts. What should you do now? Juesi Jueming. Tang Zheng raised his gaze, observing the shifting tug-of-war, and smiled faintly. Still holding on? He remembered that at the beginning, Jueming had relied on brute force to completely defeat the Elf King without using his ultimate move. Now, if they continue to persist, they will undoubtedly be defeated. As the most powerful root element, the root earth element's attacks contain the properties of all Earth's metals. Its defenses are also considered to have resistance to multiple metals, and possess weapon resistance V against all types. As long as the root earth element is on the ground, it will receive a slight bonus to all abilities, and has a certain degree of recovery. Defeating it with purely physical attacks is quite difficult. Of course, its weaknesses are also quite prominent. Tang Zheng recalled the intelligence in his mind. The root earth element is vulnerable to acid and sonic attacks. Alas, Jueming lacked either of these abilities. Boom! A massive, earth-brown fist grazed Jueming's cheek and slammed down, a startling vibration echoing. Jueming used a super evasion to evade, his expression grim behind his helmet. After attempting a fierce attack, Jueming gave up on the idea of breaking through the root earth element, perhaps realizing that its strength was beyond expectations. The physical drain will only worsen. Jueming knew that if she continued to fight, she would be the first to lose. Earth elementals shouldn't have physical drain issues. For now, she had changed her tactics. She planned to use her minimum physical strength to evade attacks, and then wait for the monster summon timer to expire. Time ticked by. The vibrations continued for half an hour, with no sign of abating. It's still there? It's exceeded the normal duration of a summoned monster. Jueming's expression darkened, sweat beading on his forehead and back. After half an hour of dodging, even with minimal exertion, he still felt exhausted. I can't go on like this. Damn it, that guy's going to laugh at me. Never mind, I kill you. At this moment, the Elf King, resting in the palm of the root earth element, had recovered from his injuries. Through the gap, he looked at the nimble figure. Strange, why does my mana consumption seem to be higher than before? Oh, so good at dodging. It doesn't matter. Behemoth is invincible. Even if you dodge well, you eventually run out of energy. You dared to attack the Great King? Even with an awakened bloodline, this is unforgivable. The Elf King clutched his chest, feeling the piercing pain, his eyes growing colder. Swish, Jueming's legs suddenly dropped, and with a sudden leap, he retreated backwards. At the same time, he raised his arms, gripping the cross spear side tightly. Innate power activated. The goal of all life is death. Buzz! A golden light emanated from behind Jueming, forming a massive golden clock. Death! The cross spear sides tip aimed at the root earth element. Dang! The hands of the golden clock began to tick. What is this? The Elf King, peering through the root earth element's fingers, gazed at this scene, his pupils etched with confusion. He could probably guess it was some kind of special attack, but his confidence in the root earth elemental meant the Elf King had no cause for concern. 12. 8. 1. Jueming silently counted down in his mind. When he reached the final second and saw the Elf King still didn't react, he grinned. Ding! The golden hand completed a full circle. The root earth elemental's body stiffened, and then its massive form transformed into tiny, earthy brown debris, dissipating in the air. Snap! The Elf King fell to the ground, his eyes blank, pupils dilating. You. He hadn't finished his sentence. Ha ha ha! Jueming roared with laughter and, as the Elf King stared in horror, he kicked the Elf King to the ground. What the hell did you do? The Elf King screamed. Bang! A dull thud. The Elf King's head was stomped on the ground. Let me hear your screams! Jueming laughed loudly, panting slightly as he rode the Elf King. His fists, a shadowy afterimage, repeatedly struck the Elf King's head, struggling? Then struggle harder. Bang! 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 Ah! 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 With each heavy blow, blood and shreds of flesh splattered. Jueming's somewhat manic laughter, and the Elf King's wailing cries mingled in the jungle, creating a terrifying, eerie melody. I am the king. Bang! Ah, it hurts. Bang! Get out of here. Bang! It's you, my father. Bang! Bang! Jueming's fists pounded even harder. Chapter 449. The taste of blood filled my mouth. Dazed. A thin layer of fog covered my vision. Inside the paladin's helmet, Jueming breathed heavily, his expression agitated, and he swung his fists with a touch of madness. With each punch he landed, the sound of bones cracking mixed with splattering blood, accompanied by the Elf King's increasingly feeble screams and groans. The bloody taste in my mouth was from the recent injury. And the slightly blurred vision was probably due to the heavy breathing, which had caused the air inside the helmet to become turbid. Jusajiming thought to himself, raising his fist to strike the Elf King's bloody face, his platinum armor glove stained red with blood. Tick! Drops of blood dripped between the fingers of the platinum gloves. Why aren't you struggling? Jusajiming stared at the Elf King, whose proud demeanor was no longer visible, his face a bloody mess. She spoke in disappointment, not even a scream. Hey, scream again! Cough. Ouch. Oh. The Elf King's upper lip had vanished, his teeth shattered. Blood streamed from his open mouth, and an incomprehensible sound emanated from his throat. And with it, the Elf King's limbs twitched uncontrollably. TSK. The excitement on Jusajiming's face gradually faded. She let out a faint sound of disdain and disappointment, stood up, and stretched. How disappointing, but he should still be able to breathe. She had actually slightly reduced her strength in the continuous punches, not out of kindness, but simply to avoid overdoing it and killing him. Caw! The cross spear scythe danced in the air, leaving a black afterimage and emitting a sharp hissing sound, before Jusajiming casually stabbed it into the ground. Looking at the Elf King, who still had some consciousness. Whoa! La! Jusajiming raised his hands, grasped the sides of the paladin's helmet, and plucked it off. A tuft of white hair, tied into a tail, leaped out first, falling naturally behind him. A delicate, fair face, its forehead stained with sweat, was exposed to the air, its conspicuous black and white eyes shone with a cold indifference. Finally, I plucked out that thorn in my heart. Jusajiming smiled as usual, staring at the Elf King lying on the ground, tilting his head. Well, I don't really have any hatred towards you. After all, you haven't done anything to me. Perhaps I can blame you for not fulfilling your fatherly responsibilities, but from the look of it, you don't even know I exist. Honestly, it's my mother who hates you. This hatred was instilled in me by her. Jusajiming seemed to be talking to the Elf King, but also to himself, his smile growing even wider. My hatred should have been directed at my mother. Sadly, she died so young, leaving me no way to vent it. So I can only use you as a substitute. After all, the strong can do whatever they want to the weak. You agree, don't you? Caw! Jusajiming finished, reaching out again and pulling the cross spear sickle from the ground. Are you casting some kind of magic? You're really not giving up. Goodbye, Daddy. Jusajiming deliberately made a sweet sound, but his movements didn't slow at all, thrusting his weapon forward fiercely. Puff! The black blade at the top of the cross spear sickle pierced the Elf King's heart with pinpoint accuracy. With a smile, Jusajiming twisted the blade hard, and a fountain of blood gushed out from the wound, completely pulverizing the heart. The Elf King shuddered, and the luster in his dazed eyes completely faded. Swish! Jusajiming drew his cross spear scythe and swung it, letting the blood drip from it. He gently raised his right arm and swung it over his shoulder. Boss, your plan is about to fail. Jusajiming turned and glanced at the distant jungle. She had no idea where Tang Zheng was hiding, so she simply shouted with a smug smile, "Then follow my proposal." Before the battle began, Jusajiming knew that Tang Zheng had plans to bring the Elf King into the crown, and the outcome of the battle depended on it. Now, if the Elf King had been killed by her, then her opinion would have to be adopted, and her decision to veto the Elf King's joining the crown would have to be overturned. Boss, what kind of a name is that? Tang Zheng, in his ninja hidden mode, heard Jusajiming's cries from the front, and his eye twitched. Crown, Lord Tang, Your Excellency Tang, Little Black Hair, Boss, and so on. These were the names Jusajiming addressed him. As for the chosen title, it depended entirely on Jusajiming's mood at the moment, almost as volatile as his personality and mood. No, now wasn't the time to dwell on names. Tang Zheng gazed at the Elf King's corpse, his eyes narrowed like blades. For a battle of this magnitude, death doesn't mean the end. Whoosh! A faint breath. Jusajiming's ears twitched, and the smile on his face froze. His pupils dilated slightly, and he turned quickly, in disbelief, to look behind him. Just then, in the pit, the Elf King had sat up, his face, once mangled and mangled, now pale, and staring at Jusajiming with resentment and fear. Seventh-tier magic. Sunburst. Boom! As if ignited, a burst of sunlight-like brilliance and scorching heat spread rapidly, creating a shockwave of heat. The magic was unleashed with incredible speed. Furthermore, Jusajiming hadn't anticipated the Elf King's resurrection. As a result, he had no time to mount a defensive stance before being blown away by the shockwave and scorching heat. After unleashing the magic, the Elf King scrambled to his feet, turned, and ran, without a thought of revenge. It hurts. It hurts. Even after being resurrected, the excruciating pain in his face, and the heart-wrenching agony of his chest being pierced, his heart shattered, remained etched in his body. The Elf King's heart pounded furiously, his trembling legs regaining strength as he fled with all his might deep into the jungle. Escape. I must leave this place immediately. The overwhelming fear of death awoke in the Elf King, leaving him with no thought of returning to the Elven City. He no longer cared about anything else. His only thought was survival. Behemoth had been slain. Now, he couldn't summon it, and his magic power was severely depleted. He no longer had the strength to fight that daughter. Fortunately. Yes, that can't catch up. The Elf King's figure was like a streaking arrow, darting through the forest. Fueled by fear, he displayed unprecedented speed. As a druid, even a magic caster, in such a jungle environment, if he was determined to escape, it would be very difficult. He was confident that his daughter couldn't catch him. Hello? Suddenly, a faint voice echoed from the front of his escape route. The Elf King, so startled, nearly fell from the branch he was standing on. He quickly looked up and saw a figure in a white priest's robe blocking his way. Who was this? Someone from the theocracy? Whatever, just kill them. The Elf King paused briefly before lunging at Tangjung. He believed that aside from his daughter, who had inherited his bloodline, the rest of the theocracy were nothing to worry about. Even in my current state, I can kill even a magic chanter like you with one punch. The Elf King's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He rushed to Tangjung, looking at Tangjung, who seemed to be standing there in a daze, and punched him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, under the blast of sunlight and heat, Juesi Jueming's body crashed through 3 large trees before coming to a stop. Cough. Juesi Jueming's face flushed crimson, as a mouthful of blood spurted from her throat. Her vision was blinded by the glaring sunlight. Get out of here! I'm going to kill you! She quickly climbed to her feet. Juesi Jueming wiped the blood from her mouth and roared, her vision temporarily blinded, rendering her unable to see her surroundings clearly. Even so, in that brief moment, there was no second magical attack, leading Juesi Jueming to conclude that the Elf King had escaped. Damn it! Juesi Jueming cursed the Elf King's cunning inwardly, realizing what had just happened. According to Tang Jing's teachings, there were only 2 possible scenarios for this situation: a resurrection item or resurrection magic. There was no time to regret. You can't escape. Juesi Jueming's expression grew ferocious and frantic. He roared again, his vision gradually returning. The moment, he could see his surroundings clearly. Bang! The ground shook. Juesi Jueming had already rushed out, but before she had even gotten a few dozen meters, she suddenly stopped. Due to the glaring sunlight, she had no way of determining which direction the Elf King had fled. In the vast Ivanshaw forest, searching for an Elf King intent on escaping was like looking for a needle in a haystack. That's why she had waited until the Elf King was lured out before taking action. Right. Juesi Jueming suddenly thought of something, and turned to look at the figure standing at the outermost edge. Cerberus. As a highest-level monster, Cerberus, with its connection to dog, should have a keen sense of smell and might be able to track the fleeing Elf King. However, as Juesi Jueming scanned the outermost perimeter of the battlefield, aside from the 2 elves, he spotted no sign of the Cerberus. Could it have left? Juesi Jueming thought, then shook his head in denial. It must be time. The summoned monster has vanished. The battle had lasted about an hour since it began, and the normal monster summoning time had long since expired. Tram! Tram! The steady sound of footsteps on the wet ground echoed from the outer edges of the battlefield. Juesi Jueming, who was about to pursue the enemy in a random direction, looked up, his tense nerves relaxing as he curled his lips in displeasure. What? Tang Jing emerged from the jungle ahead, carrying the charred Elf King, whose limbs were clearly twisted and broken, in one hand. The charred wounds were likely caused by a lightning-type magic attack. Juesi Jueming made an inward assessment, his heterochromatic eyes scanning the limbs, a hint of confusion, unable to guess what magic had caused them. However, she didn't take it personally. Her knowledge of magic was limited to begin with, and she wasn't proficient in it. Juesi Jueming was now concerned about something else. Had she truly defeated the Elf King? This mattered deeply with his decision to join the crown. Tang! In the distance, Imina huddled under a broken tree stump, her amber eyes wide as she stared at the figure that seemed both familiar and suddenly unfamiliar. Really? Tangjun grabbed the Elf King by the scruff of the neck, dragging him along the ground. He warned Juesi Jueming, it seems you haven't adapted yet. The opponent you're facing now isn't the same weakling you once taught a lesson. Whether he or you consider yourselves to have extensive combat experience, it's actually just playing with the weak. It's not experience at all. You never fought an opponent of your level, which is why you made all sorts of tactical mistakes. Tang Dang's voice was serious at the end. He had to make Jusajiming understand some facts. Jusajiming's mouth curled downward, his arms folded across his chest, and his head tilted to the side. Although he pretended to be annoyed, Jusajiming was actually listening intently, not offering any rebuttal. As the patron saint of the theocracy, it seemed she had never been scolded like this since she defeated everyone, but Jusajiming's keen mind could still sense Tang Jiang's concern and care for her. Heh? Who told you to be stronger than me? Never mind, Jusajiming thought to himself. This guy ended up like this. It was all due to various errors in judgment. At least when the root earth element couldn't immediately deal with you, you should have prepared to retreat. Tang Zheng lifted the Elf King and, with a flick of his wrist, flung it away. Bang! The Elf King hit the ground, splashing a cloud of mud. When you don't know the enemy's physical and magical power, it's not shameful to retreat once you're at a disadvantage. The key is to set a certain stop-loss point for yourself. Tang Zheng emphasized the word stop-loss point and, using more common language, told Jusajiming, in other words, you need to have enough physical strength to retreat. Of course, this requires your own judgment. Even so, Tang Zheng believed that Jusajiming would still find it difficult to achieve this. Given his personality, he would easily become overwhelmed in battle. I understand. Jusajiming nodded vigorously, like an elementary school student, then stared at Tang Zheng with his black and white eyes. This guy. What are you going to do next? The Elf King was currently unconscious, but not dead. Since Tang Zheng hadn't killed him then, he was defeated by you too. Such a guy isn't worthy of joining the crown, but he still has some use. I need to make use of him. Tang Zheng glanced at the unconscious Elf King and spoke bluntly. Jusajiming's eyes lit up, and a hint of joy appeared on his delicate face. Chapter 450. The Elf King will be of many use in the future. Indeed, it could even be said to be of great use. Out of the corner of Tang Zheng's eye, he glanced at the unconscious Elf King thrown to the ground, a deep glint in his pupils. The plan here is progressing smoothly. I wonder how things are going over there with Princess Lana. Tang Zheng thought silently. Guiding the Celian theocracy into a decisive battle with the Elf Kingdom early isn't just for later considerations. Destroying the Elf King is a crucial part of Tang Zheng's current plan. I introduce you to him. Tang Zheng addressed Jusajiming, raising his feet and heading towards where Imina and the other two were standing on the outskirts of the battlefield. Jusajiming's delicate pink lips parted, revealing sharp canine teeth. Holding his crossed spear scythe in one hand, he casually followed. Those two adorable bugs. Do they really know the little black-haired girl? The thought flashed through his mind. Jusajiming's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated this, though a subtle hint of indifference could be discerned from the details of his face. Before the battle, the theocracy's forces had already cleared the area. Besides the little black-haired boy, the two bugs were the only ones who witnessed the entire battle. Jusajiming had a vague idea of this, from the Cerberus's deliberate protection and other subtle details. Otherwise, how could anyone else have peeped at the vast amount of information revealed during the battle, including the identity of the divine being, if it weren't for Tang Zheng? Jusajiming had already dispatched Imina and the other two. They saw two figures approaching them from the center of the battlefield. Ah! The elf girl's face was pale, her hands clenched into fists as she stared blankly at the Elf King's position, a strange blush spreading across her face. She seemed to want to speak, but her voice caught in her throat, and no words came out. Imina no longer cared about the dazed-looking elf girl beside her, and instinctively scrambled to her feet. She moved with a slightly awkward gait. On her fair, slender neck was a red mark from the Elf King's grip. Imina tried to take a step forward, but her body seemed to have lost control, and she could only stand stiffly, awkwardly. In front of her, Tang Zheng's figure was just as Imina remembered it, calm and composed, a reassuring smile plastered on his face. In her mind, though Tang Zheng was formidable, he couldn't possibly be so terrifying. It was completely beyond her imagination. She had witnessed the battle just now. Imina couldn't describe it with her meager vocabulary. The invincible, unrivaled Elf King was casually picked up by Tang Zheng and thrown to the ground like trash. Such a shocking feeling. Imina felt a shudder deep within her soul. Tang Zheng's presence in front wasn't strong, but Jusajiming, following closely behind him, walked casually, the air around him distorting. Just one glance. Imina felt a lingering fear, as if her heart had been struck by a sledgehammer. She hurriedly lowered her head and looked at the ground. Juesi Jueming was so terrifying. Then Tang Zheng, walking ahead, even if he didn't appear strong, was actually stronger than the black and white-haired elf woman. This was common sense. The strong wouldn't allow the weak to walk ahead of them. But Imina pursed her lips, a bewildered expression in her amber eyes. A thought echoed in her mind. What on earth did that happen before? That experience with Tang Zheng, was she a joke, in front of such a powerful being, a clown? Imina naturally didn't believe Tang Zheng's strength had increased in a short period of time, but rather that he had long possessed such formidable power. Are you safe? A gentle voice rang out slowly. Imina's shoulders stiffened, and she hesitated to look up. Finally, she stubbornly raised her head, forcing herself to appear fierce. This expression wasn't difficult. As a half-elf in the Empire, she always encountered some annoying humans, so she adopted this expression to scare off her opponents. What caught her eye was an extended finger. It flicked her forehead. A crisp bang. What are you doing? Imina's head unconsciously tilted back, and she instinctively covered her forehead with her hands, shouting as before. What are you daydreaming about? Tang Zheng retracted his arm and said with a relaxed smile, I'm quite strong. Imina was startled, then turned her head away. I see. Introduce yourself. Imina, Antilini, come to think of it, you're both half-elves. Tang Zheng chuckled as they spoke. Revealing this information to Imina wasn't a sign of letting down his guard. Not long ago, Imina had already passed Tang Zheng's mental test, when she was captured alive by the Elf King. The overwhelming terror displayed by the Elf King would have forced ordinary people to either collapse and beg for mercy, or grasp at straws for help. Just like Captain Negan of the Sunlight Codex facing the Bone King. And the result? Imina neither leaked his intelligence nor activated the magic seal. Although this was a bit cold, it was a test Tang Zheng had to take, as it concerned the Elf Kingdom's future plans. TSK, even half-elves have their differences. Jusajaming glanced at Imina and uttered a soft TSK. Her eyes were filled with contempt and mockery. Ignoring Imina, she looked at Tang Zheng and asked, What are you going to do? She didn't think Tang Zheng was simply introducing herself to this insect. Maybe you two need to act out a scene together, Tang Zheng said, looking at Jusajaming. The Elf King has been defeated by you, but I don't want him to be captured alive or killed. In other words, the Elf King was defeated by you and ultimately escaped. Jusajaming's lips curled slightly at this, as if finding it amusing. This is not only related to the upcoming plan. Once the information about your slaying of the Elf King reaches the Theocracy, the Elf Kingdom will be completely taken over by the Theocracy. Given the Theocracy's human supremacy and nearly 200 years of hatred, the Forest Elves will suffer a devastating massacre. This is not what I want to see. I need the Elf Kingdom to have a certain degree of autonomy, or to be temporarily incorporated into the Theocracy as a vassal state. Tang Zheng laid out his plan. Without the deterrent of the Elf King, the Theocracy will have no concerns about the Elf Kingdom. This isn't simply out of kindness. So, given the Elf King's disappearance, the Elf Kingdom needs a new king. Oh! Juesi Jueming half closed his eyes, then looked back at Imina, giving her a rare, serious look. You chose her? Tang Zheng nodded. Yes. This was also the most important reason why he had leaked some of the information to Imina. Controlling the Elven Kingdom was impossible with Imina's strength and other conditions, and the other party probably wouldn't dare do so. This wasn't a covert manipulation of the Eight Fingers, it was a situation that was laid bare in the open. If Imina didn't know Tang Zheng's strength, she wouldn't have the confidence and faith to control the Elven Kingdom. This was also a necessary intelligence loss. Tang Zheng's gaze swept across the vast Ivashah Great Forest, and he thought silently, the third line of defense. In his plan, there were 3 lines of defense. The first line of defense, the Kingdom of Riestais. The second line of defense, the Holy Kingdom, the Ablayan Hills, and the Celian Theocracy. The third line of defense, the Ivashah Great Forest. This is also why Tang Zheng doesn't intend to allow the Elven Kingdom to be completely annexed by the Celian Theocracy. Of course, Tang Zheng hasn't invested much in these 3 lines of defense yet, as they're still lacking a key element. Hopefully, the Elven King can play a crucial role. Tang Zheng thought silently, fully aware of the difficulty of the core plan. If they fail, there's no need to invest too much in the 3 lines of defense. Instead, they must quickly gather all the resources they have. Move the true base to the Valley of Despair, where Yalar is, in short. Take the long view. This feels very interesting. Jusajaming deliberately lengthened his tone, a faint pressure emanating from him, flowing towards Imina. Humph. Imina's shoulders swayed, her long, slender legs slightly bent, and she quickly regained her balance with a muffled groan. "Can I do that too?" Jusajiming asked expectantly, not even glancing at Imina. "Of course." Tang Zheng shrugged, gazing calmly at Jusajiming. "If you're willing." "Forget it, boss." Jusajiming withdrew his aura and yawned boredly. "It sounds like such a hassle. I don't even want to be an elf king." Imina relaxed, a sigh of relief. That pressure just now was truly terrifying. Out of a woman's intuition, she felt that this terrifying black and white half-elf disliked her a little. Speaking of which, this is the king of the Elven Kingdom. It was confirmed so easily. Imina couldn't help but cry out inwardly, a little excited. Isn't this a one-step ascension to heaven? Even more exaggerated than the stories sung by the bards. Her understanding was constantly shattered and reshaped in this short day. Confirmed, Tang Zheng then turned to the elf girl, who had been ignored by everyone. She was the elf who relied on a magic bow and arrow. She was the elf who single-handedly held off the elite troops of the theocracy. Bang! Bang! The elf girl suddenly knelt on the ground, banging her head heavily against Tang Zheng, then kowtowed repeatedly. Seeing this scene. "Ha! Boss, it seems there's no need for you to waste your breath," Jusajiming said to Tang Zheng in a teasing tone. Shang to you. October 25th. The desperate pursuit of the escaped Elf King returned to the Tactical Command Center, causing concern among several marshals. The battlefield advance was temporarily suspended. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, easily infiltrated the Elf King's city and seized all the treasures in the treasury. October 27th. After reorganizing their plans and reorganizing their forces, the theocracy launched another attack on the Elf King's city, encountering a desperate resistance from the forest elves within. October 28th. The northern wall of the Elf King's city was breached. A reinforcement force of forest elves from the Linyu tribe joined the battlefield, led by a half-elf riding the crowned King Butterfly, one of the 15 kings of the Great Sea of Trees. October 31st. After several days of stubborn resistance, the elves, despite the theocracy's constant propaganda claiming the Elf King's defeat and escape. Finally, the half-elves led the elite troops of the Elven King's city out, and the city was completely breached. It is said that all of the Elven King's concubines committed suicide that day before the city was captured, a scene that shocked and disgusted the vanguard. Middle-earth moon. November 3rd, heavy snow. The theocracy's offensive has temporarily come to a halt, but there is still no news of the escaped Elven King. Juesi Jueming's days-long search, actually wandering the forest, was forced to cease. The Elven King's escape was completely confirmed. Aborian Hills. Deep within, Tang Zheng had been sorting through the Elven Kingdom's treasures during this time, and the amount of gold coins was not particularly large. Since the Elven Kingdom had no communication with the outside world, there weren't many places that needed human gold coins. However, there were a wide variety of resources, alchemical materials, and other items, their value beyond the mere number of gold coins. However, compared to these items he couldn't use right away, what he cared about most were the magic items. Alas, Tang Zheng was deeply disappointed. The only item that caught his eye was the deer antler crown worn by the Elf King. It was a legendary, LV, 71-80, item, granting movement-impeding resistance, fear resistance, and time-based abilities. The first two abilities weren't significant. It was the time-based ability that skyrocketed the item's value. In Yggdrasil, time-based abilities couldn't be acquired through normal classes, they could only be countered with special skills or items. Tang Zheng had recently obtained the Pulse of Annual Rings from the Demonic Tree, a time-based ability. This item wasn't very useful to him, but he could pass it on to his subordinates. A tribute panel. Tang Zheng sat beside his thatched hut, breathing in the fresh air and gazing at the lake where fish occasionally leaped. Something stirred within him. Magic, Mercy of the Twin Solid Trees, level 10, cost, 80 MP, 4-hour cooldown. Description: this magic has 3 effects. 1. After casting the spell, the caster's stamina slowly increases over a period of time. 2. During the spell, the caster gains complete resistance to instant death. 3. Upon reaching 0 stamina, the caster instantly revives, restoring 10% of their HP without suffering a level drop. One of the biggest takeaways from this incident. As expected, there are certain limitations. Tang Zheng glanced at the spell's display and shook his head subtly, though a hint of disappointment remained in his eyes. He had originally planned to create a magic scroll that would instantly activate upon death, but it turned out to have a 4-hour cooldown. That was more than enough time to finish a battle. Among the resurrection spells he knew, besides this one, there was also a spell called Phoenix Flame. Tang Zheng had initially suspected that resurrection spells might have some restrictions, so he considered combining 2 resurrection spells. It turned out that all resurrection spells were restricted. But after careful consideration, it made sense. If resurrection spells had no restrictions, then paid resurrection items in the game wouldn't be available. Rustle. The sound of footsteps on the grass grew closer. Tang, are you looking for me? Nfiria ran towards him, breathless. You're here, Nfiria. Sorry to interrupt your potion research. Tang Zheng stood up and said sheepishly, It's true that I'm inconvenienced. No. Nfiria waved her hand quickly, her voice nervous and stammering, If there's anything I can do, just ask, Tang. I'll raise charm. Tang Zheng chanted softly, casting the spell. Nfiria's eyes instantly glazed over, and she froze in place. Even if you remain conscious, I can still do it. But to prevent risks, I apologize. Tang Zheng's face was apologetic. He pulled out the golden Cheongsam, a world-class item effortless beauty, from a nearby package. Ahem, Nfiria, please put this Cheongsam on. Okay. Nfiria walked forward vacantly, took the effortless beauty, and began to put it on. Tang Zheng waved casually. An unconscious figure was thrown out of the world-class item, 2 Worlds mandala. It was none other than the so-called missing Elf King. Tang Zheng looked back at Nfiria, dressed in a Cheongsam, and couldn't help but take a second look. It felt oddly fitting. Ahem, it's been taking a while. He had wanted to retrieve Alluring Beauty a while ago, but because Juesi Jueming was on the front lines, he had handed the guardianship to the Red Mummy Cat. To avoid trouble, Tang Zheng could only wait until Juesi Jueming returned from the front lines and replaced the guardian before retrieving Alluring Beauty. Chapter 451. Nfiria finished donning Allure of the city and the nation. The gold and white Cheongsam of this world-class item automatically tightened, becoming a perfect fit. Can it be used? Tang Zheng's expression grew serious as he asked. He already knew the conditions for using Allure of the city and the nation, and what he was really asking about was information about Nfiria's innate ability. While her innate ability was indeed mentioned in the original novel, it wasn't actually very clear. The true effect. Even Nfiria himself might not be clear, after all, he had barely used many magic items. Could some of the more detailed conditions of use be ignored by innate ability? Yes, Nfiria replied with a dull nod. Is that so? Tang Zheng seemed lost in thought. He remembered that Allure of the city and the nation required a certain amount of experience, which wasn't much for Tang Zheng, or even for a level 100 player. As for those from another world, even if they strained themselves to the bone, they probably wouldn't be able to provide these experiences. Old Carrie's innate ability offsets the extra drain on his life force, making him a specialist. Take this scroll and tear it open. Tang Zheng reached out into the air and pulled out a 10th level magic scroll, Mercy of the Twin Solid Trees, from his item box. He had crafted it specifically, just in case, to prevent Nfiria's immediate death. Nfiria took the scroll, stunned, and tore it apart with both hands. Buzz, invisible magic instantly enveloped Nfiria's body. There was no noticeable, startling magical sight, only 2 phantoms resembling coconut trees. A flash of lightning flashed behind Nfiria. Use the item you have on you on this guy on the ground. Tang Zhengjian, seeing he was ready, gave further instructions. Add me, the second person, to his loyalty, besides you. He moved to the left. Nfiria turned, looked at the unconscious Elf King, and without hesitation activated Allure of the city and nation. A dazzling golden light appeared. The golden dragon pattern on the Cheongsam seemed to come alive, transforming into a 4-clawed golden dragon, a stark contrast to the otherworldly lizard. The slender, 4-clawed golden dragon's shadow roared as it burrowed into the Elf King's body and vanished. Tang Zheng glanced at Nfiria with surprise, realizing he was in no condition. Not even Mercy of the Twin Solid Trees had been triggered. Unlimited use of items, unlimited. Tang Zheng muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. This innate ability, even the consumption of items when activated is affected by the ability? That is to say, any conditions for using items are meaningless under Nfiria's innate ability. Yes, the conditions can be circumvented. Tang Zheng recalled that in the original story, after Clementine forced Nfiria to wear the Crown of Wisdom, she was affected by the item. But the negative effects of using the item are unavoidable, aren't they? Tang Zheng now had a clearer understanding of Nfiria's innate ability. As for the flaws, he didn't really care. High-level magic items generally have no negative effects. Especially world-class items, which are the most advanced magic items, have relatively simple conditions for use. Tang Zheng, with a sudden thought, placed the unconscious Elf King back into the mandala of 2 worlds. Then, he had Nfiria remove the enchanting nation. Enchantment magic lifted. Faria's body swayed, his glazed eyes brightening. He looked at Tang Zheng with some confusion. Tang, is there anything I can do for you? Clearly. His memory was still stuck before the spell that enchanted all races. Here are some newly acquired herbs. As if by magic, a wooden box, faintly magical, appeared in Tang Zheng's hand. He spoke gently. These contain some newly acquired herbs. I'd like you to continue studying them. The wooden box was also a magical item, possessing a magical effect that preserved them. It was considered one of the Elven Kingdom's gains. The herbs in the box also came from the Ivashah Great Forest. New herbs. Faria's eyes brightened instantly. After a brief exchange of words, Faria clutched the wooden box tightly in both hands and left the place excitedly. Imina is currently unifying the various Elven villages and tribes in the Elven Kingdom. This will take some time. Tang Zheng gazed at Gao Xing's fading figure and chuckled softly. The Elven Kingdom has gained much more than this. Not to mention the superficial things. The Elven Kingdom's pharmaceutical and scroll technology alone are worthy of serious study. The Celian theocracy has already developed 4th-tier scroll-making technology, while the Elven Kingdom's scroll-making technology is only at the 3rd tier. However, the two technologies are completely different. If they can be combined, perhaps even further advancements are possible. Tang Zheng could make it himself. However, being able to make something for a human being is one thing, and making it for him is another. With a loud bang, the Elf King was thrown out again, rolling twice on the ground. Great heal. Tang Zheng unleashed his healing magic 3 times in a row. The Elf King's skin, charred black by the lightning attack, began to sprout again, and the twisted and broken bones in his legs and arms began to heal. Ah! The Elf King opened his eyes, screamed, and leaped to his feet, his face still etched with the terror he had felt before his coma. The moment he saw Tang Zheng, the Elf King's entire body trembled uncontrollably, and he quickly knelt on one knee, lowering his head, his right hand resting on his shoulder. He spoke respectfully and fearfully. Sir, I didn't know before, sir. The Elf King, in a humble tone that shouldn't have appeared in him, stammered in fear as he tried to explain. Tang Zheng made no response, simply staring at the Elf King silently. The air suddenly grew quiet. The Elf King lowered his head even lower, becoming even more cautious. It's truly a world-class item, truly impressive. Tang Zheng carefully observed the Elf King's facial expressions, tone of voice, and other details. He could tell he wasn't pretending, and that he couldn't fake his personality. He still retains memories of the battle, yet his perception has undergone a dramatic shift. This went beyond amazing, and could only be described as terrifying. No need to repeat that nonsense. Tang Zheng listened with disinterest as the controlled Elf King explained. Write down everything you know about your Elf Kingdom, and all the Elven tribes. Yes, my lord. The Elf King nodded respectfully in response. Tang Zheng casually crafted magical paper imbued with traces of magic for the Elf King to write on. About 3 hours later, over 100 sheets of densely written paper lay before Tang Zheng, containing all the information the Elf King knew about the Ivashah Great Forest. The handwriting is truly awful. Tang Zheng glanced at them, commented, and sorted them out, temporarily placing them in his toolbox. This information would be given to Emma, so she could more quickly integrate the power of the Elf Kingdom. Your Excellency. The Elf King bowed his head again in panic. I'm not good at writing, and I offended your eyes. All right. Tang Zheng waved his hand, interrupting the Elf King. His eyes grew serious. How much do you know about the 8 Desire Kings? Especially your father? Yes. The Elf King's expression grew agitated at the words 8 Desire Kings and father. I only heard a little about the 8 Desire Kings from my father. Time slipped by. Night fell, and a cool breeze rustled across the lake. The hills were shrouded in darkness in the night. This kind of environment had no effect on either Tang Zheng or the Elf King. The information the Elf King provided was disjointed and fragmentary, and Tang Zheng needed him to repeat it frequently, especially recalling the details. He needed to integrate this information to determine more useful information. So you never been to the sky city of Eliwenshu? Tang Zheng frowned slightly. Yes, my lord. The Elf King bowed his head respectfully and replied, I was born from an unexpected encounter between my father and my mother while my father was away. Deep in the Elf King's memory, his encounter with his father was vague, and only once. Much of the information he had about the 8 Desire Kings and my father was hearsay. No wonder he has so few decent magic items. That's a nice way to put it, but he's actually a bastard, isn't it? Tang Zheng summarized the information and spoke calmly. This reminded him of the Dragon Man Layden. The two had completely different situations. The Dragonman Laden was born in the 8 Desire Kings Guild, but due to his inability to awaken and his weakness, he was exiled. The Elf King before him, however, had reached over level 70, the product of an elf player from the 8 Desire Kings, who had randomly found an elf woman to vent his feelings on. Yes, yes. The Elf King's face turned pale, and he admitted tremblingly. If anyone else had said this, he would have killed him. But since the man before him had said it himself, he had no choice but to respond, no matter how reluctant he was. The Elf King, with his pride, could acknowledge such a lowly identity, demonstrating the terrifying power of alluring city and country mind control. Tang Jing didn't care about the Elf King's thoughts. Based on the information circulating in the Elf King, the Dragonman Laden, and the human world, he had been able to roughly analyze the racial identities of the 8 Desire Kings. Forest elves, dragon men, stone demons, goat men, possibly satyrs, harpymen, 10-armed giants, evil goblins, and suspected Cthulhu-like races. Tang Jing now finally had a relatively clear impression of the 8 Desire Kings. Unfortunately, there's no important information at all. Tang Ying's eyes were filled with worry. The upcoming plan was extremely risky, making him hesitate for a moment. The only thing we know about the Sky City, Olympus, is what the Dragonman Laden provided. Not only that, Tang Jing was also concerned about the true cause of the 8 Desire Kings' deaths. Unlike the 6 great gods, 5 of them died of natural causes due to their lifespans, and the only undead player perished at the hands of the 8 Desire Kings. According to the current intelligence, the 8 players of the 8 Desire Kings were almost all subhuman or alien species. It's impossible for them to die within 100 years due to lifespan issues. According to the rumor circulating among humans, they died due to internal strife. But these people are all players, even if some irreconcilable conflict arose. At worst, they parted ways. Even if they harbored hatred and killed each other to level 0, they wouldn't all have perished. Tang Jing pondered, and another possibility emerged in his mind. If we go by conspiracy theory, the 8 Desire Kings were eliminated by some force or individual. Thinking of this, that doesn't make sense. Tang Jing frowned and shook his head. If it was truly destroyed by external forces, how could Sky City Olympus still exist? An enemy capable of destroying the 8 Desire Kings could easily occupy Sky City. 200 years ago, the captains of the 13 heroes borrowed guild weapons from Sky City. Later, when Imperial Flutter was refused entry, he was able to return safely. This information suggests to some extent that Sky City Olympus wasn't occupied by player forces or enemies. Otherwise, the 2 scenarios above would be impossible. The more Tang Jing pondered, the more strange the deaths of the 8 Desire Kings seemed. They didn't seem like they were caused by internal strife, nor did they seem like they were conquered by a stronger force or individual. He breathed in and out softly. I need you to go to the Great Desert in the south. The Sky City of Olympus. Tang Jing's eyes grew sharper, glaring at the Elf King like a blade. With your status as the son of the 8 Desire Kings and your defeat by humans, you must obtain support from the Sky City. Of course, this is just the surface. Your true intention is to obtain a wide range of intelligence about the Sky City of Olympus. Based on the Sky City of Olympus's behavior over the past few hundred years, it's highly likely they won't support the Elf King. They should also be under the surveillance of the Platinum Dragon King. In fact, Tang Jing had 2 candidates, the Elf King and the Dragonman Laden. Both were descendants of the 8 Desire Kings, but the Dragonman Laden was originally exiled due to his low strength, so even if he returned, it wouldn't mean much. Most importantly, the Golden Dragon King heart within the Dragonman Laden has already been obtained by him. If he returns, there's a chance this anomaly will be discovered. The Elf King is different. With a power exceeding level 70, coupled with his status as the son of the 8 Desire Kings, he's more likely to attract the attention of the guild NPCs. Yes, sir. The Elf King quickly and respectfully spoke, rising to his feet again and disappearing into the night. With City Nation mind control, even super-level magic won't affect him. There's no need to worry about the Elf King's betrayal. I hope to gain something. Don't let me down, Elf King, Tang Jing muttered to himself, feeling a bit nervous. After all, this was his first real encounter with a player guild. Chapter 452. Review Country. Central Metropolis Metria. Clear water flowed from the magic faucet, splashing in the sink's grooves, washing a pair of clean, delicate hands. Water splashed between her fingers, forming fine, clean bubbles. Princess Lana rubbed her palms gently, then gracefully raised her arms to wipe the water off them. Looking up, she saw a glass mirror framed in gold hanging on the wall. It reflected light and shadows. It was a face so beautiful that anyone could admire it. Ah. Princess Lana sighed softly. Vulgar decorations. Even after some time of acclimation, it was still difficult to describe the style of this VIP hotel. Everywhere was decorated with gold, gems, and expensive materials. Perhaps because she bore the name Gold, the receptionist thought, her room was particularly rich in gold decorations. If there was a way to describe it, it would probably be rustic, the feeling of a nouveau riche businessman. Fortunately, Princess Lana had never expected those subhuman races to possess the same aesthetics and artistic tastes as humans. Princess Lana's bright blue eyes glanced once more at the beautiful image in the mirror, the corners of her mouth curling slightly, revealing a kind, innocent, and endearing image. This was the VIP guest house in the capital of the Council Nation. I had been staying here since arriving a week ago. Exiting the bathroom, an unexpectedly spacious hall came into view, perhaps due to the Council Nation's multiracial nature. The buildings here varied in style, but were generally taller, larger, and more rugged than those inhabited by normal humans. Clyme stood respectfully at the gate, straight as a spear, his meticulous demeanor as if ready for battle. In front of the large glass window, Gazef's beard had thickened, a hint of worry on his face, his sharp gaze occasionally scanning the window for observation. Even the usually calm Renas stood, clasping her spear, leaning against the soft black sofa in the center of the hall. Don't be so nervous. Princess Lana, noticing the tense expressions of the three, spoke cheerfully, her fingers gently lifting the hem of her pure white skirt as she sat on the sofa. Mr. Gazef, Mr. Renas, and Clyme, would you like to try some of the desserts here? They're quite good. You can't get them in the kingdom. On the long table, several translucent petal-shaped desserts lay, their outer layer as translucent as crystal, their inner core filled with a lava-filled silver candied fruit, and their surface sprinkled with the region's specialty seasoning powder. The dessert is called Moon Dew Honey Whisper, and it was just delivered by the servants here. It's said to be made by the forest elves of the Council Nation. Princess Lana picked up a silver spoon, gently scooped off a piece, and placed it in her mouth. A blend of cool mint and forest berries spread across her tongue. Delicious. I'm almost tempted to live here. Renas raised her eyelids and said calmly, That's not a funny joke. Just now, they witnessed with their own eyes a giant, scaly, blue dragon flying low over the front of the VIP guest house. The turbulent air created by its flight, and the terrifying aura emanating from the dragon, kept Renas and the other two on edge. They were the most powerful race in the world, even powerful beings, seemingly only seen in picture books, heroic tales, and biographical novels, were monsters no human could contend with. I don't think the permanent counselor harbors any hostility toward us. Princess Lana's eyes flickered as she spoke with a smile, not a trace of worry in her eyes. Gazef withdrew his gaze from the window, opened his mouth, and hesitated before finally speaking respectfully, Your Highness. Are we supposed to stay here any longer? Their delegation had set out in early October, and it was already November 3rd. They had spent most of their time traveling, encountering several dangers along the way. That was fine, but after all the effort of reaching the councilor's capital, they hadn't even seen a single counselor. The council state didn't seem interested in negotiating. Didn't we just meet a permanent counselor? Princess Lana put down her silver spoon and smiled. As far as I know, the permanent counselors of the council state don't live here. I remember. Did you get any information while you were out? Princess Lana asked curiously. Renas raised her chin. I contacted Captain Aziz of the Vermilion Dewdrops and received some surprising information. Rumor has it that the council state is ruled by a permanent council of the 5 most powerful dragon kings. In reality, there's another dragon king besides these 5. According to Captain Aziz, this other person holds a higher status, known as the Platinum Dragon King. There's actually such a thing? Princess Lana looked surprised, but her deep blue eyes were unusually calm. This was the information she already knew, and the source of the information was that Lord Gazef and Clyme also relayed the information they had gathered. Princess Lana listened, then continued to savor her dessert with her silver spoon, her mind sorting out the information. The Dragon King. A terrifying creature. Such a powerful and long-lived race must possess wisdom and ideas that differ from those of humans. Princess Lana licked the sweet treat from her lips, a sense of challenge stirring deep within her. Using external pressure to facilitate this cooperation. I can deduce a little. And what is the bait worthy of the Dragon King's attention? I really can't fathom that man. How dare the Lord plot against these monsters? This is getting more and more interesting. At the same time, in a palace, Lay's Digger was a short, frail Vulpera with a slightly hunched back and pointed, stubby ears, giving him an air of sinister cunning. Among the many demi-human races that value strength, Vulperas are considered an outlier, placing a higher value on wisdom. This also gives Vulperas a special status among the other demi-human races. The Vulpera Lays was not only a member of the council, but also a trusted confidant of the Platinum Dragon King. After all, demi-humans with exceptional intelligence were considered a rare species. Is that all? The Platinum Dragon King spoke with authority, looking down at the small figure at his feet. Your Majesty, the intelligence transmitted by the spies planted within the church has been verified and is accurate. The Foxman Lay's voice was sharp, respectful, yet cautious, as he quickly replied, the Elf Kingdom was defeated. According to intelligence, the Theocracy dispatched powerful angelic monsters. However, although the Elf King was defeated, he escaped. I suspect he has already left the Ivashah forest. The Theocracy and the Elf Kingdom were engaged in a war, mobilizing over 100,000 men. Such a major move couldn't be concealed. It would have been much easier for spies to obtain intelligence. Long, drawn-out breathing echoed in the empty hall, creating an invisible pressure. The Foxman Lays lowered his head, his spine further hunched, as he waited quietly. The Platinum Dragon King half closed his eyes, his amber pupils deep and abyssal, making it impossible to guess his emotions or thoughts. The Theocracy had suddenly made such a drastic move. The reason behind it was not difficult for the Platinum Dragon King to deduce. It was that encounter in the top forest. A flicker of regret flashed through the Platinum Dragon King's heart. I shouldn't have acted rashly. The Theocracy must have suspected the Platinum Armor was connected to the Council, and to prevent the possibility of a two-front war, they eagerly launched a war against the Elven Kingdom. As for the outcome, the Platinum Dragon King hadn't expected the war to end in just a month. Angelic monsters? Huh? Another divine intervention? The Platinum Dragon King speculated, but in reality, he had a definite answer. Thinking of the lost Platinum Armor, the Platinum Dragon King's calm mind was once again stirred. Anger was meaningless, he was more concerned with how the other party had done it. Initially, he speculated on two possibilities. 1. Using special abilities to sever its connection with the Platinum Armor. 2. Directly destroying the Platinum Armor. These were two different scenarios, requiring vastly different countermeasures. The Platinum Dragon King hoped for the first option, but judging by the current results, the second, more dangerous scenario was most likely. Not long ago, he sent personnel to investigate the Tob Great Forest and confirmed that the demonic tree had vanished. Is the kingdom's envoy still here? The Platinum Dragon King, snapping out of his thoughts, suddenly spoke in a commanding voice. What is the envoy's identity? Your Majesty, the kingdom's envoy is currently residing in the VIP guest house. You may summon him at any time. The Foxman Lays replied respectfully. After a brief pause, a sly glance flickered. The envoy is the kingdom's third princess, bearing the name Golden. She is visiting our country in this capacity. It doesn't appear overly solemn, nor does it appear disrespectful. These human nations always have so many petty motives. The Foxman Lays offered a slightly sarcastic comment, then changed the subject. A few months ago, the kingdom won a great victory in the war with the Empire, which probably angered the Empire's emperor. There is still a significant gap in overall national strength between the kingdom and the Empire. The purpose of this delegation is likely to gain our country's support to counter the Empire. Let the Azure Sky Dragon King contact them, the Platinum Dragon King said calmly. The Foxman Lays' eyes widened in shock, but he quickly suppressed his inner shock and replied, yes. Lays Digger. A deafening, commanding voice rang out from the Platinum Dragon King's slender, white-scaled neck. Where do you think the defeated Elf King would flee to? This was something the Foxman Lays hadn't considered, but within a short time, he had formed a hypothesis. It's the honor of this humble body to answer your question. The Foxman Lays spoke excitedly. Given the location of the Ivashah Great Forest, there are only 3 directions to escape: north, east, and south. North is the Celian Theocracy, a direction the Elf King wouldn't choose. East is the vast landmass, the most suitable escape route. And the south. At the end of the sentence, the Foxman Lays finally realized something. Sweat instantly broke out on his forehead, and he fell to his knees with a thud. For to the far south lay the legendary Sky City built by the 8 Desire Kings. Throughout all legends, the 8 Desire Kings and the Dragon King had always been at odds with each other. Retreat. The Platinum Dragon King's voice remained calm. The Foxman Lays then trembled as he left the palace. Wise Lays, the Root Digger. The Platinum Dragon King, not convinced by the 3 possibilities, spoke in a low, cold voice. There's another possibility. The Elf King didn't escape, but was captured alive. The information about his escape was deliberately leaked by the Celian theocracy. The reason it could consider this possibility, it was because the magic tree in the top forest had vanished, and the Celian theocracy's secret team had deployed a world-class item. The Platinum Dragon King didn't believe the world-class item was used to destroy the magic tree. Assuming the worst-case scenario, the Platinum Dragon King's eyes grew colder. The demonic tree, the Elf King, have all been controlled by the Celian theocracy. The overall strength and danger of the Celian theocracy. In the slightly dim environment of the empty hall, buzzed the platinum scales of the Platinum Dragon King suddenly emitted a pure white light, instantly illuminating the hall. The terrifying might swept across the surroundings like a tidal wave, causing the air to hiss as if it were crushed. Godman. World-class item. It needed to go further and obtain more detailed information about the Celian theocracy. This delegation sent by the kingdom might be a good opportunity to exploit the conflict between the kingdom of Riestais and the Bahar's empire to test the theocracy. Isn't it a bit of a coincidence? Middle-earth moon. November 13th, early morning. The orange sun shone from the depths of the eastern desert, and the boundary between heaven and earth was instantly shattered by the heat wave. From afar, it looked like a vast expanse of white. Sand dunes undulated endlessly, tiny grains of yellow sand seemingly the only thing in this world, and the desert surface was a boundless expanse of sand ripples. This was the vast desert south of the Ivashah Great Forest. To the various tribes that inhabited it, this desert had many names. But now, this desert only had one name. The Great Hyro Desert. The word Hyro in the language of another world means rare, precious, and also the abode of the gods. In the very heart of the Great Hyro Desert, beneath the scorching heat, lay a miraculous oasis. This oasis seemed like a mirage, fleeting and elusive, yet truly real. Over an oasis the size of a small country, a thick, white cloud, stretching for thousands of kilometers, suddenly appeared above the cloudless desert. Roar! Wow! From within the clouds, a deep, yet resounding roar continued, like a cascading waterfall, breaking through layers of mist and appearing high in the sky. A waterfall plunging 3,000 feet is an exaggeration, but now it was fully realized. Where the water flowed, clusters of colorful rainbows emerged, hanging across the unstoppable stream falling toward the oasis. A deafening roar echoed through the sky, yet its impact was minimal to the oasis below. Clear rain showered the oasis with incredible power, evidence of the divine presence of the past. The dazzling and sacred scene was breathtaking. This was a true miracle, and a gift from the gods. Oasis. Alunchus. The eightfold will awaken beyond the starry sea. May the flames purify ignorance. May the flowing waters cleanse the soul. May our foolish hearts understand the supreme gift. Please hear the faint prayers from the dust. May our humble souls and flesh connect to Apu's address and find their way home. Late in the morning, the usual prayers echoed from every corner of the oasis. Chapter 453. After Ella Moonleap finished her devout prayer, she rose. Through the window, her orange eyes could clearly see the rain falling from the sky. A thin mist of rain gathered. In this desert, it formed an awe-inspiring sight. These streams would converge into the lake at the center of Alunchus, flowing along tributaries dug by humans to the entire oasis. It could be said, this oasis and all life in the great desert of Hyro exist only because of the generosity of the god kings. Even if it were only seen periodically. Ella Moonleap remained captivated, marveling at the legendary power of the god kings, and inwardly prayed, may they will return. Out of the room. The blazing sun shone down, accompanied by a wave of heat. A vast expanse of lush green vegetation came into view, accompanied by a bustling atmosphere. Ella Moonleap was a harpy, clad in a sultry outfit, wearing only a bra and a skirt. Her legs suddenly thickened from the feet to the feet, resembling bird claws. Her arms were similar to those of a normal human, except that they had folded, semi-wing-like structures on the outside. Hey, young men. Ella Moonleap glanced across the bustling street, her hands on her waist, her tan complexion and curvaceous figure showing off. With a hearty laugh, she said, good morning. Anyone want to drink with me? Many eyes were fixed on her, but upon catching sight of Ella Moonleap, they quickly withdrew. A bunch of cowardly worms. Ella Moonleap scoffed, raising her hand to brush her long blue hair from her forehead. She swayed her waist and headed towards the tavern. I drink by myself. The Harpy are a relatively unique race. They have only women, no males, so they sometimes take males from other species as mates. Thus, the Harpy have no concept of loyalty. Of course, Ella Moonleap also detests those kinds of chaotic relationships and dreams of finding an ideal mate. However, before finding one, it's not impossible to find a few ordinary men first. Of all the 8 god kings, the supremely great harpy god king is male. Ella Moonleap thought rather unwillingly, recalling the legends she heard since childhood. According to tradition among the harpy, only by giving birth to a male harpy can one inherit the bloodline of the harpy god king and enter the divine abode of the god kings. That is the greatest wish of everyone living in Eliwinchu. Huh? This is definitely not an excuse for the harpy's promiscuity. Bang! The wooden door of the tavern was pushed open. Ella Moonleap, her slender, wheat-colored waist flexing, entered the bustling tavern. The strange aroma of wine, scones, steam, and sand filled her nostrils. The sun had barely risen. The life-giving blessing of the blessing waterfall hadn't yet ended, yet the tavern was already nearly full. In other countries or regions, a packed tavern early in the morning would be unthinkable, but here it was commonplace. Eliwinchus was a place of diverse races, and most of them revered anything related to water. Wine, naturally, was one of them. After a few greetings, Ella Moonleap habitually ordered a glass of fruit wine, propped her chin with one hand, leaned forward, and surveyed the tavern with her orange-yellow eyes. Are there any good prey today? Ella Moonleap licked her lips, but held little hope. But then, unexpectedly, a tall, muscular figure came into view. He stood at least 2 meters tall, sporting a pair of goat horns, and draped in a black cloak. A black lacquered animal hide waist drum hung on either side of his waist. Never seen one? Ella Moonleap's eyes lit up. Goat man? Not quite. A hybrid, perhaps? A typical goatman's legs and feet were rounded hooves, but his lower body was indistinguishable from a normal human. Hybrid was perfectly normal. Everyone living in Eliwinchu, to a greater or lesser degree, inherited the bloodline of the supreme god kings. After centuries of development, there were countless hybrids. I have no recollection of them. They're not from Eliwinchus, but from some other city or village in the oasis. Ella Moonleap thought carefully, confirming she had never seen them before. This oasis is roughly the size of a small country. Besides the city of Eliwinchus in the center, there are 3 surrounding cities and numerous villages. This oasis, nestled in the heart of the vast desert, has few outsiders, and they're not welcome. Ella Moon straightened her back, glaring fiercely at the other harpies in the tavern. Clearly, she wasn't the only one eyeing the half-goatman. Relying on her instincts as a woman and a harpy, Ella Moonleap's inner restlessness told her that this was a perfect match for her. At this moment, in the tavern, it wasn't just a few harpies who noticed the strange goat man. Most of the people were watching him with a vague gaze. The sudden appearance of an outsider was bound to attract attention. The goat man seemed oblivious to the attention, and there was no food on the table. Just a glass of expensive wine. He simply took a few sips. However, from his casual sitting posture, one could vaguely sense that the goat man was in a good mood. Bang! A dull, powerful knocking sounded. The goat man tapped the black lacquered animal hide waist drum at his waist with his left hand. His tall, burly figure stood up, his broad shoulders and thick chest almost bursting out his cloak. His sleeves were casually rolled up, revealing forearms brimming with sinew and covered in short, light gray hair. He stood with a steady mountain-like posture. A faint smile flickered in his brown, horizontal pupils. Bang! The black waist drum on the other side also began to beat. The goat man raised his head. Gray-black horns spiraled out from his thick mane. A ring-sized green ring adorned the tip of one horn. At first glance, this goat man exuded a powerful and elegant aura. When dragon breath rends the sky. Bang! The light of dawn is obscured by the broken dragon's wings. Bang! 8 supreme crowns descend. Bang! Bang! Resurrect all fading starlight. Behold! The might of the god kings weaves a rainbow bridge of truth. His music infuses immortal chords. An elegant, ancient tune emanated from the Bafok's lips, echoing throughout the tavern. Though it was simply a humming sound, echoing the monotonous beats of the waist drum, everyone present was unconsciously drawn into the rhythm, leaping and dancing along, bursting into hearty laughter. The entire tavern instantly became lively. May the will of the god kings endure. The people of the oasis never concealed their emotions. To the stirring, beautiful music, they all prayed in unison. Ella Moonleap unknowingly stood on the table, dancing freely, the chaotic thoughts in her mind vanishing. Bang! 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 The Bafok continued to tap the waist drum, sitting on the table, watching the crowd dance, a faint smile on his face. In this joyful atmosphere, suddenly, a message appeared in the goatman's mind. Master Guardian. A respectful voice echoed. The goatman's brown eyes narrowed slightly, and without pausing his movements, he replied calmly, What's going on? Remote observation magic has been triggered. An individual exceeding the alert level is approaching the oasis. To prevent counter-detection, the current level of the unknown individual is estimated to be between 70 and 75 levels. In accordance with Guardian Protocol, you and Master Guardian Jin have been notified first. Level 70 to 75? A hint of seriousness and coldness appeared in the goatman's eyes. This level was far beyond the alert level. No wonder he was disturbed. An unknown entity of this level couldn't possibly appear out of nowhere. The thought flashed through the goatman's mind. Leave this to me. I just woke up. I hate being disturbed. Even if he wanted to slack off, he couldn't. An unknown entity of this level couldn't be stopped by the oasis's protective power alone. An immediate investigation was needed. Yes, Lord Guardian. A respectful voice echoed through the message magic, then the connection was severed. The goatman paused, the drum's drumming abruptly stopped. A cold light flashed in his brown eyes, and he vanished in a flash. Without the influence of the music, the tavern's once lively atmosphere visibly cooled. Everyone looked around blankly, their faces turning horrified and grim. Ella Moonleap's expression paled. What the hell is going on? Ella Moonleap muttered to herself, dazed, but with a hint of suspicion. Could it be? A guardian of the gods abode in the sky. Recalling the ancient tune from earlier, Ella Moonleap realized something as she gradually regained consciousness. According to ancient legends, there are 30 guardians of the gods abode in the sky. It's said that guardians occasionally appear in the oasis, but no one has ever been truly certain. The second half of the tune speaks of a god king who excels at musical notation. Ella Moonleap's face flushed with excitement. Of the 8 supreme god kings, only one is associated with music. God King Satyr. Is that goatman Lord the guardian of the god King Satyr? Desert. The vast desert stretches as far as the eye can see. Forget ordinary people. Even powerful warriors in the realm of heroes, without supplies and the ability to sense their location. They would be nothing more than an insignificant corpse in the desert. The Elf King stepped on a towering sand dune, gazing into the distance. Aside from the scorching heat and blazing sun that made him a bit irritated, the harsh desert environment had no effect on the Elf King. The excellent vision afforded by the druid class allowed him to see extremely far, especially in the desert without any obstructions, where his field of vision extended even further. The distance was distorted by the heat wave. Flurry could be seen, a mirage-like oasis. That's it. The Elf King held a magic staff woven with green vines in his hand, and waved his wrist gently. Nature's fruit. Buzz. The surface of the magic staff glowed green. The next moment, a green sprout quickly sprouted from the desert beneath the Elf King's feet, rapidly growing, blossoming, and bearing fruit in just 2 or 3 breaths. A shrub bearing 7 fruits appeared before his eyes. The fruits were about the size of 2 fists, with pink skin and a sweet-sour aroma. The taste is still a little different from the real thing. The Elf King plucked the largest fruit and ate it, replenishing his depleted energy. Nature's fruit is a type of druidic magic that summons ordinary fruits the caster has eaten. The Elf King had not learned this spell, but the staff he held contained it, capable of 6 activations within 4 hours. Because the master lent him this magic item, he no longer had to worry about food and water in the desert. That's right. This magic item originally belonged to him, but now, it naturally belongs to the master. Eat all the fruit. The Elf King raised his magic wand, and quickly left his position, heading towards the oasis ahead. As they drew closer, the oasis gradually became clearer, its lush green vegetation forming a stark contrast to the surrounding yellow sand desert. Stop! Suddenly, a magically empowered voice echoed from the front. Puff! 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 The desert not far away suddenly collapsed. A group of demi-humans, riding 3-meter-long monsters called desert scorpions, blocked the Elf King's path. Get out of here! The demi-human leader warned the Elf King. Hiss! 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 A large number of desert scorpions raised their tails, their hooks flashing with a cold light, and aimed in unison at the Elf King. Seeing this scene, the Elf King raised his proud chin and glanced at the group with a lazy, contemptuous look. Do you know who I'm talking to? Unlike before Tangzheng, facing this group of demi-humans, the Elf King remained the same Elf King. It seemed he had been prepared for this. Were they discovered in advance, with some means of detection? This thought flashed through the Elf King's mind, but he never forgot that his primary mission was to gather any intelligence he could. I am the son of the God King. The Elf King stated his identity, then waved his hand casually. As dust, I'm too much of an eyesore. 7th-tier magic, sunburst, boom, the blinding light and heat, like a falling sun, exploded in an instant, and the dozens of desert scorpion soldiers in front of him were directly engulfed by the magic. The light faded. On the ground lay a pile of charred, mutilated bodies. Chapter 454. After dealing with these bastards. Heh. The Elf King uttered a nasal scornful sneer and continued striding forward, his gaze not even lingering on the mutilated corpses. The existence and death of these creatures were of no consequence to him. Of course. This direct attack would likely be considered proof of invasion, or draw inevitable hostility. But so what? He was the son of the God King, who had awakened the power of the King's aspect. How dare a mere bunch of bastards dictate his will? Death was already the most generous gift. The Elf King's eyes were heterochromatic, as he gazed at the oasis in the distance, his gaze darting skyward. He was actually a little nervous. Not because he was going to kill those bastards, but because he was worried about the Guardians protecting the God King's legacy. Can't you see anything? The Elf King noticed the cloudless sky. Not even a single cloud could be seen, let alone the legendary Sky City. His heart tightened. Even before, I could see clouds covering a vast area. He was now more certain that his arrival had been discovered. Otherwise, in the distant desert, he could have observed multiple rainbows, resembling mist, high in the sky. That wasn't a normal natural phenomenon, rumor. The 8 God Kings were destroyed due to internal strife. The Elf King agreed with this. He didn't believe any entity could destroy the Supreme God Kings. It was precisely for this reason that he didn't dare to go there. It wasn't just because of his inferiority complex as a bastard, he was merely the offspring of the Forest Elf God King. Legend has it that the Guardians of the Sky City were divided into different factions. If internal strife had led to the destruction of the God Kings, the relationship between these Guardians would have been extremely poor. If this heir of the gods were to appear, the Elf King was secretly on guard, his left hand tightly gripping his magic wand. Even if he tried to deny it, fear was more of a factor. Whoosh! A whirlwind suddenly arose, stirring up a bit of yellow sand. You shouldn't kill them. A calm and indifferent voice suddenly came from the front. The Elf King's pupils narrowed, and he turned sideways, gazing at the previously empty desert ahead to his left. His lazy gaze took on a more serious tone. He saw a burly figure, more than 2 heads taller than him, resembling a goat man, with his hands gently clasped behind his back. The goat man wore a black cloak and a brightly colored, strappy top, his chest half bare. He hadn't noticed the other person's appearance at all. Oh, who are you? The Elf King spoke condescendingly, perhaps sensing that the other person was different from the previous scum. A bunch of dust dares to usurp my noble bloodline. Granting them a painless death is already my greatest mercy. Faced with this statement, the baffled Guardian's brown eyes flickered with a strange hue as his gaze swept over the antler crown atop the Elf King's head. For a moment, he seemed to see the former Forest Elf God King. This headstrong, self-righteous, and extremely arrogant character was no feign. This description sounds a bit like slandering the Forest Elf God King. In reality, it's not. The supremely great God Kings are supposed to be supreme. They are the true masters and controllers of this world. In front of the supremely great God Kings, all creatures in this world are nothing but despicable, inferior creatures. Even the mighty dragons are only qualified to bow down and lick the feet of the God Kings. A descendant of the Forest Elf God King? How incredible! The Goatman Guardian's expression remained unchanged, yet a complex mix of emotions welled up within him, even a hint of excitement. The God Kings have many descendants. However, a forest elf like this one, possessing a power of level 70 or above, is not just rare, it's non-existent. In other words, this forest elf before him has indeed inherited and awakened the power of the God King. This is an unexpected surprise for them right now. Out of the corner of his eye, the Goatman Guardian glanced at a location in the sky above. There, an invisible eyeball appeared. Divine Eye. A 9th-tier intelligence magic, possessing abilities such as invisibility, penetrating solid objects, and long-range reconnaissance. This magic is part of the detection and reconnaissance system, not a single magic. The images here are being transmitted back to Sky City in real time. Jin should have seen it, and his thoughts may be the same as mine. My name is Grow Horn Fury. The goatman's chest rose slightly, his figure becoming even more imposing, his voice rising high and commanding. I am a servant of the Almighty, the Satyr God King. The names of the 8 God Kings are supreme names that cannot be desecrated. According to the God Kings themselves, each one symbolizes a power and significance that is incomprehensible and unspeakable. Therefore, the God Kings forbid the spread of their names, instead referring to them as race plus God King. Huh? The Elf King's face was filled with confusion and a hint of surprise. Why, just moments ago, had Grow Horn Fury, who had appeared so aloof, suddenly introduced himself so solemnly. Many have inherited the bloodline of the God Kings. A terrifying aura gradually emanated from Growhorn Fury, his brown pupils becoming menacing and terrifying. The air of Wushan Mountain became distorted. This is no excuse for you to desecrate this supremely sacred place. I tell you my name so you know who killed you. This is a special privilege granted to you as the heir of a god. Then, boom, a devouring aura erupted from Growhorn Fury, crashing down upon him like a wave. The scorching desert suddenly felt chilling. The scent of corpses and blood, so thick it seemed to seep through his hair and flesh. A faint red light flickered in Growhorn Fury's eyes, and he looked at the Elf King with the gaze of a lamb to be slaughtered. This murderous intent and bloodshed were no mere illusion. 500 years ago, the 8 Desire Kings descended. First, they experienced the bloody war of annihilation among the Dragon Kings, then the peak of their rule over the continent, a journey forged entirely in blood. Even Growhorn Fury himself couldn't even begin to recall the nations and races he had destroyed as a pastime in his reminiscences. A moment. Wait a moment. The Elf King felt the hairs on his body stand on end, as if being suffocated by an invisible force, making breathing difficult. You actually came here just for a few bastards. Are you ready to die? The last few syllables of Growhorn Fury's voice were inexplicably melodic, like the prelude to a performance, song of death. Bang! Bang! Growhorn Fury gently raised both hands, and simultaneously struck the 2 black-lacquered animal hide waist drums hanging from his waist, emitting a crisp yet dull sound. It was like flipping a switch on the musical score. The Elf King's pupils dilated instantly, and without time to explain, he let out a panicked roar. Behemoth! Buzz! The earth shook. The massive figure of the Root Earth Elemental suddenly emerged from the desert, its terrifying aura of level 87 rushing towards the one in the air. Kill him! The Elf King commanded as he retreated. Whoosh! The Root Earth Elemental moved through the desert at a speed even faster than on normal ground. In an instant, it was already in front of the enemy. Wow! He raised 2 sturdy fists, imbued with various metallic damage properties, clasped them before him, and smashed down with unstoppable force. Facing the full force of the Root Earth Elemental, Growhorn Fury merely raised his eyelids, without making any evasive move. A shadowy, earthy brown bear-like form appeared over his body. Boom boom. Centered by the collision zone, the desert ground in the entire area suddenly sank. An invisible shockwave blew away the gravel in the area, stirring up billowing yellow sand. Growhorn Fury stood firm, unscathed by the blow. Is that all you have? How disappointing. Growhorn Fury's eyes flickered, as if he could see through the massive Root Earth Elemental's body, and see the Elf King behind him. This? How is it possible? The Elf King's face suddenly turned pale. Having the opponent block or dodge with a weapon wouldn't have surprised the Elf King, but the fact that he completely withstood the blow with his body was beyond his imagination. Suddenly, 9th tier magic. Tempest. The Elf King's pupils constricted, and he quickly cast the spell. Using the perception of the Earth Elemental Behemoth, the opponent's figure vanished, in about a minute. The Root Earth element, and the rich magical fluctuations vanished. Growhorn Fury's goat-like face chuckled cheerfully. He lifted the unconscious Elf King in his arms, and glanced at him. You're lucky you ran into me. The words about killing the Elf King were naturally false. He needed to test them. To confirm more information, Growhorn Fury remained standing there, not returning, waiting for something unknown. About an hour. Master Guardian, exploration complete. No anti-detection system has been triggered. Remote observation has been extended to 1,000 kilometers. No enemies exceeding the alert level have been detected. No unfamiliar individuals have been detected. Tentative confirmation. The unmarked heir of the gods entered the great desert of Zero alone. Growhorn Fury, upon hearing the message transmitted via message magic, responded, I understand. Remain vigilant. Yes. As he spoke, Growhorn Fury retrieved a strange magical item from his possession. It exuded a cool metallic texture, constructed from silver hinges and pink cherry rope, with 2 metal rings connected by a chain. The lines are graceful, fitting perfectly to the curve of the wrist. This is a magical item in the shape of handcuffs, called the Yanli Cherry Rope. It was originally developed by a certain god king as a small tool for interactive games with his many wives. Of course, that was for the god king. Growhorn Fury, on the other hand, believed it to be a very practical restraint item. A magic caster's power comes from mana. A spellcaster without mana is like a beast without claws and teeth. The Supreme God King originally sought to research items that could store mana, but unfortunately, they found no success. However, they did develop an item that could continuously consume mana. That's right, Once this Yanli cherry rope is attached to the wrist of the restrainer, it continuously depletes their mana and also inflicts a debilitating negative buff. Click, click, accompanied by 2 crisp sounds. Growhorn Fury placed Yanli's cherry rope against the Elf King's wrists, then, expressionless, pinched his chin. Gentle force. The Elf King's mouth opened unconsciously. Growhorn Fury, expressionless, reached in, grasped the Elf King's tongue, and yanked it off. Blood and flesh spurted out. Ah, ah! The Elf King awoke from his coma with the intense pain, and just as he screamed, he fainted again. Just as a magic caster's power derives from magic, spellcasting naturally relies on chanting. Pulling out the tongue can limit chanting abilities. Of course, within magic enhancement, there are also methods for enhancing magic without chanting. So, pulling out the tongue combined with Yanli's cherry rope can prevent hidden dangers, but it's ineffective against undead magic casters, especially skeleton-type ones. The same method was used to deal with captured warriors, break the limbs, and the flower of the thorns. Here you go. Growhorn Fury threw the bloody tongue behind him. Whoa! A chill suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The next moment, a cold, white figure, resembling a harpy, but without wings, quietly appeared at the spot where the tongue had fallen. Frostborn Banshee, LV, 80 mercenary. Whoosh! A lizard-like tongue spurted out of the Frostborn Banshee's mouth, quickly wrapped around the fallen tongue, and swallowed it whole, a hint of happiness on her face. Keep him safe. Imprison him for the time being on the central island of the Lake of Life in Ellie Winches, Growhorn Fury said calmly. Much of the information was unconfirmed at this point. Even if his perception of this Elf King was good, he wouldn't bring him into the Sky City. The Frostborn Banshee stepped forward respectfully, grasping the Elf King with both hands. A layer of frost quickly spread across his body. Then she vanished in a puff of white mist. The mercenary monsters from the mercenary hall are guarding us. That's enough. Growhorn gazed at the spot where the Frostborn Banshee had vanished, a complex mix of emotions and anger rising within him. Mercenary monsters are typically found in book-shaped monster databooks. Unlike scrolls, which have certain restrictions, they can be summoned by spending in-game coins. These monster databooks are not expensive. Most guilds stockpile a large number of them. The real cost lies in the in-game coins. Although the Frostborn Banshee is also a mercenary monster, her origin is different. She isn't summoned from a monster databook, but from the mercenary hall in the outer city of Sky City. Sky City is an urban stronghold. In addition to its own regular NPC population, it also possesses both regular and unique buildings. Chapter 455. Among them, the Mercenary Hall is one of the distinctive buildings. It can be thought of as a city stronghold, complete with its own mercenary guild, which can hire a small number of mercenaries for regular combat, as well as a certain number for a fee. There's also forced recruitment for wartime situations, however. With the guild weapons missing, the already weakened Sky City has lost about half its defensive strength. Abilities, like forced recruitment and forced taxation, are simply unavailable without guild weapons. Just awakened, and now I'm back again. Time is a terrifying thing. An inexplicable emotion flashed across Growhorn's face. His brown eyes stared at the glaring sun in the sky, and a cheerful smile appeared on his goat-like face. Sure enough, besides the name of the God King, only poetry and music can be passed down forever. The God Kings will surely return. The appearance of this heir of God. Is it a command from the God Kings? Over 500 years is a long time. Goatmen aren't a long-lived race. Growhorn Fury still appears middle-aged because, centuries ago, he'd been doing this. Every once in a while, he proactively head to the temple, using the time-stopping environment there to slumber and prolong his life. But there's a limit. Can he wait until the God Kings return? Growhorn Fury didn't know. He couldn't. Jun's race had a longer lifespan, but that too had its limits. Perhaps only that guy. Growhorn Fury's mind conjured a monstrous figure. He shuddered imperceptibly, and shook his head. As a servant created by the God King, if I ever pass away, then I need to find a worthy successor. Aside from the God King, no one is worthy of controlling Sky City. The so-called successor is the new servant. Growhorn new regained his composure, a look of determination and coldness on his face. We must return to Sky City for discussions. There's still a lot of information and intelligence to investigate. When the dragon's breath rends the sky. Bang! The dawn's rays are obscured by the broken dragon's wings. Bang! 8 supreme crowns descend. Bang! Bang! Resurrect all the fading starlight. Behold! The God King's mighty power weaves a rainbow bridge of truth. His music infuses immortal chords. The crisp drumbeat sounded. The elegant, ancient melody rang out once more. As the wind and sand blew away, there was no trace of the figure where Grohorn knew had been. May the will of the God Kings endure. Entering November. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that his usually busy self had found himself in a state of doing nothing. Having reached level 80, he lacked information on careers to advance further, and as for other arrangements, Princess Lana and the Elf King were currently working independently on matters related to the Council State and the exploration of the 8 Desire Kings Guild. This wouldn't yield results anytime soon. Of course. The only one who had some free time was Tang Zheng. The Council State, the Kingdom of Riestais, the Bahaz Empire, the Celian Theocracy, the Holy Kingdom, the Elf Kingdom, with the exception of the Kasana City United Nations he hadn't yet visited, were undergoing certain changes under Tang Zheng's direct or indirect influence. In this turbulent situation, Tang Zheng felt that he needed some time to relax and carefully consider his current plans and arrangements, even reviewing past actions. Night fell. Beside a lake deep in the hilly area, an orange-red bonfire burned with wood, occasionally crackling. 3 water fish weighing 7 or 8 kilograms were placed on the bonfire. A cleaned wild boar and spotted deer sat nearby. The sizzling sound of dripping fat suddenly intensified the fire below, adding to the intense atmosphere of the bonfire feast. The air was filled with the aroma of various barbecued meats, and the rich aroma of wine. Bottles of blood-red wine lay scattered on the ground, reflecting a brilliant red luster in the firelight. This wine was highly prized in the kingdom and, even for the subhuman race, a rare and fine wine. Rune technology is the greatest dwarven forging technology. Shut up. Rune technology is outdated. You idiot, what nonsense! The rune items I forge are far more powerful than your magic items. Ha! Don't you see what materials you're using? I can make 10 magic items with those materials. Dwarf Gond, Dark Dwarf Shur, and Grey Dwarf Dan, their faces flushed and drunken, were arguing loudly and furiously. Every word. The 3 dwarves would occasionally pick up large ceramic bowls and generously gulp down wine. Since their blood-red wine was gone, the 3 began drinking from the large vat that held the lizardman's treasure. Aside from the relatively poor taste to the dwarven palate, it could be described as fine wine. The dwarf Gongdijan was Tang Zheng, the runesmith who had been taken from the dwarven kingdom. Dark Dwarf Shur was the leader of the Dark Dwarf tribe, originally inhabiting the hills. Past hill wars had been fueled to varying degrees by the Dark Dwarfs. Now, the Dark Dwarf tribe has completely submitted to Tang Zheng. As for Grey Dwarf Jian, he was the forging minister of the Grey Dwarf Oasis in the Valley of Despair. He had a grudge against Tang Zheng for genocide. However, knowing that revenge was impossible, and he was the only one left of the entire Grey Dwarf tribe, he now focused not only on studying the art of forging, but also on rebuilding the Grey Dwarf clan. Inley, carrying an empty kettle, walked softly past the 3 arguing dwarves, seemingly avoiding interrupting their quarrel. I heard that dwarves have a bad taste for alcohol. Those 3 dwarves, though arguing, are actually quite in agreement with each other. This thought flashed through Enri's mind. Amidst the orange-red glow of the burning wood, she spotted a conspicuous figure on the other side of the campfire. A snake-like demi-human, radiating a rainbow of colors. Whether it was day or night, his scales would always attract attention wherever there was light. Mr. Kokosher, Mr. Hector Weiss, and Mr. Go King. Enri, her chestnut gold ponytail tied across her chest, walked forward briskly, greeting the 3 demi-humans of varying sizes. Beast General Hector Weiss looked at Enri, a gentle touch appearing on his expressionless face as he nodded gently. Oh! It's Enri. War King Go Jin took a roasted pork leg and bit off most of it with his sharp teeth. His eyes lit up. I heard a lot of interesting things happen during your trip. Mr. Go Jin, you can't use the word interesting. Enri held the empty pot in both hands, placed it on her chest, and replied seriously, whether it's the incident in the top forest or the war between the Empire and the Kingdom, many people have died. I'm sorry. Go Jin, a little embarrassed, raised his thick arm and patted his head. Then he swallowed the food in his mouth and asked seriously, I heard that in the war between the Empire and the Kingdom, there was a knight named Rotten Wolf, right? Enri thought briefly and nodded. Yes, this Rotten Wolf was defeated by the Blood Rose Renus. At this point, Enri felt a little happy. As a citizen of the Kingdom, she naturally hoped that the Kingdom would win the invasion. Is that so? Go Jin's expression was slightly complicated, as if he had remembered the name Renas. Rotten Wolf was the previous generation of Martial King, so the two naturally knew each other. Since he had been recruited by the Blood Emperor, his strength must have increased, and he had likely entered the realm of heroes. I didn't expect to be defeated. Having spent so much time in the Empire, Gojin had a special affection for it. What can I do for you, Miss Enri? Seven-colored scale gurgle could tell that Enri had something to ask him. His snake-like body gently moved, raising his upper body slightly. Please speak. There were not many humans at the bonfire banquet. Aside from that terrifying man, there was only Enri before him, and she looked at all the demi-humans with the same gaze. A strange human girl, seven-colored scale Kakesh thought to herself. Kakesh can use water creation magic? Enri asked a little embarrassedly. First level water creation? Seven-colored scale Kakesh. Yes, I heard from Miss Kuruksu that it should be this magic. Enri nodded quickly and raised the empty pot in her hand. Could you please fill the pot for me, Mr. Kakesh? It's just a small matter. Seven-colored scale Kakesh's crimson eyes flashed, and he responded with a serpentine smile. As he cast the spell, he asked doubtfully, I wonder if Miss Enri can explain this? After all, there's a lake nearby. First level water creation. A stream of water formed out of thin air, quickly filling Enri's pot. Water creation is considered a life-related magic, non-aggressive, and the water it creates is relatively sweet. Seven-colored scale Kakesh is not only a warrior, but also possesses a minor magical ability. However, magic isn't his primary means, so he's only learned a few simple household spells. Water creation is one of them. He learned this spell because he's a variant of the Serpent King, and his colorful scales give him a higher status and majesty. Therefore, consistently maintaining overall cleanliness, making his scales more dazzling, can highlight his majesty and serve as a silent self-affirmation of power. Because the captain likes to drink plain water. Enri, without a second thought, whispered, So I thought I'd bring you some clean, sweet water? Seven-colored scale Kakesh's eyes flashed with surprise. This was an unexpected piece of information. As Enri left, Gojin began arguing with seven-scaled Kakesh. Kakesh didn't refuse, and the two soon engaged in combat not far away. This made the bonfire party even more lively. The White Mist Witch, the Green Leaf Witch, the Lizardman Kuruksu, the Tree Elf Peonies, and Faria sat on the other side of the bonfire. The laughter of several female demi-humans made Faria a little uneasy. He certainly didn't appreciate the demi-humans' appearance as humans, but to Faria, their voices were all pleasant. Tang. Faria felt he should return to his medicinal herb research, but he didn't want to waste Tang Jing's kindness. This bonfire party was an event Tang Jing had organized for everyone to get to know each other and exchange ideas. It was a gathering of all the core members of the Ablion Hills. It feels quite good. Faria silently chewed the fish in his mouth. He looked up, his golden bangs framing his eyes, and looked around curiously. The twin witches and the others laughed and laughed, the three dwarves argued, and over there, the demi-humans clashed in a show of force. It seemed chaotic, but it also gave Faria a strange sense of harmony and peace. Even the feeling of being so busy and confused from researching herbs seemed to subtly calm down. Grandma, I seem to like this place more and more, even though these demi-humans look scary. Faria's face unconsciously smiled, a bright smile in the light of the campfire. He turned and looked at the distance. Tang, thank you for showing me a different world, and so many precious and unknown herbs. By the lake. Tang Jing lazily lay on the ground, his head resting on the devil-hound's soft, black-haired belly, casually tossing a meat bone in his hand. Ah! The devil-hound barked cheerfully, then immediately opened its mouth, biting down the offered bone and devouring it with a crunching sound. The lake was icy cold, even frozen in the center. It was already November, and the weather had already turned cold. However, for everyone present, this slight chill had no effect. Even the seemingly fragile Faria was level 28. Captain Enri, holding a clean glass in one hand and a boiling kettle in the other, walked over with a brisk, joyful stride. Oh, Enri! Tang Jing turned his head, lazily not getting up from the devil-hound's cradle, and simply gave a brief greeting. Enri didn't care. She smiled at the hound, walked to the side, knelt on the ground, and poured a glass of hot water into it, gently placing it beside Tang Jing. The air was quiet. Rustle. A white ice feather floated past. Enri paused, then looked up at the sky, where a cloud of white snowflakes fell, making a soft rustling sound. Is it snowing? Tang Jing had already risen, leaning against the hound. He gazed at the frozen lake, smiled softly, and thought of the steaming cup of water. Auspicious snow means a good harvest. Auspicious snow means a good harvest? Enri stuttered, seeming a little confused by the meaning. Simply put, it's a heavy winter snow, a good omen. Tang Jing took a sip from the cup of hot water and returned with a smile. Ah! The hound followed with a soft bark.